After the tragic demise of Detective Shen Li, he is reborn as a despised, illegitimate son who met a cruel fate. With a steel-like resolve that cannot be contained by the blood mole on his brow, he employs modern investigative reasoning to astonish the court, skillfully maneuvering between a suave power broker and a resolute general. From a mere clerk in the Ministry of Justice to a leader of reform, Shen Li seeks vengeance for the original owner of his body, striving to secure a path for all the forsaken sons of the world. Under the protection of two kindred spirits, he unravels the gory truth, forging new possibilities for himself and his era amidst astonishing bonds. Chapter 1. The Emergence of the Blood Mole. Shen Li perished in a blinding flash of white light. His final memory is a cacophony of deafening explosions, intermingled with the sound of shattering glass and the piercing shriek of twisted metal. He recalls the youthful face of his comrade Zhang, illuminated by flames, just 22 years old, a year out of the police academy, with eyes wide open in terror. Captain Lin Wan, age 27, the leader of the narcotics team in the criminal investigation unit, made his last judgment in the fleeting moments before the explosion. The explosives, detonated by the drug traffickers, possessed sufficient power to obliterate everything within a 5-meter radius. Zhang was 3 meters away, while he himself was 4. There was no time left, yet he lunged forward. Muscle memory eclipsed thought. Instinctively, he executed the tactical maneuvers rehearsed countless times in training, diving and rolling to pin Zhang beneath him. Zhang's terrified gasp was muffled against his chest, and then the white light consumed everything. There was no pain, no sound, only an overwhelming radiance that felt suffocating. Lin Wan's consciousness sank like a stone, plummeting into the depths of the ocean, spiraling downward. Faint echoes of distant voices seemed to call out, reminiscent of a lullaby his mother once hummed. He longed to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Time became an enigma. A musty odor invaded his nostrils. The acrid scent of decaying wood and damp straw filled the air. Lin Wan, no, he should now be called Shen Li, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His vision was blurred. He blinked forcefully, his eyelashes brushing against his cheeks, a sensation startlingly vivid. Before him loomed low beams of wood, dark and webbed with spider silk, a gray spider crawling sluggishly across. Beneath him lay rough straw, prickling his skin. The air was damp and cold, his breath visible as white vapor. Where am I? A confinement cell? No, it was too primitive. An abandoned warehouse. But the beams! He attempted to prop himself up. A searing pain erupted. It was not the expected tearing, burning sensation from the explosion, but rather a dull, pervasive ache that seemed to seep from every bone. His back, shoulders, and thighs all throbbed in agony. Looking down, he saw himself clad in a tattered garment of coarse cloth, a dull gray, with patched cuffs. Wait, this clothing, this body. Lin Wan froze. He slowly raised a pair of slender, almost translucent hands. The joints were small, fingers elongated, and the skin was delicate, unlike that of a seasoned detective accustomed to wielding firearms. His wrists were fragile, as if a mere exertion could snap them. Moreover, this arm, it was too thin, revealing the bluish veins beneath the skin. This was not his body. An absurd thought surged into his mind. He tore open his collar. His chest was flat, yet the skin was marred with dark red whip marks, old and new intertwining, some scabbed over, others still oozing blood. Sharp pain radiated from his ribs, perhaps a fracture. Trembling, he reached for his throat to find no Adam's apple. His fingers traced the soft contours of his face, the jawline not as pronounced. No, the voice that emerged from his throat was clear, imbued with an unusual softness, straddling the line between youth and adulthood. It was a voice that seemed to exist between the genders. Fragments of memory surged forth at that moment. Not coherent images, but sharp, jagged shards piercing his mind. Asterisk the whip cracking against his back, searing pain. A bastard born of a lowly woman. Do you dare to wield a pen? Star? Asterisk the plump face of his legitimate mother, Wang, her eyes sharp as poison needles. The mole on your brow is so red. A seductive wretch by nature, Star. Asterisk his father, Shun Chongshan, turned away, the insignia on his official robe depicting a golden pheasant. Send him away. Better to avoid disgrace, star. Asterisk would shed, darkness, hunger, cold. His wrists chafed by hemp ropes, star. Asterisk finally, a pair of emaciated hands gripping his throat, nails digging into flesh. Old Master Lu will be here tonight. With your body, you could fetch a good price, star. A son that he was a son. This unfamiliar, feudal term took root in his memory. In the great Shang dynasty, a third gender existed, marked by a mole on the brow, capable of bearing children, ranked lower than men but above women, allowed to study yet limited. In official positions, with marriage dictated by others. Lin Wan, no. Shen Li suddenly raised his hand to his brow. He felt warm to the touch. There, a pronounced mole resided. He stumbled to his feet, searching for something reflective. In the corner of the shed lay a broken jar, half filled with murky rainwater. He rushed over, utilizing the faint light filtering through the shattered window to gaze into the water surface. The reflection rippled, revealing an unfamiliar face, a youth of about 16 or 17, gaunt with prominent cheekbones, his complexion pale as paper. Yet, the bone structure was striking: long, elegant brows, narrow eyes, a straight nose, thin lips of a faint hue. Most striking was the vivid vermilion mole at the center of his brow, glistening like a drop of congealed blood. The pregnancy mole, the mark of a son, damn. The curse escaped his lips, though his voice trembled. The spirit of a male detective screamed. What is this? A crossover? Rebirth? In a body that can bear children? What a farce! He slammed his fist into the ground. Bang! The jar shattered, murky water splattering over him. A shard cut his palm, blood oozing and dripping onto the straw. The pain brought him a moment of clarity. Calm down. Lin Wan, you are a detective. Crime scene investigation, information gathering, logical analysis. First, ascertain the situation. That he forced himself to take deep breaths, despite the feeble capacity of his body's lungs. He began to assess his surroundings. A woodshed, approximately 10 square meters, cluttered with straw and firewood. A broken wooden door locked from the outside. A small window, nailed shut, with a gap barely wide enough to slip a hand through. The corner bore mouse droppings, the air thick with humidity, indicating a rainy day. Physical condition: multiple soft tissue contusions, possible rib fractures, mild dehydration, and hunger. Yet, oddly, this body seemed to possess an extraordinary resilience. Despite the injuries, his consciousness remained alert, and his mobility exceeded expectations. He recalled Wang's words from the memory fragments. The mole on your brow is so red. The hue of the pregnancy mole seemed related to his constitution. Footsteps echoed from outside. Shen Li instantly tensed, almost instinctively grabbing a sharp shard of tile and curling into the shadows of a straw pile. The detective's intuition blared a warning: danger. Creak. The door lock clicked open and an emaciated old woman entered, followed by two burly servants. The old woman, possibly in her 50s, had drooping corners of her mouth and a sharp gaze, wielding a wrought-tan rod as thick as her thumb. Little bastard, still alive? Zhao, the old woman, kicked the straw on the floor. Get up. Old Master Lu's carriage is on its way. We need to tidy you up. The memories aligned. Wang's confidant, Zhao, the old woman. Most of the whip marks on the original owner's body were inflicted by her hand. Shen Li remained motionless. Playing dead? Zhao, the old woman, spat. Wang Li Si, drag him out and strip him for inspection. Old Master Lu has specifically requested a virgin. The two servants approached with cruel grins. Just as Wang Er's hand was about to touch Shen Li's shoulder, he made his move. Chapter 2, End. Next chapter preview. In a secluded residence for recuperation, a 5-day appointment awaits. Shen Li rewrites his strategy. While Lu Qingxi discreetly investigates the Shun family's old cases. Meanwhile, the assassin from the shadowy studio has accepted a lucrative assignment worth 500 taels. A stormy night approaches, and bloodshed shall ensue again. Chapter 3. The rainy night, escape morning light filtered through the paper window, casting mottled shadows upon the blue brick floor. When Shen Li opened his eyes, the first thing he beheld was the unfamiliar canopy of the bed. The pale blue cotton fabric, slightly faded from washing, was adorned with a simple embroidery of bamboo leaves. He lay still for a moment, allowing his consciousness to rise from the depths of slumber, then began to assess his physical condition. The pain in his ribs had lessened, transforming from a sharp stab to a dull ache. The wound on his leg had been stitched, the bandage clean and free of blood. The lash marks on his back still burned fiercely. Yet the soothing ointment alleviated the searing sensation. Overall, he felt better than the previous day. He propped himself up on his arms, rising gradually and steadily. His training as a criminal investigator had taught him how to move despite injuries, control his breathing, and engage his core muscles to avoid straining his wounds. Although his physique was frail, its flexibility was surprisingly good, with unobstructed meridians and a recovery speed faster than anticipated. Perhaps, as Lu Qingzi suggested, the vivid red birthmark at the center of his brow signified some unique constitution. Shen Li descended from the bed and approached the bronze mirror. The surface was somewhat foggy, yet sufficient to discern his features. He remained pale, but the near-death hue of gray had faded. His eyes were narrow and elongated, the bridge of his nose straight, and his lips lacked color. The most striking feature was the vibrant red cinnabar birthmark, glistening like a drop of blood congealed upon porcelain white skin. He reached up to touch it, feeling its warmth and slight elevation. In the memories of the original owner, his biological mother, Wang, would always regard this mark with profound disdain. Such a tempting harlot, born to allure, she would often say. Shen Li lowered his hand and turned towards the desk. Breakfast had been prepared, a bowl of white porridge, a plate of pickles, and 2 steamed buns. Simple, yet steaming with warmth. He sat down and took a sip of the porridge. The warm rice broth slid down his throat, spreading warmth from his stomach to his limbs. He ate slowly, savoring each bite. After a severe injury, it is common knowledge not to indulge excessively. Midway through his meal, footsteps echoed from outside. The door creaked open, and Mo Zhu entered, carrying a basin of warm water. Upon seeing Shen Li eating, he paused momentarily, then regained his composure. "Young master is awake," he noted, placing the basin on the stand. "Master Lu has instructed that you must change the dressing after your meal." Shen Li nodded and continued with the bun. Mo Zhu stood to the side, observing him with scrutiny. This young man exuded an unusual calmness, too tranquil for someone who had just returned from the brink of death. There was no panic, no lamentations, not even a word of gratitude, just a serene demeanor as he dined, as if he were in his own home. "What are you staring at?" Shen Li suddenly inquired, without raising his gaze. Mo Zhu withdrew his eyes. "Nothing. I am merely curious, despite your severe injuries. Your appetite seems robust. Hunger compels one to eat," Shen Li replied, finishing the last bite of his bun and wiping his mouth. "Let us proceed with the dressing." Mo Zhu stepped forward, assisting him in lowering his inner garments to his waist. The lash marks on his back were exposed to the morning light, crisscrossed and layered, a testament to both old and new wounds. The latest wound stretched from the shoulder blade to the side of the waist, skin torn and flesh exposed, with edges red and swollen. Mo Zhu inhaled sharply, feeling a chill run down his spine. Having served in the Lu residence for many years, he had witnessed his fair share of clandestine affairs. Yet, such a concentration of abuse marks on a 16-year-old boy still sent shivers down his spine. Who did this? He couldn't help but inquire. "Does it matter?" Shen Li retorted, his tone flat. Mo Zhu fell silent, beginning to unwrap the old bandages, cleanse the wounds, and apply fresh medicine. His movements were gentle, but Shen Li's muscles tensed. The instant the ointment made contact with the wound, a sharp sting caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Nevertheless, he remained silent. After treating the injuries on his back, he moved to the wounds on his legs. Mo Zhu examined the sutures, finding no signs of inflammation. They were healing well. "Your constitution is indeed exceptional," Mo Zhu remarked. "With such injuries, an ordinary person would need to lie down for at least half a month. You're already able to walk." "Just walking," Shen Li replied. "Running still causes pain." "You still wish to run?" "If necessary." Mo Zhu cast him a glance, choosing not to respond. Once the bandaging was complete, he packed up the medicine box, preparing to leave. "Mo Zhu," Shen Li called out to him. Mo Zhu turned back. "When will young Master Lu arrive?" Shen Li asked. "This evening," Mo Zhu replied. "The young master asks that you rest well and not overthink things." "I wish to read." Mo Zhu frowned. "You need a rest. Young Master Lu said that in 5 days he wants to see you able to walk and write normally." Shen Li met his gaze. "Reading aids in the recovery of thought," does it not? And Mo Zhu paused for a moment before nodding. I will go fetch some. He exited the room and quickly returned, cradling several books in his hands. These were not the elementary texts from yesterday, but rather serious classics such as the Analects, records of the Grand Historian, and selected essays on strategies. These are from the young master's study. And Mo Zhu placed the books on the table. Take your time reading. Thank you. And Mo Zhu left, closing the door behind him. Shen Li sat at the desk, first opening the selected essays on strategies. This was a compilation of top examination papers from previous imperial examinations, covering topics such as governance, public welfare, border defense, and administrative affairs. He skimmed through several pieces, his brow gradually furrowing. The writing was flowery and ornate, rich in literary references, yet the core arguments were often vacuous. It resembled a pile of beautiful phrases piled high, devoid of practical solutions to issues. He then opened the records of the Grand Historian, locating a few passages concerning criminal justice and case adjudication. The ancients often relied on experience, intuition, and torture in their judicial processes, lacking a systematic approach to evidence. Shen Li set the book down and leaned back in his chair. The knowledge system of this world bore similarities to the one he was familiar with, yet diverged in greater aspects. To pass the Wenhua Academy examination, he needed to swiftly adapt to their modes of thought and expression. However, on the other hand, his modern logical reasoning, evidence analysis, and systematic thinking as a criminal investigator might serve as his advantages. The crux lay in how to amalgamate the two. He spread out a sheet of paper, ground the ink, and picked up his brush. He began to write, not merely copying the model essays, but reorganizing his thoughts to compose an original essay. The topic was readily available, on the justice of criminal law. In the first paragraph, he cited the concept of illustrious virtue and cautious punishments from the Book of Documents, and the saying from the Analects that without proper punishment, the people would be at a loss for what to do. This aligns well with the context of the present era. In the second paragraph, he begins to compose his own thoughts regarding the flaws of the penal system, primarily rooted in arbitrary judgments. A single confession, beneath the scrutiny of 3 witnesses, leaves little that cannot be attained. Yet, the practice of coercing confessions has been prevalent since ancient times. Thus, I believe it is imperative to emphasize concrete evidence while giving less weight to verbal testimonies. The manifestations of harm, the traces left by objects, the sequence of time, and the connections of place can all serve as corroborative evidence. If various pieces of evidence converge, a verdict can be rendered even in the absence of a confession. Conversely, if the evidence contradicts, a re-examination must ensue, regardless of signed statements. He writes slowly, contemplating his word choices as he proceeds. Certain modern terminologies require adaptation into expressions comprehensible to ancient minds, and some logical connections necessitate classical references. However, the core principle is unequivocal. Evidence reigns supreme. Procedural justice must prevail, and the practice of torture to extract confessions must be eradicated. Halfway through his writing, footsteps echo from outside once more. This time, it is not the bamboo ink brush. The door swings open, revealing Lu Qingxi at the threshold. He has donned a new long robe of bamboo green, clutching a scroll, appearing as though he has just returned from outside. "What are you writing?" he inquires, stepping inside and casting his gaze upon the paper. Shen Li places his pen down. "Just some casual writing." Lu Qingxi approaches the writing desk, lowering his head to examine the unfinished treatise. He reads slowly, his eyes scanning line by line, and his expression shifts from nonchalance to seriousness. Upon finishing, he lifts his gaze to meet Shen Li's. "Did you compose this?" "Indeed. When did you acquire such knowledge?" Lu Qingxi questions, aware that the Shun family would not engage a tutor to teach the illegitimate son the intricacies of the penal system. Shen Li had already prepared his response. He had secretly attended trials at the penal department's entrance and learned through observation. Lu Qingxi appears skeptical, yet he refrains from pressing further. He picks up a sheet of paper and reads it once more. Emphasizing concrete evidence while downplaying verbal testimonies, he murmurs, "Should this reach the ears of those old-timers at the penal department, they might very well be incensed." "Am I mistaken?" "Not at all," Lu Qingxi replies. Setting the paper down, it is merely too forthright. In the court, Certain matters cannot be articulated too plainly. He strides to the window and pushes it open. The afternoon sunlight floods in, carrying with it the refreshing scent of flora. However, he turns back, a faint smile gracing his lips. I appreciate such candor. Shen Li gazes at him. The sunlight casts gentle shadows across Lu Qingxi's face, revealing his warm features and a smile that suggests harmlessness, resembling a scholarly gentleman. Yet, Shen Li understands that this individual is far from simple. Your visit today, Mr. Lu, is not solely to observe my writing, is it? Shen Li inquires. Lu Qingxi returns to the writing desk, retrieving a piece of paper from his sleeve and placing it on the table. Take a look at this. Shen Li picks up the paper, which lists the names of 7 or 8 individuals, accompanied by brief descriptions. These are this year's examiners for the Wenhuaking Institute. Lu Qingxi explains. The chief examiner is Zhou Mingyuan, deputy minister of rights, with 2 associate examiners. One a scholar from the Hamlin Academy, and the other a minor official from the Taichung Temple. Among these 3, Zhou Mingyuan is a conservative, the Hamlin scholar is neutral, while the Taichung official leans towards reform. He pauses before continuing. The examinations at the Wenhuaking Institute are divided into 3 parts. The first assesses mastery of the classics. The second evaluates poetic talent, and the third tests practical knowledge. Your grasp of the classics is undoubtedly lacking, and given your performance in poetry yesterday, it seems equally challenging. The only area where you can truly shine is in the treatise. Shen Li studies the list. Thus, you must focus on excelling in the treatise. Lu Qingxi tapped the name on the paper. Zhou Mingyuan preferred articles that were steady and balanced, relying on references and ensuring accuracy. The minister of the grand rituals favored pieces that possessed sharpness, daring to express bold ideas. The scholars of the Hamlin Academy appreciated intelligent writings that revealed thoughtful contemplation beneath the surface. Whom should I cater to? To none, Lu Qingxi replied. Write for yourself, but be aware of how your work may be judged by its recipient. Shen Li understood. This was a lesson in self-awareness and awareness of others. Thank you, he said. Lu Qingxi waved his hand and retrieved a slender booklet from his sleeve. This is for you. Shen accepted it. The cover bore no title, and upon opening it, he found handwritten notes filled with densely packed small characters, chronicling the significant controversies within the court over recent years, the perspectives of various factions, and the stances of key figures. This is some background knowledge, Lu Qingxi explained. To pass the examination for the Wenhuaiyuan, one must not only be able to write well, but also understand the current debates in the court. Otherwise, your proposals are mere castles in the air. Shen tightened his grip on the booklet. This gift carries great weight. Lu Gongzi, he looked up. What do you truly desire after assisting me so much? Lu Qingxi smiled. He sat down, poured himself a cup of water, and took a slow sip. As I mentioned, I am curious. I wish to see how far a young man who has emerged from humble beginnings can ascend. Merely curiosity? For now, yes. Lu Qingxi set his cup down. Yet if one day you truly pass the examination and enter the court, perhaps we could become allies. Allies? I have my ambitions, and you have yours, Lu Qingxi said. In certain matters, our objectives may align. Shen Li fell silent for a moment. For instance? For instance, changing the current circumstances of young men. Lu Qingxi spoke casually. Yet his gaze was earnest, suggesting that capable individuals, regardless of gender, should be allowed to showcase their talents. Shen regarded him. This statement, coming from the son of a chief minister, felt somewhat jarring. Yet Lu Qingxi's expression did not convey jest. Are you a reformist? Shen Li inquired. Lu Qingxi did not respond directly. My father is the chief minister of the cabinet. He must balance various powers. However, I personally believe that some matters need to change. He spoke subtly, yet his meaning was clear. Shen nodded. I understand. You need not commit to anything at this moment. Lu Qingxi rose, first focus on healing, then on the examination. When you are truly qualified to stand before me, we shall discuss collaboration. He walked to the door, but paused again. By the way, there is something I must remind you of. He turned back. The Shen family is already aware of your departure. The Wang family has employed some rather unscrupulous means. Shen Li's heart tightened. What methods? The Shadow Studio. Lu Qingxi uttered 2 words, referring to the most expensive assassin organization in the capital. The Wang family has offered 500 taels for your life. The room fell silent. Outside the window, the sunlight remained bright and the birds chirped melodiously. Yet, the air seemed to have suddenly grown colder. How do you know? Shen Li asked. I have my channels of information, Lu Qingxi replied. The Shadow Studio has rules. They deliver within 3 days. Today is the second day. Shun clenched his fists. Will they find this place? Not for the time being. Lu Qingxi remarked that this secluded villa was registered under the name of a merchant, bearing no overt connection to the Lu family. However, he implied that should one venture outside or exhibit any unusual behavior, the implications could be dire. How long must I hide? Shen Li inquired. At least until the examination concludes, Lu Qingxi replied. The contract with the photography studio stipulated that if not fulfilled within 3 days, the employer could opt for an extension or cancellation. The Wang family would likely choose to extend, yet the cost would double, a price they might hesitate to pay. Shen Li grasped the gravity of the situation. These 3 days were pivotal. I will remain here, he asserted. Lu Qingxi nodded, and Mo Zhu will keep watch. I shall also reinforce our personnel. Nevertheless, you must exercise caution against the assassin's methods. They are insidious. Upon departing the room, Shen Li sat motionless in a chair for an extended period. The term assassin was not unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, while pursuing drug traffickers, those desperate individuals wielded firearms and fought fiercely. Yet then, he had comrades, weapons, and the full support of the police force. Now, he bore only an injured body and a rusted dagger. 3 days remained. No, merely 2.5. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Fear served no purpose, nor did panic. The sole tools at his disposal were contemplation and preparation. He began to mentally map out the villa's layout, the main house, auxiliary rooms, courtyard, walls, and back entrance. He considered potential routes of infiltration, angles of attack, and hiding spots. Next, he inspected his weapon. The dagger still rested against him, its blade marred by rust, but a little sharpening could render it functional. What else was in the room? A teapot could serve as a bludgeon. A stool could be swung, yet the ink slab was too light. He approached the window, parting the curtain to survey the courtyard. It was eerily silent. Mo Zhu sat on a stone bench in the corridor, seemingly dozing, yet her hand rested on her waist, where a weapon was likely concealed. Lu Qingxi's arrangements were indeed thorough. Still, Shen Li understood the importance of self-reliance. He returned to his desk, resuming his writing of the treatise, but this time with deliberate slowness, pausing intermittently to listen to the sounds outside. The rustling of leaves in the wind, the distant calls of vendors in the marketplace, and the watchman's strike of the wooden block echoed normally. Yet, the tension within him remained taut. Gradually, time slipped away. As dusk fell, Mo Zhu delivered dinner, a more sumptuous meal than lunch, featuring both vegetables and meat. After dining, he changed his bandages once more. The wound was indeed healing swiftly, and the pain had lessened. Night enveloped the surroundings. Mo Zhu lit lanterns in the courtyard, casting a warm, golden glow. Entering the room, she advised, "Young master, you are instructed to retire early tonight. I will keep vigil at the door." "Thank you for your efforts," Shen Li acknowledged. Mo Zhu shook her head, exiting and closing the door behind her. Shen Li extinguished the lamp and lay upon the bed, though sleep eluded him. With closed eyes, he attuned his ears to every sound. At the hour of high, the watchman struck the block. The air is dry. Beware of fire. At the hour of Z, distant barking of dogs arose, only to swiftly subside. At the hour of Cho, all was silent. Just as Shen Li believed the night would pass uneventfully, he heard it, a faint sound, akin to tiles being disturbed or wind rustling along the eaves. Yet there was no wind tonight. Shen Li opened his eyes and quietly sat up. He retrieved a dagger from his bosom, grasping it firmly in his hand. The rusted hilt pressed into his palm, icy cold. A sound echoed once more, this time closer, emanating from the rooftop. Shen Li held his breath and gradually maneuvered to the space beneath the bed, crouching in the shadows. From this vantage point, he could observe both the window and the door. Time seemed to elongate, each second stretching like a year. Then, He discerned a vague silhouette projected onto the paper of the window. The figure paused momentarily, seemingly surveying the surroundings. Subsequently, a slender tube snaked through the window crevice, releasing a wisp of faint smoke, an intoxicating mist. Shen Li quickly covered his mouth and nose, simultaneously retrieving a damp cloth he had prepared earlier. The wet fabric secured over his nose, he remained motionless in his crouch. The smoke permeated the room, carrying a sickly sweet aroma. A dull thud resonated from outside the door, the sound of the bamboo falling. The figure pushed open the window and nimbly leaped inside, clad in black, with a masked face and a slender frame, moving as silently as a cat. He landed soundlessly, scanning the room with keen eyes, which settled on the bulging bed covers. Drawing a short blade from his waist, he advanced toward the bed. Just as he poised to strike, Shen Li erupted from the shadows beneath the bed, not lunging at the assassin, but toward the opposite side of the room. He seized the teapot he had readied earlier and hurled it forcefully against the window. The shattering of porcelain echoed loudly in the stillness of the night, a jarring sound. The assassin momentarily froze, quickly realizing he had fallen into a trap. He pivoted to charge at Shen Li, his short blade glinting ominously. Shen Li si tapat, simultaneously lifting his leg to kick at the assassin's wrist. Yet his injured body moved sluggishly, and the blade grazed his arm, opening a wound. Agonizing pain surged through him, but Shen Li gritted his teeth to endure it. He retaliated with a stab of his dagger aimed at the assassin's throat, but the foe leaned back to evade, and the two became entangled in a fierce struggle within the cramped quarters. The assassin, evidently trained in the art of killing, executed lethal moves with ruthless precision. Shen Li relied on his experience as a detective and his reckless fighting style to barely hold his ground, but his wounds continued to tear open and his movement slowed. With a sudden strike, he was kicked in the chest, the agony of his ribs tearing through him as he crashed against the wall and collapsed to the floor. The assassin advanced step by step, raising his short blade. Just as the knife's tip was about to plunge down, the door burst open. Mu Zhu charged in, blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze was fierce. He wielded a long sword, thrusting it directly towards the assassin's back. The assassin had no choice but to pivot and block, metal clashing and sparks flying. The two engaged in a fray within the room. Shen Li leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The pain in his chest dimmed his vision, yet he forced himself to remain alert. He observed the duel. Mu Zhu's swordsmanship was exquisite. Though he appeared to be injured, his movements not as agile as usual. The assassin, more adept at stealth and open combat, was slightly less skilled in direct confrontation. Yet every strike was insidious. The standoff persisted. Shen Li slowly rose, grasping a shard of broken porcelain from the ground. He waited for an opening, then lunged fiercely, the shard plunging deep into the assassin's thigh. A cry of pain erupted from the assassin as he retaliated with a slash. Shen Li narrowly withdrew, the blade grazing his neck and leaving a crimson mark. Seizing the moment, Mu Zhu thrust his sword through the assassin's shoulder. The assassin staggered backward, crashing through the window before vaulting out. Mo Zhu intended to pursue, but Shen Li called out to him, "Do not chase. There may be an ambush." Montag so heitet, panting heavily, leaning against the doorframe. The courtyard echoed with the hurried footsteps of guards from the other courtyard, who had finally arrived. "Mr. Mo Zhu, what has transpired?" "There was an assassin," Mo Zhu replied in a low voice. "He has fled." Heighten the alert and search the surroundings. The guards dispersed at once. Mo Zhu approached Shen Li, assisting him to sit down while examining his injuries. The wounds on his arm and neck were not deep, but an old injury on his chest had reopened, beginning to bleed anew. "How are you?" Montag zu inquiret. Ishal surviva, Shen Li raplia uarseli. "Two guards have perished outside." Mo Zhu's expression darkened. The assassin had used poison, severing the throat upon contact with blood. "They were after you." Shen Li closed his eyes. The Shadow Pavilion. 500 taels. The Wang family truly intended for him to die. "This place is no longer safe," Mo Zhu stated. The young master instructed that in the event of danger, we must relocate immediately. "Where to?" "To another place," Mo Zhu replied, "one that is more concealed." He helped Shen Li to his feet and quickly gathered their belongings. A few garments, several books, and a half-completed essay written by Shen Li. They exited the side door of the courtyard and boarded a carriage that had been prepared in advance. The carriage sped through the night, with Shen Li leaning against the wall of the compartment, peering through the curtain's gap at the rapidly retreating streets beyond. The lights flickered softly, and the night was eerily quiet. His capital city, bustling by day, concealed countless dangers by night. He reached into his pocket. The half-piece of jade was still there, cold and hard, much like his heart. The carriage turned into a narrow alley, stopping at the back door of an inconspicuous courtyard. Emoju assisted Shen Li down and knocked on the door. 3 short taps followed by 2 longer ones. The door opened, revealing an elderly man resembling a servant peering out. Coming quickly. Once inside, the door was promptly closed behind them. The courtyard was smaller, consisting of only 2 rooms, but the walls were tall, topped with shards of broken pottery. This is a property I acquired in my early years. No one is aware of it, Emoju explained. You shall stay here for now, and I will arrange for your protection. Shen Li nodded and stepped into the room. The furnishings were simpler but clean. The bedding was new. Emoju redressed his wounds and administered a calming pill. You need to rest well. We will discuss matters tomorrow. Shen Li lay down, the medication taking effect swiftly, blurring his consciousness. Yet, just before succumbing to sleep, he heard Emoju speaking softly outside the door, as if reporting to someone. Yes, young master, we have relocated. The assassin was from the Shadow Pavilion and possesses considerable skill. Should we continue to monitor the Shen family? A brief silence followed. Then Emoju responded, yes, understood. The footsteps receded, and Shen Li slipped into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in another corner of the capital, Wang received a message from the Shadow Pavilion. The note contained but 2 words, failure. Wang crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it into the brazier. The flames licked at the paper, quickly reducing it to ashes. Her expression darkened, almost palpable with rage. 500 taels. And the best assassin of the Shadow Pavilion had failed? That wretched spawn, what abilities does he possess? Or was there someone aiding him? She thought of the enigmatic Master Lu. The Lu and Shen families have never had any dealings, so why would Lu Qingzi extend a hand to a bastard son? It eludes comprehension. However, one thing is abundantly clear. Lin Wan must perish. The longer she lives, the greater the risk of the secret being exposed. Approaching the writing desk, she penned another note. This time, gritting her teeth, she inscribed a sum, 1,000 taels. Then she summoned Granny Zhao and made another visit to the Shadow Studio. She handed over the note, instructing them to increase the payment, but results must be delivered within 3 days. Granny Zhao received the note, her hands trembling even more violently. 1,000 taels. This was nearly half a year's expenditure for the Shen family. Has the lady gone mad? Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts, merely bowing and retreating. Madame Wang sat alone in her chamber, the flickering candlelight casting shadows upon her contorted visage. Outside the window, the night deepened. The second wave of assassination was already on its way. End of Chapter 3. Next chapter preview, a new hiding place, old wounds unhealed. Shen Li completes his strategies while bedridden, and Lu Qingzi clandestinely orchestrates her counterattack. Meanwhile, elite assassins from the Shadow Studio have accepted the commission of 1,000 taels. With only 4 days remaining until the Wenhua Academy examination, the countdown to life and death begins. Chapter 4. The first encounter with Qingzi. As the morning light pierced through the papered window, Shen Li sat upon the low couch of his new abode, methodically sharpening a rusted dagger on a whetstone. The monotonous sound resonated in the stillness of the room. He lowered his gaze, his focus unwavering on the blade's edge. The rust flaked away gradually, revealing the dark iron beneath. After a few strokes, he tested the sharpness with his fingertip and resumed his work. The wound on his arm had been rebandaged, and a dull pain throbbed beneath the dressing. The thin scab on his neck resembled a red thread stretched across his skin. Most troubling was the condition of his ribs. The fight from the previous night had exacerbated the fractures, causing each breath to feel like a needle piercing through him. Yet, he did not pause. The dagger must be sufficiently sharp. In this unfamiliar city, it was the only weapon he could wield with complete control. Footsteps approached from outside. soft and halting at the door. "Young Master Shen, are you awake?" It was the voice of Imo Zhu. Shen Li replied, setting down the whetstone and sheathing the dagger at his waist. A sturdy, albeit worn, piece given to him by Imo Zhu the night prior. The door opened, and Imo Zhu entered, carrying a tray. Breakfast remained simple: porridge, steamed buns, and a dish of pickled vegetables. However, today he had added a bowl of dark medicinal soup. Dr. Zhang prescribed this: promotes blood circulation, alleviates bruising, and aids in bone healing. "You should drink it while it's hot." Shen Li remained silent, lifting the bowl of medicine and downing it in one go. The concoction was bitter, infused with a strong, earthy taste. He maintained his composure as he finished, then picked up a steamed bun to eat. Imo Zhu watched him from the side, noting how unnervingly calm he was. After last night's assassination attempt, the subsequent relocation, and his severe injuries, most would have been in a state of panic, asking numerous questions. Yet, from last night until now, Shen Li had spoken only when necessary, focusing on eating, sleeping, sharpening his dagger, and reading. Like a wounded wolf silently licking its wounds, ever ready to strike back. "Young Master Lu will be coming today," Imo Zhu informed him, around noon. Shen Li nodded, continuing to consume his steamed bun. Regarding last night's assassin, Imo Zhu hesitated briefly, but the young master has already dispatched someone to investigate. "As for the Shadow Pavilion, we shall handle it. How shall we proceed?" Shen Li inquired, his gaze unwavering. Although the Shadow Pavilion is a guild of assassins, it adheres to certain principles. Imo Zhu replied, "Having failed twice consecutively, according to the rules, this contract will be temporarily set aside unless the employer increases the price." "Will the Wang family add to it?" "It is possible," Imo Zhu admitted candidly. "But 1,000 taels is no trifling sum, and the Shun family is not exactly affluent. For the Wang family to move such a considerable amount, they must consult with Minister Shen. This will require time." Shen Li comprehended the implications. This meant he had at least a few days' respite. Furthermore, Imo Zhu added, "As for Wenhua Academy, the registration period has already closed. We have devised a way to include your name." Shen Li's hand paused. "How did you manage that?" "The young master has his methods," Imo Zhu replied ambiguously. "You only need to prepare for the examination. In 5 days, the first test of the classics." 5 days. Shen Li calculated in his mind. His ribs needed to heal significantly, which seemed implausible. However, he must at least recover enough to sit for 2 hours and hold a brush to write. "I need paper and ink," he stated, "and books. All has been prepared." Imo Zhu gestured toward the other side of the room where a desk was located, laden with texts on the classics, historical records, and past examination questions. "You may use them at any time." After finishing the last spoonful of kanji, Shen Li rose and approached the desk. Indeed, it was pile-high with books. He casually opened the top volume, the collected annotations of the 5 classics, the densely packed, small script annotations dazzling to the eyes, within the original owner's memories. These classics had been read, albeit fragmentarily. To review them all within 5 days seemed nearly impossible. Yet, he had his own strategies. Criminal investigators are adept at extracting key information from vast amounts of data. Similarly, one does not need to memorize everything for an examination. Rather, it is essential to discern what will be tested and how. He sat down, spread out the paper, and began to draft a list. 1. Essential texts, summarized from the past 5 years of exam questions. 2. Common question types, fill in the blank. Interpretation, discussion. 3. Examiner preferences, Zhou Mingyuan, Junior Minister of Taichung Temple. Hanlin Academy Scholar. 4. Key difficulties, easily confused allusions, commonly misspelled characters, frequently erroneous interpretations. After completing the list, he looked up at Imo Zhu. "Do you have the past 5 years' exam questions and standard answers?" Imo Zhu was momentarily taken aback. "There are some, but give them to me." "Young Master Shen, the examination in classics emphasizes recitation and comprehension. Merely reviewing the questions, give them to me," Shen Li reiterated, his tone calm, yet unyielding. Imo Zhu glanced at him, then turned and swiftly returned with a stack of bound papers. "These are the materials you previously collected, covering the years from the 17th to the 22nd year of Hongwan, a complete set of examinations over 5 years." Shen Li received them and began to flip through them rapidly. He read with intense focus, his eyes scanning the pages swiftly, occasionally pausing his finger at certain points to make annotations with charcoal on a nearby sheet. He was not reading word for word, but rather searching for patterns, which texts appeared repeatedly, which allusions were frequently examined, and which characters were prone to errors. Zhu observed from the side, increasingly astonished. This young man was not merely reading. He was deconstructing the texts, akin to an artisan dismantling a complex machine to uncover its core structure and operational principles. Within the span of less than an hour, Shen Li set aside the final scroll, inscribing a line upon the paper. The examination is not merely of knowledge, but of strategy. He raised his gaze towards Zhu, requesting her assistance in locating several tomes. He compiled a list, which included selections from the Book of Rights, monthly ordinances, the Book of Documents, the Great Plan, various poems from the Book of Songs, the National Style, and passages regarding rights and laws from the Zhuo commentary. Zhu accepted the list. Based on a statistical analysis of the examination questions over the past 5 years, these texts and themes had appeared with a frequency exceeding 60%. Shen Li remarked that one should concentrate their limited energy on the most likely areas of examination for optimal efficiency. Zhu opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately nodded, affirming, "I shall procure them at once." Upon her departure, Shen Li leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and began to recollect the original owner's memories of these classical texts. Some were clear, while others remained hazy. Yet, it mattered little for the nebulous aspects. He could supplement with his own understanding. In the afternoon, Zhu returned with a complete set of books, and Shen Li embarked on a new round of dissection, this time with greater meticulousness. He not only scrutinized the content, but also analyzed the underlying intentions of each question. Was it a mere test of memory, a measure of comprehension of principles, or an attempt to probe the candidate's inclinations? This method of thinking bore a striking resemblance to a detective analyzing a suspect's motives. As the sun began its descent, casting elongated shadows, Shen Li rubbed his weary eyes and laid down his pen. A sharp pain coursed through his ribs, prompting him to swallow the painkillers Zhu had provided, leaning back against the couch to rest. Footsteps echoed from outside the door, distinct from Zhu's, a lighter and steadier rhythm, as if treading upon a particular cadence. The door creaked open, revealing Lu Qingzi, clad in a long robe of a serene azure hue, cinched at the waist with a white jade pendant, and holding a folding fan. He appeared as though he had just returned from a poetic gathering or a tea party, the subtle fragrances of sandalwood and ink lingering about him. "I heard you displayed remarkable bravery last night," he inquired, taking a seat in the chair opposite Shen Li with a smile. "Bravery is hardly the term," Shen Li replied, opening his eyes. "I merely wish to survive." Lu Qingzi unfurled his fan and began to gently wave it, revealing that the assassin sent by the Shadow Pavilion ranked among the top 20 in the industry. To have survived his grasp, and even wounded him, is quite an achievement. Shen Li chose not to respond. Lu Qingzi, undeterred, continued, "Regarding the Wang family, they made another trip to the Shadow Pavilion this morning, raising the bounty to 1,200 taels. Shen Li's pupils constricta." However, Lu Qingzi closed his fan. "The Shadow Pavilion has refrained from accepting the offer." "Why?" "There are 2 reasons," Lu Qingzi explained. "First, a series of failures tarnishes their reputation, necessitating a reassessment of the difficulty. Second, I had someone deliver a letter to the head of the Shadow Pavilion." "What did the letter convey?" "It cautioned him that while some dealings are permissible, others could provoke unwarranted adversaries." Lu Qingzi's tone remained neutral, as though commenting on the pleasantness of the day. Shen Li regarded him, observing how this gentle and refined gentleman, with casual remarks, had subdued the most enigmatic assassins in the capital. "Why have you gone to such lengths to assist me?" Shen Li inquired. "Do not feign curiosity." Lu Qingzi smiled, a grin more genuine than any previous. He set down his fan, poured himself a cup of tea, and savored a sip. "Very well. If we set aside curiosity," he replied, "allow me to reveal another reason." He lifted his head, his gaze landing on Shen Li's face. "I have conducted an investigation into you," Lu Qingzi declared, "or perhaps more accurately, I have delved into Lin Wan. Shen Li's heart tightened, yet he maintained an impassive demeanor. What did you uncover? Quite ordinary, an illegitimate son. His mother, surnamed Lin, was a maidservant of Shun Chongshan in his youth, who passed away shortly after giving birth to you. You grew up in the Shun household, neglected and often mistreated. None of this is particularly remarkable. He paused, then shifted the subject. However, I have come across something intriguing. What is it? Your mother, Lin, was no ordinary maid. Lu Qingxi continued. She was literate, adept at arithmetic, and possessed some rudimentary medical skills. Such traits are rare among maidservants. Shen Li clenched his fingers tightly. Even more curious, Lu Qingxi pressed on. Is the lamentable scarcity of records regarding her after her death, as if someone deliberately erased her existence. The room fell into silence. Outside, the wind rustled through the leaves. What do you wish to convey? Shen Li inquired. I wish to suggest that you may harbor a secret, Lu Qingxi replied. One that could potentially relate to the Shun family, the Wang clan, or even certain individuals within the court. He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the courtyard. My father is the prime minister, holding a position of great power. Yet, the higher one ascends, the more perilous the path becomes. The struggles within the court, ostensibly ideological disputes, are underpinned by factions, interests, and even bloodlines. He turned back to Shen Li. I need to learn more about the Shun family, the Wang clan, your mother, and everything else. Shen Li comprende. Lu Qingxi's assistance was both an investment and an inquiry. He sought to unearth the secrets of the Shun family, to discover any potential leverage or clues that might exist. What if I claim to know nothing? Shen Li challenged. Then you would be truly ignorant. Lu Qingxi replied as he returned to the table. But knowing your character, if you were informed, you would undoubtedly investigate. And I can offer you assistance. What are the terms? Information sharing, Lu Qingxi stated. What you uncover, you will share with me. What I discover, I will share with you. In necessary circumstances, we will protect and support one another. A fair exchange. Shen Li remained silent for a moment before nodding. Very well. Lu Qingxi smiled, resuming his seat. Then, as allies, I shall provide you with the first piece of intelligence. He retrieved a folded paper from his sleeve and handed it to Shen Li. Shen Li accepted it and unfolded it. The paper bore an address and several names. This, he furrowed his brow, is your mother Lin's maternal family. Lu Qingxi explained, or rather, the family she claimed as her own. Lin family alley in the west of the city, engaged in small trade. However, I have investigated, and that family moved away 20 years ago, their whereabouts now unknown. The current residents arrived later. Shen Li fixed his gaze upon the address. The original owner's memories of his mother were scant. He could only recall her persistent cough, her pallid complexion, yet her fingers were tender, often humming sweet melodies. And these names, Lu Qingxi pointed to the other lines on the paper, belonged to several elderly individuals who once served in the Shen household. Some have passed away, others sold off to distant lands, and a few are now living out their days in a village. Do you wish me to investigate? No, Lu Qingxi shook his head. You cannot expose yourself at this moment. I will send someone to look into it. However, should any leads arise, I shall inform you. Shen Li carefully folded the paper and tucked it into his bosom. Thank you, he said. No need, Lu Qingxi replied as he rose to his feet. Your primary task now is the examination. In 5 days, I expect to see you in the examination hall of Wenhua Academy. He approached the door, then paused. There is one more matter. What? Your name. Lu Qingxi turned back, stating, the name Lin Wan can no longer be used. The Shen family has reported to the authorities that a young man named Lin Wan has escaped from the estate, suffering from madness and potentially dangerous. Shen Li's gaze turned icy. Therefore, from today onward, you shall be known as Shen Li. Li, as in fierce, Lu Qingxi clarified. The registration form for Wenhua Academy has already been amended. Shen Li. Lin Wan is dead. Shen Li shall rise. Very well, he affirmed. After Lu Qingxi departed, Shen Li returned to his desk. Yet, instead of delving into the classics, he retrieved the paper bearing the address and name, studying it intently for a long while. His birth mother, Lin, a maid skilled in literacy and medicine, a person whose existence had been deliberately erased. What secrets lay hidden beneath this? He carefully folded the paper and secured it close to him. Then, he picked up his pen and resumed his studies. Regardless of the myriad secrets and dangers that lurked, he understood that he had but one task: to gain admission to Wenhua Academy. To survive and rise higher was the only way to unveil the truth. As night fell, Imo Zhu brought dinner and medicine. After dining, Shen Li resumed his reading, replacing the burnt-out candle with a new one. It was not until the hour of the rat that he extinguished the light and lay down. Yet, sleep eluded him. He lay awake in the darkness, attuned to the sounds outside: the wind, the chirping of insects, and the distant clang of the watchman's staff. All seemed normal. However, Shen Li knew that danger had not dissipated. The shadowy threat had merely been postponed. The Wang family would not relent. This seemingly safe courtyard might not be truly secure. He felt the cool, hard dagger within his embrace, then touched the half-piece of jade, warm and smooth. Two distinctly contrasting sensations, mirroring his current predicament, one of impending peril, the other of an unknown past. He grasped the jade tightly and closed his eyes. Rest now. Tomorrow, there is much to be done. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard of the Shun residence, Wang was facing the enraged Shun Chongshan. 1,200 taels. Shun Chongshan slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacup to leap and shatter on the ground. Have you lost your mind? To expend such a fortune for a mere, illegitimate son? Wang gritted her teeth, her face pale, yet her gaze fierce. My lord, that wretched child must die. As long as he lives, the Shun family is doomed. What nonsense! Shun Chongshan retorted angrily. What upheaval could a mere son cause? He is not an ordinary son. Wang shrieked. My lord, have you forgotten how Lin died? Do you not recall what she uttered before her last breath? Shun Chongshan's expression shifted. He certainly remembered. 16 years prior, the maid named Lin had clutched his sleeve on her deathbed, her eyes wide with fear, using her final strength to say, My lord, the child. The child is not. Before she could finish, she took her last breath. What were her final words? The child is not what? Not his, or not an ordinary person. For years, he had deliberately avoided contemplating this matter. Lin Wan was confined in the backyard, subjected to the cruel whims of the Wang family, all to avoid witnessing a visage increasingly reminiscent of the Lin family. Yet now, Wang had informed him that the child had escaped and might possess certain knowledge. What did he possibly know? Shun Chongshan lowered his voice, pondering how a mere 16-year-old, who had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of home, could have fled from the woodshed, injured Zhao Momo and her companions, and survived the clutches of the assassins from the shadowy studio. Wang pressed on. Do you not find this curious, my lord? Shun Chongshan remained silent. Indeed, it was peculiar. Wang leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. Zhao Momo claims that the wretched child took with him the half of the jade pendant left by the Lin family. Shun Chongshan's pupils contracted. That pendant, he murmured, for it was a cherished belonging of the Lin family, engraved with the character for one on its reverse side. Wang continued, I have sought it for long, but to no avail. Now it resides in the hands of that wretched child. Shun Chongshan sank into his chair, his complexion paling. Wang observed him intently, intensifying her argument. Consider this, my lord. If that child possesses the pendant and encounters certain individuals, revealing vital information, our Shun family could be doomed. Who could he possibly find? Shun Chongshan's voice was dry. For the Lin family's maternal relatives had long been lost. Wang interjected, but what if, just perhaps, the pendant has its other half? What if someone recognizes it? Shun Chongshan fell silent. The room was enveloped in a profound stillness. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, his voice weary. Increase the payment to the studio, but do not exceed 1,500 taels. Any more, and it will be impossible to conceal from the accounts. Wang exhaled in relief. Yes, my lord. Moreover, Shun Chongshan fixed his gaze upon her. Let this matter rest here. Regardless of the outcome, do not mention again. Wang nodded, yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. Rest here? No, that wretched child must die. Completely, without a trace. She exited the room, returning to her own quarters, where Zhao Momo awaited, holding a new note. Madam, the studio has responded. What did they say? They have accepted the job. Zhao Momo lowered her voice. But the price is 1,500 taels, and they are dispatching Assassin 7. Wang's H amidst the flickering flames. A woman's anguished screams pierced the air, her voice hauntingly mournful. The child is not. He abruptly sat up, drenched in cold sweat. Outside the window, the night was thick and heavy. Distantly, the faint sound of a wooden clapper echoed. It was the fourth watch of the night, cold and desolate. A new day was on the brink of dawning, while the specter of death silently approached in the darkness before dawn. Chapter 4 concluded. Next chapter preview, the final night of tranquility. Shen Li had completed all his revisions, and Lu Qingxi delivered crucial intelligence. Meanwhile, Shadow 7 had already locked onto this small courtyard. The examination at Wenhua Academy was merely 3 days away. Life and death hung in the balance for these 3 days, the ultimate gamble. Chapter 5, the 3-day pact. As the morning light crept over the windowsill, Shen Li sat at his desk, wielding a sharpened charcoal pencil to sketch upon the paper. It was neither a strategy nor a treatise, but rather a map, a schematic of the small courtyard. Based on his observations over the past 2 days, he meticulously illustrated every corner. The main house, the side rooms, the kitchen, the well, the surrounding walls, the front gate, and the back entrance. He took note of the wall's height, the distribution of shattered porcelain atop it, and the locations of trees and stone benches within the courtyard that could serve as cover. Next, he began to mark potential points of attack. From where might the assassin enter? The front gate was least likely to be bolted and would create too much noise. The surrounding wall was the prime choice. To the east, a narrow alley lay beyond the wall, nearly deserted at night. To the west, it abutted a neighbor's wood shed, providing leverage for a quick ascent. Shen Li circled the positions of the eastern and western walls and marked the most probable points of ascent based on the gaps in the shards of porcelain atop the walls. He then considered retreat routes. If the assassin succeeded, where would they flee? Would they retrace their steps, or create chaos and exit through the front? If they were a professional killer from the Shadow Studio, they would likely prepare at least 2 escape routes. Shen Li sketched several dashed lines on the map to indicate possible withdrawal directions, annotating each with points of obstruction, where snares could be set, where obstacles might be placed, and where ambush positions could be established. Upon completing this task, he set down the charcoal pencil, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. The pain in his ribs lingered, though somewhat alleviated compared to yesterday. The wounds on his arms and neck had begun to scab, itching slightly. His body's recovery speed was indeed remarkable, perhaps linked to the birthmark upon his brow. The sound of footsteps approached from outside. "Young Master Shun, it is time for your dressing change." Shen Li opened his eyes, folded the map, and tucked it away. Mo Zhu entered with a medicine box, skillfully unwrapping the bandages, cleansing and applying ointment. Observing the rapid healing of the wounds, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. "Your recovery ability is truly extraordinary." Shen Li remained silent. After the dressing change, Mo Zhu added, "Young Master Lu will not be coming today, but he asked me to convey a message." "What message?" "The Shadow Studio has taken on a new assignment from the Wang family." Mo Zhu lowered her voice, and this time, it is Shadow 7. Shen Li looked at him. "Is he formidable?" "Ranked 7th in the Shadow Studio, he has never failed." Mo Zhu's expression grew grave. "Young Master, there are 3 characteristics to Shadow 7's assignments. First, once he accepts a task, success is assured. Second, he prefers to strike when the target is most relaxed. Third, he leaves a signature mark." "What mark?" "A black mandala flower." Mo Zhu remarked that painting on the walls or the ground with the blood of the deceased serves as both a demonstration and a declaration. Shen Li's gaze turned slightly cold. Mo Zhu continued, stating that the most probable time for Shadow 7 to act would be the night before the examination, as one would be preoccupied with thoughts of the impending test, leading to a lapse in vigilance. Shen Li calculated the days. Today marked the 3rd day, with the examination in 5 days, or rather, the day after tomorrow. Thus, Shadow 7 was likely to strike either the night after tomorrow or in the early hours of the following day. Just 2 days remained. "I understand," he said. Observing his calm demeanor, Mo Zhu could not help but ask, "Aren't you afraid? Is fear of any use?" Shen Li Kuntarat. Mo Zhu fell silent. "Prepare a few items for me," Shen Li instructed. "Fine hemp rope, copper bells, iron nails, and lard." Mo Zhu was taken aback. "Lard?" Yes. Shen Li stood up, walked to the window, and applied the lard onto the broken porcelain shards atop the wall. Apply it thinly, but evenly. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Zhu grasped the intention. The lard would cause the assassin to slip if they attempted to scale the wall, making it easier for the porcelain to inflict injury. And the fine hemp rope? Shen Li replied, place several tripwires about an inch above the ground beneath the wall. They need not be overly sturdy, just sufficient to trip someone. Attach the copper bells above them. Montak sonodit. What about the iron nails? Scatter them on the ground inside the wall, Shen Li instructed. If the assassin lands on them, they will sustain injuries. Even if they do not get hurt, they will make noise. These were simple traps. Yet together, they significantly heightened the difficulty and risk of infiltration for the assassin. Mo Zhu regarded Shen Li with a complex gaze. This young master was not only composed, but also well-versed in such underworld tactics. Was he truly just a base-born son raised in the Shun family-esque courtyard? I shall prepare them at once, Mo Zhu affirmed. Wait, Shen Li called after him. There's one more thing. Speak. If Shadow 7 truly arrives, Shen Li paused. Do not engage directly. His target is me, not you. Mo Zhu shook his head. The young master ordered us to ensure your safety. That depends on your capability. Shen Li replia. Shadow 7 has never failed, indicating his prowess far exceeds that of ordinary men. Engaging him directly will only result in unnecessary casualties. Mo Zhu fell silent. Listen to me, Shen Li insisted, meeting his gaze. If it truly comes to that, you must retreat first. I have ways to protect myself. What methods? Shen Li did not respond, merely instructing, do as I say. Mo Zhu studied him for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. He exited the room. Shen Li resumed his seat, unfurling a map to continue his preparations. He understood that these minor traps would not deter a master like Shadow 7. However, they could buy time, create distractions, and increase variables. And variables, after all, are opportunities. By midday, Mo Zhu had gathered all the necessary items. Shen Li personally arranged them in the courtyard. The fine hemp rope, camouflaged in a soil hue, was pulled taut in 3 lines beneath the wall, each an inch above the ground, with both ends secured to stone stumps or tree roots, and small copper bells dangling in between. The iron nails were strewn densely within the grass on the inner side of the wall, resembling a miniature thicket of thorns. The lard was applied in a thin layer on the broken porcelain shards at the top of the wall, glistening under the sunlight. Once these tasks were completed, Shen Li meticulously inspected the doors and windows of the room, reinforcing the window bolts and adding a door brace behind the door. Beneath the bed, he concealed a finely sharpened dagger and several hefty inkstones, suitable for inflicting harm. In the drawer of his writing desk, he stashed a pouch of quicklime, which he had scavenged from the kitchen, typically employed for whitewashing walls. Though not as effective as a police-grade pepper spray, it would suffice to inflict discomfort if thrown into an adversary's eyes. With all preparations in place, Shen Li stood at the center of the room, surveying his surroundings. This was his battlefield. A 16-year-old boy, with a body still recovering from grievous injuries, poised to confront the 7th-ranked assassin of a shadowy organization. It sounded like a jest, yet he bore no laughter. In his previous life, he had faced far more dire circumstances, cornered by drug traffickers in an abandoned factory, with bullets expended and no reinforcements in sight. Ultimately, he had endured with nothing but a steel pipe and a reckless fighting spirit until his comrades arrived. This time, he too would persevere. In the afternoon, Shen Li resumed his studies. He meticulously reviewed key chapters and transcribed frequently mistaken characters and easily conflated allusions multiple times. He then commenced practicing his writing, not in the form of complete treatises, but rather in paragraphs, honing his speed, strength, and the ability to maintain focus amid pain. When his hand grew weary, he would pause, close his eyes, and mentally revisit the concept he had studied. Time passed gradually. As dusk approached, Mo Zhu delivered his dinner along with a piece of news. The young master had uncovered some leads. She handed Shen Li a slip of paper concerning his biological mother, Lin. He accepted it and unfolded it. The note contained several addresses and names, accompanied by brief annotations. Li Momo, formerly the steward of the Shun family's laundry, currently residing in Willow Alley in the eastern part of the city, afflicted by a stroke and unable to articulate clearly. Zhang Fong. Previously the accountant for the Shen family's outer courtyard, now operating a small tea house in the southern part of the city, and Lu Wenpa, who had frequented the Shen residence 16 years prior, now living in the western part of the city and blind. Below the notes was a smaller line indicating that Lu Wenpa might possess some knowledge, though her blindness and partial deafness would require patience in questioning her. Shen Li tightened his grip on the paper. Young Master Lu had stated that if he wished to meet these individuals, arrangements could be made. However, Emoju advised that the time was not right. It would be prudent to wait until after the examination, when safety was assured. Shen Li nudda, aware of the importance of prioritizing matters. Moreover, Emoju added that the young master had discovered that when Lin entered the Shen residence, she was not alone. She had brought with her a bundle containing certain items. However, those items had vanished after her death. What items? Emoju shook her head, relaying that the elderly in the household had mentioned Lin treasured that bundle and never allowed anyone to touch it. After her passing, Wang had ordered all her belongings to be burned, including that very bundle. Burned? Shen Li's gaze turned steely. Yet, an old gardener had claimed to have seen Wang stealthily remove one item from Lin's possessions. Emoju lowered her voice, revealing it was a small locked wooden box. A small locked box. What could it contain? And what the old gardener? Shen Li Kidat. He has passed away, Emoju replied, having succumbed to illness 3 years prior. Before his death, he confided this matter to his son, who now serves at the Lu residence, which is how the information came to light. Shen Li fell into silence. The clues were fragmented, like scattered pearls, lacking a thread to string them together. His biological mother, Lin, was literate and possessed medical knowledge, her origins shrouded in mystery, and her belongings seized by Wang after her demise. The jade pendant, engraved with the character for evening, and a small locked wooden box. What connection do these hold with the Shen family? What ties do they have with the Wang clan? And what relevance do they possess to him? I have come to understand. Shen Li carefully folded the note and tucked it into his bosom, expressing my gratitude to young Master Lu. Emoju nodded and withdrew. As night fell, Shen Li extinguished the lamp but did not seek rest. He sat in the darkness, attuned to every faint sound outside, the whisper of the wind, the chirping of insects, the distant barking of dogs, and the rhythmic clanging of the night watchman's stick. The hour of the pig arrived, a time to secure doors and windows, to guard against theft. Shen Li tightened his grip on the dagger concealed within his garments. If Ying Qi were to come, now would be the opportune moment, when the night is deepest and weariness envelopes all. Yet the outside remained eerily quiet, save for the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Time trickled onward, the hour of the rat, the hour of the ox, the hour of the tiger, until the faint light of dawn began to emerge. A peaceful night had passed. Shen Li rose, stretching his stiff limbs, the pain in his ribs serving as a reminder of his injuries and the necessity for caution. When Emoju brought breakfast, a hint of concern danced in her eyes. Ying Qi did not come? He did not. Shen Li sat down to enjoy his porridge, perhaps waiting for a more favorable moment. Tonight marked the eve of examination. Emoju insisted he will surely come. Indeed, Shen Li replied calmly. After finishing breakfast, he resumed his studies, determined to review the key points one last time before retiring early to conserve his energy. In the afternoon, Lu Qingxi arrived, appearing somewhat fatigued, with faint shadows beneath his eyes, yet his smile remained warm. How have your preparations fared? He inquired. About as well as can be expected, Shen Li replied. Lu Qingxi took a seat across from him, producing a small porcelain vial from his breast pocket and placing it on the table. This is for you. What is it? A remedy to invigorate the mind, Lu Qingxi explained. Tomorrow's examination will last 3 full hours. Your injuries have not yet healed. You may struggle to endure. Sucking on one, when discomfort arises, may provide relief. Shen Li picked up the vial, uncorked it, and inhaled its subtle minty fragrance mingled with herbal notes. Thank you. Is unnecessary, Lu Qingxi replied, observing him closely. Emoju has informed you about Ying Qi's intentions, has she not? She has. Tonight, Lu Qingxi paused. I will be here. Shen Li looked up at him. Ying Qi's target is you, yet you're my guest. Lu Qingxi stated. It would be improper to commit murder in my domain. His words were casual, yet Shen Li discerned the underlying significance. The son of the prime minister himself, personally overseeing matters. This was not merely protection, but a declaration that Shen Li was someone Lu Qingxi intended to safeguard. Why? Shen Li asked. Is it worth offending the Shadow Pavilion for someone like me, a mere illegitimate son? Lu Qingxi smiled. I have mentioned before, I see potential in you. He continued, moreover, I do not seek to provoke the Shadow Pavilion. Rather, I wish to make it clear that certain lines must not be crossed. He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the courtyard. The Shadow Pavilion has extended its reach over the years, even daring to meddle in court affairs. His voice turned colder. It is time to deliver a warning. Shen Li understood. This was an opportunity to make a statement. To protect him is genuine, as is the intent to strike at the shadowy establishment. A dual purpose is served. Tonight, you shall rest as per usual. Lu Qingxi turned back, stating that he would handle the matters outside. Shadow 7 is no ordinary individual, Shen Li reminded. I am aware, Lu Qingxi replied, hence I have brought assistance. He clapped his hands, and 3 individuals entered from outside, 2 middle-aged men and a young man. They donned simple garments, yet their steps were steady, their gazes sharp, and their temples slightly bulging, indicating their mastery of internal martial arts. These 3 are the guardians of the Lu residence. Lu Qingxi introduced Master Chun, Master Wang, and Master Zhao. They will be stationed around this courtyard tonight. The trio bowed respectfully to Shen Li, remaining silent. Shen Li reciprocated the gesture. Thank you for your efforts, he said as they withdrew. Lu Qingxi resumed his seat, remarking that now he could focus on his studies in peace. However, Shen Li shook his head, asserting that he did not require further revision. I have reviewed all necessary materials and committed them to memory, Shen Li stated. The most crucial matter now is to rest and maintain my condition. Lu Qingxi regarded him with a smile, noting his remarkable composure. There is little use in being troubled. Shen Li replied. The examination assesses one's accumulated knowledge. Cramming at the last moment yields limited results. Such words, spoken by a 16-year-old lad, sounded peculiar. Yet, Lu Qingxi did not probe further. Very well, rest now, he said, rising to check the arrangements outside. He exited the room. Shen Li lay on the bed, eyes closed. Yet he did not sleep. In his mind, he replayed the potential scenarios for the evening. How would Shadow 7 approach? A direct assault? Impossible, with 3 guardians present. Stealthy infiltration? The courtyard is riddled with traps and ambushes. What methods could he employ? Shen Li pondered for a long while before suddenly contemplating a possibility. A feint, or perhaps drawing the tiger away from its mountain. Shadow 7's target is him. However, if the guardians remain too vigilant, a forceful breach would be exceedingly risky. Thus, the most astute strategy would be to divert the guardians. How to achieve that? Create chaos? Set a fire? Raise a false alarm? All options are feasible. Shen Li sat up, approached the door, and opened it slightly. In the courtyard, Mo Zhu was conversing with the 3 guardians, while Lu Qingxi observed the direction of the walls from the corridor. Everything appeared to be in order. Yet, within Shen Li's heart, an escalating sense of unease took root. If Shadow 7 were truly so easily dealt with, he would not have remained undefeated thus far. He returned to the bedside, retrieving a dagger from beneath the bed and securing it at his waist. He then tucked a pouch of lime powder into his bosom, and finally wrapped several heavy inkstones from his desk in cloth, placing them in hand. With that, he extinguished the lamp and sat in the dark, waiting. Time passed second by second. The hour of the dog, the hour of the pig, the hour of the rat. Outside, all remained eerily silent. Too silent. Even the sounds of insects had vanished. Shen Li held his breath. They have come. He heard a barely audible sound, akin to a tile being stepped upon, from the roof. Suddenly, a cry erupted from the east side of the courtyard. Fire! Shen Li dashed to the window, peering through the crack. Smoke billowed from the roof of the east wing, flickering flames barely visible. Mo Zhu and the 3 guardians immediately rushed towards the east wing. Lu Qingxi hastily caught up, yet Shen Li remained still. The fire had erupted too abruptly, too coincidentally. Moreover, The east wing was unoccupied, devoid of any inhabitants. This was a deliberate ploy to draw the tiger away from its den. He gripped his dagger tightly, retreating to the center of the room, his back pressed against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on the door and window. Indeed, mere moments later, the window to the west was gently pushed open. A shadow, akin to a falling leaf, silently drifted inside, landing without a sound. Clad in black and masked, the figure was slender, yet stood firm as a mountain. It was Shadow 7. He glanced at Shen Li, his exposed eyes icy and indifferent, as if observing a corpse. "You are rather clever," Shadow 7 spoke, his voice hoarse. "Akin to sandpaper, but you have not fooled me." Shen Li remained silent. Shadow 7 approached slowly, his steps peculiar, each one seemingly measured, deliberate, yet imbued with an aura of oppression. "The Wang family has offered 1,500 taels for your life," Shadow 7 declared. "I initially considered it excessive, yet it appears to be worth it." He halted 3 paces from Shen Li. "You carry a sin akin to my own kind." He scrutinized Shen Li's eyes. "The scent of one who has taken a life." Shen Li's pupils constricted slightly. "However, it matters not." Shadow 7 unsheathed a short knife, its blade dark and non-reflective. "Soon, you shall be nothing but a corpse." In the instant his words fell, he sprang into action, moving with such swiftness that only an afterimage remained. The short knife lunged towards Shen Li's throat. Anticipating the attack, Shen Li sidestepped, simultaneously scattering lime powder from his pocket. Yet Shadow 7 seemed to have foreseen this, sweeping his sleeve to disperse most of the powder, leaving only a small amount to cling to his mask. "A mere trick," Shadow 7 scoffed, his second strike already upon him. Shen Li raised his dagger to block. Clang! Sparks flew. A tremendous force surged through the dagger, numbing Shen Li's grip, nearly causing him to lose hold. He stumbled backward, colliding with the wall. Shadow 7 closed in, the short knife sweeping towards Shen Li's chest. Shen Li crouched to evade, seizing a nearby inkstone and smashing it fiercely towards Shadow 7's face. Shadow 7 raised his hand to block. Bang! The inkstone shattered, splattering ink across him. Shadow 7 momentarily hesitated. In that fleeting instant, Shen Li lunged forward, his dagger aimed at Shadow 7's heart. However, Shadow 7 reacted swiftly, sidestepping and countering with a knife, slicing through Shen Li's arm. Blood gushed forth. Shen Li let out a muffled grunt, pressing forward instead of retreating, using his head to crash into Shadow 7's chin. It was a crude street fighting tactic, yet effective. Shadow 7, taken aback by the unexpected maneuver, staggered back a step. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Li delivered a kick to his knee. Shadow 7 raised his leg to block, and the two once again distanced themselves. In a matter of moments, they had exchanged several blows. Shen Li bore another wound, yet Shadow 7 had not gained a significant advantage. "Interesting," Shadow 7 remarked, wiping the ink from his face. "It has been long since anyone has lasted this long against me." As his words fell, his onslaught intensified. The glint of his blade wove a web that enveloped Shen Li entirely. Shen Li could only barely fend off the attacks, retreating step by step. His wounds reopened, blood staining his garments. The excruciating pain in his ribs caused his vision to dim. At this rate, he would not withstand 10 strikes. Gritting his teeth, he cast a glance outside the window. The fire in the eastern chamber has been extinguished, and Mo Zhu and the attendants are hastening back. Yet it is too late. Ing Chi's dagger has already pierced toward his chest. Shen Li deflects with his dagger, but the blade still grazes his flesh, leaving a trail of blood. One more strike would claim his life. In this critical moment, a silver flash darts in from outside the door, aiming straight for Ing Chi's back. Forced to pivot and block, Ing Chi deflects the dart with a clang. Lu Qing Ci stands at the entrance, wielding a long sword, his expression icy. "Ing Chi, this is not a place for your recklessness." Ing Chi glances at him, his eyes shifting. "Young Master Lu, leave now, and I shall consider tonight's events as if they never occurred." Lu Qing Ci replies, "Otherwise, the Shadow Pavilion will have to prepare for a new 7th. Ing Chi falls silent. The 3 attendants have now arrived, blocking all avenues of escape. 4 against 1. He has no chance of victory. Very well. I will concede. For young Master Lu's sake. He turns to Shen Li, his gaze complex. You are fortunate, boy. But next time, luck may not be on your side. With that, he vanishes in a flash, leaping through the window and disappearing into the night. And Mo Zhu attempts to pursue him, but Lu Qingxi raises a hand to halt her. Let him go. He approaches Shen Li, assessing his injuries. How are you? I won't die. Shen Li leans against the wall, panting heavily. Lu Qingxi surveys the blood covering him, his brow furrowing. And Mo Zhu, fetch the medicine. Yes. And Mo Zhu hurriedly retrieves the medicine box. Lu Qingxi helps Shen Li sit down, tearing open his blood-soaked shirt, cleansing the wound, applying medicine, and bandaging it. Throughout the process, Shen Li remains silent. You have quite the endurance, Lu Qingxi remarks. I'm accustomed to it, Shen Li replies. Lu Qingxi pauses, glancing at him, and says nothing further. Once the bandaging is complete, dawn is nearing. Will we still be able to take the exam? Lu Qingxi. Yes, Shen Li affirms. Lu Qingxi nods and rises. Then prepare yourself. We shall depart for Wenhua Academy in an hour. He exits the room. Shen Li sits alone in the chair, gazing out at the lightening sky. The morning light pierces the darkness. A new day begins. His journey has only just commenced. He clutches the half of a jade pendant in his hand and whispers, Mother, I will survive. I will live better than anyone. Outside the window, the sun rises, its golden red light illuminating the entire capital city. Chapter 5 End. Preview at Wenhua Academy. The examination hall is akin to a battlefield. Shen Li arrives injured, poised to astonish the world with his performance. Meanwhile, the attention of the court has quietly shifted towards this extraordinary young man. From the woodshed to the examination hall, from prey to examinee, the true game is only just beginning. Chapter 6. The early morning of the courtyard, the morning light filters through the papered windows, casting mottled shadows on the blue brick floor. When Shen Li opens his eyes, the first thing he sees is the unfamiliar canopy of a bed. The pale blue cotton fabric, washed to a faded hue, is adorned with simple bamboo leaf embroidery. He lies still for a moment, allowing his consciousness to gradually rise from the depths of slumber. This is neither the narcotics team's duty room nor a hospital ward. It is an unfamiliar place. Memories surge back like a tide. The woodshed, whip scars, a rainy night, a carriage, and that gentleman, warm as jade. Lu Qingxi. He propped himself up on his arms, rising slowly with caution. A dull ache throbbed in his ribs, yet it was significantly better than the previous night. The whip scars on his back still burned fiercely, but they had been treated and the bandages were clean. The wounds on his legs had been meticulously stitched, with neat sutures. The recovery of this body was astonishingly swift. Shen Li lowered his gaze to his hands, which remained slender and pale. Yet the grime beneath his nails had been thoroughly cleaned, and the minor abrasions on his knuckles had been smeared with ointment. He raised his hand, gently touching his brow, where the birthmark still resided, warm to the touch and slightly raised, resembling a drop of congealed blood. He slid the covers aside and stepped onto the cold blue bricks with bare feet. In the room stood a simple vanity, adorned with a brass mirror. Approaching it, he gazed into the reflection. The glass was somewhat hazy, but clear enough to discern his features. At the age of 16 or 17, his face was gaunt, cheekbones protruding, complexion pale, and lips devoid of color. Yet his bone structure was striking, his eyebrows long and delicate, eyes elongated, a straight nose, and although his jawline was soft, it was well defined. Most striking was the vermilion birthmark at the center of his brow, glistening vividly. Shen Li stared at his reflection for an extended period. This was undeniably not Lin Wan's face. Lin Wan, at 27, bore a scar on his brow from a knife wound inflicted by a drug dealer during his first mission at 19. His eyes, perpetually bloodshot from years of sleepless nights spent investigating cases, were often said to resemble those of a man ready to kill when he wasn't smiling. In contrast, his face appeared far too youthful, too pristine, too fragile, save for those eyes. Shen Li leaned closer to the mirror, scrutinizing his own gaze. Deep brown irises, the outer corners slightly upturned, with long eyelashes. However, the expression within those eyes was not that of a typical 16-year-old. There was an air of calm, an investigative sharpness that seemed capable of piercing through facades to grasp the essence of things. It was the gaze of the detective Lin Wan. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Upon reopening them, he began to examine the other parts of his body. He unfastened his outer garment, revealing his upper body. Large bruises adorned his ribs, their color shifting from purple to blue, demonstrating an astonishing rate of recovery. The whip marks on his back crisscrossed, the most recent ones still red and swollen, though their edges had begun to scab. The muscles on his arms, though slight, were well-defined, indicating they had not been entirely untrained. It appeared the original owner had secretly practiced something. Shen Li recalled fragmented memories of the original owner quietly practicing a set of basic punches in the backyard during the stillness of the night, likely learned from a guard. He attempted a few simple, stretching exercises, noting the remarkable flexibility. His joints were agile, and although his muscles lacked strength, their coordination was commendable. Moreover, his pain threshold seemed elevated. With such severe whip injuries, an ordinary person would have been incapacitated by the pain. Though he felt discomfort, it remained within bearable limits. Shen Li reminisced about an incident during his previous life in the police force, where he had been stabbed in the abdomen during an operation. Just 3 days post-surgery, he had forcibly discharged himself to return to duty, earning a reprimand from the doctor for his reckless disregard for life. Xiao Zhang often remarked, "Captain Lin, your recovery ability is simply monstrous." Now, it appeared that this extraordinary resilience had accompanied his soul into this new existence, potentially magnified by the birthmark's presence. Footsteps echoed from outside the door, light and halting. "Is the young master awake?" It was the voice of Imo Zhu. Shen Li swiftly fastened his garments, declaring himself awake. As the door creaked open, Imo Zhu entered, balancing a tray that bore a bowl of white porridge, a plate of pickled vegetables, 2 steamed buns, and a bowl of dark medicinal soup. This concoction was prescribed by Dr. Zhang, designed to invigorate the blood and dispel stagnation. Imo Zhu nudged the bowl of medicine forward, urging him to drink it while it was warm. Shen Li remained silent, lifting the bowl to his nose for a moment. The familiar scent of angelica, ligusticum, safflower, and noto ginseng wafted up, common blood-activating herbs, devoid of any strange ingredients. He tilted his head back and consumed it in one swift motion. The potion was bitter, imbued with an earthy, pungent taste. He displayed no sign of discomfort as he finished it and then began to eat the buns. Imo Zhu observed him from the side, noting his remarkable composure. Just last night, he had been brought back, drenched in blood, yet here he was, able to sit up and partake in his meal and medicine this morning, without a single complaint or moan of pain. The manner in which he had smelled the medicine prior to drinking it suggested he was testing for poison. How could a 16-year-old young master, raised in the confines of a grand estate, possess such knowledge? What of young Master Liu? Shen Li queried, not lifting his gaze. "He left early this morning, stating he would return before noon," Imo Zhu replied. "He instructed that you should rest well and not dwell on unnecessary thoughts." Having finished the last spoonful of porridge, Shen Li set down the bowl. "I wish to read. Montag zu hesitatet. You require rest. Young Master Liu mentioned that in 5 days, he expects to see you walking and writing normally." Shen Li lifted his eyes to meet hers. "Reading will aid in the restoration of my faculties, will it not?" After a moment of contemplation, Imo Zhu nodded. "I shall fetch some books." She exited the room, only to return shortly with a few slender volumes in hand. These were not the canonical texts, but rather a compilation of examination questions from the Wenhua Academy over the past 3 years. Imo Zhu placed the books upon the desk, stating, "Young master instructed that you begin with this." Shen Li picked up the topmost volume and began to leaf through its pages. The first entry detailed the spring examination of the 19th year of Hongwan, comprising 3 sections. The first, a recitation and interpretation of the monthly ordinances from the Book of Rites. The second, a poetic composition on the theme of spring, requiring a 7-character regulated verse. And the third, a discourse on the education of young masters. He perused through the subsequent entries: the autumn examination of the 20th year, the spring examination of the 21st year. The themes were largely consistent: recitations for the classics, literary flair for poetry, and insights for discourses. However, The topics for the discourses were particularly intriguing: the education of young masters, their marriage prospects, and the limitations of their official duties, all revolving around the identity of young masters. Closing the booklet, he turned to Mo Zhu and inquired, "Who are the examiners at Wenhua Academy?" Montaktsu replied, "The chief examiner is typically an official from the Ministry of Rites, while the deputy examiners may come from the Hamlin Academy or the Taichung Temple. The specific personnel vary each time, and their attitude towards young masters." Shen Li pressa. Mo Zhu hesitated briefly before responding. Young master said that this is a matter you should inquire about directly with him. No sooner had she spoken than footsteps echoed from outside the door. The voice of Lu Qingxi resonated. "What are you asking about?" He entered, donned in a moon-white long robe, holding a scroll in his hand. Morning light streamed in behind him, casting a soft halo around his figure. "Mo Zhu, you may leave," Lu Qingxi instructed. Mo Zhu bowed and exited, closing the door behind her. The room was left with only the two of them. Lu Qingxi approached the desk, placing the scroll down, before taking a seat across from Shen Li. "How did you sleep?" he inquired, his tone as casual as if indulging in small talk. "Not bad," Shen Li replied. Lu Qingxi scrutinized him. His complexion appeared better than the previous evening. "Dr. Zhang mentioned your recovery is progressing swiftly." Shen Li offered no response. Lu Qingxi, unfazed, unfurled the scroll. "This is the application document for Wenhua Academy. I've already filled it out for you." Shen Li gazed at the scroll. In the name field, it read not Lin Wan, but Shen Li. Place of origin, Linen Prefecture, Jiangnan Province. Background, son of a merchant, orphaned, seeking refuge with distant relatives in the capital. Age, 16. Birthmark on the brow. Present, with a vivid crimson hue. Shen Li. Shen Li articulated the name. "The Li of Ling Li," Lu Qingxi remarked. "The name Lin Wan can no longer be used. The Shen family has reported to the authorities that a young man named Lin Wan has escaped from the household, suffering from madness and potentially dangerous." He paused, adding, "Moreover, Eunuch Lu is also searching for you." Shen Li's pupils constricta. "How does Eunuch Lu know?" Madame Wang, in an attempt to evade responsibility, voluntarily informed Eunuch Lu of the runaway. "He is quite furious. A deposit of 500 taels has already been paid, yet the person has gone missing. He is currently discreetly dispatching people to search. A dual pursuit. The Shen family aims to silence, while Eunuch Lu seeks to capture alive." Shen Li clenched his fingers tightly. "Thus, from today onward, you shall be Shen Li." Lu Qingxi observed him, an orphan merchant from Jiangnan seeking fortune in the capital, relying on distant kin. "I am that kin." Shen Li raised his eyes to him. "Will you allow me to reside in the Lu residence?" "Of course not." Lu Qingxi smiled. "The Lu residence is crowded and scrutinized. This villa is quite secure, registered under a merchant's name, with no overt connection to the Lu family. You may reside here in peace until the examination concludes." "What's the cost?" Shen Li inquired. "You rescue me, grant me an identity, provide shelter. It cannot merely stem from goodwill, can it?" Lu Qingxi chuckled. This laughter was more genuine than any prior. He leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. "I previously expressed my curiosity," he said, "about how far a young man emerging from a humble background can ascend." "Just curiosity?" "At present, yes," Lu Qingxi replied. "But should you truly succeed in entering Wenhua Academy and gain an opportunity to serve in the court, we might become allies." "Allies?" "I have my ambitions. You have yours." Lu Qingxi elucidated. "In certain matters, our objectives may indeed align." Shen Li remained silent for a moment. "For instance?" "For instance, altering the current circumstances of young men." Lu Qingxi replied casually, yet his gaze was earnest, enabling capable individuals, regardless of gender, to showcase their talents. Shen Li regarded him. This statement, emerging from the lips of the son of a prime minister, felt somewhat jarring. Yet Lu Qingxi's expression conveyed no jest. "Are you a reformist?" Shen Li quería. Lu Qingxi did not answer directly. "My father is the prime minister, tasked with balancing various factions. However, I personally believe certain matters ought to change." He spoke subtly, yet the implication was clear. Shen Li nodded. "I understand. You need not commit to anything immediately." Lu Qingxi stood. "First tend to your injuries, then the examination." When you are genuinely qualified to stand before me, we shall discuss collaboration. He approached the door, then paused. Ah, this is for you. He withdrew a small porcelain vial from his sleeve and placed it upon the table, a remedy for pain. When a wound aches severely, one should hold a pellet. But caution is advised as it may lead to addiction. Shen Li picked up the vial and expressed his gratitude. After Lu Qingzi departed, Shen Li resumed his position at the desk. He did not immediately delve into his studies, but instead retrieved the fractured piece of jade pendant from his breast pocket. The smooth, white jade shimmered gently under the morning light. The edges of the break were remarkably neat, as if forcefully snapped. He examined the patterns on the fractured surface and discerned a half-complete landscape painting featuring cliffs, pine trees, and flowing water. It was a once-complete artwork severed into two parts. Where then was the other half? Why did his biological mother, Lin, insist on giving him this fragment on her deathbed and cautioning him to conceal it from all eyes? How could a mere maid possess such exquisite jade, particularly one that was a tribute from the Jiangnan Weaving Bureau? This realization had struck him while he was examining the jade, drawing upon his past life's understanding of gemstones. Something felt amiss. Shen Li secured the jade pendant close to his person and began to read. He swiftly skimmed through 3 volumes of examination questions, marking the pages with charcoal. 1. Frequently tested points in classical texts. The Book of Rites. Monthly ordinances. The Book of Documents. The Great Plan. The Book of Songs. National Customs. The first 3 pieces. 2. Common themes in poetry. The 4 seasons, nature, and expressions of emotion. Rhyme must adhere strictly, and parallelism must be meticulously crafted. 3. Core issues in strategy discussion. All revolve around the identity of the young gentleman, requiring citations from the classics, substance and argument, and adherence to propriety. Adherence to propriety. These 4 words held significant weight. They implied that while one might discuss the issues pertaining to the young gentleman, one must not challenge the existing institutional framework. Shen Li set down his charcoal pencil and leaned back in his chair. He needed to formulate a study plan. Time was of the essence. Only 5 days remained. Mastery of classical texts through rote memorization posed a considerable challenge for him. Although the original owner's fragmented memories provided some foundational knowledge, they were disjointed. Poetry required a touch of artistry, which was a far cry from his experience as a detective, where report writing was his forte, but composing poetry was a daunting task. His only potential advantage lay in strategy discussions. With a modern mindset combined with the logical training of a detective, perhaps he could craft something that would captivate the examiner's attention, all while remaining within the bounds of propriety. Yet, first and foremost, he needed to comprehend the laws and customs of this era. He rose and approached the bookshelf. The collection was well curated, including the 4 books and 5 classics, historical texts, legal codes, and even a volume titled Lessons for Young Gentlemen. Shen Li pulled out the Sheng Law and flipped to the section concerning young gentlemen. The clauses were densely packed. Young gentlemen may not serve as officials above the 5th rank. Young gentlemen are forbidden from entering military camps. Young gentlemen require the consent of their fathers or family heads for marriage. Young gentlemen must undergo monthly physical examinations by the authorities to prevent illicit pregnancies. Should a young gentleman become pregnant out of wedlock, both he and his family would face severe punishment. As he read through the list, Shen Li's expression grew increasingly somber. This was not law. It was a shackle. He continued to flip through the pages until his gaze halted at a specific clause. Should a young gentleman achieve academic success, he could be exempt from certain corvée labor, and his immediate relatives would also enjoy some benefits. A footnote further clarified. This clause was amended in the 15th year of Hongwan, originally stating that academic success would not benefit relatives. Shen Li furrowed his brow. This law had undergone revision, and the change favored the young gentleman with increased rights. But why? He noted this anomaly and continued to turn the pages, soon discovering several similar contradictions. The legal texts appeared harsh on the surface, yet always left room for maneuver in certain details, as if someone had intentionally left a back door. Shen Li closed the law book, plunged into contemplation. The system of young gentlemen in this era seemed more intricate than he had imagined. It was not mere oppression, but a delicate, tension-filled balance. Some were upholding this system, while others were striving to alter it. The Wenhua Academy stood at the forefront of this struggle. No wonder Lu Qingxi claimed that our objectives might align. The sound of footsteps outside interrupted Shen Li's thoughts. Mo Zhu hurriedly pushed the door open, her expression grave. Young Master Shen, something has happened. Shen Li looked up. What is it? After the Shen family reported to the authorities, the government issued a sea capture warrant. Mo Zhu lowered her voice. The warrant describes Lin Wan, age 16, with a red mole on her brow, mentally unstable and dangerous, but there is no portrait. However, I just saw someone on the street asking about her with a picture. Shen Li's heart tightened. A portrait? Where did it come from? I don't know. Mo Zhu shook her head, but it resembles her closely, especially the blood-red mole on her brow. Shen Li stood up. Does young Master Lu know? He is already aware. Mo Zhu replied. He asked me to convey that you should not go out in the coming days. Additional personnel have been deployed around the courtyard, but she paused. Lowering her voice further, young Master said that there may also be movement from eunuch Lu's side. Shen Li approached the window and opened it slightly. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the streets bustled with people, seemingly tranquil. Yet he knew that undercurrents were already stirring. The Wang family sought to silence witnesses, while eunuch Lu aimed to capture alive. Now, even the government SC capture warrant had been issued, surrounded on 3 fronts. He gripped the window frame, his knuckles turning white. Montak Tzu. Yes, help me prepare a few items. Shen Li turned back, charcoal pencil, white paper, and a map of the capital. Mo Zhu was taken aback. What do you need the map for? To understand the surroundings, Shen Li replied. If the day comes when I need to flee, I must know where to run. Mo Zhu gazed into his calm eyes, a chill washing over her. This young gentleman was not afraid. He was preparing. I will go at once. Mo Zhu bowed and exited. Shen Li returned to his desk, picking up the half of the jade pendant. Morning light filtered through the paper window, illuminating the jade, the landscape pattern becoming clearer in the light. Cliffs, pine trees, flowing water. What would the missing half depict? And who held the other half? Chapter 6 end. Next chapter preview. Lu Qingxi visits late at night, bringing more dire intelligence. The Wang family has raised the bounty for hiring assassin studios, and eunuch Lu has personally entered the fray. Meanwhile, Shen Li discovers a shocking secret hidden within the provisions concerning young gentlemen in the Dasheng law. Half of the 3-day deadline has passed, and the threat looms at the door. Chapter 7. Confidential talks in the dark room. As night fully descended, Lu Qingxi arrived. He did not enter through the front door. Shen Li was reading in his room when he suddenly heard 3 soft knocks on the window, rhythmic and akin to a secret signal. He approached the window and opened it slightly. Lu Qingxi stood outside the window, still clad in a pale moon-white long robe. But draped over it was a deep blue cloak, the hood obscuring much of his face. The moonlight illuminated his exposed chin, highlighting its taut lines. Open the door, he commanded in a low voice. Shen Li promptly complied, and Lu Qingxi slipped inside, deftly shutting the door behind him. His movements surprisingly agile for one who appeared so delicate. He did not light a lamp, but instead took a seat at the table, the hood still shadowing his features. Something has happened? Shen Li inquired as he settled across from him. Lu Qingxi remained silent for a moment before producing a folded piece of paper from his inner garment and sliding it across the table. Shen Li unfolded it to reveal a drawing of a face, an emaciated youth of around 16 or 17, with elongated brows and eyes and a straight nose. Most strikingly, a vivid red mole had been deliberately marked in the center of the forehead. It was a likeness of him, captured with remarkable precision. Not the vague descriptions found in official bounty notices, but a true portrait. The curvature of the brows, the fullness of the lips, even the unsettling calmness in the eyes that belied his age, were all rendered with striking accuracy. Who drew this? Shen Li asked, his voice steady, though his fingers tightened around the edges of the paper. I do not know, Lu Qingxi replied, but the portrait is already circulated in the black market. 50 taels each, along with a piece of information. This person has a strikingly bright red mole on his forehead and possesses a unique physique. Eunuch Lu has offered 1,000 taels for him, alive. 1,000 taels, Shen Li echoed, astonished. It was double the 500 taels offered by the Wang family. He folded the paper carefully and placed it back on the table. Why does eunuch Lu desire me? That is precisely what I wish to inquire of you. Lu Qingxi said, removing his hood to reveal his full visage. Under the flickering candlelight, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Why would a eunuch of the inner court expend such a fortune to procure a base-born son, and specifically alive? Shen Li shook his head. I do not know. Your mother, Lin. Lu Qingxi fixed his gaze upon him. Did she leave anything of particular significance? Or perhaps utter any noteworthy words? Shen Li's heart raced. The jade pendant. Yet he refrained from voicing it. I do not recall, he replied. She passed away when I was very young. Lu Qingxi regarded him for a moment before suddenly breaking into a faint, cold smile. Shen Li, let us engage in a genuine transaction, he proposed. Not the trivial exchanges of protection for examination. A true bargain, one that pertains to life and death, as well as the future. Shen Li remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. Lu Qingxi withdrew another scroll from his sleeve and unfurled it upon the table. It was a map of the capital, not the simplistic variety available for purchase, but an exceedingly detailed chart, marking all significant residences, government offices, military camps, and even the strongholds of underground forces. This is intelligence I have gathered over the years. Lu Qingxi informed him, tracing his finger across the map. The Shen residence, the Wang family's ancestral home, and eunuch Lu's South private estate were all indicated. His fingertip paused at the location of the Shen household, lightly tapping it. Your father, Shen Chongshan, Deputy Minister of Justice, outwardly appears neutral, yet secretly aligns himself with the third prince. The elder brother of the Wang family serves as a minister in the Ministry of Revenue and is also a supporter of the third prince. As for eunuch Lu, he serves the Empress Dowager. Lu Qingxi lifted his gaze. The Empress Dowager and the third prince are allies. Shen Li absorbed this information, contemplating its implications. In the court's factional struggles and intricate power networks, the inquiry into why the eunuch Lu sought to capture me transcended mere obsession. I fear it is not so. Lu Qingxi remarked. If it were merely a whim, he could easily seek out other young men. There are numerous willing participants in the capital, and 500 taels could procure several. Yet, he specifically desires you, and after your escape, instead of withdrawing his offer, he raised it to 1,000 taels. This resembles a quest for something. The term something stirred discomfort within Shen Li, yet he could not deny the validity of Lu Qingxi's analysis. What is it about me that warrants such pursuit? Shen Li queried. Besides that half of a jade pendant? At last, he broached the subject of the pendant. Lu Qingxi's eyes flickered with interest. The pendant? Shen Li produced the half of the jade from his robe and placed it upon the table. The intertwining moonlight and candlelight illuminated the smooth, white jade, revealing the distinct broken landscape patterns. Lu Qingxi picked up the pendant, scrutinizing it intently. His expression shifted from calm to grave and then to astonishment. This, he murmured, is a tribute-grade jade material, a special supply from the Jiang and Weaving Bureau, of which only 10 pieces are produced each year. Such quality is exclusive to the palace and a few princely houses. Turning the pendant over, he discerned the character Wan inscribed on the reverse, Lin Wan's Wan. This was left by my birth mother, Shen Li stated. Lu Qingxi remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Shen Li to assume he would not speak again, until he finally did, his voice barely above a whisper. Shen Li, your mother, the Lin clan, may not be an ordinary person. What do you mean? Shen Li inquired. Such a jade pendant is not something a maidservant could possess, Lu Qingxi explained. Even the favored maid, when bestowed by her master, would receive only ordinary jade ornaments. This tribute-grade jade, adorned with special patterns, typically carries significant meaning. He held the pendant to the candlelight, allowing the light to filter through the jade. Observe here, he pointed to an exceedingly faint scratch along the edge of the fracture. This is a mark, too minuscule to be seen by the naked eye. Shen Li leaned in closely. Indeed, there was a minuscule symbol, resembling a simplified plum blossom or a variant of a character. What is this? He asked. I do not know, Lu Qingxi replied, shaking his head, but I can find someone to investigate. Such markings are usually identifiers of a family or organization. He returned the pendant to Shen Li. Keep it safe. Do not show it to anyone else. Shen Li grasped the pendant tightly in his palm. Regarding the transaction you mentioned earlier, he said, "What are the specifics?" Lu Qingxi straightened in his seat, his demeanor reverting to its previous composure. "I will offer 3 things," he declared, raising 3 fingers. "First, absolute protection. I will deploy dark guards to ensure your safety at this estate around the clock, guaranteeing that you will not be found before the examination. Second, complete examination support. This encompasses not only materials and guidance, but also arrangements within and outside the examination venue. Third," he paused, locking eyes with Shen Li, intelligence sharing. "I will relay everything I uncover about your mother, the Shen family, and eunuch Lu." Shen Li asked, "What is the price?" "The price," Lu Qingxi replied, "is that if you gain admission to Wenhua Academy and enter the court, you must become my ally." "Your ally?" "Shen Liakua. Not a servant, but a partner." Lu Qingxi corrected, "Though it must be as an ally under my leadership. I require you to establish your own influence within the Wenhua Academy, to gain prominence among the young gentlemen. When the time arises, you must stand by my side. It is a straightforward exchange of power." Shen Li pondered for a moment. "What if I refuse?" "I shall continue to protect you until the examinations are concluded," Lu Qingxi replied with calmness. "But thereafter, our relationship will cease. You will have to confront the Shen family, Lu Gonggong, and all conceivable dangers on your own." "Are you threatening me?" Shen Li raturta. "No," Lu Qingxi shook his head. "I am merely presenting you with the reality. Shen Li, you are currently alone, lacking familial support, devoid of friends, and even without a legitimate identity. Your sole bargaining chip is yourself, your intellect, your resolve, and the secrets you may harbor." He rose and moved to the window, gazing into the night. "This world is unkind to young gentlemen. Ascending solely by your own efforts is exceedingly arduous. You require a catalyst, a fulcrum, and I can provide you with that." Shen Li remained silent, acutely aware that Lu Qingxi spoke the truth. A 16-year-old with an obscure background seeking to survive in this feudal dynasty, to exact vengeance, and to uncover the mysteries surrounding his mother was nearly impossible. He needed allies, resources, and protection. Lu Qingxi was currently his only option. "Very well," Shen Li conceded. "I agree." Lu Qingxi turned to regard him, his expression betraying a hint of surprise, as though he had not anticipated such a swift agreement. "But there are 2 conditions," Shen Li added. "Speak." "First, our information sharing must be reciprocal. Anything I discover shall be conveyed to you. You cannot withhold critical information from me." Lu Qingxi nodded in affirmation, agreed. "Second," Shen Li continued, fixing his gaze upon him, "if one day I ascertain that your actions violate my principles, such as the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents or the betrayal of the loyal, I reserve the right to terminate our collaboration." Lu Qingxi smiled, this time with a sincerity that surpassed previous expressions. "Do you possess principles?" he inquired. "I had assumed that one emerging from a humble background would adopt a more pragmatic approach. It is precisely because I have risen from such a background," Shen Li replied calmly, "that I understand the importance of certain ideals." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingxi nodded. "Very well, I concur." He returned to the desk, retrieving a small wooden box from his cloak and opening it. Inside lay 2 seals, one of jade, inscribed with the character for Lu, and the other of inkstone, bearing the character for Shen. "This is my personal seal," Lu Qingxi stated, lifting the jade seal. "You shall keep this, in case of emergency. Present it at any shop under the Lu estate, and they will assist you with all their might." He extended the seal towards Shen Li, who accepted it, feeling its warmth, imbued with Lu Qingxi's essence. "And this inkstone seal is yours," Lu Qingxi continued, pushing the other towards him. "In the future, we shall correspond and convey messages using these seals as tokens of verification." Shen Li examined the inkstone seal, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship and the strength of the strokes in the character for Shen. From this moment forth, Lu Qingxi declared, "We are allies, in shared glory and shared misfortune." He extended his hand. Shen Li regarded that hand, long, clean, with distinct knuckles, and clasped it firmly. "Unity in glory and in loss," he reiterated. Lu Qingxi's hands were icy, yet his grip was firm. After releasing his hold, Lu Qingxi donned his cloak once more and pulled up his hood. I must take my leave, he stated. Mo Zhu will remain here. Furthermore, 2 shadow guards will arrive tonight to secure the perimeter of the courtyard. There is no need for you to meet them. Simply be aware of their presence. He approached the door, then paused. By the way, he turned back. There have been new developments on the long side. What developments? She inquired. They have increased their offer. Lu Qingxi's voice was frigid. It is not an increase directed at eunuch Lu, but rather at the Shadow Pavilion. 300 taels. For your life. Dead. Shen Li's pupils constricta. The Shadow Pavilion accepted? Indeed, Lu Qingxi replied, but they dispatched peripheral assassins, not core members. They're likely testing the waters. When? Unknown, Lu Qingxi remarked. It could be tonight or tomorrow night. Thus, do not venture outside. Remain vigilant while you sleep. He pushed the door open, the moonlight flooding in, illuminating half of his profile. Shen Li, he suddenly said, survive. I eagerly anticipate witnessing how far you can go. With that, he swiftly exited, the door closing gently behind him. The room fell silent once more. Shen Li sat at the table, gazing at the 2 seals for an extended period. Subsequently, he stored the seals away, placing the jade pendant close to his person, and rose to approach the bookshelf. He extracted the tome, the Great Shang Code, flipping to the pages concerning the young masters. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows over the densely packed clauses. He began to study meticulously, not skimming, but engaging in a thorough analysis, akin to a detective scrutinizing case files for inconsistencies, loopholes, and exploitable opportunities. Time slipped away gradually. Z-hour. Cho-hour. In-hour. A faint sound of footsteps emerged from outside the window. Shen Li immediately extinguished the candle, grasped the dagger on the table, and retreated into the shadows of the corner. The footsteps halted outside the window, light and steady. Neither Mo Zhu nor Lu Qingxi. Shen Li held his breath, tightening his grip on the dagger. A slender tube pierced through a small hole in the window paper, releasing a cloud of mist. Shen Li promptly covered his mouth and nose with a damp cloth, a preparation he had made since dinner. The cloth, soaked in vinegar, would neutralize some of the mist. The tube retracted. Moments later, the window latch was gently nudged from the outside. The window opened a crack. A shadow slipped inside, landing silently. Clad in black, masked, and of slight build, their movements were as quiet as a cat. An assassin. Shen Li remained motionless. The assassin scanned the room, their gaze landing on the bed where the blanket rose, suggesting someone was asleep. Drawing a short knife, they advanced toward the bed. Just as the blade was about to plunge down, Shen Li burst forth from the shadows, not toward the assassin, but toward the door. He unlatched the door and dashed outside, simultaneously shouting, Mo Zhu. The assassin, evidently caught off guard, hesitated for a moment before pursuing. In the courtyard, Mo Zhu had already heard the commotion and rushed out from the side room, wielding a longsword. Under the moonlight, the 3 faced each other. The assassin glanced at Mo Zhu, then at Shen Li, and suddenly laughed, a raspy, unpleasant sound. How intriguing. He proclaimed that a mere boy dared to resist. Shen Li did not utter a word. He merely tightened his grip on the dagger. The assassin moved with lightning speed, lunging directly at Shen Li. Mo Zhu swung his sword to intercept, but the assassin's movements were so elusive, akin to an eel slipping through fingers, and the dagger still aimed for Shen Li's throat. Shen Li sidestepped, the dagger slicing toward the assassin's wrist. Clang! Metal clashed, sparks flying. Shen Li was jolted backward, his palm tingling from the impact. The assassin's strength exceeded his expectations. Mo Zhu pressed the attack again, the sword's brilliance resembling a net, forcing the assassin to retreat. Yet, the assassin, evidently seasoned, avoided a direct confrontation with Mo Zhu, instead employing agile maneuvers to dart in and out, occasionally launching surprise assaults on Shen Li. After several exchanges, another wound adorned Shen Li's arm. This could not continue. Shen Li retreated to the edge of the courtyard wall, suddenly seizing a pot of flowers from the base of the wall and hurled it fiercely at the assassin. The assassin deftly dodged. In that fleeting moment, Shen Li produced a small paper packet from his robes and scattered its contents toward the assassin with force. It was lime powder prepared by Mo Zhu during the day. The assassin, caught off guard, hastily closed his eyes, yet some powder still infiltrated. He screamed, clutching his eyes. Mo Zhu seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword through the assassin's shoulder. The assassin staggered backward, colliding with the courtyard wall. Realizing his impending defeat, he gritted his teeth and withdrew a dart, launching it toward Shen Li while simultaneously vaulting over the wall. Mo Zhu swung his sword to knock the dart away, but when he looked up again, the assassin had vanished into the night. The courtyard fell into tranquility, save for the bloodstains on the ground and the faint scent of lime in the air, remnants of the recent skirmish. Mo Zhu gasped for breath, glancing at Shen Li. "Are you unharmed?" Shen Li shook his head. The wound on his arm was shallow, merely a surface injury. He approached the bloodstains left by the assassin, crouching to examine them. The blood was a dark red, normal. However, at the edge of the blood, he discovered something peculiar, a small black petal. It was withered, but still bore the shape of a datura flower. Shen Li picked up the petal, cradling it in his palm. Mo Zhu, he inquired, "Do the assassins from the Shadow Tower have any distinguishing marks?" Mo Zhu's expression shifted. "Are you referring to the black datura?" Shen Li continued, "Is this a mark of the Shadow Tower?" Mo Zhu paused momentarily before nodding. "Indeed. The core assassins of the Shadow Tower leave behind black datura as a mark during their operations. However, that one just now was likely an outer member." Shen Li clenched the petal tightly. If even the outer members were so formidable, what then of the core assassins? He lifted his gaze to the night sky. The moon was obscured by clouds, the stars sparse. There were still 4 days until the examination, yet the threat loomed perilously close. Chapter 7 end. Next chapter preview. With wounds unhealed, a new wave of pursuit looms. Lu Qingzi has summoned additional guards. Yet Shen Li understands that reliance on others cannot endure indefinitely. He begins to scrutinize the vulnerabilities within the De Sheng law, seeking a means of self-rescue. Meanwhile, the secret of the jade pendant gradually surfaces, the minuscule plum blossom mark pointing toward a family lost to the annals of history. 3 days before the examination. The longest night is about to descend. Chapter 8. 5 days of grueling study. As dawn spilled into the room once more, Shen Li sat at his desk, sketching and scribbling with a charcoal pencil on a blank sheet of paper. It was neither a strategic essay nor a classical text, but rather an analytical table. The left column detailed the sources of threats, while the right listed corresponding countermeasures. Wang Clan. The motive for silencing is evident. Hired assassins from a photography studio have been engaged. Strategy. Remain indoors, waiting for their financial resources or patience to dwindle. Eunuch Liu. The purpose of his capture remains unclear. With a bounty of 1,000 taels offered. Strategy. Temporarily evade, requiring investigation into his true intentions. The government's manhunt. The likeness has circulated, yet precise locations remain elusive. Strategy. Disguise and remain reclusive. Physical condition. Wounds have healed 70%. The monthly cycle is imminent, estimated in 1 or 2 days. Strategy. Stock up on painkillers and adjust daily routines. Time pressure. 4 days remain until the examination. Strategy. Focus on mastering strategic essays, memorize classical texts, and abandon poetry and prose. Upon completing his notes, Shen Li set down the charcoal pencil and gazed out the window. In the courtyard, dark bamboo was being cleansed of the bloodstains left from the previous night. 2 unfamiliar men in gray stood guard at either side of the courtyard gate. Their stature erect and their gaze sharp, dark guards dispatched by Lu Qingzi. Everything was meticulously organized. Yet Shen Li understood that outward tranquility did not equate to safety. He picked up the volume of De Sheng Lu. Flipping to the page he had perused the night before regarding the revised clause that allowed for the benefits of scholarly achievement to extend to one's family. In the 15th year of the Hongwen era, he approached the bookshelf, searching for historical texts. Lu Qingzi had prepared thoroughly. He extracted the 15th volume of Hongwen Chao Shi Lu, skimming through its contents. In the 15th year of Hongwen, 3 significant events transpired. First, a great victory in the northern frontier, where Duke Xiaozhua, the first mention of Xiaozhua, led troops to repel the northern tribes, earning his title. Second, a devastating flood in Jiangnan prompted the court to open granaries for disaster relief. Third, Minister of Rights Zhou Mingyuan, the current chief examiner of Wenhua Academy, submitted a memorial titled request to relax the regulations on scholars, proposing 7 reform suggestions. Shen Li's finger paused on a particular line. Zhou Mingyuan, presently the Deputy Minister of Rights and Chief Examiner of Wenhua Academy, had petitioned 15 years prior for the relaxation of regulations concerning scholars. He continued to read. Summary of the memorial's content. Scholars, being the essence of heaven and earth, possess both masculine talents and feminine grace. However, the current laws are excessively restrictive, stifling their abilities and ambitions. The minister requests, first, to allow scholars who achieve success to be exempt from certain corvée labor for their families. Second, to permit scholars to hold official positions below the 6th rank. Third, a total of 7 proposals. The first of these was the very revision Shen Li had observed in Shang Lu. Yet at the end of the memorial, there was a segment marked by the Emperor's red seal. The proposal is very good, yet the time is not ripe. The first clause may be trialed, while the rest shall be discussed later. The Emperor's response implied that while the idea was commendable, the timing was not suitable. The first clause could be implemented on a trial basis, with the others to be deliberated subsequently. Thus, this revision was propelled by Zhou Mingyuan, who was also the chief examiner at Wenhua Academy. Shen Li closed the book, lost in contemplation. Zhou Mingyuan had sought to reform the regulations regarding scholars 15 years ago. Was he still a reformist now? If so, might he favor scholars from the Wang clan in the Academy's admission criteria? If that is the case, Shen Li returned to his desk, resuming his examination of Zhou Mingyuan's recent discourses and writings. When Miao Zhu brought breakfast, he did not lift his head. Please procure all of Zhou Mingyuan's publications, particularly those concerning the gentleman and the imperial examination. Miao Zhu paused. Are you referring to all of the articles published by the Minister Zhou? Shen Li clarified, include memorials, collected works, poetry, and even annotations provided to students. Gather everything you can find. This may require some time, Miao Zhu remarked. Acquire as much as possible for now. Shen Li insisted, I require it by today. Miao Zhu nodded and withdrew. Shen Li continued his scrutiny of the Sheng law. This time, he examined it more meticulously. Not only the clauses related to gentlemen, but also encompassing criminal law, household law, and ceremonial law. He sought to comprehend the legal system of this era, to grasp its logic and its flaws. In his previous life, he was a criminal investigator, well-versed in legal texts. The legislative intent behind each clause, the precise meanings of every term, could determine the trajectory of a case. Although the laws here differ, their essence remains the same. They're the rules of a power game. During lunch, Miao Zhu returned with a stack of books. All of Minister Zhou's publicly published articles are contained herein, he announced. There are still some privately circulated ones that will require additional time to collect. This is sufficient, Shen Li replied, beginning to peruse the documents. Zhou Mingyuan's writings exhibited a steady style, rich in references. However, upon closer examination, one could discern a restrained radicalism. For instance, in an essay titled On Talent and Utilization, he wrote, Talent is bestowed by heaven, not to be confined by human effort. Men possess talent, women possess talent, and so too do gentlemen. To limit talent by birth or to bind it by gender is indeed a detriment to the nation. Additionally, in his annotations to students, he noted, the essence of strategy lies not in ornate language, but in unique insights. If one can articulate what others cannot, even if their prose lacks elegance, it remains valuable. Shen Li set down the book. He had gleaned Zhou Mingyuan's inclinations, substance over form, merit over lineage, sympathy for gentlemen without excess. Thus, how should the strategy be composed? It must showcase unique insights while not transgressing the red lines of propriety and law. He unfurled a sheet of paper, beginning to conceptualize. The title would likely revolve around the topic of gentlemen. He could approach it from several angles. Firstly, the current state of gentlemen's education and its improvements, safe yet mundane. Secondly, the roles of gentlemen within family and society, safe yet cliched. Thirdly, the execution and refinement of laws concerning gentlemen, sensitive, yet with room for elaboration. Shen Li opted for the third approach. He commenced drafting. He opened with a statement. The law serves as the foundation of governance, and the laws regarding gentlemen constitute a vital component of the Sheng legal framework. He then articulated the current situation. The existing legal system concerning gentlemen is comprehensive and strictly enforced, yet several issues arise in its practical application. Issue 1. The legal texts are disconnected from reality. For example, although gentlemen are prohibited from entering military camps, there are gentlemen serving as clerks and medical officers in the Northern Army, performing excellently. Issue 2. Standards of enforcement are inconsistent. For instance, in cases of premarital pregnancy, gentlemen from noble families often manage to conceal the matter, whereas those from humble backgrounds face severe punishment. As he began to articulate the third point, Shen Li paused. He recalled the black mandala petals left by the assassin the previous night. The Shadowy Studio, a clandestine organization of assassins, operates brazenly within the capital, undoubtedly shielded by a formidable protectorate. Within the laws governing the realm, there exists a stipulation. Individuals must not associate with those of the underworld, with severe penalties for transgressors. Yet, what if such interactions are compelled? For instance, in cases of pursuit or abduction, the law makes no distinction between voluntary and involuntary actions, presenting a significant loophole. Shen Li astutely documented this observation. Upon articulating the issue, he proceeded to draft recommendations, specific and actionable, yet not overly radical. After some contemplation, he penned 3 suggestions. First, he advised a comprehensive review of the existing laws to eliminate internal contradictions and to clarify enforcement standards. Second, he proposed the establishment of a grievance channel for individuals, allowing appeals against unjust verdicts to be submitted for re-evaluation by the criminal department. Third, he suggested enhancing personal protection for individuals, particularly against forced marriages and illicit trafficking. He elaborated extensively on this final point, enumerating several common methods of coercion and proposing concrete protective measures, even advocating for the establishment of sanctuaries for individuals in various locales. At this juncture, Shen Li suddenly realized that this was not merely an academic exercise. It reflected his genuine convictions. Should he ever possess the means to effect change, he envisioned a system that would provide refuge for those persecuted, a place to seek assistance, much like the original protagonist. If such sanctuaries had existed in the past, would the original protagonist have perished in the woodshed? Setting down his pen, Shen Li gazed out the window, where the sunlight filtered beautifully through the leaves of a locust tree, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Yet an icy chill settled in his heart. Master Shen, came the voice of Mo Zhu from outside, signaling that it was time for a change of dressings. Come in, he replied, stowing his writing implements. Mo Zhu entered with a medicinal kit, expertly assisting him in unwrapping the bandages, cleansing the wounds, and applying salves. The injuries were indeed healing rapidly. The lash marks upon his back had begun to scab, the edges flaking away, while the sutures on his leg showed no signs of infection and were mending well. The fresh knife wound on his arm from the previous night was also beginning to close. Your constitution, Mo Zhu could not help but remark, is truly remarkable. Shen Li chose not to respond, recalling a similar comment from the team physician during his past life in the police force. Lin Wan. Your recovery speed would make you an ideal subject for medical research. Perhaps this extraordinary resilience was truly an inheritance of his soul. Montak Tzu? Shen Li inquired suddenly. Is there any occurrence of individuals being unlawfully trafficked in the capital? Montak Tzu paused momentarily. Why do you ask? Just a casual inquiry. After a brief silence, Mo Zhu replied quietly, yes, and quite a number of cases. Some are sold by their families, others are abducted. There are specific channels within the black market for trading individuals, with prices determined by their desirability. His words were veiled, yet Shen Li understood. Those deemed more desirable, such as those possessing a prominent beauty mark on their foreheads, commanded higher prices. Like himself. Does the government intervene? Shen Li pressa. They do, Mo Zhu confirmed. But it is exceedingly difficult. Transactions are often consensual, and the individuals themselves dare not report such activities. Moreover, some buyers possess substantial influence, like eunuch Liu. Shen Li comprehended the gravity of the situation. Finished, Mo Zhu announced upon completing the bandaging, collecting the medicinal kit. You may continue your reading. I shall return for dinner. As he exited the room, Shen Li resumed his writing, now with renewed diligence and seriousness. Every word seemed to carve a fissure, allowing light to seep in. In the afternoon, Lu Qingxi dispatched an individual to deliver a brief missive. The letter was succinct, comprising merely 2 sentences. Zhou Mingyuan favors pragmatic discourse and abhors empty rhetoric. Concrete examples may be employed, yet names must remain undisclosed. The Wang family's financial resources are nearly depleted, and the photography studio may withdraw its orders. However, eunuch Liu has raised the price to 1,500 taels. One must exercise utmost caution. Upon reading, Shen Li incinerated the letter in the candle's flame. The ashes fell into a porcelain dish, resembling a small handful of black snow. 1,500 taels, the price of a human life. He absent-mindedly touched the jade pendant nestled in his bosom. What was the worth of this jade? Why did his birth mother, Lin, possess such an item? As dusk descended, Shen Li completed the initial draft of his treatise. He read through it once, amended a few overly radical expressions, restructured the content, and then began to memorize it. This was not mere rote memorization, but rather an understanding-based recollection. He committed the core arguments to memory, retained the logical progression of his assertions, and recalled pivotal examples. Thus, even amidst the tension of the examination hall, he could reconstruct the material from memory. Halfway through his recitation, a sudden pang of discomfort surged in his lower abdomen. Shen Li froze. Slowly, he laid down the book and lowered his gaze to his abdomen. It was not a wound that pained him. It was a different kind of ache, familiar yet foreign, and utterly loathsome. The monthly cycle. He had calculated the timing. It was indeed due in these few days. Yet, when it actually arrived, the psychological repulsion surged forth like a tide. Shen Li remained motionless in his chair. The pain in his lower abdomen intensified, as though a hand twisted within. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and his hands and feet turned icy. He clenched his teeth, stood up, and made his way to the bed, collapsing upon it. His body curled up, akin to an injured creature. Outside the door, the voice of Mo Zhu called out, "Young Master Shun, dinner is ready." "I am not hungry," Shen Li replied, his voice trembling slightly. Mo Zhu discerned something amiss and pushed the door open, only to find Shen Li curled up on the bed, his complexion as pale as parchment. "What ails you?" Montauk so hastily approached. "It's nothing." Shen Li closed his eyes, attributing it to an old ailment that would pass with rest. Mo Zhu paused momentarily, then suddenly comprehended. His expression shifted slightly as he turned to exit, returning shortly with a small hand warmer and a packet of medicine. "Here, take this to warm yourself." He placed the hand warmer into Shen Li's embrace, then poured hot water and dissolved the powder medicine. "This is ginger tea with brown sugar. It should alleviate some discomfort." Shen Li remained unmoving. "Young Master Shun," Mo Zhu spoke softly, "this is something every young man must endure. Please do not resist it too vehemently." Shen Li opened his eyes and regarded Mo Zhu. The latter's gaze was calm, devoid of sympathy or disdain, as if discussing a matter of mundane nature. Indeed, in this world, it was merely a physiological norm for young men, akin to the Adam's apple in males or menstruation in females, simply a biological characteristic. Shen Li gradually sat up and accepted the bowl of ginger tea. It was sweet and spicy, and after consuming it, the cramping in his lower abdomen indeed subsided somewhat. "Thank you," he uttered, and Mo Zhu shook his head. "Young master instructed that I take good care of you. Please rest. I shall bring you food later." He exited, closing the door behind him. Shen Li leaned against the headboard, cradling the warm hand warmer in his hands. The pain in his lower abdomen persisted, yet the psychological ice enveloping him seemed to fracture slightly. He had to concede that this body belonged to a boy. With a pregnancy mark, he would receive monthly signs, and in the future, he might even conceive. This was an undeniable reality. Resistance was futile, and denial served no purpose. The only course of action was to accept it and subsequently utilize it. For instance, the unique physical resilience bestowed by the pregnancy mark allowed for swift recovery and a heightened pain threshold. Moreover, the monthly signs necessitated advanced preparations and adjustments to his plans during periods of weakness. Shen Li inhaled deeply and returned to his desk. The pain lingered. It was bearable. He continued to memorize his strategic theory, each word and sentence meticulously honed like a weapon. As the night deepened, the pain peaked. Cold sweat beaded on Shen Li's forehead, his fingers gripping the edge of the desk, knuckles whitening. Nevertheless, he did not cease. Instead, he lowered his voice and slowed his pace, as if engaged in a contest, with himself, with this body, and with this unjust world. After the witching hour, the pain finally began to subside. Shen Li slumped in his chair, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. Yet a faint smile graced his lips. He had endured. He had neither crumbled nor surrendered. He picked up the strategic theory once more and reread it. The suggestions and protective measures for the boy seemed extraordinarily vivid at that moment, for he was experiencing them firsthand, as the original owner had, and as countless others were enduring. This was not merely an examination paper. It was a declaration of war against all systems, families, and individuals that oppressed boys. Shen Li carefully stored the strategic theory, extinguished the candle, and returned to his bed. His body was weary, but his mind remained alert. In the darkness, he kept his eyes open, contemplating the plans ahead. Tomorrow, he would focus on reviewing the essential doctrines, revisiting high-frequency exam points. The day after, a simulated examination to gauge his readiness. On the final day before the exam, he would rest and adjust his state of mind. Then, it would be the examination hall. The moonlight outside was bright, filtering through the papered window and casting a silvery glow on the floor. Shen Li recalled a similar moonlit night in his past life, when he and Xiao Zhang were staking out in a car. Xiao Zhang had asked, "Captain Lin, do you think all this effort is worth it?" He replied, "Someone has to do it." Xiao Zhang then inquired, "If one day you were to sacrifice yourself, would you regret it?" He responded, "Regret not having captured more." Eventually, Xiao Zhang was the first to sacrifice himself, struck down by a stray bullet from drug traffickers during a capture operation, dying on the spot. Xiao Zhang was only 22, having graduated from a police academy just 2 years prior. Shen Li closed his eyes. The faces of Xiao Zhang and the original owner overlapped in the darkness. Both young lives extinguished without clarity. Yet he remained alive, living in their stead. Therefore, he must live better, longer, and with greater significance. As the moonlight gradually shifted from the floor to the wall, and then to the bed curtains, Shen Li fell asleep. In his dreams, he beheld a blaze. Within the flames, a woman wept. The voice was hauntingly familiar. Was it his biological mother, Lin? He yearned to approach, yet the flames were too searing for him to advance. The woman lifted her gaze towards him, her lips moving as she uttered 3 words, though their clarity eluded him. Then the fire consumed all. Shen Li julta awaka. The dawn still shrouded in darkness outside his window. His heart raced, cold sweat soaking his inner garments. He endeavored to recall the woman's words from his dream, attempting to decipher her lip movements. It seemed to be careful, Lu." Be careful of what? Lu Qingxi? Shen Li sat up, gasping in the obscurity. Was it merely a dream, or the remnants of the original owner's memories? Or perhaps a forewarning of some sort? He reached into his bosom. The jade pendant remained, cold and unyielding, akin to the night itself. Chapter 8 concluded. Next chapter preview, a mock examination, presided over by Lu Qingxi herself. Shen Li, despite his illness, completed 3 sessions, presenting astonishingly progressive theories in his essays. Meanwhile, the men of Lu Gonggong had already pinpointed the approximate area of this secluded residence. 3 days before the examination, the net of pursuit was tightening. The most perilous moment was imminent. Chapter 9. A night raid as the first light of dawn broke. Shen Li was already seated at his desk, 3 books spread before him. The Book of Rights, Monthly Ordinances, Book of Documents, Great Plan, and Book of Songs, National Airs. These were the high-frequency examination points he had meticulously selected based on the patterns of the test questions. With only 3 days remaining, he needed to maximize his efficiency in preparation. The dull ache in his abdomen had subsided, yet a lingering sense of weakness persisted. He consumed a second bowl of brown sugar ginger tea, delivered by Mo Zhu, forcing himself to concentrate. He began to recite, not in a mindless chant, but employing the mnemonic techniques of a criminal investigator, extracting keywords, linking logic and visual associations. For instance, he envisioned the 4 seasons of the monthly ordinances as the processes of crime scene investigations. Spring, scene preservation. Summer, evidence collection. Autumn, clue analysis. And winter, case filing. Absurd, yet effective. An hour later, Mo Zhu knocked and entered, her expression somewhat grave. Young Master Shen, their essay situation outside. Shen Li set his book aside. Speak. There are 2 additional vendors selling sugar figures at the alley's entrance. Since the hour of the rooster, not a single sugar figure has been sold. Yet they keep glancing in this direction. They're watching us. Shen Li approached the window, parting it slightly. Indeed, 2 stalls were set up at the alley's mouth, manned by middle-aged men in coarse cloth garments. They appeared unremarkable, yet their posture was too rigid, and their eyes too vigilant. Can you discern their affiliations? Shen Li inquired. They do not seem to be from the government, Mo Zhu replied. Government officials would dress more respectably. They also do not resemble the staff from the photography studio. They wouldn't be so conspicuous. Lu Gongong? Shen Li speculata. Quite possibly, Mo Zhu nodded. Lu Gongong has a group of street-cleaning operatives who typically masquerade as vendors or beggars to gather intelligence. Shen Li remained silent for a moment before closing the window. Heighten our vigilance, he instructed, but do not alert them. Understood. After Mo Zhu departed, Shen Li returned to his desk, yet this time, he did not resume his reading. Instead, he sketched a rudimentary map on paper, detailing the location of the residence, surrounding streets, potential observation points, and escape routes. If discovered, how could he evade capture? The front entrance was certainly out of the question. What the back door? The courtyard walls? He recalled the old locust tree in the backyard, its branches stretching beyond the wall. Perhaps it was too early to contemplate such matters. Shen Li crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the fire pit. The flames licked at the paper, swiftly reducing it to ashes. He picked up the book once more, resuming his memorization. At noon, Lu Qingxi arrived. This time, he entered through the back door, unaccompanied, clad in a simple gray cloth robe, resembling an ordinary scholar. The situation appeared dire. Upon entering, he bypassed pleasantries altogether. Shen Li poured him a cup of tea, inquiring about the 2 at the alley's entrance. Not just them, Lu Qingxi replied, accepting the tea but not drinking. The tea houses on East Street, the butcher shops on West Street, the pawn shops on North Street, all have new faces. Yet, their hands bear the calluses of martial training. Shen Li frowned. Is Lord Lu behind this? It's not solely Lord Lu. Lu Qingxi set down the teacup. There are movements from the Wang family as well. Her nephew visited the studio's liaison point in the capital yesterday. Increasing the price? Shen Li pruat. No, it's a demand for expedited orders. Lu Qingxi met his gaze. One cannot afford to wait. She fears that before your examination, Lord Lu might seize you, thereby preventing her from receiving the final payment. Shen Li scoffed, so she wishes for my demise? Death is the safest option. Indeed, Lu Qingxi replied, a dead man cannot speak, cannot expose her mistreatment of her illegitimate son, nor can he jeopardize Lord Lu's trust in her. And what of the studio? Shen Li inquired. After a failed attempt by the peripheral assassins, the studio initially considered withdrawing the order, Lu Qingxi explained, but Wang offered an additional 100 taels and leverage connections. The studio agreed to send someone once more, but made it clear that this would be the final attempt. Shen Li understood. This was an ultimatum. Either the studio succeeded this time, and Wang would settle her debts, or they would fail, and the order would be permanently rescinded. When is this to occur? He asked. Tonight, Lu Qingxi replied, or perhaps tomorrow night. The studio operates with protocols and will not disclose exact timings in advance. He rose and approached the window, gazing outside. I have already stationed 4 individuals, along with Mo Zhu and the original 2, making a total of 7. They can guard through the night without issue. But what if the core assassins arrive? Shen Li questioned. Lu Qingxi turned to him. Are you familiar with the studio's core assassins? I have heard of them, Shen Li replied, the black mandrake. Lu Qingxi's expression shifted slightly. It seems you know more than I anticipated. He returned to the table and resumed his seat. If it is a core assassin, 7 may not suffice. However, the core assassins typically do not take on such small contracts. The price offered by Wang is insufficient to entice them. Shen Li remained silent, a sense of foreboding settling within him. This night would not be tranquil. How is your injury? Lu Qingxi suddenly inquired. Much improved, Shen Li answered. I meant. Lu Qingxi hesitated. The monthly cycle. Shen Li's body stiffened. Mo Zhu informed me. Lu Qingxi said calmly. It is a normal physiological occurrence. There is no need for shame. However, it may affect your condition, so do not overexert yourself in the coming days. He spoke with such ease, as if discussing the pleasant weather. Shen Li felt somewhat relieved. I understand, he affirmed. I will make adjustments. Lu Qingxi nodded and retrieved a small porcelain bottle from his robe. This is a remedy prepared by the imperial physician, specifically for menstrual pain. It is more effective than ginger tea. Shen Li accepted the bottle. Thank you. No need for thanks, Lu Qingxi replied. Lu Qingxi rose to his feet, declaring, I shall remain here tonight. Shen Li gazed at him in surprise. Do not misunderstand. Lu Qingxi continued, I am not here to protect you. I am here to observe. Observe what? Shen Li inquired. To witness how you navigate through crises. A faint smile graced Lu Qingxi's lips. A competent ally must possess more than just the ability to read and write. With that, he turned and exited to arrange the evening's defenses. Shen Li held a small porcelain vial, its surface warm, imbued with Lu Qingxi's body heat. He poured out a single brown pill, which emitted a subtle herbal fragrance. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it. The effects of the medicine manifested swiftly. Half an hour later, the pain in his lower abdomen had nearly dissipated, and the sense of weakness had considerably lessened. Shen Li returned to his studies, alternating between classics, poetry, and strategy essays. He found himself in a curious state. Although physically fatigued, his mind was extraordinarily alert. His memory operated more swiftly than usual, and his comprehension deepened. Could it be the influence of the medicine? Or perhaps a manifestation of his unique constitution? By evening, when Mo Zhu delivered dinner, Shen Li had already memorized all the high-frequency examination points and had transcribed them twice. The young master is waiting for you in the study, Mo Zhu announced. He wishes to conduct a mock examination. Shen Li paused now. The young master asserts that the real examination will not wait for you to be at your best. Mo Zhu replied, please follow me. The study was located in the east wing of the auxiliary courtyard. Though small, it was tastefully adorned. Lu Qingxi was already seated in the primary position, 3 sets of examination papers laid out before him. Sit. He gestured to the chair across from him. Shen Li cumplía. Lu Qingxi handed him the first set of papers. Classics. 1 hour. Begin. Shen Li unfolded the paper. The questions were remarkably similar to his predictions. Transcription of the monthly ordinances, interpretation of the Great Plan, and an analysis of the metaphorical techniques in the first 3 poems of the Book of Songs. He picked up his pen and began to write, his handwriting neat and his pace swift. Lu Qingxi observed him closely, his gaze intent. Half an hour later, Shen Li set down his pen. I have completed it, he announced. Lu Qingxi took the paper, skimmed through it quickly. The transcription was flawless, the interpretations precise, and the analyses profound. He looked up at Shen Li. Did you not previously claim that classics were your weak point? They still are, Shen Li replied. I simply happened to memorize these particular pieces. Lu Qingxi chuckled softly, saying nothing further, and passed him the second set of papers. Poetry, half an hour. The theme is autumn. This was the section Shen Li felt least confident about. After a moment's contemplation, he began to write. A regulated 7-character quatrain, complete with rhyme, antithesis, and a sense of the fleeting passage of time. He composed a rather conventional poem, Autumn Leaves, Autumn Wind, Autumn Moon, accompanied by a tinge of melancholy regarding the passage of time. It was unremarkable, yet error-free. Lu Qingxi read it through and nodded. To achieve this is sufficient. Poetry has never been your forte, and examiners are not inclined to be overly demanding. Then came the third set, the strategy essay. Lu Qingxi personally crafted the question, on the perfection of legal codes. It was nearly identical to what Shen Li had anticipated. He seized his pen and began to write, not transcribing a prior essay, but composing on the spot. Yet the core arguments had been rehearsed in his mind countless times. And he wrote with remarkable speed. He addressed the contradictions within legal statutes, the inequities in enforcement standards, and the deficiencies in protective mechanisms. He penned the narratives of the persecuted, chronicling their silent weeping. He articulated suggestions, proposed measures, and envisioned a more equitable possibility. In conclusion, he added a poignant segment. The law is not meant to bind, but rather to protect. Though the current regulations may be stringent, if they serve to shelter the innocent and punish the wicked, then their severity bears goodness. Should they instead lead to the wrongful condemnation of the virtuous and allow the malevolent to roam free, then their existence is rendered futile. With that, he set down his quill, his hand trembling, not from exhaustion, but from emotion. Lu Qingxi received the manuscript, perusing it slowly. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. If Zhou Mingyuan were to read this, he would grant you high marks. Shen Li remained silent. However, Lu Qingxi continued, if the conservatives were to see it, you would risk disqualification from the examination, or worse, imprisonment. Yamaware, Shen Li replied. Then why persist in writing? Someone must voice the truth, Shen Li calmly asserted. If even the essays in the examination must be insincere, what value is there in succeeding? Lu Qingxi regarded him with a complex gaze, filled with admiration, concern, and a hint of envy. In my youth, he suddenly confessed, I too contemplated writing such pieces, and afterward, I came to realize that the timing of speaking certain truths can be more crucial than the truths themselves. Folding the manuscript carefully, Lu Qingxi tucked it into his sleeve. I shall assist you in revising this treatise, maintaining its core ideas but softening the language. Thank you. No need for that. Lu Qingxi rose. You should rest. Regardless of any disturbances tonight, do not venture out. Shen Li nudda. When he returned to his own chamber, darkness had fully enveloped the world, and Mo Zhu had already prepared the courtyard. For newly arrived shadow guards stood vigil in each corner, while Mo Zhu and 2 original guards watched over the front and back entrances. Lu Qingxi remained in the study, the lamp still aglow. Shen Li had not yet succumbed to sleep. He sat in the dark, clutching a dagger. The moonlight outside was exquisite, casting a silver glow across the courtyard, with shadows dancing among the trees. Time passed slowly. High hour, Z hour, Chou hour. Just as Shen Li began to believe the night would pass peacefully, he heard a faint sound, akin to a tile being stepped upon, from the rooftop. Moments later, a muffled grunt emanated from the eastern side of the courtyard, followed by the heavy thud of a fallen object. Shen Li immediately tensed. It had begun. Silently, he moved to the window, peering through the gap. In the moonlight, a figure cloaked in black stood atop the eastern wing, slender and wielding a slender blade. This was not the previous outer assassin. This one exuded a colder, heavier aura, as if emerging from an ice cellar. In the corners of the courtyard, the 4 shadow guards simultaneously sprang into action, darting forth from the shadows like arrows loosed from a bow, aiming directly for the rooftop. But the figure in black was swifter. With a slight shift, it descended from the roof like a falling leaf, and in a flash, the foremost shadow guard let out a scream as blood erupted from his arm. So fast. Shen Li's pupils constricta. This was no ordinary assassin. This was a core-level threat. The figure in black showed no inclination to linger, having wounded one. It charged directly towards Shen Li's room, and Mo Zhu surged from the side, his long sword aimed at the back of the cloaked figure. Without a glance backward, the figure deftly deflected the sword with a swift motion and delivered a powerful kick to Mo Zhu's chest. Mo Zhu was sent flying, crashing against the courtyard wall, blood spewing from his mouth. The remaining shadow guards renewed their assault, yet the cloaked figure moved like a wraith amidst the flashing blades, leaving a trail of injuries in his wake. He advanced towards Shen Li's room, step by step. Lu Qingxi burst from the study, a short sword gripped tightly in his hand. Ingqi, he barked, dare you harm my people? The cloaked figure, known as Ingqi, finally halted. He turned to face Lu Qingxi, his eyes, visible above the mask, glacial and unyielding. Young Master Lu, his voice was hoarse and unpleasant. This matter does not concern you. Stand aside. He is mine, Lu Qingxi declared, positioning himself before the door to Shen Li's chamber. To touch him is to challenge me. Ying Qi remained silent for a moment. The Wang family has placed a bounty, and I have accepted the task. It is the rule. Rules? Lu Qingxi scoffed. The Shadow House's rule is to never take contract from opposing sides simultaneously. You accepted the Wang family's commission and thus cannot also accept one from Lord Lu. Yet here, Lord Lu's men await just outside the alley. Ying Qi's expression shifted subtly. You think I am unaware? Lu Qingxi stepped forward. The Wang family seeks to silence, while Lord Lu desires a living witness. You find yourself trapped between two factions, each unsatisfied. Thus, you aim for a quick resolution. To kill, take the Wang family's payment, and then sell the body to Lord Lu? Is that not so? Ying Qi remained silent, but Shen Li grasped the situation. The Wang family desired death, while Lord Lu wanted life. Ying Qi sought to appease both. Step aside, Ying Qi reiterated, his blade pointed menacingly at Lu Qingxi. Lu Qingxi stood firm. Ying Qi struck first, moving with lightning speed. His blade aimed directly at Lu Qingxi's throat. Lu Qingxi raised his sword to block. Yet it was evident he was no match for Ying Qi. In mere exchanges, he was forced back, a new wound appearing on his arm. Ying Qi kicked the door open. Inside, Shen Li stood shrouded in shadow, a dagger clutched in his hand. The two locked eyes, and a flicker of surprise crossed Ying Qi's gaze. He hadn't anticipated this young man would dare to confront him. Aren't you afraid? He inquired. Is fear of any use? Shen Li radurta. Ying Qi laughed, a sound like sandpaper scraping against stone. How intriguing, he remarked. It is no wonder the Wang family seeks your demise. A person like you is a nuisance while alive. He raised his blade. In that fleeting moment, Shen Li acted, not in attack, nor in defense. He seized the inkstone from the table and smashed it against the window. The glass shattered. Simultaneously, Shen Li shouted, Lord Lu. The person is here. Ying Qi's expression shifted dramatically as he whipped around. Outside the window was silence, nothing amiss. He had fallen into a trap. Furious, he turned back. But Shen Li had vanished from his original position. He had retreated to the farthest corner of the room, holding a paper package that he had acquired unbeknownst to Ying Qi. Calcium powder? Ying Qi sneered. The same trick won't work on me. This is not calcium powder. Shen Li kuntarat. He opened the package and scattered its contents upon the ground. It is phosphorus powder, prepared in secret by Mo Zhu during the day. Phosphorus ignites upon contact with air, instantly erupting into a pale green flame, dazzling yet not searing. Ying Qi instinctively closed his eyes. In that very instant, Shen Li lunged forward, not with a dagger, but by fiercely ramming his head against Ying Qi's chest. This was the brutish tactic of a street brawler, raw yet effective. Ying Qi staggered back, instinctively slashing with his blade. Shen Li deftly sidestepped, thrusting the dagger towards Ying Qi's thigh. Thud! The dagger embedded itself within the muscle, but only penetrated half an inch before being halted by Ying Qi's sinewy flesh, as unyielding as iron. Wincing in pain, Ying Qi struck Shen Li's shoulder with a palm. Shen Li was sent tumbling backwards, crashing against the wall, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he spat out blood. His ribs might have fractured anew. Yet he did not falter. He rose again, charging once more. This time, he wielded a small porcelain vial, the medicine given to him by Lu Qingxi. He hurled it at Ying Qi's face. The vial shattered, scattering the powder across Ying Qi's visage. With a howl of agony, Ying Qi clutched his eyes, the powder containing irritating substances. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qingxi dashed in, thrusting a sword towards Ying Qi's back. Although injured, Ying Qi's instincts remained sharp, and he evaded the lethal strike, the blade merely piercing his shoulder. He retaliated with a swift slash, forcing Lu Qingxi to retreat unsteadily. Leave, he growled, not to Shen Li, but to the outside. It was then Shen Li noticed that two more figures clad in black had appeared in the courtyard. Ying Qi's accomplices. They hoisted Ying Qi and leapt over the wall. Pursue. Montakzu commandit. Do not follow. Lu Qingxi countered, prioritizing the protection of young Master Shen. The three figures in black vanished into the night. The courtyard lay in disarray. All four of the hidden guards were wounded, with Mo Zhu's chest bearing a painful kick, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lu Qingxi bore a deep gash on his arm, half of his sleeve stained crimson. Shen Li leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. His ribs throbbed with agony, his shoulder dislocated, and his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. Yet he remained standing. Lu Qingxi approached, assessing his injuries. "Your shoulder is dislocated," he stated. "Bear with it." With that, he grasped Shen Li's shoulder, pulling and pushing. Crack! The searing pain momentarily darkened Shen Li's vision, but his shoulder was realigned. "My ribs may be cracked," Shen Li remarked. Lu Qingxi frowned. "Can you still move?" "Yes." Observing Shen Li's palit complexion, Lu Qingxi sudan li smilat. "You actually managed to injure Qi," he remarked, "though by trickery, it's quite commendable." Shen Li remained silent. He walked to the window, gazing outside. The moonlight remained bright, yet the courtyard was splattered with blood. "Will they return?" Shen Li inquired. "Not in the short term." Lu Qingxi replied. "Qi is wounded, and the Shadow Pavilion will need to reassess." Additionally, the eunuchs under Lu Gonggong should have noticed the commotion just now. "What does that imply?" "Lu Gonggong does not wish for your demise," Lu Qingxi explained. "He will exert pressure to halt the Shadow Pavilion's actions." Shen Li understood. A triadic struggle ensued. The Wang clan sought his death. Lu Gonggong aimed to preserve him, and the Shadow Pavilion found itself ensnared in between. And he was the coveted prize. "First, tend your wounds," Lu Qingxi urged. "Not tomorrow. Today is already the second day. The day after is the examination. And you must regain your strength." Shen Li nudda. Mo Zhu assisted the injured shadow guards away to bandage their wounds, while Lu Qingxi personally attended to Shen Li's injuries. His ribs had not completely fractured. They were merely exacerbated hairline fractures. After the shoulder realignment, the situation was manageable. The rest were merely superficial injuries. "Rest well," he advised. After Lu Qingxi finished bandaging, he said, "Do not read tomorrow. Lie down and recuperate." "No," Shen Li replied. "I still have poetry to practice." Lu Qingxi gazed at his stubborn eyes and sighed in resignation. "Suit yourself." He exited the room, but did not stray far, remaining in the study. Shen Li lay in bed, staring at the canopy above. His shoulder ached, and each breath felt like a needle piercing his ribs. Yet, his thoughts were not consumed by pain, but rather by the gaze of Qi from earlier, those icy eyes that had flickered with a hint of confusion, as if asking, "How can this young man fight so well?" Shen Li closed his eyes. Indeed, how could a young man of illegitimate birth possess such combat prowess? Sooner or later, Lu Qingxi would pose this question. How should he respond? Claiming to be a time-traveling detective? Unthinkable. Thus, he would need to fabricate a plausible lie. Outside, dawn gradually broke, piercing the darkness and illuminating the blood-stained room. A new day had begun, with only 2 days remaining until the examination. Chapter 9 end. Next chapter preview: Wounds upon Wounds. How to face the final sprint. Lu Qingxi's suspicions grew heavier. Shen Li must provide a reasonable explanation. Meanwhile, the emissaries of Lu Gonggong officially arrived, not to arrest anyone, but to conduct business. On the last day before the examination, the three factions converged at the guest house. How would Shen Li navigate this situation? How could he preserve his life and enter the examination hall? Chapter 10. The pre-examination storm, as the morning light fully illuminated the room. Shen Li was biting on a cloth strip while Mo Zhu secured a splint around his ribs. "It can't break again." Mo Zhu, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, moved as gently as possible. Dr. Zhang had warned that if it were to fracture again, he would need to lie down for at least 3 months. Shen Li remained silent, clenching the cloth strip tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Once secured, Mo Zhu helped him lie back down and fed him a bowl of medicine. Though the concoction contained calming ingredients, Shen Li could not sleep. He stared at the canopy above, his mind racing. The night raid revealed several issues. First, Lu Qingxi's guards could not withstand a true top-tier assassin. Second, the Shadow Pavilion had intervened and dispatched their core assassin, Qi. Third, Lu Gonggong's people were observing from the shadows with unclear intentions. Fourth, His abilities had aroused Lu Qingxi's suspicions. The last point was the most troubling. How could a young man of illegitimate birth, raised in a noble household, exhibit such reaction speed and combat skills? How could he possibly injure a professional assassin like Ying Qi? Lu Qingxi was no fool. He would surely inquire. Shen Li needed to devise a credible explanation. At the hour of the morning, Lu Qingxi arrived. His arm was bandaged, and he wore a clean long robe, though his complexion appeared pale, indicating he had not rested well the night before. "How do you feel?" he inquired, sitting beside the bed. "I won't die," Shen Li replied. Lu Qingxi smiled faintly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. "There is something I wish to ask you." "Go ahead," Shen Li responded calmly. "Who taught you your skills?" Lu Qingxi asked directly. "Do not say it was from secretly watching the guards practice. Such rudimentary methods could not enable you to injure Ying Qi." The room fell into silence, and Mo Zhu discreetly exited, closing the door behind her. After a brief silence, Shen Li spoke. "My mother taught me." Lu Qingxi raised an eyebrow. "Lin? A maid?" "She is no ordinary maid," Shen Li replied. "When I was young, she would often teach me self-defense techniques in secret at night. She said that as a young man in this world, one must learn to protect oneself." Half-truths. In the memories of the original owner, Lin would occasionally teach him peculiar movements, but he was too young at the time to comprehend their significance. In hindsight, they might have been a simplified form of combat skills. Lu Qingxi fixed his gaze upon Shen Li. What kind of techniques? Joint locks, counters, and how to inflict maximum damage with minimal effort, Shen Li explained slowly, as if reminiscing. "She said that if someone were to harm me one day, I should target these areas, the eyes, throat, groin, as well as the joints of the wrists and ankles. These were the core principles of a criminal investigator's apprehension techniques." Lu Qingxi fell into a long silence. "Lin," he murmured, "who exactly was she?" "I do not know." Shen Li shook his head. "She never spoke of her past. All I know is that she was literate, skilled in medicine, and knowledgeable in these techniques." "Did she leave anything behind, aside from a jade pendant?" Shen Li hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal a dream he had. In the dream, Lin had uttered 3 words, "Be wary of Lu." Ultimately, he decided to share part of it. "She left behind a notebook, but it was burned by Wang." "A notebook?" Lu Qingxi's eyes sharpened. "What was written in it?" "I do not know," Shen Li replied. "I only glanced at it a couple of times when I was very young and could not comprehend it. Later, when Wang discovered it, she burned it. I only remember that there were strange symbols, perhaps a map?" "Map." The word caused Lu Qingxi to lean forward slightly. "What kind of map?" "Incomplete," Shen Li stated. "Only a small section depicting mountains and water, somewhat resembling the patterns on the jade pendant." He was attempting to connect the jade pendant with the fictional notebook, enhancing its credibility. Lu Qingxi believed him. He rose and began to pace the room. "Mountains and water," he murmured. "Jiangnan is abundant in mountains and rivers." Lin hailed from Jiangnan, and that jade pendant was also made from tribute jade from Jiangnan. Could it be that she truly, before he could finish? Hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and Mo Zhu's voice called out, "Young master, someone is here." Lu Qingxi frowned. "Who?" "Eunuch Lu," Mo Zhu replied in a lowered voice. "He has come in person, accompanied by 8 guards, and has reached the entrance of the alley." Lu Qingxi's expression shifted. Shen Li also propped himself up on his arms. "Eunuch Lu has come personally? This is unusual. A supervisor from the imperial household, no matter how arrogant, should not come directly to someone's door in broad daylight. Unless he has come to negotiate," Lu Qingxi asserted. "He is not here to seize anything." Shen Li understood. Eunuch Lu was aware that this villa was Lu Qingxi's territory. To forcibly take it would offend the Lu family, so he chose to negotiate instead, whether through money, power, or something else. "Stay here and do not move." Lu Qingxi instructed Shen Li. "I will go meet him." "I shall accompany you," Shen Li insisted. "You are injured. Precisely because I'm injured, I must go." Shen Li interrupted him, revealing his wounds to demonstrate that he was not a mere lamb for slaughter. Lu Qingxi, observing his defiant gaze, eventually nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, but refrain from speaking. I shall handle everything." And Mo Zhu assisted Shen Li to his feet, draping a coat over him, with his ribs immobilized. Each step was excruciating, causing him to break into a cold sweat, Yet he gritted his teeth and slowly made his way to the front hall. Lu Qingxi awaited him there. The front hall, though modest in size, was elegantly adorned. Lu Qingxi occupied the main seat, while Shen Li sat in a chair to the side, and Mo Zhu standing behind him. After a moment, footsteps echoed as an elderly eunuch, appearing to be in his 50s, entered. His complexion was pale, devoid of wrinkles, yet his gaze was dark and serpent-like. Dressed in a deep purple eunuch's robe, he wore a jade belt and fiddled with a string of prayer beads. Following him were 8 guards clad in the uniforms of the Clean Streets Department, each armed with a long knife. Master Lu Qingxi stood, bowing respectfully. "What brings you here today?" Master Lu responded with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Young Master Lu, you flatter me. I've heard tales of an intriguing individual residing here and thought I would pay a visit." His voice, sharp and grating, bore the distinctive intonation of a eunuch, evoking discomfort. An intriguing individual? Lu Qingxi feigned ignorance. In this humble abode, there are but a few servants. How could there be anyone of interest? Master Lu's gaze fixed directly on Shen Li. "And who might this be?" "My distant cousin," Lu Qingxi replied, his expression unchanging. "He hails from Jiangnan and is unwell, seeking recovery under my care." "Is that so?" Master Lu approached Shen Li, scrutinizing him closely. His eyes, cold as steel, traversed Shen Li's face and body, finally resting on the prominent birthmark on his forehead. "What a striking mark," he remarked, extending his hand to touch it. Shen Li instinctively turned away. Master Lu's hand froze mid-air, his expression darkening. "My cousin is shy," Lu Qingxi interjected at the opportune moment. "I hope you understand." Retracting his hand, Master Lu continued to twist his prayer beads. "It has come to my attention that the family of Minister Shen has lost a son, one bearing a similar birthmark. Young Master Lu, could this cousin of yours possibly be the runaway slave?" The atmosphere became palpably tense, with the guards' hands instinctively hovering over their blades. Yet Lu Qingxi maintained his composure, chuckling lightly. "Master Lu, you jest. How would I know of Minister Shen's affairs? As for my relative, he could never be a runaway slave." His words were artfully crafted. They not only denied Shen Li's identity as Lin Wan, but also subtly hinted at the Lu family's influence. "Would you dare to harm someone from the Lu family?" Master Lu clearly comprehended the implications. He scrutinized Lu Qingxi for several moments before breaking into a laugh. "Indeed, it seems I was mistaken." Taking a seat beside him, he continued, "Young Master Lu, we are here today to discuss a business proposition." "Business?" Lu Qingxi resumed his seat, curiosity piqued. "What sort of business?" "Regarding this young gentleman." Master Lu stated bluntly, "We wish to purchase him. The price is negotiable." Shen Li's heart raced involuntarily. Lu Qingxi's expression remained unchanged. "Master, you jest. My cousin is a person, not a commodity. How could he possibly be bought?" "Of course, one cannot buy a person," Master Lu replied leisurely. "But what if it were a matter of adoption? I am of advanced age and have no children. I seek to adopt a well-behaved young man to care for me in my twilight years." "Young Master Lu, you wouldn't wish to hinder such a noble cause, would you? Adoption. What a grandiloquent justification." Shen Li tightly gripped the armrest. Lu Qingxi fell into a momentary silence before suddenly inquiring, "Why does the esteemed eunuch desire him so fervently?" In the capital, there are many well-behaved young gentlemen. Given the eunuch's status, what could he possibly lack? Eunuch Lu, twirling his prayer beads, merely smiled without responding. Lu Qingxi continued, "Or is it that the esteemed eunuch is not interested in the individual himself, but rather in something he possesses?" This inquiry struck with remarkable sharpness. Eunuch Lu's smile faltered for an instant. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Shen Li perceived it. Lu Qingxi did as well. "Esteemed eunuch," Lu Qingxi leaned forward, lowering his voice, "some things are too hot to handle. Why must you insist on clinging to them?" Eunuch Lu fixed his gaze upon him. "Does young Master Lu know what that is?" "I do not," Lu Qingxi replied candidly. "But I am aware that whatever has prompted your personal involvement must be extraordinary. And typically, extraordinary matters are accompanied by significant troubles." Eunuch Lu fell silent. The front hall was eerily quiet, save for the rhythmic sound of the beads, tap, tap, tap. After a long pause, Eunuch Lu finally spoke. "Young Master Lu, name your price." I have stated that my cousin is not a commodity. 10,000 taels, eunuch Lu declared figure. Shen Li drew in a sharp breath. 10,000 taels, enough for an ordinary family to live off for 10 lifetimes. Yet, Lu Qingxi smiled. Esteemed eunuch, do you truly believe that the Lu family lacks this sum? 20,000 taels, eunuch Lu raised the offer. This is not a matter of money. 30,000 taels, eunuch Lu persisted, adding a condition. Our family could assist your father in achieving a favorable assessment in next year's Ministry of Personnel examination. This was a blatant exchange of power. Lu Qingxi shook his head. Esteemed eunuch, I have stated that this is not merely about wealth or influence. My cousin is my kin. I could never surrender him to anyone. Eunuch Lu's expression darkened completely. Young Master Lu, his voice icy as winter, are you disregarding our family's honor? I would not dare, Lu Qingxi replied. It is simply that familial bonds are invaluable. What a statement on the value of family ties. Eunuch Lu rose to his feet, then declared, in that case, our family shall await to see if your cousin can indeed participate in the examination at Wenhui Academy the day after tomorrow. This was a threat, an unabashed threat. Lu Qingxi also stood, maintaining his smile. There is no need for your concern, esteemed eunuch. I will ensure my cousin's examination is arranged perfectly. The two locked eyes, and the air seemed to crackle with tension. Ultimately, Eunuch Lu snorted coldly and turned to leave, followed closely by 8 attendants. Their footsteps faded away. The front hall returned to a profound stillness. Shen Li released his grip, discovering his palms drenched in cold sweat. Lu Qingxi resumed his seat, lifting his teacup, though his hands trembled slightly. Are you afraid? Shen Li asked. Not fear. Lu Qingxi set down the cup. It is anger. A eunuch dares to threaten the Lu family. Yet he quickly composed himself and turned to Shen Li. However, at the very least, we have confirmed one matter. What matter? You indeed possess something that eunuch Lu is desperately seeking. Lu Qingxi stated, and that something is likely related to the jade pendant. Shen Li nodded, having observed the same. Eunuch Lu's final gaze was not one of desire or obsession, but rather urgency, as if he were in a fervent quest for something. What will he do? Shen Li inquired. If light fails, then darkness shall prevail. Lu Qingxi declared that on the day of the examination, he would certainly take action. Opportunities abound both inside and outside the examination hall. Must I still attend? Absolutely. Lu Qingxi asserted firmly. If you do not go, he will forever hold sway over you. Should you attend and succeed, gaining recognition, he would dare not act against you openly. He paused momentarily, adding, moreover, I will arrange for your protection throughout. Mo Zhu will masquerade as a scholar's assistant to accompany you, and I will ensure that personnel are stationed outside as well. Shen Li fell silent for a moment. Thank you. No need for thanks, Lu Qingxi replied. I have stated before that you're my ally. It is my duty to safeguard my allies. He rose to his feet. Rest well. I shall make arrangements for the examination day. As he approached the door, he suddenly turned back. Shen Li, Akimama. Lu Qingxi hesitated for a moment. If one day you discover that I have deceived you or exploited you, would you harbor resentment towards me? The question came unexpectedly. Shen Li gazed at him for a long time before responding. That would depend on the circumstances. If it were a necessary measure, I could understand. However, if it were an unwarranted sacrifice, I would indeed resent you. Lu Qingxi smiled, a complex expression etched upon his face, one mingled with solace, bitterness, and a hint of relief. Very well, he said, remember the words you spoke today. He departed the main hall, leaving Shen Li alone, staring out at the sunlight streaming through the window. Mo Zhu entered to assist him. Young master, please rest. Wait, Shen Li instructed, help me prepare a few items. What do you require? Shen Li raplia. Condense the frequently tested points of the classics into the smallest script. Inscribe them on silk. Also, compile a list of commonly used rhymes and allusions from poetry. Mo Zhu was taken aback. Are you intending to cheat? No. Shen Li shook his head. It is merely a precaution. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise on examination day, or if I am gravely injured and unable to endure, these may prove to be lifesavers. Mo Zhu understood, recognizing it as a final contingency. I shall prepare it at once. In the afternoon, Shen Li lay upon his bed, eyes closed in rest, yet his mind raced. He envisioned the scenario of examination day, departing from the secondary courtyard, arriving at Wenhua Academy, entering the hall, undergoing a body check, entering the examination room, receiving the paper, answering questions, submitting the paper, and exiting. Each step could potentially encounter complications, ambushes upon departure, interception along the way, recognition during the body check, a flare-up of injuries while answering, or abduction upon leaving. He had to devise a response plan for every conceivable eventuality. By evening, Mo Zhu brought dinner and the prepared medicine, along with 2 rolls of minuscule silk, densely inscribed with the finest script. "Here is your cheat sheet," Mo Zhu announced. "I used waterproof ink, so even if it rains, it will remain intact." "Thank you." Shen Li accepted it, tucking it away securely. "And this," Mo Zhu added, handing over a small paper pouch. "Your master instructed me to give you this." Shen Li opened it to find 2 pills, one red and one white. The red one invigorates, keeping you alert for 3 hours. The white one alleviates pain, potent but harmful. Use it only in dire circumstances. Shen Li nodded and stored them away. After finishing his dinner and taking the medicine, Shen Li lay in bed but found sleep elusive. Tomorrow marked the final day before the examination. He needed to recuperate and adjust his state of mind. Yet he was acutely aware that Eunuch Lu would not permit him a peaceful night. As anticipated, shortly after the hour of the dog, commotion erupted outside. It was not an assassin, but rather the ominous glow of flames. "The water is flowing. The water is flowing." Someone shouted from outside. Shen Li propped himself up and glanced out the window. The western sky was ablaze with red light, thick smoke billowing forth. Montag zu Hashtin, exclaiming, "Young master, the silk shop on the next street is on fire. The flames are fierce and may spread." A diversión. Shen Li realiza instantly. "Ignore the fire," he commanded. "Strengthen the defenses. Their true target is me." Mo Zhu paused, then comprehended. Understood. He dashed out to make arrangements. Shen Li seisa adaja, sitting on the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed on the door. Outside, chaos ensued. The sounds of firefighting, cries for help, and footsteps rushing about. Yet, the guards that Lu Qingxi had stationed around the villa remained steadfast, as if nailed to the ground, vigilantly watching every direction. Half an hour later, the fire was extinguished. There had been no attack. Nothing at all. Mo Zhu returned with a report. The fire was deliberately set. Oil was poured. However, the arsonist has not been found. Shen Li nudda. This is a test. A test of Lu Qingxi's arrangements. A test of our reactions. There will be no incident tonight, he stated. Have everyone take turns resting to regain their strength. Tomorrow will be the true trial. Montag zu retriatet. Shen Li reclined once more, yet sleep eluded him. He pondered the last words of Eunuch Lu. "We are merely waiting to see if your cousin can successfully participate in the Wenhua Academy examination the day after tomorrow." It was not a matter of passing or failing, but rather of attendance. The implication was clear. He would employ every means possible to prevent Shen Li from entering the examination hall. What methods would he resort to? Bribing the examiners? Manipulating the body inspection process? Or perhaps orchestrating an accident on the way? As Shen Li mused, a cold smile crept across his face. In his past life, he had been a criminal investigator, apprehending numerous offenders. Their tactics were invariably the same: intimidation, bribery, entrapment, and violence. A change of world and identity had not altered human nature. If that were the case, then let it come. Let us see whether their schemes are more formidable than my resolve. Outside, the moonlight poured in like water. A night devoid of conversation passed. On the following morning, Shen Li awoke early. His injuries had improved somewhat since yesterday. He could at least rise from bed and walk. When Mo Zhu brought breakfast, his expression was grave. "Young master, I have just received news," he said. "The Wenhua Academy has issued a notice stating that all candidates must report 1 day in advance to verify their identity and receive their examination badges." Shen Li furrowed his brow. 1 day in advance? Is this customary in previous years? "No," Mo Zhu replied. "It was a last-minute addition made yesterday, reportedly at the behest of Minister Zhou of the Rights Department." "Zhou Mingyuan?" Shen Li exchanged a knowing glance with Mo Zhu. both recognizing the hand of eunuch Liu in this. He intended to block Shen Li at the door on the eve of the examination. Where is the reporting location? Shen Li kindred. At the main gate of Wenhua Academy, Mo Zhu replied. From the hour of the dragon to the hour of the rooster. And those who arrive late will not be accommodated. From the hour of the dragon to the hour of the rooster, a full 6 hours. That was ample time for many underhanded deeds. Does young Master Liu know? Shen Li asked. Messengers have already been dispatched. Montakt sowie macht. The young master has stated that he will personally accompany you. Shen Li nodded, as this was to be expected. Grand Eunuch Liu employed his cunning strategies, leaving them no choice but to respond. In the morning, Liu Qingxi arrived, clad in a formal brocade robe, with the jade pendant of the Liu family adorning his waist, followed by 8 formidable bodyguards. Let us proceed, he declared, to see what spectacle they have prepared. Shen Li rose, supported by Mo Zhu. The group exited the villa and boarded the carriage, which gradually made its way towards Wenhua Courtyard. The streets bustled with passers-by, seemingly ordinary. However, Shen Li could sense countless eyes lurking in the shadows, fixated upon their carriage. Agents of Grand Eunuch Liu, members of the Wang family, and perhaps even those from the Shadow Pavilion. The carriage halted before the main entrance of Wenhua Courtyard, where a long queue had already formed. Dozens of young men awaited their turn, either anxious or eager to check in. As Shen Li disembarked, he immediately attracted attention, not due to his looks, but rather because of Liu Qingxi's presence. The son of the prime minister personally accompanying a young man to check in was an extraordinary occurrence. Who is that? I don't know. I've never seen him before. Why would young Master Liu accompany a young man for registration? Whispers began to circulate. Shen Li paid them no mind and made his way directly toward the registration desk. The official in charge of the records was a scholarly man in his 50s, wearing reading glasses and slowly verifying the roster. When it was Shen Li's turn, he glanced up. Name? Shen Li. Place of origin? Linen Prefecture, Jiangnan. The scholar searched the roster for a considerable time, frowning as he remarked, this name does not appear. A heaviness settled in Shen Li's heart. Liu Qingxi stepped forward. How could this be? I personally registered him. The scholar glanced at Liu Qingxi, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. Young Master Liu, indeed the name does not appear. Perhaps you could take another look? He pushed the roster toward Liu Qingxi. Liu Qingxi swiftly scanned the list, and indeed, Shen Li's name was absent. Yet on the final page, he noticed a name that had been crossed out. Lin Wan. The mark was faint, as if it had been recently made. Liu Qingxi's gaze turned icy. What is the meaning of this? He demanded, pointing at the name. The scholar feigned ignorance. This may have been a mistake crossed out. A mistake? Liu Qingxi scoffed. Then amend it now. That would not comply with regulations. The scholar stammered. The roster is sealed. Any changes require approval from the Ministry of Rights. Then seek the approval. Liu Qingxi ordered. I will wait here. The scholar began to perspire. At that moment, a voice rang out. There is no need for such trouble. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man clad in the official robes of the Ministry of Rights approaching, his expression stern and his gaze piercing. It was none other than Zhou Mingyuan, the Deputy Minister of Rights and the Chief Examiner of Wenhua Courtyard. Chapter 10 End. Next chapter preview. Zhou Mingyuan's personal intervention. Will he be friend or foe? How will the roster debacle be resolved? The examination door is about to open, while hidden dangers have already been meticulously laid. Will Shen Li obtain his examination card? Will he step into the fateful examination hall? A life and death battle is about to unfold. Chapter 11. Dawn at the firewood room. At the third watch, the light of day has yet to break. Shen Li awakened fully amidst a piercing agony. It was not the familiar morning call of the police dormitory, nor the pre-mission checks before pursuit. It was a more primal, savage pain that radiated from his ribs, akin to a blunt instrument scraping relentlessly within his bones. Each breath was laced with a metallic taste, thick and oppressive. He opened his eyes. His vision was initially blurred, gradually sharpening to reveal low beams, cobwebs hanging like eerie drapery, and mold staining the damp wood in grotesque patterns. The air was heavy with the stench of rotting straw, mingled with an acrid scent of urine. Beneath him lay a chaotic nest of straw, prickling his skin uncomfortably. Damn! The word escaped his throat, surprising even him. The voice was not the coarse, northern-accented timbre he had owned for 27 years. Instead, it was a finer, lighter tone, not entirely feminine. He attempted to rise, but failed on the first attempt. A searing pain shot through his left chest, forcing a muffled groan from his lips as he collapsed back into the straw. Cold sweat immediately drenched him. Shen Li clenched his teeth, his right hand instinctively probing and applying pressure to his left side. His technique was methodical, his strength precisely calibrated. Fundamentals every detective must master for initial assessments of injuries. 3 ribs were fractured, the 4th possibly displaced. The bruising on the soft tissue extended from his chest to his waist, the subcutaneous bleeding severe, yielding a dull ache with indistinct borders upon pressure. Yet, this was not fatal. What truly constituted a lethal injury? Shen Li shut his eyes, compelling himself to remember, not the explosion from the previous night, which felt like a relic of another life, but the last remnants of this body's experiences. Darkness, the sound of a whip, a woman's piercing laughter, and water, frigid and suffocating, filling his nostrils, drowning his consciousness like a rising tide. Drowning? He murmured, his right hand instinctively moving to his throat. There were faint marks on his skin, superficial, more akin to scratches from struggle. The real issue lay within, a sensation of fluid in his lungs and a burning in his airways, classic symptoms of near drowning, albeit not severe enough to be fatal. Then how had the original owner of this body perished? Shen Li braced himself, inching toward the wall to lean against it while gasping for breath. The cold sweat had soaked through his thin undergarment, clinging to his skin, both chill and itchy. He scrutinized this body. His wrists were delicate, as if they might snap with a mere touch. His skin was pallid, veins visible in shades of purple. It bore a tapestry of overlapping scars, both fresh and old. Most striking were the whip marks on the inner thighs, some crusted over, others still oozing blood. Long-term abuse, malnutrition, coupled with the last traumatic experience of near drowning. Died of weakness. Shen Li concluded, his voice icy as it resonated within him. This was not murder. It was a slow, calculated torture leading to death. The perpetrator bore no legal accountability, for the victim was a boy, and in this world, the lives of boys were perhaps deemed worthless. This realization churned violently in his stomach, not from nausea, but from fury, a seething anger that ignites deep within upon witnessing the innocent being oppressed and trampled. In his 7th year as a police officer, he had encountered too much darkness. Yet with each experience, this anger only intensified, never waning. Lin Wan. He whispered the name of his previous life, then paused. No, you are Shen Li now. Shen Li, a 16-year-old, is the illegitimate son of Shun Chongshan, a vice minister of the Ministry of Justice. His biological mother passed away early, leaving him to survive under the harsh rule of his legitimate mother, Wang. This is the fundamental information he pieced together from the fragmented memories of the original owner. For now, that is sufficient. His priority is to survive. The dawn light brightened slightly, filtering through the only small window of the woodshed, casting a gray hue. Utilizing this light, Shen Li began a systematic examination of his surroundings. The woodshed was modest in size, approximately 10 square meters. 3 walls were stacked with bundles of firewood, some of which had begun to decay, sprouting white fungal patches. The door was a heavy wooden plank, securely bolted from the outside. He had already tested it and found it immovable. The window was situated high, no larger than a palm, and reinforced with wooden slats, a typical confinement space. Yet, hope was not entirely extinguished. Shen Li's gaze fell upon a corner where some broken timber lay scattered, the thickest measuring the width of an arm, and of suitable length to serve as a weapon. He then shifted his attention to the ground. A thick layer of straw covered the floor, but beneath the surface lay compacted soil. Within the soil were mixed with some dried grass blades, slender and serrated at the edges. Shen Li cautiously reached out, picking up a blade and bringing it to his nose for inspection. A faint bitterness wafted through the air. His eyes brightened at the realization. It was hemostatic grass. He had learned about this during survival training in his previous life. Although its efficacy was limited, it was better than nothing. He quickly cleared away more straw and soon gathered a small handful, crushing the grass in his palm until the juices began to seep out. Next, he tore off the hem of his inner garment. The fabric was not entirely clean, but he had no choice. Shen Li applied the crushed grass to the most severe bruise on his chest, then wound the fabric around it with a technique honed from battlefield experience. Tying a knot that would tighten with struggle, a slip knot. When securing his ribs, he bit down on another piece of cloth to stifle any cries of pain. Sweat poured down his brow. By the time he completed this task, daylight had fully arrived. The sunlight, glistening after the rain, streamed through the window cracks, casting sharp beams of light onto the ground. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Not one, but 3 individuals, at least 3. The steps were chaotic, one particularly heavy, likely belonging to a person of considerable girth. Shen Li's pupilles constricta. He reacted almost instantaneously. His body fell back into the straw, eyes closed. Breathing adjusted to a feeble and rapid rhythm, a typical sign of a severely injured person. Yet, he did not fully close his eyes, leaving a narrow slit through which he could observe. The sound of the bolt being drawn was as piercing as a knife scraping bone. Creaking, the door opened. 3 shadows entered, blocking most of the light. Shen Li peered through the narrow opening of his eyes. The foremost figure was an elderly woman, around 50, clad in a deep brown tunic. Her face was round and plump, yet her mouth drooped, forming deep nasolabial folds, and her gaze was murky and fierce. In her hand, she brandished a vine, roughly the thickness of a thumb. Its surface polish, it is not the obligatory sense of duty that compels the police to apprehend criminals, but rather a more primal, vengeful hatred belonging to the victim, an insatiable desire for retribution. Yet, he suppresses it, holding it tightly at bay. The moment is not ripe for such emotions to surface. Behind the venerable Zhao, 2 burly women follow, robust and brawny, one carrying a wooden bucket while the other, with sleeves rolled to her elbows, reveals her thick forearms. Still not awake? Zhao's voice pierces the air, high and thin, akin to nails scraping against stone, a truly delicate creature. Having succumbed to mere water, the woman with the bucket smiles obsequiously. The lady has instructed that Lord Liu is to arrive today, and we must rouse the 3rd young master, lest he disgrace himself before the Lord. I am aware, Zhao replies, stepping forward, her rattan stick tapping in her palm. Little hoof, cease your charade of slumber. Shen Li remains motionless, his breath still rapid and uneven. Zhao squints, suddenly raising her foot to deliver a forceful kick to Shen Li's side. The blow is infused with all her strength. Had it been the former Shen Li, his ribs would have surely shattered, piercing into his lungs. However, as her foot connects, Shen Li instinctively tightens his muscles, a reflex honed through combat training, and lets out a muffled grunt that perfectly conveys pain without veering into exaggeration. Still feigning unconsciousness, Zhao appears satisfied, turning to the 2 women. Go, fetch a bucket of water, and douse him awake him for a thorough grooming. The woman with the bucket acknowledges and heads to the door, the weight of the full container causing her to sway unsteadily. This is the opportunity. Shen Li's mind races. 3 adversaries. Zhao is the ringleader, armed with a weapon, the rattan stick, albeit slow due to her age. The 2 women are unarmed, but possess an advantage in strength and size. The environment is constricted, with firewood piles that can create obstacles. His ribs are injured, making a direct confrontation unwise. Swift resolution is imperative. Tactical objective: seize the weapon, create chaos, and escape. Execution plan: feign an attack on Zhao while neutralizing the 2 women, using the firewood as both cover and a trip hazard. Time window: 3 seconds. He inhales deeply, pain radiating through his chest, yet his mind remains exceptionally clear. This is not his first encounter of facing multiple opponents. He had previously subdued 5 knife-wielding thugs single-handedly. The difference lies in his current frail state, akin to a paper shell, compared to his former peak physical condition, equipped and prepared. Yet, certain qualities remain unchanged, such as judgment, such as decisiveness, such as the fierce determination to carve a path to survival even in dire straits. The bucket is brought forth, and the woman, panting heavily, sets it down. Zhao bends low, reaching for Shen Li's hair. Now is the moment. Shen Li's eyes snap open. In that fleeting instant, the look in his gaze freezes Zhao's actions. This is not the expression of a 16-year-old boy. It is devoid of fear or plea, cold and sharp, like a poison blade. In the next heartbeat, Shen Li strikes. His left hand darts out like lightning, seizing Zhao's right wrist with precision. His thumb presses against her pulse point, while the other 4 fingers grip tightly, twisting with force. Crack! The sound of her wrist dislocating, the corpulent body flew through the air like a torn sack, crashing into a pile of firewood with a resounding thud. The entire sequence transpired in less than a second. The 2 women stood frozen in shock, mouths agape. Shen Li offered them no time to react. He propelled himself forward, not towards the women, but toward the right side where the firewood lay. As the women instinctively lunged in the direction they believed he was fleeing, Shen Li abruptly halted, his body pivoting as the vine whip in his hand sliced through the air with a sharp arc crack. The whip struck the woman carrying the wooden bucket squarely across the face, the barbs tearing into her flesh and causing blood to erupt instantly. She let out a piercing scream, clutching her face as she stumbled backward, toppling the wooden bucket and spilling cold water everywhere. The second woman finally regained her senses and charged forward with an enraged shout, her robust arms outstretched in an attempt to seize Shen Li. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he ducked beneath her armpit, simultaneously delivering an elbow strike to her back. The woman let out a muffled grunt, staggering forward. Shen Li swiftly turned, the whip arcing out once more, this time striking her behind the knee. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. From the moment the 3 fell to the ground, scarcely 10 seconds had elapsed. The shed was left echoing with heavy breaths and suppressed groans. Madame Zhao curled up beside the firewood pile, clutching her wrist, her face as pale as parchment. One woman wailed, covering her face, while the other knelt on the ground, unable to rise. Shen Li stood in the center, wielding the whip, his chest heaving violently. The pain in his ribs spread like fire, but he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand tall. He could not show any sign of weakness, not even a hint. He approached Madame Zhao, lifting his foot to press down on her uninjured left hand. Young master, spare me, spare me. Madame Zhao's voice twisted with terror. Shen Li looked down at her, his tone eerily calm. Who sent you? It was the madam. It was her order. This old servant was merely following orders. And who is Lu Gonggong? Madame Zhao's eyes flickered nervously. He is the steward from the Internal Affairs Court. The madam thought it best to send you to serve. Serve? Shen Li pressed harder with his foot. Yes, to serve as a consort. The madam said that a young master like you would never marry, so it would be better to send you to the eunuch, which could bring some benefits. The notion of a eunuch and a maid's grotesque union, in this era, rendered even a young master a potential plaything for a eunuch. Shen Li felt a surge of nausea. Yet, his expression remained inscrutable as he pressed down even harder. When did the original master suffer this last abuse? Yesterday afternoon, the madam ordered this old servant to submerge your head in a water vat, saying it was to teach you a lesson. I truly did not expect you to faint. I really did not. Her voice was shrill, but Shen Li discerned little remorse. Only the palpable fear of the suddenly terrifying third young master before her. He released his foot, crouching down to search Madame Zhao's person, his movements deft and thorough, leaving no potential hiding place unchecked. Ultimately, he retrieved a small cloth pouch from her bosom, opening it to reveal a set of keys and several copper coins. The keys appeared ordinary, but Shen Li picked up one coin, holding it up to the light. The inscription read Shen Yuan Tongbao, its edges significantly worn, indicating it had been in circulation for quite some time. Nothing particularly remarkable. Yet he still tucked the cloth bag into his bosom and searched the 2 old women, finding only a few pieces of silver and a sweat towel. As he rose, he heard footsteps approaching from outside the courtyard. More than one, at least 4. The footsteps were heavy and synchronized, indicative of well-trained guards. The pursuers had arrived. Shen Li tightened his grip on the wrought-tan whip, his gaze darting across the woodshed. The door was ajar, but beyond it lay the courtyard, and how many enemies lurked outside. The window was too small and barred shut. The pile of firewood could serve as an obstacle, but it would not delay them for long. He had to break out now, while the enemy had not yet fully encircled him. He approached the door and peered outside. The courtyard appeared desolate. Puddles of water reflecting the gray sky on the stone slabs left damp by the rain. The courtyard gate stood 20 meters away, slightly ajar. 20 meters. At full speed, he could reach it in 5 seconds. Yet his ribs could not withstand such vigorous running, and there might be an ambush beyond the gate. Shen Li's mind raced with calculations. The combat capability of the guards was unknown, but given their affiliation with the deputy minister's residence, they had at least received basic training. His own condition was dire, and he had less than a 30% chance in a direct confrontation. His only opportunity lay in exploiting their underestimation of his status as the third young master. They would not strike lethally at first. It was a gamble. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the woodshed. The sunlight was somewhat blinding. He squinted to adjust to the brightness. And then he saw them. The 4 guards, armed with quarterstaffs, rushing toward him from the corridor, evidently startled by the earlier cries. They noticed him too. Both sides halted simultaneously. The guard were momentarily taken aback. Their imagined scenario involved the third young master cowering in the corner of the woodshed, perhaps weeping or unconscious. Not a slender youth standing at the door, drenched, pale-faced, yet with a straightened back, clutching a bloodied rattan whip, his gaze as cold as ice. Particularly striking was that gaze. The leader among the guards, a burly man in his 30s, swallowed hard. His third young master? His voice betrayed an unmistakable astonishment. Shen Li seized upon that incredulity, also detecting the disdain in their eyes. Despite his altered appearance, the stigma of being a base-born son was indelibly etched into their minds. He took a step forward, just one step, yet it exuded an overwhelming presence, reminiscent of the pressure felt during an interrogation of hardened criminals. A force refined through encounters with life and death, witnessing the darkest facets of humanity. The guards instinctively recoiled half a step. Shen Li spuka. His voice low, yet each word struck like ice shards against the ground. Step aside. He paused, adding with a calmness as if stating a fact, or lie down. The air thickened with tension. The guards exchanged glances. Their orders had been to keep the third young master in check, preventing his escape. Yet there had been no instructions on how to handle a potential rebellion. Indeed, no one had ever considered that the third young master would resist. In that moment of stalemate, Shen Li made his move, not toward the guards, but toward the courtyard gate, sprinting at full speed, without warning. The guards, realizing what was happening, shouted angrily and gave chase. However, Shen Li had already created a distance, 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. A tearing pain radiated from his ribs. His breath came in labored gasps, and darkness began to encroach upon his vision. Yet he bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood invigorating his senses. Propelling him forward, 20 meters reached. He extended his hand to push the courtyard gate, which was suddenly forced open from the outside. 4 guards, wielding clubs, obstructed the entrance. Their leader wearing a sinister grin. Third young master, the madam has decreed that you shall not leave today. With a blockade in front and pursuers behind, Shen Li stood at the center of the courtyard, rain mingling with blood trickling from his brow, tracing a path down his pallid cheek. He slowly turned, surveying the 4 guards pursuing him and those barring his path. 8 against 1. Adire predicament. Yet he tightened his grip on the rattan whip, his gaze devoid of fear, exuding a cold, calculating resolve. Then he smiled, a faint, chilling smile, reminiscent of light glinting off a razor's edge. Very well, he said. Let's see who lies down today. The moment his words fell, he leaned forward, not charging toward any adversary, but toward the wall of the courtyard where several discarded water tanks lay. Chapter 12. A desperate counterattack. The water tanks were substantial. Traditional earthenware vessels used in the countryside for water storage, towering above a person, with cracked openings and edges adorned with moss. There were 3 in total, haphazardly piled in the corner of the courtyard wall, covered with tattered straw mats, and collecting a thick layer of rainwater. Shen Li was not aiming for the tanks themselves, but rather the narrow gap between the tanks and the courtyard wall. The crevice was tight, allowing only one person to pass sideways. But it sufficed. Shen Li squeezed against the wall, his back scraping against the rough bricks while his chest brushed against the cold tank. The pain in his ribs blurred his vision, yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. The guards outside hesitated for a moment. "Pursue!" The burly leader bellowed, snapping back to reality. All 8 lunged toward the water tanks. But the gap was too narrow. They could only enter one at a time. The foremost guard squeezed through, brandishing his club horizontally, akin to a spear. This was the moment Shen Li had awaited. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. As the guard wedged himself into the gap, his body caught between the walls. Shen Li's left hand shot out like lightning, seizing the club and pressing downward. Simultaneously, his right hand lashed out with the whip. Crack! The whip struck fiercely against the guard's fingers, tearing flesh and causing him to involuntarily relinquish his grip, the club falling helplessly. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Li snatched the club, stepping back and delivering a powerful kick to the guard's chest. Oof! The guard was sent tumbling backward, colliding with another comrade attempting to enter, and the two fell in a heap, obstructing the entrance. Outside, angry shouts and pushing ensued. Shen Li did not linger. He turned, assessing the courtyard wall, which stood at a modest height of about 2.5 meters, yet the surface was smooth, offering no footholds. In the corner lay some broken bricks and decayed wood, remnants from previous repairs. He discarded the whip, gripped the club tightly with both hands, retreated 3 steps, and prepared to leap. With his left foot landing on the edge of a tank, he propelled himself upward, thrusting the club forcefully against the wall. It was not an act of aggression, but rather a maneuver utilizing the force of reaction. With the end of the stick bracing against the crevice of the bricks, Shen Li leveraged the pressure to propel himself upward, his left hand finally grasping the top of the wall. The slick moss caused his fingers to slip, yet he clung on tenaciously. With his right leg pushing against the wall and his core engaging, he executed a graceful flip over the edge. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, a testament to the standard protocol of the police force's obstacle training. However, in this unfamiliar body, his strength had waned considerably. By the time he reached the top of the wall, he was nearly drained of energy. Yet, there was no time to catch his breath. Below, the guards had circumvented the water vat and were closing in. One of them picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it toward him. Shen Li ducked to the side. The debris grazed his cheek, leaving a stinging sensation in its wake. Beyond the wall lay a narrow alley, paved with flagstones, flanked by towering walls that seemed to stretch into infinity. Water pooled in the alley, mirroring the overcast sky above. With no options left, Shen Li leapt down. As he landed, he misjudged his posture, his right foot landing in a puddle and twisting painfully. Agony shot through his ankle, but he had no time to dwell on it. He scrambled to his feet and fled. Behind him echoed the thud of heavy bodies hitting the ground as the guards scaled the wall. The sounds of footsteps, heavy breathing, and coarse curses filled the air. "Stop, you little bastard." Shen Li did not look back. He dashed down the alley, weaving left and right like a beast ensnared in a labyrinth. The pain in his ribs intensified, each breath akin to a knife twisting within him. His ankle protested, each step a dull throb. Yet he could not afford to halt. To stop would mean death, or something far worse. The alley was a tangled maze, a quintessential backstreet lined with the detritus of daily life. Broken bamboo baskets, rotten planks, clotheslines, and even chamber pots. Shen Li utilized every obstacle to delay his pursuers, toppling baskets, kicking over chamber pots, and flinging clothes behind him. The pursuers stumbled, their curses growing more vehement. As he darted past the third intersection, Shen Li heard voices ahead. He abruptly halted, sidling into the shadow of a doorway. 2 young maids, around 14 or 15 years old, dressed in soft green garments, approached while laughing and carrying a red lacquered food box. "The lady is in such good spirits today. I hear Lord Lu has agreed to help smooth things over in the palace." Indeed, the third young master has truly exhausted all possibilities this time. Do you think Lord Lu? Their voices drew nearer. Shen Li held his breath, pressing his body against the wall. Raindrops dripped from the eaves, chilling the back of his neck. The maids passed by the doorway, oblivious to the shadowy figure within. They walked slowly, continuing their low chatter. But the third young master is quite stubborn. He wouldn't budge yesterday. What good is stubbornness? The lady said that today, with Lord Lu's arrival, he must be made to eat his medicine. Their voices receded into the distance. Shen Li stepped out from the shadows, his face as pale as parchment. It was not fear that coursed through him, but a deep-seated rage, a fury that burned from within, threatening to consume him entirely. Medicine, utilizing every resource. Each word pierced him like a needle, striking at the very essence of his identity as a police officer and a human being. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. This was not the time for anger. What mattered now was survival, and afterward, ensuring that those who needed to face consequences would indeed face them. He continued his flight. The alley grew increasingly narrow, the walls on either side rising higher, and the light dimming ever more. Shen Li, relying on the hazy memories of the original owner, attempted to locate the back door leading outside the estate. He recalled that the original owner's mother had once stealthily guided him through this path. Yet, the recollections were fragmented, akin to a disordered puzzle. Should he turn left or right? He opted for the left. After sprinting a dozen meters, he was met with a wall, a dead end. Damn it! Shen Li muttered a curse under his breath and turned to retrace his steps. But it was too late. 3 guards blocked the alley's entrance. The leader was that burly man again, wearing a sinister grin, his club rhythmically striking his palm. Run, third young master. Why have you stopped? The other 2 guards closed in, forming a triangular encirclement. The alley was so narrow that the 3 of them sufficed to seal off all possible escape routes. Shen Li leaned against the slick wall, his chest heaving violently. Sweat mingled with rainwater, stinging his eyes. The pain in his ribs had dulled, replaced by a deeper exhaustion seeping from his very marrow. Yet, he tightened his grip on the club he had managed to keep while scaling the wall. 1 against 3. The adversaries wielded weapons and were full of energy. He, on the other hand, bore injuries and was running on empty. The odds of victory? Nearly non-existent. But Shen Li smiled, a faint cold smile. He raised his hand, wiping the water from his face with his sleeve, then executed a motion that left all the guards momentarily stunned. He tossed the club aside. With a clang, it fell into the puddle, splashing water. The guards exchanged bewildered glances. Had he surrendered? Shen Li did not yield. He bent down and picked up a half-broken brick from the corner. It was small, fitting in the palm of his hand, with jagged edges that revealed sharp points. He weighed the brick, lifted his head, and addressed the burly man. Will you come to me one by one, or all at once? His voice was calm, even tinged with curiosity. The burly man's expression darkened, looking for death. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he charged forward. The club swung in a wide arc, aimed at Shen Li's head. Should it connect, it would surely crack his skull. But Shen Li had anticipated his move. At the moment the club descended, Shen Li sidestepped, not retreating, but advancing. He hurled the brick, not at the burly man, but at the face of the guard on the far left. The guard had not expected the attack to come his way first, hastily raising his hand to block. The brick struck his arm, shattering and slicing through flesh, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, Shen Li had already lunged toward the burly man. The club came crashing down, missing its target and instead smashing heavily onto the bluestone ground, sending fragments flying. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Li grasped the burly man's wrist with his left hand, while his right hand, fingers poised like a blade, struck fiercely beneath the man's Adam's apple. That was the location of the carotid sinus, and a solid blow there could induce temporary unconsciousness. The burly man's eyes bulged, a muffled groan escaping him as his body slackened. The second guard finally reacted, roaring as he lunged forward. Shen Li did not evade. Instead, he met the charge head-on. Just as the guard's fist was about to connect with his cheek, Shen Li lowered his head, turned, and shoulder-checked. Bang! The guard staggered backward from the impact. Shen Li followed up with a kick to his knee. The guardian knelt on the ground, and Shen Li did not deliver a final blow. Instead, he turned and dashed towards the depths of the alley, not in retreat, but towards the wall on the right. That wall was taller. It was crowned by an ancient tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the neighboring courtyard. The branches hung about 2 meters above the ground, a few tattered leaves trembling in the rain. This was his sole escape route. Shen Li accelerated, sprinted, and leaped, grasping the lowest branch with his right hand. The branch swayed, and rainwater cascaded down. Shen Li gritted his teeth, reaching up with his left hand, his body suspended, pushing against the wall in an attempt to pull himself up. However, the branch was too slender. A sharp crack resounded. Shen Li's heart sank. In the next moment, he felt weightless. The branch snapped completely, and he fell backward, crashing heavily into the puddle below. Water splashed everywhere. His back hit the bluestone slab. An excruciating pain instantly engulfed all sensation. A clear, tooth-grinding sound of breaking ribs echoed from his side. This time it was genuine. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Darkness clouded his vision, and a buzzing filled his ears. The rain continued to fall, chillingly against his face. Footsteps approached. 3 guardians surrounded him, casting shadows over him. The burly man at the forefront rubbed his neck, his expression twisted. "Little bastard, you're quite the fighter, aren't you?" Shen Li attempted to rise, but his body refused to obey. Every muscle screamed in protest. Every bone protested. Lying on the ground, rainwater flowed into his eyes, blurring his sight. Was he to die here? This thought surfaced with unprecedented clarity. It was not fear, but a sense of absurdity. He, Lin Wan, a 27-year-old narcotics officer, had achieved merit 3 times and apprehended hundreds of drug traffickers. Yet he would not perish at the hands of a drug lord, but here, at the mercy of a group of lackeys, dying like a joke. Unwillingness consumed him, but his body remained immobile. The burly man bent down, reaching for his hair. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed from the alley's entrance. Not one horse, but many. The sound of iron horseshoes striking the bluestone was crisp and orderly, approaching from afar and halting at the alley's mouth. Then came a voice, warm and clear, like the striking of jade. "What commotion is this?" Shen Li struggled to turn his head. Through the curtain of rain and his hazy vision, he glimpsed a carriage at the alley's entrance. The carriage was unadorned, with a black lacquered body, devoid of embellishments. Yet the 2 horses pulling it were remarkably noble, entirely snow white, with not a single stray hair. The curtain was drawn back, and a figure leaned out, clad in a moon-white long robe with silver patterns embroidered at the cuffs. His face was as smooth as jade, with clear brows and eyes that sparkled with flecks of light, reminiscent of a galaxy. He held an oiled paper umbrella, its surface painted with ink-washed bamboo, as raindrops dripped from its edge, splashing tiny droplets at his feet. Tom seemed to stand still in that moment. The guardians froze. They recognized this carriage. Only one person in the capital traveled in such a carriage, with such horses, and wore such attire. The eldest son of the prime minister, Lu Heng, a compiler at the Hanlin Academy, Lu Qingzi. The young man, renowned for his genteel demeanor and exceptional talent, was also someone who could not be trifled with. The burly man's hand hung, suspended in midair, his previously fierce expression instantly replaced by fear. He took a step back, bowing respectfully. "Lord Lu, Lord Lu." Lu Qingzi did not acknowledge him. Instead, his gaze fell upon Shen Li, observing the blood-soaked and rain-drenched visage, the tattered garments, and the faint crimson stains blooming in the water beneath him. A slight furrow appeared on his brow, not of disdain, but of curiosity. "And who might this be?" Lu Qingzi inquired, his tone remaining gentle. "It is my family's 3rd young master," stammered the burly man from the Ministry of Justice, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "The young master has erred, and the lady has commanded us to bring him back." "Erred?" Lu Qingzi softly repeated, tilting his umbrella to shield Shen Li from the rain. "What kind of transgression warrants 8 guards pursuing an injured man in this downpour?" The burly man fell silent. Lu Qingzi dismounted from the carriage, his feet clad not in official boots, but in simple azure cloth shoes, which quickly soaked in the puddles. He approached Shen Li, squatting beside him, the umbrella shifting to cover both of them. The proximity was intimate. Shen Li could detect a faint scent of ink mingled with a crisp aroma reminiscent of pine needles after snow. "Can you rise?" Lu Qingzi asked, his voice softening further. Shen Li met his gaze. Raindrops dripped from his lashes, and his vision cleared slightly. He beheld Lu Qingzi's eyes, strikingly beautiful, with gently upturned corners. their amber hue reflecting his own disheveled and weakened image, yet his own gaze remained icy. "I can," Shen Li replied, his voice raspy like sandpaper. He braced himself, every movement a torment, yet he suppressed his cries. Lu Qingzi extended a hand, seemingly to assist him, but Shen Li instinctively recoiled, not out of defiance, but from a deeply ingrained instinct of a law enforcer, to shun the aid of strangers, especially in such dire circumstances. Lu Qingzi's hand hovered momentarily in the air before he withdrew it. Shen Li finally managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. He wiped the water from his face and looked at Lu Qingzi. "Thank you." The words were sparse, devoid of emotion. Lu Qingzi smiled, not the polite smile of formality, but a genuine one, the corners of his eyes crinkling, the light within them sparkling brighter. "No need for thanks. I merely happened to pass by." "Happened to?" Shen Li was skeptical. This alley was exceedingly secluded. How could Lu Qingzi, a scholar from the Hanlin Academy, be merely passing by in such a carriage? Yet, he refrained from voicing his doubts. Lu Qingzi offered no further explanation. Straightening himself, he turned to the three guards. His voice still gentle, but now laced with an undeniable authority. "Return and inform Minister Shan that I shall be taking this person with me. Should there be any issues, they may come to the Lu residence." The guards' expressions shifted dramatically. "Lord Lu, this is against protocol. The third young master is a member of the household. And your actions? Protocol?" Lu Qingzi interjected softly. 8 guards pursuing an injured gentleman. This is the protocol of the minister's residence? The guards fell silent. Lu Qingzi no longer regarded them, turning instead towards the carriage. After a few steps, he glanced back, noticing Shen Li still standing in place, and raised an eyebrow. "Not departing?" Shen Li inhaled deeply and stepped forward, each stride akin to walking upon the edge of a blade. Yet he maintained his composure, his back straight. Upon reaching the carriage, the driver had already lowered the footstool. Lu Qingzi ascended first, lifting the curtain of the carriage and extending his hand once more. This time, Shen Li did not refuse. He grasped Lu Qingzi's hand, which was cool to the touch, with distinct knuckles yet possessed of strength, aiding him as he ascended into the carriage. The interior was spacious, adorned with a thick velvet carpet, with an incense burner in the corner emitting delicate wisps of smoke. The walls were crafted from dark sandalwood, embellished with several pieces of calligraphy and paintings, all by renowned artists. The moment Shen Li settled into his seat, fatigue threatened to overpower him. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, leaning against the wall of the carriage, shutting his eyes to regulate his breathing. The carriage began to move, the wheels rolling over the cobblestone, producing a rhythmic sound. The patter of rain was kept at bay, and within the carriage, the silence allowed them to hear one another's breaths. After a considerable time, Lu Qingzi spoke. "Your injuries are severe." Shen Li opened his eyes. "I will not perish. Shall we go to the doctor?" "No need." Shen Li paused. "Just find a place to let me off." Lu Qingzi regarded him with a profound gaze. "In your current state, where can you go?" Shen Li fell silent. Indeed, where could he go? Destitute, gravely wounded, unable to return to the Shen residence, and alone in the capital. "Come with me to my residence," Lu Qingzi suggested. "I have a physician there." Shen Li lifted his eyes. "Why help me? I cannot stand idly by in the face of injustice." Lu Qingzi smiled. "Is that reason sufficient?" "Insufficient." Shen Li was aware it was not enough. Yet, he refrained from probing further. He was too weary, drained of the energy to analyze the intentions of this sudden benefactor. He closed his eyes once more. Lu Qingzi also fell silent. The only sounds within the carriage were the rolling wheels and the faint crackling of incense burning. The carriage traversed through the streets. Through the gaps in the curtains, Shen Li glimpsed the outside world. Pedestrians in a hurry, shops lining the streets, with the occasional call of vendors. This was another facet of the capital, vibrant and bustling, a stark contrast to the dark, narrow alleys he had just traversed. As if two worlds existed side by side. After an indeterminate time, the carriage came to a halt. The driver's voice called out, "Young master, we have arrived." Lu Qingzi alighted first, then turned, extending his hand once more to Shen Li. This time, Shen Li did not refuse. He indeed required support. Stepping down and regaining his balance, Shen Li looked up to behold a residence. It was not the opulence one would expect of the prime minister's estate, but rather exuded an elegant simplicity. A plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with two prominent characters, Bamboo Courtyard. The calligraphy was slender yet vigorous, possessing a certain character. There are no stone lions at the entrance, merely two clusters of verdant bamboo, rustling softly in the rain. "This is my villa in the capital," Lu Qingxi explained. "It is more tranquil." He pushed open the door, gesturing for Shen Li to enter. The courtyard was modest yet exquisitely arranged. The path was laid with blue stones, flanked by various flowering trees. Although autumn had arrived, a few chrysanthemums still bloomed in yellow and white. The main house consisted of 3 rooms. With white walls and black tiles, the window frames intricately carved with plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. An elderly servant approached and, upon seeing Shen Li's condition, momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure. "Young master, Chenbo, prepare hot water and clean garments," Lu Qingxi instructed, "and send for Dr. Zhang." "Yes." Chenbo bowed and departed. Lu Qingxi led Shen Li into the eastern wing of the main house. The room was simply furnished with a bed, a table, and a chair, and a landscape painting hung on the wall. The bedding was tidy, exuding a faint scent of soap pods. "You may wash up first. The doctor will arrive shortly." Lu Qingxi said, "I will be next door. Call me if you need anything." He turned to leave. "Lord Lu," Shen Li called out to him. Lu Qingxi turned back. Shen Li gazed at him intently, enunciating each word with precision. "I shall remember this favor today, and I will repay it in the future." Lu Qingxi smiled gently. "There is no need. Just focus on your recovery." He exited the room, softly closing the door behind him. Shen Li remained rooted in place, listening to the sound of retreating footsteps. Then, he approached the bedside and sat down. His body finally relaxed, and the pain surged like a tide, overwhelming all sensibility. He lowered his gaze to his trembling hands, stained with blood, both that of others and his own. Everything that had transpired felt like a vivid dream. From retaliating in the woodshed, to fleeing through the alley, and then narrowly escaping death. Within a mere hour, he had brushed against mortality twice. Now, he found himself in a stranger's room, drenched, battered, and uncertain of what lay ahead. Yet he had survived. That was sufficient. Taking a deep breath, Shen Li slowly reclined. The bed was soft and the blankets warm. Outside, the sound of rain subsided, allowing sunlight to seep through the gaps in the clouds, casting mottled shadows on the floor. He closed his eyes. Then he heard the faintest sound of footsteps outside the door. They were not Lu Qingxi's. They belonged to another person. Light, steady. Each step measured with precision. The footsteps paused just beyond the door. Shen Li opened his eyes, his hand discreetly tightening around a shard of porcelain he had stealthily concealed beneath his pillow, sharp as a blade. The figure outside did not knock, nor did they depart. They simply stood there, quietly, like a shadow. Chapter 12 End. Chapter 13. The shadow lurks. The footsteps halted, lingering outside the door like a statue, rendering even their breathing imperceptible. Shen Li lay motionless on the bed, his gaze fixed on the shadow cast beneath the door. Light streamed in from the corridor, elongating the shadow. It was a man of average build, standing upright with his weight evenly distributed on both feet. A practitioner and one with considerable skill. The shard of porcelain pressed painfully into his palm. Shen Li adjusted his breathing to maintain a rhythm akin to that of a frail patient. Yet his muscles were taut, ready to spring into action at any moment. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. The person outside remained still, just as Shen Li began to doubt his senses. The footsteps sounded once more, not retreating, but turning, heading along the corridor towards the main hall. The sound receded, ultimately vanishing into the post-rain silence. Shen Li did not lower his guard. He waited a full minute, ensuring no further movement before slowly sitting up. A sharp pain shot through his chest, causing his vision to darken. His ribs might indeed be fractured. He needed to address this urgently. But not yet. Dr. Zhang, as mentioned by Lu Qingxi, had yet to arrive, and there might still be prying eyes outside. He lowered his gaze to inspect his injuries. His coarse outer garment was completely soaked, caked with mud and blood, clinging tightly to his skin. Cautiously, he unfastened his belt, moving slowly to avoid aggravating his wounds. Once removed, it revealed an equally drenched inner garment. Shen Li gritted his teeth and decided to remove that as well. Exposed to the air, his skin prickled with goosebumps. He examined himself. His chest was a mottled blue and purple, with a noticeable indentation on the left side of his ribs and severe bruising beneath the skin. On his arms and thighs, old and new whip marks were scattered, some already crusted over, while others still oozed with blood. Most striking was the deep indent around his waist, where the skin had turned outward, its edges white, a remnant of prolonged binding by coarse ropes. Fragments of the original owner's memories flickered through. Zhao Momo had once tied him to a pillar in the woodshed, a confinement that lasted an entire day and night. Beast, Shen Li muttered under his breath, uncertain whether he was cursing Zhao Momo or this wretched world. He discarded his damp clothing on the floor and sat on the edge of the bed, bare-chested. A tarnished copper mirror hung on the wall, barely reflecting a human silhouette. Shen Li lifted his gaze toward the mirror and was taken aback. The figure staring back was unfamiliar. It appeared to be a boy of around 16 or 17, with a delicate frame and skin so pale it was almost translucent, revealing the bluish veins beneath. The shoulders were narrow, collarbones prominent, and the waist so slender it seemed it could snap with a mere bend. Though the face retained the innocence of youth, there was a sharpness in the brows and eyes, especially the eyes, their elongated shape with slightly upturned outer corners, the pupils dark and deep, resembling obsidian submerged in a frigid pool. This was not his face. Lin Wan, at 27, possessed a square jaw, thick eyebrows, single eyelids, and skin weathered to a weak hue from years of exposure to the elements. Due to his profession, his gaze often conveyed scrutiny and vigilance, lending him an air of composure and reliability. Yet the visage in the mirror was overly exquisite, fragile as porcelain, capable of shattering at the slightest touch. Shen Li furrowed his brow, leaning closer to the mirror. There between his brows, he noticed a mark. Centrally placed, a red mole stood out, vibrant as a drop of blood against the pale skin, impossible to overlook. The mole was small, roughly the size of a green bean, yet perfectly shaped, its edges sharply defined, as if meticulously applied with a vermilion brush. Birthmark, the term sprang forth from the original owner's memories. It was a symbol of fertility, with a brighter hue indicating better constitution and greater ease of conception. Shen Li fixated on the red mark, a wave of nausea surging within him. He yearned to raise his hand to scratch it away, but his fingers hovered in the air, ultimately refraining from contact. It was not acceptance. It was reason reminding him. This was a part of this body, irretrievable without excising the entire piece of flesh. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. When he opened them again, his gaze had regained its composure. Accepting reality was the first step. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. "Young Master Shen?" It was Lu Qingxi's voice. The doctor had arrived. Shen Li quickly grabbed a thin blanket from the bed to cover himself. "Come." The door swung open, and Lu Qingxi entered, followed by an elderly man. The old gentleman, approximately 60 years of age, had sparse white hair secured with a wooden hairpin, dressed in a grayish-blue robe, and carried a medicine box. His countenance was kind, yet his gaze was sharp, the keen sight of a seasoned physician capable of discerning a patient's condition at a glance. "This is Dr. Zhang, a renowned expert in trauma treatment in the capital," Lu Qingxi introduced, "and this is young Master Shen." Dr. Zhang nodded and approached the bedside, setting down the medicine box. "Please lie down, young master. Allow this old man to examine your injuries." Shen Li reclined once more, lifting a corner of the blanket to reveal the bruising on his chest. Upon a mere glance, Dr. Zhang's brow furrowed deeply. He extended his hand to press gently, his technique precise and tender, examining inch by inch from the collarbone downwards. The third and fourth ribs on the left side are fractured, while the fifth appears to be dislocated. Dr. Zhang's voice was calm, although there was significant subcutaneous bleeding. No organs had been harmed. The arm and thigh bore primarily superficial injuries that could be treated with ointment. Caution was advised for the bruises around the waist, as infection could lead to abscesses. He opened his medicine chest, retrieving a silver needle, a vial of medication, and bandages. I must realign your bones, young master, which may cause some discomfort, he stated. Shen Li nodded, acknowledging the necessity. Dr. Zhang glanced at him, somewhat surprised. Most young gentlemen would have turned pale at the mention of realignment, yet this one remained composed. The process of realignment was indeed excruciating. Dr. Zhang was skilled in his techniques, yet the pain from forcibly repositioning the fractured bones was not something an ordinary person could easily endure. Shen Li gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, but he uttered not a sound. Instead, he fixated on the ceiling, his gaze vacant, as if his soul had drifted elsewhere. Lu Qingxi observed from the side, his expression contemplative. Once the realignment was completed, Dr. Zhang began applying ointment. The salve was dark, imbued with a potent herbal aroma, providing a cooling sensation upon contact with the wounds, alleviating some of the pain. As he wrapped the bandages, Dr. Zhang paused momentarily, having noticed the other scars adorning Shen Li's body. The overlapping whip marks, the bruises from restraints around his waist, and the evident contusions on his wrists from ropes. Some scars had faded, while others were still fresh. The oldest ones appeared to have been healing for at least 3 or 4 years. How could a 16-year-old have so many injuries? Dr. Zhang lifted his gaze to Lu Qingxi, who slightly shook his head. Understanding, Dr. Zhang refrained from further inquiries and continued his work. Once everything was attended to, Dr. Zhang washed his hands and retrieved a small porcelain vial from his medicine chest. This is an internal remedy for your injuries. Take one in the morning and evening with warm water. Refrain from getting out of bed for 3 days. Avoid exertion for a week, and maintain a light diet, steering clear of raw or cold foods. Thank you, Shen Li replied, accepting the vial. Dr. Zhang packed up his supplies, casting one last glance at Shen Li, hesitating to speak before finally addressing Lu Qingxi. Young master, may I have a word? The two stepped outside. Shen Li possessed keen hearing, a skill honed through his experience as a criminal investigator. He overheard Dr. Zhang's lowered voice. Young Master Lu. This young Master Shen's injuries are severe, but the most troubling aspect lies beyond the external wounds. What is it? He is severely deficient in vital energy and blood, akin to prolonged malnutrition, compounded by overwhelming worries. His heart and pulse are unstable, and his liver qi is stagnant. Should he not receive proper care, it could jeopardize his fundamental health. Lu Qingxi fell silent for a moment. Is recovery possible? It will take time and requires tranquility. I will prescribe a regimen. Let us observe his condition over the next half-month. Thank you for your assistance. Footsteps receded. Shen Li lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Deficient in vital energy? Long-term malnutrition? Overwhelmed by worries? Indeed, the original owner had survived 16 years in such an environment. It was a miracle he had endured until now. The door swung open once more, and Lu Qingxi entered, carrying a bowl of warm soup. This is freshly made chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot. He placed the bowl on the small table beside the bed, pulling up a chair to sit. Dr. Zhang is preparing the prescription. The medicine will arrive shortly. Shen Li propped himself up slowly. Lu Qingxi did not assist him, merely observing. Shen Li lifted the bowl. The chicken soup was fragrant, with golden oil glistening on the surface, complemented by slices of ginger and a few goji berries. He sipped it slowly, the temperature just right. Lord Lu, he murmured. Shen Li set down his bowl and expressed his gratitude for the day's events, but he could not linger. Lu Qingxi raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Why? Shen Li replied candidly. The Shen family will not let this matter rest. Although you are the son of the Prime Minister, it is not worth provoking the minister's residence for the sake of a mere illegitimate son. Whether it is worth it is my decision to make. Lu Qingxi smiled, adding, moreover, the minister would not offend the Lu family over a wayward, illegitimate son. The words were spoken lightly, yet Shen Li discerned the underlying implication. The Lu family possessed this confidence. Even so, I cannot remain without cause, Shen Li observed. What is it that Lord Lu desires? His directness was sharp, akin to a blade that tore through the facade of warmth. The smile on Lu Qingxi's face faded. Leaning back, he clasped his hands over his knees, adopting a posture that rendered him more a politician than a gentle aristocrat. What do you think I desire? Lu Qingxi replied, his tone thoughtful. I do not know, Shen Li answered, but I am aware that no assistance comes without reason, particularly in the capital, especially at such a time. Lu Qingxi regarded him for an extended moment, long enough for the sunlight outside to shift slightly, casting new shadows upon the floor. Shen Gongzi, he began slowly. In the woodshed, your counterattack employed grappling techniques, a variant of military capture arts, yet more streamlined and practical. In the alley, you faced 3 opponents with clear tactics, striking when they were unprepared and targeting vital points. The skills you displayed while scaling the wall are not those of an ordinary young man, let alone an illegitimate son of a noble house. Furthermore, he paused, your resilience in the face of pain, your composure in dire situations, and your vigilance in my presence. These traits are not typical of a 16-year-old illegitimate son of the minister's residence. Shen Li's heart tightened, yet his expression remained impassive. So? He inquired. Thus, I find you intriguing, Lu Qingxi stated candidly. I wish to understand who you are, whence you come, and what you aspire to achieve. What if I were to say I am merely Shen Li, the illegitimate son of the Minister of Justice, seeking to survive? Then survive, Lu Qingxi replied. But there are myriad ways to do so. You could return to the Shen residence, continuing as the 3rd young master who is at the mercy of others. Or you could choose a different path. What path? Shen Li asked. Lu Qingxi rose, moving toward the window, and opened it. Fresh air, imbued with the sense of earth and foliage after the rain, flowed in. He gazed outside, his silhouette tall and poised. The Wenhua Academy is enrolling next month, he said. Shen Li was taken aback. Wenhua Academy, he echoed. This name was etched in the memories of the original owner. Known as one of the highest institutions of the Daxing dynasty, specifically for young gentlemen. Those who gained admission were either scions of noble families or exceptionally talented sons of humble origins. Graduates with outstanding performance could enter the court, albeit with limited official positions. Yet it represented the pinnacle of what a young man could aspire to. Wenhua Academy, Shen Li repeated. It enrolls every 3 years. And this year happens to be the enrollment period. Lu Qingxi turned to face him, continuing, the entrance examination consists of 3 components: written tests, interviews, and physical assessments. The written tests cover classical literature and poetry. The interviews evaluate composure and demeanor. The physical assessments test horsemanship and endurance. Those excelling in all 3 may gain admission. Are you suggesting I should take the entrance exam for Wenhua Academy? Shen Li Kariya. Why not? Lu Qingxi returned to the bedside, stating, I have heard of your talents from the guards at the Shen residence. Your words in the alley, step aside or lie down, displayed courage and presence. In the confrontation within the shed, you demonstrate your capacity for transformation. The wounds upon your body signify your endurance. These attributes are precisely what the Wenhua Academy requires. Shen Li remained silent, pursuing an examination. As a modern-day detective, the notion of entering an ancient gentleman's academy seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, he did not dismiss the idea outright. For Lu Qingxi was correct. Survival presents myriad avenues. Returning to the Shen residence was a path to demise, and wandering the streets offered no hope either. However, Wenhua Academy might offer a chance at life. More crucially, it serves as a springboard. The original owner's vendetta must be avenged, and the rules of this world must be shattered. He requires strength. In this feudal dynasty, strength is derived either from martial prowess or from authority. He possessed neither, for this body was far too feeble for combat. What then of authority? Wenhua Academy represents the first step towards acquiring power. Why assist me? Shen Li posed the same query, albeit with a different tone this time. What benefit does my admission to Wenhua Academy confer upon Lord Lu? Lu Qingxi smiled, a genuine smile this time, with a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. Young Master Shen, the court is akin to a chessboard, he articulated. The board requires not only pieces but also variables. And you, it seems, present a promising variable. Such candor was almost brutally honest. I am not aiding you. I am investing in a potential variable that may yield returns. Shen Li found a sense of reassurance in this stark exchange of interests, far more comforting than insincere benevolence. What do I require? He inquired. Restoration of my injuries education, preparation for the examination, Lu Qingxi replied. For this month, you may reside here. I shall provide you with books and writing materials, and if necessary, I can even engage a tutor. However, whether you succeed in the examination depends on your own capabilities. And the conditions? Upon your success, within the limits of your ability, you shall perform 3 tasks for me. Lu Qingxi raised 3 fingers. These tasks must not contravene ethics, harm natural order, or breach the law. The specifics will be revealed in due time. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Li responded, agreed. Yet I too have conditions. Please proceed. First, during this month, your responsibility shall be to ensure my safety. Neither the Shun residents nor any other party may disturb me. Agreed. Second, I require detailed knowledge of Wenhua Academy's examination rules, past questions, and the preferences of the examiners. I will arrange for that information to be compiled for you. Third, Shen Li fixed his gaze upon him. Should I fail to gain admission, the favor you have bestowed today shall be repaid. Yet the agreement to perform 3 tasks for you shall be nullified. Lu Qingxi raised an eyebrow. Do you lack confidence in yourself? It is not a matter of confidence, Shen Li articulated, but of fairness. You are investing in the student Shen Li of Wenhua Academy. If I do not succeed, your investment shall have faltered. A failed transaction ought to be terminated. Lu Qingxi laughed, this time with genuine sincerity. Very well. It is a deal. He extended his hand, and Shen Li reciprocated. Their hands clasped firmly. Lu Qingxi's hand was cool yet strong, while Shen Li's trembled slightly due to pain, yet he gripped it tightly. The pact was sealed. After Lu Qingxi departed, silence enveloped the room once more. Shen Li lay upon the bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing. Wenhua Academy. The examination. 1 month. Time was of the essence. He needed to swiftly comprehend the knowledge system of this world, restore his body, and devise a plan. But foremost, he needed to survive. Outside the window, the daylight gradually dimmed. A servant delivered dinner and medicinal soup. The meal was light yet nutritionally balanced. Plain rice porridge, side dishes, and steamed fish. Shen Li savored his meal slowly before consuming the pills. The medication contained soothing ingredients, and he soon found himself overcome by drowsiness. Before retiring for the night, he rose to inspect the room. The doors and windows were secure, capable of being locked from within. After ensuring the door was fastened, he returned to bed, tucking the shards of porcelain beneath his pillow, gripping them tightly before finally closing his eyes. Just before consciousness sank into darkness, he heard a faint, almost imperceptible sound from outside the window, akin to something gliding across the rooftop, a soft scraping of tiles. Shen Li did not open his eyes, but his grip on the porcelain pieces tightened slightly. The night was still long, and the watchful eyes lurking in the shadows seemed never to waver. Chapter 14. The night rain conceals the blade. The night had deepened. The rain had not ceased. In fact, it fell even more heavily, the droplets drumming upon the roof tiles, producing a continuous rustling sound, reminiscent of countless tiny insects gnawing at something. The wind seeped through the crevices of the window, carrying a damp chill that caused the flame of the oil lamp to flicker unsteadily. Shen Li remained awake. Although the tranquilizing elements in the soup had rendered his body weary, the instincts of a detective kept him partially alert. With his eyes closed and breathing steady, he remained attuned to every sound both inside and outside the room. The rain, the wind, the distant echo of drums, and that sound from the rooftop. It was faint and measured, like a cat traversing the tiles. It moved from east to west, halting directly above his chamber, remaining still, monitoring, or perhaps preparing for an assassination. Shen Li's hand slowly shifted beneath the thin blanket, grasping the porcelain shard. The edge was sharp. He had quietly honed it against the bed's edge, transforming it into a makeshift blade. While its length was insufficient for a clean cut, it was adequate for severing a throat. Seconds ticked by. The figure atop the roof remained motionless. Shen Li also stayed frozen, both parties resembling stone in their silent confrontation, shielded by the nocturnal rain. Then, footsteps emerged, not from the rooftop, but from the courtyard. Light yet deliberate, they splashed through the puddles, approaching the chamber step by step, halting outside the door. A knock resounded. 3 knocks, neither hurried nor slow. Shen Gongzi? It was Lu Qingxi's voice. Shen Li released the porcelain shard and opened his eyes. Guoming. The door swung open, revealing Lu Qingzi standing at the threshold, still clad in his moon-white long robe, now draped in a dark blue cloak, its hood speckled with raindrops. Shimmering under the lamplight, he carried a food box, his expression unperturbed. I feared you might be hungry at night, so I brought some snacks. He entered, placed the food box on the table, and turned to Shen Li. Why are you still awake? My wound aches, Shen Li replied, half-truthfully. Lu Qingzi nodded, refraining from further inquiry. He moved to the window, firmly closing the shutters and inspecting the door latch, his movements as natural as if he were in his own quarters. Having completed these tasks, he returned to the table and opened the food box. Inside were several exquisite pastries, crystal cake, osmanthus pastry, and a bowl of steaming tremella soup. Dr. Zhang mentioned you were deficient in vital energy and needed warmth, Lu Qingzi said, serving the tremella soup while it was still hot. Shen Li propped himself up to accept the bowl. The tremella was stewed to a tender consistency, infused with red dates and goji berries, sweet yet not cloying. He sipped slowly, his gaze fixated on Lu Qingzi. Lu Qingzi returned the look, his expression tranquil, adorned with a hint of an elusive smile. Ludaran, Shen Li Inkirat. Setting his bowl down, is that individual on the roof your bodyguard? Lu Qingzi's smile faltered momentarily before deepening. You heard that? Indeed, your hearing is quite sharp. Lu Qingzi did not deny it. That is Mo Zhu, my personal bodyguard. The estate has been rather tumultuous these past few days, so I have assigned him to keep watch. Tumultuous? Shen Li raised an eyebrow. Lu Qingzi rose and approached the window, prying it open slightly to gaze into the rainy night. Raindrops swiftly infiltrated, dampening the cuffs of his sleeves. You escaped from the Shen residence today and returned with me to the bamboo courtyard. His voice was soft, mingling with the sound of the rain, almost inaudible. The Shen residents will not let this matter rest easily. While Wangshe may not dare to openly demand your return, one cannot say what may transpire in the shadows. So, Mo Zhu is here to protect me? He is also safeguarding the bamboo courtyard. Lu Qingzi turned to face him. Mr. Shen, you may not be aware, but your commotion today has already become a thorn in the side of certain individuals. Shen Li fell silent, understanding precisely whom Lu Qingzi referred to, the esteemed Lu Gonggong and the formidable forces behind him. A mere eunuch managing the imperial household would not dare covet the son of a minister without powerful backing. Lu Gonggong is affiliated with the third prince. Lu Qingzi returned to the table, lowering his voice further. The third prince, Yu Wenyan, is 28 this year, raised by the favored concubine following the early demise of his birth mother. He presents a facade of gentility, yet harbors a ruthless nature, particularly in his penchant for collecting rare treasures. He paused before adding, including beautiful individuals and promising youths. Shen Li's fingers tightened slightly. Wangshe intends to offer you to Lu Gonggong to curry favor with the third prince, seeking to ascend through him. Your escape has disrupted their plans. Wangshe will be humiliated, Lu Gonggong will feel slighted, and the third prince may find the situation amusing or take offense. Regardless, you have placed yourself in a precarious position. Then why do you still choose to harbor me? Shen Li met his gaze directly. To offend the third prince would not bode well for the Lu family. Lu Qingzi smiled, this time with a sharpness to it. Since when has the Lu family feared offending others? It was a bold statement, yet he delivered it with nonchalance, as though stating a mere fact. Moreover, he continued, the third prince is a prince, and I am a minister. Some level of rivalry among ministers is entirely normal. Shen Li grasped the underlying implication. The Lu family held an adversarial stance against the third prince. At least Lu Qingzi's faction did not align with him. So, I am your pawn, he remarked, to test the third prince or provoke him. A pawn? Lu Qingzi shook his head. Mr. Shen, you underestimate yourself. The one capable of turning the tables on a wicked servant and breaking free from a siege, prompting me to personally intervene and rescue you, cannot merely be a pawn. He stood, approaching the bedside, looking down at Shen Li. What I value is not your status, but your capabilities. The calm, decisiveness, and ruthlessness you exhibited in dire circumstances are qualities absent in the pampered youths of Wenhua Academy, as well as in the literati of the court, who can only compose poetry. And what of it? The Da Sheng requires transformation. Lu Qingxi's voice lowered, reflecting on the antiquated laws and rigid examination system that perpetuated the dominance of aristocratic families, leaving the children of humble origins with little hope of advancement. The third prince sought to maintain the status quo, for it served his interests. He was a royal, and the families supporting him were the beneficiaries of the existing order. Yet I am different. He leaned slightly forward, locking eyes with Shen Li. The Lu family is indeed an aristocracy, but my father rose from humble beginnings, ascending through the ranks via the imperial examination. I am acutely aware of the struggles faced by commoners, and I understand the ailments afflicting this nation. Thus, I aspire for change. However, change necessitates strength, allies, and individuals like you. Shen Li met his gaze. The flickering light of the oil lamp danced between them, and deep within Lu Qingxi's pupils, a flame flickered, an ember of ambition. What do you wish for me to do? Shen Li inquired. First, gain admission to the Wenhua Academy. Lu Qingxi replied, straightening his posture. With the identity of a Wenhua Academy student, you will no longer be a mere illegitimate son subject to the whims of the Shun household. You will acquire a new beginning, a platform from which to voice your concerns. By then, should you seek vengeance or wish to instigate change, opportunities will abound. His words were undeniably enticing. Yet Shen Li did not acquiesce immediately. He pondered and weighed the implications. How much truth lay in Lu Qingxi's assertions? Was he genuinely motivated by the lofty ideal of reforming the Da Sheng dynasty? Or was he merely seeking to topple the third prince for his own gain and that of the Lu family? Both scenarios were plausible. Nevertheless, for Shen Li, there existed no alternative. He required Lu Qingxi's protection and the leverage provided by the Wenhua Academy. As for the future, he resolved to take it one step at a time. Very well, Shen Li affirmed, I shall gain admission to the Wenhua Academy. A satisfied smile spread across Lu Qingxi's face. I knew I had not misjudged you. He approached the table and retrieved an oiled paper package from the bottom of the food container, offering it to Shen Li. This contains the examination papers from the Wenhua Academy for the past 5 years, along with the preferences of several key examiners. I had it compiled overnight. You can review it while you recuperate. Shen Li accepted the package, its weight substantial and promising. Additionally, Lu Qingxi continued, starting tomorrow, I will hire a tutor for you. You must bolster your knowledge of the classics, poetry, and prose, as these are your weaknesses. The tutor, surnamed Zhou, is a retired Hamlin Academy scholar with commendable knowledge and a pleasant disposition. Feel free to inquire freely. Thank you, Shen Li replied, placing the package beside his pillow. Lu Qingxi nodded, seemingly on the verge of saying more, but ultimately settled for, rest early. Do not rise from your bed until you have fully healed. He picked up the food container and quietly closed the door behind him. The room returned to tranquility. Shen Li leaned against the headboard, gazing at the oiled paper package beside his pillow before lifting his eyes to the ceiling. The sounds from the tiles had faded. The ink bamboo must have departed or simply concealed itself better. He opened the package, revealing a thick stack of rice paper, the handwriting neat and evidently that of a skilled copyist. The first page presented an overview of the Wenhua Academy. Wenhua Academy, established by Emperor Taizu in the 3rd year of the Shengli era, is dedicated to nurturing exceptionally gifted youths, imparting knowledge in the classics, rituals, music, archery, and equestrian disciplines. The academic program spans 3 years, and those who excel in assessments may be awarded official positions, with ranks reaching up to the 5th grade. Subsequent pages detailed admission requirements, examination subjects, and grading criteria. Shen Li perused the pages, noting that the written examination encompassed the 4 books and 5 classics, poetry, and essays, while the oral examination assessed responsiveness, demeanor, and impromptu performance. The physical examination comprises archery, swordsmanship, and endurance, each with specific scoring criteria, presenting a rather formal structure. He focused on the strategy essay, the segment most akin to the essay questions in contemporary examinations. The past topics included the role of young scholars in the court, the gains and losses of the imperial examination system, and strategies for border defense in the Northern Territories. These subjects are far from simple. demanding a solid foundation of knowledge and profound insights. Shen Li furrowed his brow. It was indeed challenging, immensely so. As a modern-day criminal investigator, his understanding of ancient classics was limited, and he was utterly ignorant of poetry and prose. While strategy might be compensated for by logic and insight, the historical texts required extensive memorization. Would a month suffice? He set the papers aside and reclined back onto the bed. The wound still throbbed faintly, yet the greater pain stemmed from the overwhelming influx of information, a staggering shock. Time travel, pursuit, Lu Qingxi, the Wenhua Academy. The third prince, all tangled like a mess that he needed to untangle. He closed his eyes and began to organize his thoughts. First, survival is the paramount objective. With Lu Qingxi's protection, he was temporarily safe, yet threats loomed. Shun Manor, Eunuch Lu, the third prince, all potential adversaries. Second, the Wenhua Academy is the sole avenue for escape. He must pass the examination at all costs. Third, learning. Within a month, he must master sufficient knowledge to succeed. Fourth, physical health. His injuries must heal swiftly, and his physical fitness must be restored. The Wenhua Academy requires proficiency in archery and swordsmanship, yet his current condition barely allows him to walk. Fifth, intelligence. He must acquire a deeper understanding of this world, the political landscape, distribution of power, and interpersonal relationships. Lu Qingxi had provided some insights, yet it was insufficient. He needed his own channels of information. Listing these objectives clarified his path. Shen Li opened his eyes and gazed out the window. The rain continued to fall, yet the horizon was beginning to lighten with a hint of gray. Dawn was approaching. He picked up the stack of papers once more, turning to the section on historical texts, and began to memorize. The principles of the university are rooted in the cultivation of virtue, the care for the populace, and the pursuit of the utmost goodness. The phrases were convoluted and the meanings obscure, yet he pressed on, laboriously digesting each word as if gnawing on a tough bone. Time flowed with the sound of rain and his reading. By dawn, Shen Li had committed the first 3 chapters of the Great Learning to memory. Although he did not grasp the deeper meanings, he had at least retained the text. A servant brought breakfast and medicinal soup. Breakfast consisted of rice porridge and steamed buns, which Shen Li consumed slowly before taking his medicine. The prescription from Dr. Zhang had proven effective, alleviating some of the pain in his chest. After breakfast, the gentleman mentioned by Lu Qingxi arrived. Mr. Zhou, in his 60s, was slender yet vigorous, clad in a faded blue robe. His hair was graying but meticulously arranged. As he entered the room with a scroll in hand, his gaze was gentle, yet possessed the sharpness characteristic of a scholar. "Young Master Shun," he said with a slight bow, "I am Zhou Wenyuan, at the behest of young Master Lu, here to impart knowledge to you. Please take a seat, sir." Shun Li began to rise to pay his respects, but Mr. Zhou halted him. "Young Master is injured. There is no need for formalities." Mr. Zhou settled at the table, unfurling the scroll. "Young Master intends to take the examination for the Wenhua Academy, and time is of the essence. Thus, I plan to commence with the most crucial points. What books have you read previously?" Shen Li hesitated for a moment before replying. "Not many." This was the truth. The original owner of this body had barely enough to eat in Shun Manor, let alone the luxury of studying. His own reservoir of knowledge was entirely disconnected from the current era. Mr. Zhou exhibited neither surprise nor disdain. He merely nodded, stating, "It matters not. We shall begin anew." The entrance examination at Wenhua Academy emphasizes the 4 books and the 5 classics, with the 4 books serving as the foundation that must be memorized, while the 5 classics can be studied selectively. Today, I shall commence with the Analects, as it is essential for the imperial examination and the essence of human conduct. He opened the book and began his exposition. Mr. Zhou's teaching style was distinctive, rather than adhering strictly to the text. He referenced classical works and related them to contemporary realities, rendering profound principles accessible and comprehensible. He taught not only the literal meanings, but also the attitudes towards scholarship and life philosophies. When discussing the idea that a gentleman should not be limited to mere tools, he elaborated on the necessity for a gentleman to be well-rounded and capable, extending this to the principles of governance and the conduct of life. Shen Li Li. Realizing that he had underestimated the wisdom embedded in ancient classics, which remained relevant even in modern times. Furthermore, Mr. Zhou's interpretations unveiled a new possibility, employing the wisdom of the ancients to address the dilemmas of the present. The morning swiftly passed. Upon completing the first chapter of the Analects, Mr. Zhou closed the book, stating, "That will suffice for today. You are injured and should not overexert yourself. This material must be thoroughly memorized. I shall conduct a review tomorrow." Shen Li nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Zhou rose and approached the doorway, turning back to say, "Young Master Shen, I have one final word." "Please do speak, sir." Reading is not merely for examination purposes. It is to cultivate understanding. Mr. Zhou observed him, noting the flicker of resentment and animosity in Shen Li's gaze, which was concerning. Reading can alleviate such negative emotions and broaden one's perspective. "I hope you will keep this in mind." With that, he exited. Shen Li sat on the bed, reflecting on Mr. Zhou's words. Resentment? Hatred? Did he possess such feelings? Perhaps. Anyone who had endured his recent experiences would likely harbor some resentment. Yet Mr. Zhou was right. Resentment would not resolve problems, but would only obscure one's vision. He needed to remain calm and rational. After lunch, Shen Li resumed his studies, focusing on essay composition for the afternoon. He reviewed past examination questions and exemplary responses, discovering that the essence of essay writing lay in the logical framework of posing, analyzing, and resolving issues, which bore resemblance to his approach in case analysis reports. The distinction lay in the requirement for classical references, the embellishment of arguments with eloquent language, and alignment with mainstream values. Shen Li began to practice. He selected a question from the previous year, discussed the role of young gentlemen in the court. He first outlined his thoughts. The current status of young gentlemen, lowly positions, limited official roles. 2. The advantages of young gentlemen, meticulousness, resilience, unique perspectives. 3. The potential changes young gentlemen could bring to the court, breaking rigidity, providing alternative viewpoints, promoting fairness. 4. Recommendations, relaxing restrictions on official positions, enhancing the educational system. Establishing promotion pathway. The logic was clear, and the viewpoints were explicit. However, the concern was that the argument was too modern and too radical. The examiners at Wenhua Academy were predominantly traditional scholars. Would they accept such a perspective? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Li began to revise his work. He retained the core logic, but expressed it in a more tempered manner, incorporating classical references to substantiate his points. For instance, when discussing the meticulousness of young gentlemen, he could cite the Book of Rights, which expounds on the importance of diligence as the foundation of governance. In the discourse on promoting equity, one might reference the teachings of Mencius, which assert that the populace holds paramount importance, followed by the state, while the ruler is of lesser significance. This underscores the notion that the selection of talent should prioritize capability over gender. Such a revision lends an air of orthodoxy to the composition, prompting a nod of approval from Shen Li. It appears that the essence of examination lies not in the exhibition of genuine thoughts, but rather in aligning with the expectations of the examiner. This may be deemed hypocritical, yet it is a reflection of reality. He persisted in his practice, tackling one question after another. As dusk fell, Lu Qingxi arrived once more, bearing news. He calmly announced that someone from the Shun residence had come. The Vice Minister Shen himself was waiting in the main hall. Shen Li raised his head, inquiring if he had come for him. On the surface, it seemed so. Lu Qingxi smiled, stating that there were matters at home requiring Shen Li's return. Yet, he had conveyed to Shen that Shen Li's injuries were severe, rendering him unable to move. Shen did not press the issue and departed shortly after. Was it truly that simple? Certainly not. Lu Qingxi took a seat by the bedside, revealing that Vice Minister Shen was an astute individual. He understood that Lu Qingxi's intervention signified the support of the Lu family behind Shen Li. To offend the Lu family for the sake of a mere illegitimate son was not worth the trouble. Thus, Shen's visit was merely a gesture, a formality for the Wang family and the Lu family to consider. Once this was accomplished, he naturally took his leave. Would Lady Wang relent? No. Lu Qingxi shook his head, but at least in the short term, she would not dare to confront him openly. Behind the scenes, Mo Zhu would remain vigilant. Shen Li nodded. This was indeed the most favorable outcome. Additionally, Lu Qingxi retrieved a letter from his sleeve, presenting it to Shen Li. It was the enrollment brochure for the Wenhua Academy for this year, freshly delivered. There were some changes to note, as he indicated. Shen Li accepted the letter and unfolded it. The brochure was quite formal, bearing the official seal of the Wenhua Academy. The content largely aligned with his previous understanding. But one addition stood out. To select true talents and scholars, this year's examination would include a practical assessment. Candidates were required to participate in the investigation of a case following the written examination, with scores based on their performance. The case would be provided by the Ministry of Justice, and the examiners would consist of officials from the ministry alongside instructors from the Wenhua Academy. Practical assessment? Case investigation? Shen Li's eyes brightened. This was indeed his forte. Observing his expression, Lu Qingxi chuckled, remarking that this alteration seemed to align perfectly with Shen Li's strengths. Indeed, Shen Li did not conceal his enthusiasm. This was far easier than poetry and prose. Do not rejoice too soon, Lu Qingxi cautioned. The cases provided by the Ministry of Justice will not be straightforward. Moreover, the assessment will gauge the abilities expected of a gentleman, such as meticulousness, patience, and communication skills. Unconventional methods may yield adverse results. I understand, Shen Li assured him as he carefully stored the brochure. I will be mindful. Lu Qingxi lingered for a while longer, engaging in light conversation about the local customs of the capital and amusing anecdotes from the Wenhua Academy. He spoke with great finesse, ensuring that Shen Li did not feel interrogated while seamlessly conveying information. Shen Li discerned some significant undertones. There were factional disputes within the Wenhua Academy, and tensions existed among the examiners. Some favored literary flair, others leaned towards practical skills, while a faction of pure traditionalists opposed any reforms. This intelligence was invaluable. After bidding farewell to Lu Qingxi, Shen Li returned to his studies. However, this time his mood had shifted. The practical assessment instilled confidence in him. At least one aspect was within his grasp for achieving a high score. As night fully descended, the rain ceased. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting its cool, silvery light into the room and creating a silhouette of the window lattice upon the floor. Shen Li set down his book and stretched his stiff body. The pain for his wound had significantly diminished. Indeed, Dr. Zhang's medicine proved effective. He attempted to rise from the bed, using the table for support as he took a few tentative steps. His gait was unsteady, yet he could walk. Approaching the window, he pushed it open, allowing the cool, post-rain air to flood in, carrying the fragrant essence of earth and foliage. The courtyard lay in serene silence, droplets on the bamboo, leaves glistening under the moonlight. Then, he noticed a figure, standing beside the bamboo thicket in the corner of the yard, cloaked in black, nearly blending into the night. It was Mo Zhu. He too was watching Shen Li, his expression inscrutable. Their gazes met in the stillness of the night. After a brief moment, Mo Zhu nodded slightly before turning and disappearing behind the bamboo. Shen Li closed the window and returned to his bed, aware that Mo Zhu would be keeping watch outside that night. He, on the other hand, needed to conserve his strength, for the true battle would commence the following day. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15. The sword's call under the moon, as the morning sun pierced through the clouds. Shen Li was already awake, not by natural means, but roused by pain. The fracture in his chest was healing, yet it felt as though countless needles were piercing inside him with every breath, accompanied by a dull ache. He lay in bed, staring at the rafters of the ceiling, quietly counting to distract himself. Upon reaching 127, a knock echoed at the door. "Master, it is time for your dressing change," came Chen Bo's voice. "Come in," Shen Li replied. Chen Bo entered, carrying hot water and a medical kit, expertly tending to Shen Li's wound. As he unwrapped the bandage, the injury revealed itself. The bruising had faded somewhat, and the swelling had subsided. Yet the indentations beneath the skin remained, a stark reminder of the bone injury. Dr. Zhang mentioned that you are recovering faster than the average person, Chen Bo remarked while applying the medicine. But remember, injuries to bones and tendons require 100 days to heal. You must not be careless. I understand, Shen Li replied. observing Chun Bo's hands, those of an elder, with loose skin and age spots, yet remarkably steady in their movements. Once the dressing was complete, Chun Bo hesitated before producing a small cloth pouch from his robe and placing it beside the bed. "This is a balm I prepare myself. It works wonders for bruising and pain relief. If you do not mind, you may give it a try." Shen Li regarded the pouch, then looked back at Chun Bo. The elder's gaze was sincere, devoid of flattery or pity, merely a simple kindness. "Thank you." Shen Li accepted the pouch. Chun Bo nodded and exited with his belongings. After breakfast, Mr. Zhou arrived punctually, ready to discuss the Mencius, employing classical references with clarity and depth. Shen Li listened intently, occasionally posing questions. Mr. Zhou was astonished by his progress. Yesterday, he had been completely uninformed, yet today he was able to draw connections between concepts. "You possess remarkable talent," Mr. Zhou remarked. "If you maintain this diligence, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness." Shen Li refrained from responding. He was aware that he was not exceptionally gifted. Rather, he employed the most rudimentary method, rote memorization, combined with the analytical skills honed in his previous life as a detective to weave together disparate pieces of knowledge. Yet, this approach was effective. During the midday break, Lu Qingxi visited once more, this time bearing a wooden box. "Let's take a look inside," he said with a smile. Shen Li opened the box, revealing a sword within. The sword measures slightly over 2 feet in length, its blade narrow and entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, devoid of any ornamentation. The hilt is wrapped in black shark skin, offering a comfortable grip. The scabbard, fashioned from ordinary hardwood and coated with black lacquer, is unadorned to the point of simplicity. Yet, the moment Shen Li grasps the sword, he perceives it is no ordinary weapon. It is surprisingly light, far lighter than its appearance suggests. As he draws it from its sheath, the blade shimmers with an ethereal blue light under the sun, its edge keen and exuding a chilling aura. The blade bears the faintest wave patterns, remnants of the meticulous folding and forging of high-quality steel. Shen Li turns his gaze towards Lu Qingxi, who mentions that the Wenhua Academy is to test swordsmanship. "You will require a sword," Lu Qingxi states. "But this is too precious," Shen Li replies, placing the sword back into its wooden box. Although he lacks knowledge of swords, the instincts of a criminal investigator inform him that this weapon is of considerable value. "It is not precious." Lu Qingxi shakes his head. "I unearthed this old sword from the storeroom. It has been in use for over a decade. Left alone, it would rust. It is better suited for you." He speaks nonchalantly, yet Shen Li remains unconvinced. An old sword in the storeroom? Such a weapon would surely be regarded as a family heirloom wherever it is found. Nevertheless, he refrains from further protest. Lu Qingxi must have his reasons for offering it, and accepting it serves as a declaration in itself. "Thank you," Shen Li replies, though he admits, "I am not yet able to wield it." Thus, from today onward, "You must resume training," Lu Qingxi instructs. Dr. Zhang has said that as long as you avoid strenuous activity, moderate movement, and simple exercises are permissible. Swordsmanship emphasizes technique over strength. You may begin with the foundational movements. He pauses, adding, "Mo Zhu will instruct you." Shen Li raises an eyebrow. "Mon tak zu?" "He is my bodyguard and a master of swordsmanship," Lu Qingxi explains. "He will teach you the basics, which will suffice." In the afternoon, Mo Zhu arrives, clad in his customary black attire, his expression as stoic as a statue. He enters the room, nods slightly to Shen Li, and promptly gets to the point. Fundamentals of swordsmanship encompass grip, stance, footwork, thrusting, chopping, lifting, hanging, pointing, collapsing, intercepting, and slashing, 13 techniques in total. His tone remains steady and unvaried. "Given your injury, we shall focus today solely on grip and stance." He takes the black sword from Shen Li's hand, demonstrating the grip. Hold the hilt with your right hand, palm facing the blade, fingers relaxed yet firm, not too tight nor too loose. Shen Li follows suit. His hands are small, and the hilt feels somewhat bulky, making it less than comfortable to grasp. However, he adjusts his angle, seeking the most comfortable hold. Mo Zhu observes him quietly, offering no commentary, and continues to demonstrate the stance. Feet shoulder-width apart, left foot forward, right foot back, weight centered, back straight, eyes forward. Shen Li positions himself accordingly. Yet, as he settles into the stance, a sharp pain pierces his chest, causing him to stifle a groan as his body wavers. Mo Zhu reaches out to steady him. That will suffice for today. You must first tend to your injury. Practice can wait until you recover. No, Shen Li asserts, regaining his balance and insisting on continuing. Mo Zhu studies him, a flicker of something crossing his gaze before it vanishes. He releases his grip, then please, have a seat and practice the grip only. Shen Li returns to the edge of the bed, clutching the sword, repeatedly adjusting his stance. The weapon feels heavy, and after a short while, his hands begin to ache. Yet he persists, gritting his teeth in determination. Mo Zhu stands by, watching silently, a mere observer. An hour later, Shen Li's hands trembled so violently that he could no longer grasp the sword. He set it down, flexing his sore fingers, and turned to Mo Zhu. Shall we continue tomorrow? Certainly, Mo Zhu nodded, but you must act within your limits. Your injuries have yet to heal. Pushing yourself is futile. I understand, replied Shen Li, but time is not on my side. The examination for the Wenhua Academy loomed a month away, and he needed to recover his body, master the fundamentals of swordsmanship, and catch up on the classics and history, all while preparing his strategic essay. Every moment was precious, and Mo Zhu fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Why is it imperative for you to take the exam at Wenhua Academy? Shen Li lifted his gaze. To survive. With your abilities, you could leave the capital, live in obscurity, and still manage. That would be too lenient on them. Shen Li's voice was icy. The Shun family, the Wang clan, Eunuch Liu, and the third prince, all of them owe me, and I intend to collect, piece by piece. To reclaim all, I need power. Wenhua Academy is the first step. Mo Zhu regarded him with profound eyes. After a long pause, he said, You remind me of someone I once knew. Who? A person who is already dead. After speaking, Mo Zhu turned to leave. I shall return at the same time tomorrow. Shen Li watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. After dinner, Shen Li resumed his studies. Today, Mr. Zhou had assigned the recitation of Mencius, which he needed to complete before nightfall. However, as he opened the book, an unusual sound drifted in from outside. It was neither rain nor wind, but rather a sharper sound, the friction of metal. Setting the book aside, Shen Li approached the window and cracked it open. In the courtyard, Montaktsu was practicing swordplay. Under the moonlight, clad in black, he wielded a long sword, his form ethereal. The sword gleamed like snow, slicing through the darkness with sharp arcs. His movements were swift, so rapid that the techniques were indistinguishable, only a flurry of silver light dancing in the night. Yet Shen Li discerned the truth. This was no mere performance. It was the art of killing. Each strike aimed directly at the vital points, devoid of embellishment. Every motion succinct, efficient, lethal. This was the essence of Mo Zhu's true strength. Shen Li watched for an extended period, only closing the window once Mo Zhu sheathed his sword, returning to his bed. However, sleep eluded him. Mo Zhu's sword techniques replayed in his mind, the fierce thrusts, the enigmatic arcs, the precise landing points, etched into his retinas. Rising, he grasped the black sword. Drawing it from its sheath, the moonlight glinted off the blade, casting an eerie blue glow. Shen Li gazed at his reflection on the sword's surface, his face pale and youthful, yet his eyes cold. He attempted to mimic Mo Zhu's movements. Thrust. The sword tip advanced, arm outstretched, wrist exerting force. The motion felt foreign, the blade quivering. Chop. The sword descended, power coursing through its length. But the force was insufficient. The blade cut through the air with a faint whimper. Sweep. The sword arced upward, this time with more clarity. The sound of the blade slicing through the air sharper. He repeated these fundamental actions over and over, until his arms grew too sore to lift, and his chest began to ache anew. Yet he did not relent, for he understood that in this world, martial prowess was the ultimate safeguard. If one day, Lu Qingxi no longer sheltered him, if enemies came knocking at his door, he needed the ability to protect himself. Moreover, the Wenhua Academy requires swordsmanship practice. Exhausted from training until the late hours, Shen Li finally succumbed to slumber on his bed. Upon awakening the following morning, he found the day had already dawned. Chun Bo arrived to change the bandages, and, upon noticing the bruises on Shen Li's arm, paused momentarily. "Young master, are you practicing swordplay?" Shen Li offered a brief explanation. Chun Bo hesitated, ultimately sighing and continuing with his task. In the morning, Mr. Zhou arrived to conduct class. Today, he delved into the Book of Songs, presenting it in an accessible yet profound manner. Shen Li discovered the allure of ancient poetry, characterized by its succinct language, rich imagery, and deep emotion. He began to comprehend why the ancients placed such significance on poetry. However, while understanding was one thing, the act of composing was still a formidable challenge for him. In the afternoon, Imo Zhu arrived punctually. Noticing the bruises on Shen Li's arm, he furrowed his brow. "Young master, you have overexerted yourself." Yamaware Shen Li replied. "What shall we learn today?" Footwork. Mo Zhu demonstrated the basic steps, advancing, retreating, shifting left and right, all while coordinating with the sword grip. Footwork is fundamental to swordsmanship. Unsteady footing renders even the swiftest sword ineffective. Shen Li followed suit. Due to his injuries, his movements were sluggish, yet he strived for precision in every detail. This time, Mo Zhu did not remain a passive observer, but frequently corrected his posture. "Lower your waist. Center your weight on the front foot. Keep your gaze forward. Do not look down." Shen Li adhered to each instruction. After an hour, he had mastered the basic footwork. Though his movements remained somewhat awkward, at least he would not trip over himself. "Tomorrow, we will learn thrusting and slashing," Mo Zhu stated, concluding the lesson for the day. Just as he was about to depart, Shen Li called out, "Mo Zhu, from whom did you learn your swordsmanship?" Mo Zhu halted, not turning back. "From the military." "The Northern Frontier Army?" This time, Mo Zhu turned to face Shen Li, his gaze sharp. "Why do you ask, young master?" "Intuition," Shen Li replied. "Your swordplay bears the hallmarks of military training. Concise, practical, devoid of embellishments. Furthermore, there's an aura of lethality about you, the kind that only accompanies those who have taken lives." Mo Zhu remained silent for a long while. "Indeed, I have killed," he finally confessed, "many. Why leave the military? Because I have finished killing those who needed to be killed." Having said this, Mo Zhu turned to leave, adding, "Young master, some things are better left unknown." Shen Li watched his departing figure, deep in thought. A man of military background, a killer, now serving as Lu Qingxi's personal guard. Mo Zhu's identity was far from ordinary. Yet, Shen Li chose not to pry further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and he had his as well. As long as Mo Zhu bore him no ill will, that was sufficient. After dinner, Shen Li resumed his reading. Today, Mr. Zhou had assigned a recitation of the Book of Songs, a task far more challenging than the Mencius due to its archaic terms and unfamiliar imagery, which left him feeling perplexed. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to memorize it. Halfway through, the sound of swordplay echoed from outside the window. Shen Li approached the window and beheld Mo Zhu practicing once more. Yet today was different. He was not alone. In the courtyard stood another figure, Lu Qingxi. Dressed in a flowing moon-white robe, he held a slender sword that glimmered like silver under the moonlight. Engaging in a sparring session with Mo Zhu, the swordsmanship of the two individuals was remarkably distinct. Mo Zhu's strikes were swift, fierce, and precise. Each thrust aimed directly at the vital points. In contrast, Lu Qingxi's technique was graceful and fluid, akin to a dance. Yet he consistently managed to parry Mo Zhu's assaults at critical moments. Shen Li recognized that Lu Qingxi's swordplay was not only formidable, but also exceptionally sophisticated. Though it appeared light and airy, it was imbued with substantial inner strength. Every block was perfectly timed, and each counterattack was cunningly executed. They exchanged nearly 100 moves, neither gaining the upper hand. Finally, Lu Qingxi sheathed his sword, chuckling, "Let us cease. Should we continue, my old bones may shatter." Mo Zhu also sheathed his weapon. Slightly bowing, "Your technique has greatly improved, young master." "Do not flatter me." Lu Qingxi waved dismissively. "I know you are being lenient." He lifted his gaze towards Shen Li's chamber inadvertently meeting his eyes. Lu Qingzi smiled and beckoned to him. Shen Li opened the window. "Care to join me for a stroll?" Lu Qingzi proposed. "Having lain idle for several days, it is time I stretch my legs." Shen Li hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He donned his outer garments and stepped outside. The courtyard was tranquil, the moonlight cascading over the bluestone slabs, resembling a delicate layer of frost. Lu Qingzi handed his sword to Mo Zhu and moved beside Shen Li. "How is your wound?" "Much better," came the reply. "That is good to hear." Lu Qingzi gazed up at the sky. "The moonlight is splendid tonight." "Indeed it is," Shen Li concurred. The night sky, following the rain, was exceptionally clear, with a large, round moon adorned by a few twinkling stars. The two meandered slowly through the courtyard, while Mo Zhu lingered at a distance like a shadow. "You practice with great determination," Mo Zhu remarked. Suddenly, Lu Qingzi interjected, "Time is of the essence." Shen Li responded, "Yet one's health is paramount." Lu Qingzi observed him. "If you exhaust yourself in training, what use will it be if you gain admission to the Wenhua Academy?" Shen Li fell silent. "I understand your desire for vengeance, your wish to effect change," Lu Qingzi continued earnestly, devoid of his usual frivolity. "But the very foundation of all this is that you must survive and thrive." His sincerity was palpable. Shen Li nodded. "I understand." Lu Qingzi smiled and shifted the topic. "Mr. Zhou mentioned that you are progressing rapidly. It is due to the quality of the instruction," Shen Li humbly replied. "You are being modest," Lu Qingzi observed. "Mr. Zhou seldom bestows praise." They arrived at the edge of the bamboo grove. The night breeze rustled the bamboo, leaves softly. "Shen Li," Lu Qingzi suddenly called his name, eschewing the formal young master Shen. Shen Li turned to him. "Have you contemplated what you wish to do after gaining admission to the Wenhua Academy? Not revenge, nor change, but rather what you desire for yourself." Shen Li was taken aback. What did he wish to do? This question had yet to cross his mind. Since his arrival in this world, he had been focused solely on survival, struggling and strategizing on how to live and seek vengeance. Pondering personal aspirations felt an extravagant luxury. "I do not know," he admitted candidly. "Then take some time to think," Lu Qingzi advised. "The Wenhua Academy is merely a starting point, not the conclusion. Your journey is long, and you must know your destination." Shen Li studied Lu Qingzi's profile illuminated by the moonlight. This person's thoughts ran deep, eluding his understanding. Yet in this moment, he sensed Lu Qingzi's earnestness. "I will contemplate it," he affirmed. Lu Qingzi nodded, choosing not to speak further. They stood together beneath the moonlight for an extended period, until the night breeze grew cooler. "Let us return," Lu Qingzi suggested. Lu Qingzi remarked that it was chilly at night and cautioned against catching a cold. Shen Li turned and walked back. As he reached the threshold, he glanced back. Lu Qingzi stood by the bamboo grove, gazing up at the moon. The moonlight bathed him, casting a silvery sheen upon him, resembling a delicate jade sculpture. Shen Li averted his gaze and entered the room. At the moment he closed the door, he heard a faint sound from the courtyard, the melodious resonance of a sword song. Mo Zhu had begun her sword practice once more. Yet, Lu Qingzi had vanished. Shen Li approached the window, peering into the courtyard. Mo Zhu remained there, tirelessly executing her swordsmanship, one stroke after another. He observed for a while before shutting the window and returning to his bed, though slumber eluded him. Lu Qingzi's question echoed in his mind. What do you wish to do? In his previous life, he was a criminal investigator, driven by the desire to apprehend wrongdoers and uphold justice. But now, in this unfamiliar world, within the body of this young man, what did he yearn to achieve? He pondered for an extended period, yet found no answer. However, one thing was unmistakable. He did not wish to be a pawn any longer. He aspired to grow stronger, strong enough that no one could harm him, strong enough to protect those he cherished, and strong enough to alter this wretched world. This ambition was grand and audacious. Yet he possessed patience, willing to tread carefully, beginning with Wenhua Academy. He closed his eyes and began to recite the book of songs quietly. The chirping of the mandarin ducks on the bank of the river. The graceful and virtuous lady, the gentleman's perfect match. His voice was soft, reverberating in the stillness of the room. The sound of the sword practice outside had ceased, though he could not recall when. Moonlight filtered through the paper window, casting indistinct patches of light upon the floor. The night deepened, yet Shen Li was aware that in this capital city, many eyes remained wide awake, watching him from the shadows. Chapter 15 concluded. Chapter 16. The cold blade tests its edge just past the hour of the tiger, the sky still shrouded in darkness. Shen Li was already awake. It was not the pain that stirred him, but rather the instinct ingrained in his biological clock from his previous life as a detective. Waking promptly at 5 o'clock regardless of how late he had slept, he lay in bed, listening to the sound from outside, the distant crowing of roosters, the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind, and the faint, rhythmic sound of breathing. Mo Zhu was outside the door. Over the past few days, Shen Li had discerned a pattern. Mo Zhu took over the night watch at the stroke of midnight, guarding the courtyard until the hour of the rabbit, and then departed. She made scarcely a sound, yet Shen Li's trained hearing could detect that unique, elongated rhythm of breath characteristic of a top-tier master, smooth and nearly imperceptible in its transitions. Shen Li sat up. The pain in his chest had significantly diminished. As long as he refrained from vigorous movements, it hardly impeded his daily activities. He rose from the bed, approached the table, and grasped the black sword. The blade was cold, akin to a piece of ice. He tightened his grip on the hilt and slowly practiced the fundamental movements within the confines of the room: thrust, slash, lift, and hang. The motions were deliberate and unhurried. Yet he strived for precision. The space was limited, preventing him from swinging the sword widely. He had to concentrate on the control of his wrists and arms. Once, twice, 10 times. Sweat began to bead, his inner garment clinging to his back, uncomfortably damp. Yet he did not cease. He understood that he was starting late and lacked a solid foundation. He could only compensate through repetition and muscle memory. By the time he reached the 100th repetition, a soft cough emanated from outside the window. Shen Li paused, walked to the window, and pushed it open. Mo Zhu stood in the courtyard, clad in black attire, resembling a statue. Upon seeing Shen Li, he nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Young master, you rise early." "I cannot sleep," Shen Li replied. Mo Zhu's gaze fell upon the sword in Shen Li's hand. "Are you practicing swordplay, young master?" "Just a bit of light exercise," Shen Li answered. Mo Zhu paused for a moment before suggesting, "If you wish, you may come to the courtyard. The room is too cramped for proper practice." Shen Li hesitata briefly, then nodded. "Very well." He donned his outer garments and stepped outside. The morning air was cool and laden with the dampness of dew. The courtyard was tranquil, save for the gentle rustle of bamboo, leaves in the breeze. Mo Zhu walked to the center of the courtyard and drew his sword, an unadorned standard longsword. Its blade dull, yet razor-sharp. "Today, young master can learn the art of blocking," Mo Zhu stated. "I shall demonstrate first." He assumed a ready stance. The sword tip angled towards the ground. Blocking can be categorized into 3 levels: high, middle, and low. The high block deflects the head, the middle block protects the chest, and the low block safeguards the legs. The key lies in angle, timing, and force. He demonstrated with succinct and powerful movements. Shen Li observed intently, committing every detail to memory. "Now, young master, give it a try," Mo Zhu said, sheathing his sword. Shen Li stepped forward, mimicking the stance. "Montag to lunge slowly." And Shen Li raised his sword to block. "Your angle is incorrect," Mo Zhu corrected. "Tilt the blade 30 degrees to deflect the force. Do not meet it head-on." Shen Li adjusted his posture. On the second attempt, he improved somewhat. Once more, Mo Zhu encouraged. The two practiced repeatedly in the morning light. Mo Zhu was a strict instructor, speaking little, yet each word struck to the heart of the matter. Shen Li learned swiftly. His prior combat training endowed him with an innate sensitivity to angle and timing. As dawn broke, Shen Li had grasped the fundamental blocking techniques. "That will suffice," Mo Zhu declared, sheathing his sword. "You have progressed rapidly." "It is due to your excellent instruction," Shen Li replied sincerely. He found Mo Zhu's teaching style particularly to his liking, concise, direct, and to the point. Mo Zhu regarded him for a moment and unusually offered, "Young master possesses talent, yet your foundation is weak. Mastering swordsmanship is not achieved in a day. It requires perseverance." "I understand," Shen Li said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Shall we practice again tomorrow? Indeed. Mo Zhu nodded, but young master must heed your injuries. Moderation is key. With that, he turned and departed, as silently as he had arrived. Returning to his room, Shen Li found Uncle Chun had prepared warm water and breakfast. He quickly washed up, changed out of his damp clothes, and sat down to eat. Breakfast consisted of plain porridge, pickles, and 2 buns. Quite ordinary fare, yet to Shen Li, it was a rare delicacy. In the Shen residence, he had been deprived even of such simple meals, often resorting to spoiled leftovers, or, at times, nothing at all. Shortly after finishing his meal, Mr. Zhou arrived, bringing news of significance. Today, I bring word that Wenhua Academy has announced the specific details of this year's examination. He handed Shen Li a scroll of official documents. For the practical assessment, candidates must complete a preliminary analysis of a case within 3 days of the written examination and submit a report. Shen Li unfurled the document and read it carefully. The regulations were meticulous. The cases would be provided by the Ministry of Justice, and candidates would select them at random, independently conducting their analyses in designated rooms. They could consult copies of the case files provided by the ministry, but external communication was prohibited. The assessment would last for 4 periods, and reports were to be submitted immediately upon conclusion. The evaluation criteria encompass logic, completeness, feasibility, and innovation. This is a true test of one's capabilities. Mr. Zhou mentioned that similar assessments had occurred in previous years, yet they often amounted to mere theoretical discussions. This year, the Ministry of Justice has appointed a new secretary. Secretary Li, a pragmatic individual who advocates for practical application of knowledge. Consequently, he proposed utilizing real cases for evaluation. Real cases. Shen Li's eyes sparkled. This was his domain. What should I focus on in my preparations? He inquired. Mr. Zhou pondered for a moment. In the Ministry of Justice, the cases primarily involve murder, theft, embezzlement, and brawls. You should concentrate on studying the common methods, evidence chains, and key points of investigation related to these types of cases. He paused. Additionally, you must bear in mind that this is an assessment for young gentlemen. The examiners will expect to see the characteristics of a gentleman: meticulousness, patience, and effective communication. Therefore, your report must not only analyze the case, but also reflect these qualities. Shen Li nodded, understanding that he needed to demonstrate his abilities while aligning with the expectations of his status. Balancing these aspects required careful consideration. Today we shall practice policy writing, Mr. Zhou declared, opening a scroll. Last year, there was a question regarding the fairness of the penal system. Please attempt to compose an essay. Shen Li spread paper and ink. Beginning to contemplate, he recalled experiences from his previous life. Those wrongful convictions, the criminals who evaded justice due to insufficient evidence, and the judgments overturned due to procedural flaws. He also reflected on the current state of affairs. How many true criminals were incarcerated in the ministry's prisons? How many were victims of power struggles? He began to write. The penal system is a crucial instrument of the state. When used justly, the people are at peace. When misused, the people harbor resentment. Observing the current penal system, 3 major issues arise. He wrote slowly, carefully choosing each word, striving to articulate his views in elegant classical language. He had to be both incisive and subtle. After an hour, he completed the final stroke and set down his brush. Mr. Zhou took the essay and read it intently. The room was quiet, save for the sound of paper turning. After a long pause, Mr. Zhou raised his gaze to Shen Li. Your essay possesses a sharpness. Shen Li awaited further commentary. However, it is too sharp, Mr. Zhou remarked. The bureaucrats of the Ministry of Justice are complacent, the prison officials are corrupt, and wrongful imprisonments occur frequently. While these statements hold truth, articulating them outright would be akin to striking the ministry in the face. Among the examiners, there are surely officials from the ministry. How might they react to such an essay? Shen Li fell silent, acknowledging Mr. Zhou's wisdom. But sir, if we cannot speak the truth, what is the purpose of writing policy essays? It is not that one cannot speak the truth. It is about how to convey it. Mr. Zhou replied, setting the essay aside. You might rephrase your argument. Instead of stating that the bureaucrats are complacent, you could express that the volume of penal affairs is overwhelming and officials are unable to cope, necessitating an increase in personnel and enhanced oversight. Rather than accusing prison officials of corruption, you could mention that their meager salaries foster temptation and advocate for improved compensation and strict enforcement of laws. The essence remains the same, yet the delivery is more palatable. Shen Li contemplated this and nodded. I understand. I shall revise it, make the necessary changes, and I shall review it again, Mr. Zhou instructed. Shen Li spread fresh paper and began to amend his writing. This time, he tempered his sharpness, employing gentler language to convey the same perspective. Upon completion, the essay appeared more orthodox, yet the core idea persisted. After reviewing it, Mr. Zhou nodded in approval. This version is satisfactory. Young master, remember that the examination hall is not a battlefield. It is not about who is sharper, but rather about who is more composed. Only with composure can one go further. Shen Li etched these words into his heart. In the afternoon, he delved deeper into the criminal cases of the Ministry of Justice. Mr. Zhou brought several volumes of case compilations, all classic cases from past years. As Shen Li turned the pages, he discovered that the crime investigation techniques of this era were still quite primitive, primarily relying on confessions. With little evidence from witnesses or physical objects, and almost no scientific verification. This presented both a challenge and an opportunity. He recalled the fingerprint technology, bloodstain analysis, and crime scene reconstruction methods from his previous life, which were unheard of in this era. If he could apply these techniques during the practical assessments, it would undoubtedly astonish the examiners. However, the risks were considerable. Such unconventional methods might be met with suspicion or even deemed sorcery. He needed to find a balance, to showcase modern investigative thinking while remaining within the bounds of this era's understanding. While he pondered, a voice called from outside. Young Master Lu has arrived. Shen Li rose, and Lu Qingzi had already entered. Dressed in a deep green long robe, he appeared even fairer, with a more refined countenance. Yet, the usual smile was absent, replaced by a hint of gravity. Shen Gongzi, there is something I must tell you. Lu Qingzi seated himself and got straight to the point. Please proceed. This morning, a few suspicious individuals appeared outside Zhu Garden, Lu Qingzi explained. They loitered nearby, posing as passers-by, but Mo Zhu recognized them as practitioners. After following them for a while, she found they ultimately entered the back door of Shen Manor. Shen Manor. Shen Li's expression turned cold. Are they here to capture me? Unlikely. Lu Qingzi shook his head. If their intention was to apprehend you, they would not have sent merely a few individuals to linger outside. It seems more akin to surveillance, gathering information. Information about what? What you're doing here. Whether you have recovered, and if you intend to leave, Lu Qingzi replied. The Wang family likely has not given up, yet they do not dare to act overtly. So they first send people to ascertain the situation. Shen Li contemplated for a moment. What should we do now? Do not concern yourself with them, Lu Qingzi advised. Let them observe. The more normal you appear, the less they will comprehend. However, he paused for the next few days. Try not to go out alone. Mo Zhu will enhance the guard. Thank you, Shen Li acknowledged. Lu Qingzi waved his hand, his expression relaxing slightly. Let's not dwell on this. How is your studying progressing? Shen Li briefly recounted the day's events, including Mr. Zhou's guidance on strategy and his thoughts on the practical assessments. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingzi's eyes brightened. Using new methods to solve cases? Fascinating. However, be cautious. Those antiquated minds in the Ministry of Justice may not readily accept innovation. I am aware, Shen Li replied. Thus, I am contemplating how to present these methods so they do not appear too radical. That is simple, Lu Qingzi chuckled. Just say that these techniques are derived from ancient texts or that you devise them yourself through experimentation. As long as they prove effective, even if they harbor doubts, they will not voice their objections. Shen Li nodded. That is indeed a viable approach. The two conversed for a while longer before Lu Qingzi prepared to leave. Just before departing, he suddenly recalled something and turned back. By the way, in a few days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Zhu Garden will host a small banquet. You should join us. Mid-Autumn Festival? Shen Li paused for a moment, finally recalling the festivities of this world. In his previous life, he seldom celebrated holidays. Being a criminal investigator meant that there were no breaks, and the busier the holiday, the more demanding the work. He nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Qingxi smiled lightly and stepped outside. Shen Li returned to his desk, but his thoughts were already in disarray. The surveillance of the Shun residence, the challenges of practical assessments, and the overwhelming invitations for the Mid-Autumn Festival cluttered his mind. He needed to bring order to the chaos. He forced himself to concentrate and continued to delve into the case. As evening descended, Mr. Zhou assigned the day's homework to memorize the Hongfan chapter from the Shangshu and compose a reflective essay. Shen Li began reciting, but midway through, an unexpected sound echoed from outside. Something had fallen to the ground. It was faint, yet in the stillness of the evening, it resonated clearly. Shen Li set down his book and approached the window. The yard was desolate, bamboo leaves swaying in the twilight. After observing for a moment and finding nothing amiss, he was about to close the window when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of movement in the shadows of the wall. It was a person, curled up in the corner, motionless, resembling a stone. Shen Li's heart skipped a beat. He remained silent, refraining from opening the window, simply gazing intently. The figure was indistinct, the face obscured. He could discern only that it was a person of average stature, clad in dark clothing, nearly blending into the shadows. Had it not been for that earlier sound, Shen Li would not have detected their presence. Was this an agent sent by the Shun family, or a spy from another faction? Shen Li's mind raced with possibilities. He had several options. First, call for Mo Zhu. Second, investigate himself. Or third, pretend he had seen nothing. He opted for the latter. Closing the window, he returned to his desk to continue his memorization, his ears keenly attuned to every sound outside. Silence enveloped him. The figure seemed to vanish without a trace, emitting no further noise. Yet Shen Li was aware that they remained nearby. As darkness enveloped the sky, Uncle Chun arrived with dinner. Shen Li casually inquired, "Uncle Chun, has there been anything unusual in the yard today?" Uncle Chun paused. "Not at all." "Why do you ask?" "Young master?" "Just a casual question," Shen Li replied. Uncle Chun cast him a suspicious glance, but refrained from probing further, leaving the meal behind as he departed. After finishing his dinner, Shen Li did not continue his studies as usual. Instead, he extinguished the lamp early and retired to bed. However, he did not sleep. He lay in darkness, quietly waiting. At the stroke of midnight, Mo Zhu's footsteps echoed promptly, pausing outside the door. Shen Li heard Mo Zhu walking a circuit in the yard, eventually stopping at the very corner where he had seen the shadow earlier, lingering for a considerable time. Then, the footsteps returned to the door, and Mo Zhu's voice, though low, distinctly reached him. "Young master, are you asleep?" "No." Shen Li sat up. Mo Zhu entered, carrying a small lamp. The dim light illuminated his stern face. "Someone has been in the corner," Mo Zhu stated directly. "The traces are fresh, not more than 2 hours old." "Who is it?" Shen Li inquired. "I cannot say." Mo Zhu shook his head, but their methods were highly skilled, leaving almost no evidence. "Had you not noticed, I might have overlooked it as well." "How did you know I'd noticed?" "I observed when you paused while closing the window this afternoon. Though it was brief, I took note of it," Mo Zhu replied. Shen Li felt a chill run through him. Mo Zhu's keen observational skills exceeded even his own expectations. Could it be someone from the Shun family? He inquired. "Unlikely," Montaktsu replied. "The guards of the Shun estate lack such capabilities. This individual is professional." The weight of those words plunged Shen Li's heart into disquiet. If they were indeed professional, it signified not mere surveillance but rather espionage, potentially even the precursor to an assassination. "Young master, exercise caution in the coming days," Mo Zhu advised. "I will bolster our defenses." He hesitated momentarily before asking, "Should we inform young Master Lu of this matter?" Shen Li pondered for a moment and concluded, "Yes, let him be informed. He has the right to know." Mo Zhu nodded and was about to depart when Shen Li called him back. "Mo Zhu, do you believe this person will return?" "Certainly," Mo Zhu responded with assurance. "Today, he failed and alerted us, yet he did not acquire his desired objective. He will undoubtedly return." "What does he seek?" Shen Li Kariya. "I cannot say," Mo Zhu replied, "but it could only be one of two things, either your life or your intelligence." With that, he took the lantern and left. Shen Li reclined once more. Yet sleep eluded him. He fixated on the ceiling shrouded in darkness, his mind racing. A professional assassin or spy, not affiliated with the Shen family. Who could it be? The third prince? Eunuch Liu? Or perhaps some other unknown faction? Did his arrival at the bamboo courtyard intend to eliminate him or to gather information? If it was the latter, what precisely was he after? His injuries? His progress in studies? Or perhaps details regarding his relationship with Lu Qingzi? Questions swirled relentlessly in his mind, yet answers remained elusive. Shen Li closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and compelled himself to maintain composure. When soldiers come, let them meet with soldiers. When water flows, let earth be leveled. There was little use in overthinking. Preparation was paramount. He reached beneath his pillow, where the shards of porcelain had been replaced with a sharper dagger, a gift from Mo Zhu for self-defense. The blade was cold, yet its presence brought him a modicum of reassurance. Outside, the rustling of bamboo leaves mingled with the distant sounds of a drum. It was the second watch of the night. Shen Li tightened his grip on the knife and closed his eyes, fully aware that this night would be restless. For those watchful eyes in the shadows were still observing. Chapter 17. Undercurrents in the ensuing 3 days, the bamboo courtyard remained eerily tranquil. The enigmatic figure lurking in the corner had not returned, the surveillance from the Shen family had ceased, and even Lu Qingzi was surprisingly subdued, visiting only in the evenings to engage in trivial conversations. The stillness was almost uncanny. Nevertheless, Shen Li did not lower his guard. His past experiences in pursuing drug lords had taught him that the calm before a storm is often the most perilous. He continued his studies, practiced swordplay, and delved into investigations, his grip on the dagger beneath his pillow tightening, his ears attuned to every sound. On the 4th morning, an unexpected turn of events occurred. It was not an assassin, but rather a letter. The note was concealed within the bottom of his breakfast box, a thin sheet of paper neatly folded, lacking a signature or wax seal. When Chun Bo brought in the food, he remained oblivious to its presence. As Shen Li reached for a bun, the letter slipped out from its hiding place and fluttered onto the table. Shen Li picked it up and unfolded it. The page bore a single line of text, inscribed in an elegant script, "Stay away from Lu Qingzi." It was a warning devoid of signature, date, or even a threatening tone. Yet it is precisely this brevity that exudes a chilling and irrefutable significance. Shen Li gazed intently at the words for an extended period. The paper was exquisite rice paper, the ink made from pine soot, and the characters were meticulously crafted, as if penned by a scholar's hand. However, the content was far from what a scholar would articulate. He tucked the letter into his bosom and resumed his breakfast, his expression inscrutable. Yet within, his mind began to unravel. Who sent this letter? How was it delivered? Why at this moment? The sender was evidently well acquainted with Zhu Yuan, able to evade the vigilance of Mo Zhu and deliver the letter directly into his hands. Moreover, they knew his routine of inspecting the food box every morning. It could not have been someone from the Shen residence. They lacked both the capability and the eloquence. Thus, only a few possibilities remained. Political adversaries of Lu Qingzi, the faction of the third prince, or other forces wishing to undermine Lu Qingzi. As for the timing, Shen Li recalled Lu Qingzi's words from days prior. The third princess faction had begun investigating his background. It seemed the results had surfaced, and certain individuals did not wish for him to grow too close to Lu Qingzi. After breakfast, Mr. Zhou arrived. Today he lectured on the spring and autumn annals, still citing classics. Yet Shen Li was somewhat distracted. From time to time, he would touch the letter hidden in his garment. That thin piece of paper felt like a branding iron, searing his chest with discomfort. "Young master appears troubled today," Mr. Zhou observed, setting down his book to regard him. Shen Li remained silent for a moment before producing the letter and handing it to Mr. Zhou. "Please take a look at this." Mr. Zhou accepted the letter, and with just a glance, his brow furrowed. "This was received this morning?" Shen Li confirmed. It was tucked in the food box. Mr. Zhou scrutinized it thoroughly, flipping it over to inspect the reverse, then shook his head. "The paper is common rice paper, the ink ordinary pine soot, and the script is in the standard style. 9 out of 10 scholars in the capital could replicate it. We cannot trace its origin. Yet the messenger is no ordinary individual. Indeed, not an ordinary person." "Shen Li remarca," Mr. Zhou returned the letter to him, stating, "To evade the guards of Zhu Yuan and deliver it precisely into your hands is no small feat." He looked at Shen Li. "What do you intend to do?" "I would appreciate your counsel, sir." Mr. Zhou stroked his beard thoughtfully. "This letter ostensibly warns you, but in truth, it is a warning to young Master Lu. The sender seeks to pressure you against allying with him. What do you think I should do?" "That depends on your choice," Mr. Zhou replied. "If you desire to live a peaceful life, distancing yourself from young Master Lu is indeed a prudent course of action. He is at the center of court intrigues and surrounded by peril. Should you grow too close, you may find yourself ensnared. And if I choose not to distance myself?" Mr. Zhou's gaze deepened. "Then you must prepare yourself. This path is fraught with difficulties." Shen Li remained silent, requiring time to contemplate. Mr. Zhou did not press further, merely stating, "We shall conclude today's lesson here. Take some time to reflect." Rising to leave, he turned at the doorway, adding, "Young master, allow me to impart one last thought. Some choices, once made, offer no turning back." Shen Li nodded. "I understand." Mr. Zhou departed, leaving Shen Li alone in the room with that searing letter. He unfurled the letter once more, staring at those words for a prolonged period before drawing it near to the oil lamp. The flames licked the edges of the paper, swiftly spreading until the entire sheet was consumed. Ashes fell onto the table like black snowflakes. Shen Li exhaled the ashes away and rose to the window. In the courtyard, Mo Zhu was practicing his swordplay. His technique remained sharp, yet Shen Li could discern that he seemed somewhat distracted today. Several of his movements lacked their usual fluidity, a rarity for Mo Zhu. Shen Li stepped outside. Mo Zhu sheathed his sword and turned to him. "My lord, Montak Tzu, I have a matter I wish to ask of you," Shen Li stated directly. "Please speak." "This morning, I received a letter." Shen Li briefly recounted the origin and content of the correspondence. "I wish to know who delivered it and how it was brought in." Mo Zhu's expression darkened. "Where's the letter?" "Burned." Mo Zhu paused in silence before nodding. "I shall investigate." He turned to leave, but Shen Li called out, "Mo Zhu, have you noticed anything unusual recently?" Mo Zhu halted, not looking back, his voice icy. "Last night, 3 groups of people gathered around the bamboo courtyard. One group pretended to sell wontons at the street corner. Another occupied a window seat in the tea house across the street. And the last was on the rooftop of the vacant house next door." Shen Li's heart sank. "What sort of people are they?" "I do not know," Mo Zhu replied. "But they are all skilled practitioners, and they are acquainted with one another." "Acquainted?" "Indeed." Mo Zhu turned to face Shen Li, though they feign unfamiliarity. There were several discreet exchanges of glances that did not escape my notice. Their positions also form a standard watch formation. Some are keeping watch, others are ready to assist, and some appear poised to strike. Shen Li inhaled deeply. "What do you think their intentions are?" "It is too soon to tell," Mo Zhu replied. "But if they truly intended to act, they would have done so last night. Their inaction suggests they are observing or awaiting orders." "Whose orders?" Mo Zhu did not respond, yet his gaze conveyed everything. The third prince. Shen Li shut his eyes. What was destined to come had finally arrived. "Mo Zhu, does young Master Lu know this?" "He does," Mo Zhu said. "I reported to him last night. Young Master Lu instructed to disregard them and allow them to observe." "Disregard them?" Shen Li opened his eyes. "What if they decide to strike?" "Then we shall kill." Mo Zhu's voice was calm, as if remarking on the pleasant weather. Young Master Lu stated that not a single person in the bamboo courtyard should be spared. Shen Li regarded Montak Tzu. This usually taciturn man now bore an undeniable resolve in his eyes. He believed that if those individuals truly did make a move, Mo Zhu would act on his word. "Thank you," Shen Li said. Mo Zhu shook his head. "It is my duty." He paused before adding, "My lord, young Master Lu asked me to convey a message to you." "What message?" "He said the choice is in your hands. If you wish to leave, he can arrange for your safe departure from the capital, allowing you to vanish and start anew. If you choose to remain, he will protect you to the end. Yet the path ahead is fraught with peril, and life and death remain uncertain." Shen Li remained silent for a long while. To leave, to vanish, to begin anew, it sounded utterly enticing. No longer would he face the relentless pursuit of the Shen family, nor would he become entangled in the intrigues of the court, nor would he have to live in fear. He could find a secluded town, open a small shop, and live the remainder of his life in peace. However, he recalled the lashings in the woodshed, the sinister laughter of Madame Wang, the lascivious visage of eunuch Liu, and the haughty gaze of the third prince. He also remembered Lu Qingxi's earnest declaration that the Sheng needed reform, Mr. Zhou's heartfelt assertion that studying was a means to enlightenment, and the rigorous swordsmanship lessons imparted by Mo Zhu. He reflected on his own tireless nights spent poring over texts, drenched in sweat from his efforts. If he were to depart now, those who had wronged him would evade justice. The very things he yearned to change would continue to decay, and all his exertions would be rendered futile. More significantly, he felt a deep-seated unwillingness. He could not bear the thought of fleeing like a stray dog, nor could he permit those individuals to triumph, and he refused to concede defeat so easily. He was Shen Li, a man who had traversed death, but clawed his way back from the abyss. Inform young Master Liu. Shen Li raised his head, gazing at Mo Zhu. I shall remain. Montag zunodit. A flicker of something akin to admiration or perhaps pity passing through her eyes. Very well, she replied. I shall convey your message. After Mo Zhu departed, Shen Li returned to his chamber. Instead of continuing his studies, he unfurled a sheet of paper and began to write. It was not a strategy or notes, but rather a list. The people of the Shen household, Madame Wang, Shen Chongshan, Shen Yao, and old Madame Zhao, the faction of the third prince, eunuch Liu, and possibly other officials, along with the sender of the anonymous letter and those who lurked outside the bamboo courtyard. Each name was meticulously inscribed, resembling both a ledger of foes and a declaration of war. Upon completing the final entry, Shen Li set down his pen and stared at the list for an extended period. Then, he picked up his pen once more and inscribed a single word after each name. Kill. Not that he intended to actually slay them, at least, not at this moment, but as a reminder to himself that these individuals were adversaries. To enemies, one must not show leniency, must not falter, and must not compromise. He carefully folded the list and tucked it into his bosom, close to his heart. In the evening, Lu Qingxi arrived. Today, he donned a dark robe that accentuated his somewhat pallid complexion, yet his eyes sparkled with fervor, like flames ignited. Mo Zhu informed me, he stated as he entered. You have chosen to remain. Indeed, Shen Li nodded in affirmation. Lu Qingxi regarded him, then suddenly smiled. Not the usual gentle smile, but one imbued with a fierce intensity. Good. I knew I had not misjudged you. He seated himself at the table and retrieved a scroll of paper from his sleeve, unfurling it upon the surface. This is the information I have received, Lu Qingxi said, gesturing to the list filled with names. The roster of examiners for the Wenhua Academy this year has just been finalized. There are 7 examiners in total, for conservatives, 2 moderates, and only 1 reformist. Shen Li leaned in to examine the document, which detailed each examiner's name, official title, background, stance, and preferences. The 4 conservatives hail from the Ministry of Rights and the Guozijian, placing great emphasis on propriety and decorum, Lu Qingxi explained. They disdain those who act out of line, and they are particularly averse to any unruly behavior from young gentlemen. Thus, during both the written and oral examinations, you must restrain your brilliance and adhere to convention. Shen Li nodded, committing this information to memory. As for the 2 moderates, Lu Qingxi continued. One is Minister Li from the Ministry of Punishments, the very one who proposed the practical assessments. The other is Scholar Wang from the Hamlin Academy. These 2 evaluate solely based on ability, disregarding any political affiliations. Exhibit your true capabilities, and they shall bestow upon you high marks. What a reformist! Shen Li Gidat. Lu Qingxi's fingers paused over a name. This individual is Chun Yushir of the Supervisory Office, aged 53. One of the few officials in the court who openly supports the reform for the younger generation. However, his forthright nature has alienated many, resulting in his continual marginalization. His appointment as an examiner was solely due to the strong recommendation of Minister Li. Shen Li scrutinized the name, Chen Wenyuan. Adjacent to the name was a small note. Previously submitted a memorial titled request for the relaxation of regulations on the younger generation, which was rejected. This Chen Yushir is the person you must garner support from, Lu Qingxi stated. If he awards you high marks, You shall still have a chance, even if the other examiners give you lower scores. How should I gain his favor? Showcase your skills, along with your insights. Lu Qingzi advised. He appreciates ambitious young individuals with vision. The practical assessment will be your opportunity. As long as you can solve the case, he will undoubtedly commend you. Shen Li nodded, etching Chen Wenyuan's name firmly in his memory. Lu Qingzi tucked away the list and produced a letter. There is another matter. This is intelligence leak from within the Wenhua Academy. This year, as practical assessment, may utilize a cold case. A cold case? Indeed, a 3-year-old unresolved case. Lu Qingzi lowered his voice. In the residence of the Deputy Minister of Justice, a young concubine of a gentleman died suddenly. Shen Li's heart raced. Which Deputy Minister's residence? The Shen residence. Lu Qingzi gazed at him. Your biological mother, Lin. The room fell abruptly silent. Shen Li stared at the letter, his fingers trembling slightly, not out of fear, but from indignation. To use the death of his mother as a test. Was this mere coincidence, or was it a calculated arrangement? Who proposed using this case? He asked, his voice icy. Uncertain, Lu Qingzi shook his head, but the information originated from the Ministry of Justice. Minister Li personally selected this case, citing its typical nature and the sufficiency of evidence, deeming it suitable for assessment. Does Minister Li know my identity? He likely does not, Lu Qingzi replied. Your mother's case is recorded in the ministry archives simply as Lin, the concubine of Deputy Minister Shen Chongshan, who died suddenly in the 18th year of Shen Li. Your name is absent, and the case details are scant. Minister Li's selection may indeed be due to its typicality. Shen Li fell silent, recalling fragmented memories of his mother, a gentle woman who would secretly slip him treats, teach him to read, and comfort him when he was punished. Then one day, she suddenly passed away, said to have succumbed to a sudden illness. The original owner did not believe it, but no one heeded his words. Now, this case has become his examination. If it truly is this case, Shen Li raised his gaze to meet Lu Qingzi's. May I investigate? You may, Lu Qingzi nodded. The assessment rules permit case examination, but only the records may be reviewed, with no on-site investigation allowed. Moreover, you must complete your analysis and submit your report within 4 units of time. For units of time, merely half a day. Yet, it is sufficient, Shen Li contemplated. If this indeed pertains to his mother, he would uncover the truth, not solely for the assessment, but for the sake of the truth. May I access the records in advance? He inquired. No, Lu Qingzi shook his head. You may only view them on the day of the assessment. However, I can assist you in gathering additional information regarding the rumors, ambiguities, and the circumstances of those who handled the case at the time. That will suffice, Shen Li replied, gratitude evident in his tone. Lu Qingzi looked at him and suddenly patted his shoulder. Shen Li, I understand the significance of this case to you. However, you must remember that this is an assessment, not an act of vengeance. Your report must be objective and professional, devoid of personal emotions. Otherwise, the examiners will perceive you as emotionally compromised, unfit for an official position. Shen Li took a deep breath. I understand. Lu Qingzi withdrew his hand and stood up. Well, I've said all that needs to be said. Prepare diligently. The exam is in half a month. As he reached the door, he turned back. By the way, the mid-autumn banquet will proceed as usual. You should take some time to relax. Do not be too tense. Shen Li nodded. All right. After Lu Qingzi departed, Shen Li remained at the table, motionless for a long time. His biological mother's case. The unsolved mystery from 3 years ago. The subject of the practical assessment. Everything felt too coincidental, too orchestrated, leading him to suspect that unseen hands were at work. Who could it be? Lu Qingzi, Minister Li, or the third prince? He was uncertain. Yet, he understood that the most pressing matter was not to pursue the truth, but to prepare for the examination. Only by gaining admission to the Wenhua Academy would he be qualified to seek the truth. He spread out a sheet of paper and began drafting a plan for the next half-month. He needed to consolidate his knowledge of the classics and history, refine his strategies, continue practicing swordsmanship, and enhance his case analysis skills. Time was tight, but he had to succeed. As the night deepened, Shen Li extinguished the oil lamp and lay in bed. However, sleep eluded him. He lay with his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling shrouded in darkness. The moonlight outside was bright, filtering through the papered window and casting hazy patches of light on the floor. He heard faint footsteps in the courtyard. Mo Zhu was on patrol. He also discerned distant, almost imperceptible breaths. Those who were watching were still present. Shen Li closed his eyes, his hand reaching beneath the pillow to grasp a cold dagger. The chill of the blade kept him alert. He knew that from tomorrow onward, the real battle would commence. And the first skirmish would take place in the examination hall of the Wenhua Academy. Chapter 17 and Chapter 18. Midnight conversations on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival. A torrential downpour ensued. The rain began in the evening, initially a gentle patter, but by the hour of the dog, it suddenly intensified, with large droplets battering the tiles, creating a cacophony. Howling winds swept the rain through the gaps in the window, and as Shen Li rose to shut it, his sleeves were already half soaked. Just as he secured the window, a knock echoed at the door. It was Lu Qingxi, clad in a raincoat, his hat dripping with water. Behind him trailed Mo Zhu, both appearing as if they had just emerged from the depths of a river. "My apologies for the intrusion, young Master Shun," Lu Qingxi said, removing his hat to reveal a face dampened by rain, slightly pale, indicating the urgency of the matter at hand. Shen Li stepped aside to let them enter. Mo Zhu stood guard outside, rainwater pooling in small puddles on the corridor floor. Lu Qingxi shed his raincoat and seated himself at the table. Water dripped from his hair, darkening the surface with deep stains. He appeared weary, shadows under his eyes, yet his expression was strikingly sharp. "Young Master Shun, please sit," he urged. Shen Li took a seat across from him, refraining from lighting a lamp. Doing so on a rainy night would be too conspicuous. In the darkness, they faced each other across the table, barely able to discern one another's outlines. "What is the matter?" Shen Li inquired. Lu Qingxi fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "This afternoon, the third prince's residence hosted a banquet and invited me to attend. A feast akin to the infamous Hongmen banquet is far worse than that." Lu Qingxi's voice was low, almost indistinguishable amidst the sound of the rain. "During the banquet, the third prince publicly mentioned you." Shen Li's heart sank. "What did he say?" "He remarked that he had heard of an extraordinary young man residing in my household, one of remarkable talent and unparalleled courage." Lu Qingxi paused, adding that he inquired when I would introduce you to him. "He wishes to meet me?" "No, he wishes to test me." Lu Qingxi scoffed coldly. "He is forcing me to declare whether I will surrender you or admit to the depth of our relationship, thus positioning myself as his adversary." Shen Li remained silent, taken aback by the third prince's directness. "How did you respond?" "I stated that you're my distant cousin, here in the capital to prepare for examinations, temporarily residing at Bamboo Courtyard." Lu Qingxi continued. The third prince did not believe it, but chose not to pursue the matter further. However, upon leaving, he patted my shoulder and remarked that Lu Gongzi has an eye for talent. This phrase may seem innocuous, yet its underlying meaning is chilling. "He is issuing a warning to you," Shen Li said. "Not merely a warning." Lu Qingxi gazed at him intently. "Shen Li, do you comprehend the current state of affairs within the court?" "I possess some knowledge. Allow me to elaborate further." Lu Qingxi took a deep breath, stating that the reigning emperor has 7 sons. The third prince, Yu Wenyan, is the eldest, while the 7th prince, Yu Wenjue, is the youngest. The third prince's biological mother passed away early, and he was raised by the favored consort, supported by a host of senior officials, including the Minister of Rights and the Minister of Revenue. The 7th prince's mother was the Empress, who has also passed, and he is nurtured by the Empress Dowager, backed by our Lu family and several officials from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice. The struggle for succession? Precisely, the struggle for succession. Lu Qingxi nodded, but this contest is merely a facade. The true issue lies in the third prince's desire to maintain the status quo. Where aristocratic families dominate, the imperial examination system stagnates, and the standing of the young men remains lowly. Those who support him are the beneficiaries of the current system, while the 7th prince, or rather his supporters, wish for change. "Do you desire change?" Shen Li inquired. "Indeed," Lu Qingxi acknowledged candidly. "Although my father is the prime minister, he hails from a humble background and has ascended through the imperial examination system. He is acutely aware of the nation's maladies, as am I. He paused, lowering his voice further. The laws governing young men are merely the tip of the iceberg. The deeper issue is that the scions of noble families can attain positions of power without effort, while the offspring of lower-status families toil for a decade without hope of advancement. Local officials are rampant with corruption, and the burden of taxation on the common people is unbearable. The northern tribes eye us covetously, yet our military is mired in internal strife due to factional conflicts. All of these matters necessitate reform. Shen Li listened in silence, astonished that Lu Qingzi would confide such secrets to him. "Do you know why I hold you in such regard?" Lu Qingzi suddenly asked. "Because I am exceptional?" "Not merely exceptional." Lu Qingzi shook his head. "It is because you defy fate." Growing up in the environment of the Shen household, one would be expected to submit to their circumstances and accept their fate. Yet you have not. You resist. You flee. You aspire to enter the Wenhua Academy. You yearn to alter your destiny. This spirit of defiance against fate is precisely what this nation requires. Shen Li remained silent. He was not one to accept fate, but rather one who could not. To accept fate is akin to death. Yet, merely possessing this spirit of defiance is insufficient. Lu Qingzi continued, "You will also require a platform, an opportunity. The Wenhua Academy is your platform. To gain admission to the prestigious Wenhua Academy is to acquire the privilege to voice one's opinions and partake in the pursuit of change. So, your assistance is merely to turn me into your pawn?" Shen Li inquirat candidly. "A pawn?" Lu Qingzi chuckled, a tinge of bitterness lacing his smile. "Shen Li, if you were indeed a pawn, I would have handed you over to the third prince to earn his trust. Yet I have not, nor will I. For you are not a mere pawn. You are an ally." Ally. The term resonated deeply within Shen Li. "I understand your disbelief," Lu Qingzi continued, "but I require no trust from you. What I need is for you to comprehend that in this capital, within this court, there exists someone who shares your desire to alter this wretched world, and that very individual is willing to assist you." Shen Li gazed at Lu Qingzi, shrouded in darkness. The rain roared, yet he discerned every word. "Why me?" he asked. "Because fate has placed you before me," Lu Qingzi replied, "and also because you are worthy." Worthy. The word struck a chord with Shen Li, evoking memories long buried. In his previous life, comrades would declare, "Lin Wan, this case is entrusted to you. You are trustworthy." Now, in this unfamiliar world, a person he had known for less than a month was affirming his worth. He found himself at a loss for words. "Shen Li." Lu Qingzi's tone shifted to one of gravitas. "I must divulge something of utmost importance." Shen Li straightened in his seat. "Please, proceed." "The practical assessment at Wenhua Academy indeed revolves around the case of your biological mother," Lu Qingzi stated, "but it is no coincidence. It was orchestrated by me." Shen Li's head shot up in shock. "Why?" he stammered, his voice trembling. "Because only this case can elicit your full potential." Lu Qingzi met his gaze. "And it pertains to a matter of even greater significance." "What matter?" Lu Qingzi did not respond immediately. He rose, approached the window, and cracked it open to allow the rain's cadence to seep in more clearly. Then, turning back, he spoke in a hushed tone. "Your mother, Lin, did not succumb to illness. She was poisoned." Shen Li's bratisha. "Poison?" "Indeed, poison." Lu Qingzi returned his seat. 3 years ago, Lin died suddenly, and the Ministry of Justice took up the case. The presiding judge, Wang Jin, was an ally of the third prince. He hastily closed the case, attributing it to a sudden illness. However, an autopsy examiner involved later confided in me that Lin had died from poisoning specifically with the deadly herb, Hidinghong. Hidinghong. Shen Li's voice was hoarse. "Why was she poisoned?" "Because she uncovered truths she ought not to have known," Lu Qingzi revealed. "Your mother, Lin, was not merely the daughter of an ordinary family. She was the sister of a general from the northern frontier. That general's surname is Xiao." Xiao. The pieces began to coalesce in Shen Li's mind. "Xiao Zhua, the commander of the northern frontier army?" he queried. Lu Qingzi nodded. "Indeed. Xiao Zhua's cousin, Xiao Wanqing. 16 years ago, the northern frontier army suffered a defeat in battle, and the Xiao family was nearly annihilated due to political machinations within the court. Xiao Wanqing, then a mere child, was rescued by a loyal servant, found her way to the capital, adopted the surname Lin, and was subsequently taken as a concubine by Shen Li's hands trembled, not from fear, but from rage. So as he realized the true identity of my biological mother. And her demise was no accident. It was a silencing act. Is she aware of her origins? Shen Li inquired. She is, Lu Qingzi replied, but she has concealed it. Even from Shen Chongshan. It wasn't until 3 years ago, when Xiao Zhuo achieved great merit in the north and was granted the title of Duke of Jingbei, that he dispatched someone to secretly search for his kin. Upon hearing this news in the capital, the Lin family, in a moment of excitement, revealed a slip. The Wang family noticed this and reported it to the third prince. Thus, it was the third prince who ordered the silencing? Yes and no. Lu Qingzi shook her head. At that time, the third prince was unaware of Lin's true identity. He believed her merely to be a remnant of Xiao Zhuo's former subordinates. However, he was aware that Xiao Zhuo was searching for his family, and Lin's existence could serve as a bargaining chip to either win over or threaten Xiao Zhuo. She paused before continuing, but the Wang family could not afford to wait. Fearing that Lin's identity might be exposed and affect her standing in the Shen household, as well as apprehensive that Shen Chongshan might align himself with Xiao Zhuo, she acted preemptively, poisoning Lin and disguising it as an acute illness. Once the third prince learned of this, he took advantage of the situation and allowed Wang to conclude the matter. Shen Li closed his eyes, finally grasping the truth. The death of his birth mother was not merely a matter of familial strife, but a component of political rivalry. Both she and the original owner of this body were victims of this struggle. Why are you telling me this now? He opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Lu Qingzi. Because I want you to know the truth, Lu Qingzi stated, and also because I require your assistance with a task. What task? In the practical assessment, uncover the truth, Lu Qingzi articulated, not the entire truth, as that would be too perilous, but enough to substantiate reasonable doubt regarding the case. Then, submit the report to Minister Li. Shen Li frowned. Why? Because Minister Li is aligned with the seventh prince and is genuinely intent on unraveling this case, Lu Qingzi explained. 3 years ago, he had his suspicions, but at that time, the Ministry of Justice was under the control of the third prince's people, and he could not intervene. Now that he oversees the ministry and is responsible for the practical assessment, this presents the best opportunity. Do you wish to use my hand to bring down the third prince? Not entirely. Lu Qingzi shook her head. I aim to leverage this opportunity to compel Minister Li to reopen the investigation. Once the case is revived, the Wang family will not be able to escape. Once the Wang family falls, Shen Chongshan will inevitably be implicated. At that point, the Shen household will be too preoccupied to contend with you. Shen Li fell silent, needing time to absorb this information. The identity of his birth mother, the cause of her death, the underlying political struggle, and Lu Qingzi's plans, all were intricately complicated. What if I choose not to agree? He asked. Then you may proceed with your own methods, Lu Qingzi replied. The truth I have shared with you can be utilized or disregarded at your discretion. The choice lies with you. Shen Li regarda, looking así. In the darkness, her eyes shone brightly, akin to 2 cold stars. Why do you trust me? Shen Li quería. What if I fail to uncover the truth? Or if I do but ruin everything? I trust you, Lu Qingzi responded, because you are Shen Li. Because you are Shen Li. These 5 simple words bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Shen Li inhaled deeply, the cool, rain-scented air filling his lungs, soothing him. Very well, he conceded. I will comply with your request. Lu Qingzi smiled, this time a smile of relief. Thank you. She rose, donning her rain cloak once more. I must take my leave. The rain is too heavy, and lingering here may raise suspicions. Shen Li also rose to his feet. I shall escort you. The two made their way to the door, where Mo Zhu remained, standing like a stone statue. Suddenly, Lu Qingzi recalled something and turned back to say, the mid-autumn feast will proceed, as usual. But you must exercise caution. I have received word that there may be disturbances that day. What sort of disturbances? Uncertain, Lu Qingzi replied, shaking his head. It is likely connected to the third prince. In any case, do not lose sight of Mo Zhu that day. Understood. Lu Qingzi donned his hat and pushed open the door. A torrential rain immediately poured in, soaking the floor. He glanced back at Shen Li, his expression complex, before stepping into the downpour. Mo Zhu followed, and soon the two vanished into the curtain of rain. Shen Li closed the door and returned to the table, where he sat in darkness, listening to the sound of the rain outside. The truth. His birth mother had been poisoned, and the perpetrator was the Wang family, with the third prince lurking behind. Lu Qingxi sought to use him to uncover this truth. What course of action should he take? According to Lu Qingxi's plan, he should identify the discrepancies and present them to Minister Li to reopen the case. Or should he investigate on his own and seek vengeance? He pondered for a long time, until the rain began to lessen and the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Shen Li rose and approached the window, pushing it open. The fresh air following the rain rushed in, carrying the earthy fragrance of soil and vegetation. Morning was nearly upon him. He lowered his gaze to his hands. They were small and pale, trembling slightly when grasping a sword. Yet these hands must wield a pen, wield a sword, uncover the truth, and seek justice. He clenched his fists tightly, then released them. A decision had been made. Mother, he whispered into the void, rest assured, I will uncover the truth. Those who harmed you will pay the price. Outside, a bird flew by, leaving behind a series of clear, melodic calls. A new day had begun. Shen Li understood that from this day forth, his path would no longer be one walked solely for himself. Chapter 18 complete. I sincerely apologize to everyone. This chapter is somewhat brief, and I will be more attentive in the future. This is the author's first attempt at writing, and I kindly ask for your understanding. I welcome any suggestions you may have. I will strive to improve. Thank you. Chapter 19. Old Wounds. New scars 3 days before the Mid-Autumn Feast. Shen Li fell ill. It was not a feigned illness, but a genuine ailment. He suffered from high fever, a persistent cough, and old injuries in his chest that flared up, causing him relentless pain throughout the night. Dr. Zhang had come to examine him, diagnosing him with an invasion of cold that had aggravated his old wounds, prescribing a potent medicine and insisting he must rest in bed. He was forbidden from sword practice, late nights, or excessive worrying. Before leaving, Dr. Zhang had warned him sternly that otherwise, he would be left with a lingering illness that would be difficult to heal. Lying in bed, Shen Li stared at the ceiling in silence. He understood the reason for his illness. After half a month of intense study, coupled with sword training and the weight of the secrets pressing on his heart, he had finally snapped like a taut string. Uncle Chun brought in the medicine, a dark concoction that emitted a strong, bitter aroma. Shen Li took the bowl, downing its contents in one go, without flinching. Young master, Uncle Chun hesitated, wanted to say something further. I am fine, Shen Li replied, returning the bowl. A few days of rest will suffice. Uncle Chun sighed and exited with the bowl in hand. The room fell silent. Shen Li closed his eyes, but sleep eluded him. His body felt weary, yet his mind was exceptionally alert. Thoughts churned within him. The case of his birth mother, the threat posed by the third prince, Lu Qingxi's scheme, the impending examination at Wenhua Academy, and the mid-autumn banquet. Lu Qingxi had warned that there might be unrest that day. What could it entail? An assassination? Poisoning? Or something else? He wished to ponder these matters, but a splitting headache thwarted his efforts. Raising a hand to press against his temples, he found his skin feverishly hot, his palms slick with perspiration. Outside the window, the sunlight was blinding, filtering through the paper and casting indistinct patches of light upon the floor. Shen Li fixated on those spots, his consciousness gradually fading into a haze. Then he dreamt, not of this world, but of a past life. He envisioned the explosion. He saw himself pushing his comrades aside, lunging towards the bomb. Flames soared, a deafening roar echoed, and a wave of heat struck him against the wall with brutal force. The sound of shattering bones was terrifyingly vivid. He beheld blood, his own blood, gushing forth, pooling on the ground. He saw the face of a teammate, a youthful visage streaked with tears, mouth agape as if shouting something, though no sound reached his ears. Then, a voice pierced through the chaos, clear and close. Survive. It was the captain's voice, the seasoned detective who, on Shen Li's first day, had clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Kid, in this line of work, you must have a tough life." The captain attempted to speak, but no words escaped. Survive, he reiterated calmly, not for vengeance, but to affirm that their endeavors were worthwhile. Worthwhile. That word resembled a key, unlocking something within. Shen Li abruptly opened his eyes, the sunlight stinging them to tears. He raised his hand to shield his face. Gasping for air, his chest burned as if aflame, yet he paid it no mind. He recalled the captain's final words, spoken at a celebratory banquet when the captain had indulged a bit too much, patting his shoulder and saying, "Lin Wan, do you know why we become police officers? Not for prestige, not for promotion, but to prove that justice and fairness still exist in this world. Even if we perish, we must demonstrate that our actions are meaningful. Worthwhile." Sitting up against the headboard, his sweat-drenched undershirt clung to him, cold against his skin. Clarity washed over him. He understood why he sought admission to Wenhua Academy, why he pursued the case of his birth mother, why he became entangled in the court's intrigues. Not for revenge, although he yearned for it, not to transform the world. Despite his desire for change, it was to prove that his life had not been lived in vain, to affirm that his return from hell held significance, to show that those who had wronged him were mistaken, to validate that he was deserving. With this realization, Shen Li felt an unexpected lightness, the heavy burden upon his heart dissipating. He reclined once more, this time genuinely fatigued. He closed his eyes and swiftly succumbed to slumber. His sleep was deep, devoid of dreams. Upon awakening, darkness enveloped the room. A small lamp illuminated the space, and Lu Qingzi sat at his bedside, a book in hand. Though his gaze was directed outside, hearing movement, he turned. "You're awake?" Shen Li nodded, attempting to rise, but Lu Qingzi pressed him down. "Stay still. Your fever hasn't subsided. How long have I been asleep?" "A day and a night." Lu Qingzi set down his book. "Dr. Zhang believes you are utterly exhausted. Shen Li, you are too hard on yourself." Shen Li remained silent. Lu Qingzi gazed at him and sighed. "I understand your urgency, but what use is haste? If you ruin your health, everything will be for naught." "I comprehend." Shen Li replied, "I shall not do so again." Lu Qingzi raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Indeed," Shen Li affirmed, locking his gaze with hers. "I have come to realize that relentless effort is futile. One must employ intellect." Lu Qingzi smiled at last. "You have seen the light." He stood and brought a bowl of porridge from the table. It was stewed by Uncle Chun and kept warm. "Have something to eat before taking your medicine." Shen Li accepted the porridge and drank it slowly. The porridge was thin, lightly salted and bland, yet it suited him perfectly at that moment. "As for the mid-autumn banquet, you need not worry," Lu Qingzi said. "I have made all the arrangements. On that day, you shall remain in your room and go nowhere." Shen Li set down the bowl. "I wish to go." "No," Lu Qingzi firmly refused. "You are in no condition to venture out. If anything were to happen, I would be unable to protect you." "It is precisely because something might occur that I must go," Shen Li countered. "If they're truly after me, hiding in my room will not deter them." Lu Qingzi fell silent. "Moreover," Shen Li continued, "if I do not attend, what will they think? They may believe I am afraid, or that you're feeling guilty. That would be even worse." Lu Qingzi regarded him, his expression complex. "Shen Li, do you realize that the words you speak now are hardly those of a typical 16-year-old? "I have never been typical," Shen Li replied calmly. "You know this." Lu Qingzi paused, then chuckled, shaking his head. "Yes, I know." He reseated himself, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. "You are right." After a long silence, he said, "Your absence would indeed appear suspicious. However, you must promise me two things." "Speak." "Firstly, on that day, do not leave my sight. No matter what transpires, stay by my side." "Agreed." "Secondly, should anything truly happen, heed my words and do not act impulsively." Shen Li hesitated momentarily before nodding. "Understood." Lu Qingzi exhaled in relief. "Then it is settled. Focus on your recovery. I shall handle the arrangements for the mid-autumn banquet." He lingered for a moment longer, reminding Shen Li to take his medication on time before departing. Shen Li reclined once more, but found sleep elusive. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the mid-autumn banquet. Lu Qingzi had mentioned the possibility of disturbances. How might they manifest? Poisoning? Assassination? Or something else? If it were poison, who would be the target? Lu Qingzi? Or himself? If it were an assassination attempt, who will be the perpetrator? Shen Li pondered for an extended period, finding no clarity. His grasp of the situation was too limited, leaving him to wait passively. In the following 2 days, Shen Li obediently remained in bed to recuperate. Dr. Zhang visited daily to check his pulse, change dressings, and adjust prescriptions. Uncle Chun prepared a variety of dishes: chicken soup, fish soup, and bird's nest porridge. Shen Li grimaced at the taste, but forced himself to eat in hopes of a swift recovery. Mr. Zhou also came to see him, foregoing lessons to engage in conversation. They spoke of classical texts, poetry, and intriguing tales from the court. Shen Li discovered that Mr. Zhou not only possessed deep knowledge, but also had a broad perspective on court affairs, although he seldom shared his views. Do you believe I can succeed in the upcoming examination at the Wenhua Academy? Shen Li inquired. Mr. Zhou stroked his beard and remarked, "With your intellect, my young lord. Gaining admission is not an arduous task. However, to excel, one must also rely on fortune." Fortune? He inquired. Indeed, fortune, Mr. Zhou continued. The examination hall resembles a battlefield. It's not solely a matter of skill, but also of timing, location, and the favor of those involved. The alignment of the questions with one's thoughts. The mood of the examiner, and even the weather on that day can profoundly influence the outcome. Shen Li remained silent, acknowledging the wisdom in Mr. Zhou's words. Nonetheless, there is no need for excessive concern, Mr. Zhou reassured him. Given your current level, as long as you perform normally, achieving a commendable ranking should pose no issue. What about the practical assessment? Shen Li quería. Do you believe I can uncover the details of that case? Mr. Zhou gazed at him, his eyes deep with contemplation. My lord, there's a saying I am hesitant to share. Please do tell. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the suffering, Mr. Zhou stated. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. Occasionally, forgiving others is also a means of forgiving oneself. Shen Li understood the implication, but shook his head. Sir, I cannot let it go. Why not? Mr. Zhou asked. Because if I do, I cease to be myself, Shen Li replied. I would live eternally in regret. Unable to hold my head high, Mr. Zhou regarded him for a long moment before sighing deeply. Very well. Since your mind is resolute, I can only wish you success. Thank you, sir. Mr. Zhou departed, and Shen Li leaned against the headboard, gazing out at the somber sky. It was a cloudy day, the thick clouds threatening rain. In the evening, Lu Qingzi returned, bearing news. The guest list for the mid-autumn banquet has been released. He handed Shen Li a sheet of paper. Take a look. Shen Li accepted it and glanced over the lengthy list, which included 20 to 30 names, primarily officials and scions from prominent families. He recognized several familiar names: the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Revenue, and the Deputy Minister of War, all affiliated with the Third Prince. Will the Third Prince attend? He inquired. No, Lu Qingzi replied. He will be in the palace, accompanying the Emperor to admire the moon. However, his associates will be present. Shen Li continued reading and noticed a name. Eunuch Lu. His finger paused. He is coming too? Yes, Lu Qingzi confirmed. As the overseer of the Internal Affairs Court, he is responsible for the arrangements of the mid-autumn banquet, so his presence is entirely justified. Shen Li returned the list without a word. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Lu Qingzi asked. Not frightened, Shen Li responded. I find it repulsive. Lu Qingzi chuckled, a hint of coldness in his smile. I share your sentiments. Yet, there is no alternative. This performance must go on. He tucked away the list. I have made the necessary arrangements. At the banquet, your seat will be beside me. Mo Zhu will disguise herself as a servant and accompany you. Additionally, I have invited a few guests who may prove useful at critical moments. What sort of guests? You shall discover that in due time, Lu Qingzi teased. In any case, on that day, all you need to do is eat, drink, and laugh, portraying a typical, frail young gentleman. The rest will be taken care of by me. Shen Li nodded. Understood. Lu Qingzi lingered for a while longer, advising on a few details before departing. Shen Li lay down and closed his eyes. He needed to rest and gather his strength. The mid-autumn banquet would mark his first formal appearance since arriving in this world. He must play his role impeccably. As night deepened, the world grew still. The bamboo courtyard was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the gentle rustle of bamboo, leaves stirred by the wind. Yet, Shen Li understood that beneath this calm surface, turbulent currents were stirring. He turned over in bed, his hand reaching beneath the pillow to grasp the cold blade of a knife, a stark reminder that could sharpen his senses. The Mid-Autumn Festival heralded a full moon, but some matters were destined to remain unresolved. Chapter 20. A moment of choice on the 15th of August, the Mid-Autumn Festival. Shen Li awoke before dawn. It was not a natural awakening. Rather, the pain from the wound on his chest had stirred him, as if a needle were stirring within. Lying on his bed, he listened to the sounds outside the window, the distant crowing of a rooster, the whispering of the wind through the bamboo leaves, and the faint sound of footsteps in a courtyard. They were not the light, rhythmic steps of the ink bamboo, which resembled a cat's tread. Instead, these footsteps were heavier and more chaotic, suggesting the presence of many. Shen Li sat up, donned his outer garment, and approached the window, pushing it open a crack. 5 figures stood in the courtyard. 4 men donned in azure short garments, their waists adorned with swords, stood tall and imposing, clearly seasoned fighters. They formed a circle around a central figure, Lu Qingzi. Today he was dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, the collar and cuffs embroidered with silver cloud patterns. A jade belt cinched at his waist, radiating a gentle sheen in the morning light. However, his expression was cold, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Have you gathered the information?" Lu Qingzi inquired, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. One of the men bowed and replied, "Yes, young master." Between the hours of midnight and dawn, 3 groups of people were observed around the bamboo courtyard. One group posed as mooncake vendors at the street corner. Another was on the 2nd floor of the tea house across the street, seated by the window, and the last was on the rooftop of the vacant house next door. And their identities? Lu Qingzi pressed. The group at the street corner comprises individuals from the Shun residence, led by Zhao Wu, the guard instructor. The second group in the tea house belongs to the imperial household, led by Lu Gonggong's adopted son, Xiao Shunzi. The men on the rooftop paused momentarily, their faces obscured, but their agility suggested they were from the military. The mention of the military made Shen Li's heart sink. "Continue to observe," Lu Qingzi commanded. "I wish to know all their movements before the banquet begins." "Understood," the 4 men chorused, swiftly dispersing into the morning mist. Lu Qingzi lingered momentarily, gazing up at Shen Li's window. Their eyes met, and Lu Qingzi gave a slight nod before turning to leave. Shen Li closed the window and returned to his bedside. It appeared that Lu Qingzi had prepared well in advance. Those men in blue must be his allies, or rather, members of the Lu family. As for the soldiers on the rooftop, whose side were they on? The third princes? Or Xiaozhua's? Shen Li was uncertain, but he knew that tonight's banquet would not unfold peacefully. Dressing himself, he began his morning routine. The reflection in the mirror revealed a pale face, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, as if ablaze with fire. He picked up a comb, smoothing his hair back and securing it with a blue ribbon. Simple and neat. He appeared less like a young master and more like a scholar. During breakfast, Chen Bo presented a bowl of medicinal porridge accompanied by several light side dishes. As Shen Li ate slowly, his mind raced with thoughts. He needed to devise a plan for the evening ahead. Lu Qingzi instructed him to pretend to be a frail young master, to eat, drink, and laugh without concern. Yet, Shen Li understood that he could not feign indifference. Lu Gonggong, the man who nearly became his nightmare, was coming. Could he maintain a facade of nonchalance? Could he smile at that face? He could not. However, he must endure. For the greater good, for the plan, he must persevere. After finishing his meal, Shen Li began to organize his belongings. He concealed a small knife within his sleeve and meticulously checked his attire, ensuring there were no unnecessary embellishments, no encumbrances, allowing for ease of movement. Then he spread out a piece of paper and began to write. It was not a treatise or notes, but a contingency plan. What should he do if something went awry at the banquet? Several possibilities emerged: poisoning, assassination, provocation, framing. For each scenario, he drafted a corresponding response. The handwriting was hasty, yet the logic was clear. Once completed, he folded the paper and tucked it into his bosom. Just as he finished, a knock resounded at the door. "Young master, Master Lu requests your presence in the study," came Chen Bo's voice. "Understood." Shen Li pushed the door open and followed Chen Bo through the corridor to the study adjacent to the main hall. Lu Qingzi was already inside, with Mo Zhu standing behind him, attired in a new, deep blue servant's outfit, standing straight with an impassive expression. Shen Gongzi, please take a seat. Lu Qingzi gestured toward the chair opposite him. Shen Li sat down and noticed a map spread across the table, depicting the layout of Zhu Yuan, marked with red circles. This is the arrangement for tonight's banquet, Lu Qingzi explained, indicating the map. The banquet would take place in the main hall, accommodating 30 guests. Your seat is here. He pointed to the eastern side of the hall, next to me. Mo Zhu will stand behind you, disguised as a servant. Shen Li nodded, committing the position to memory. Guests will enter through the front door, passing through the courtyard to the main hall. I will have someone stationed in the courtyard to prevent anyone from bringing weapons inside. Lu Qingzi continued. Once the banquet commences, both the front and back doors of the main hall will be guarded, leaving only the side door open for servants to come and go. Is the side door secure? Shen Li inquired. The side door leads to the kitchen, and I have stationed 2 individuals there, Lu Qingzi replied. Additionally, there will be personnel on the roof, not to surveil us, but to assist us. Shen Li looked up at him. You are quite well prepared. One cannot afford to be unprepared, Lu Qingzi said with a wry smile. Tonight, half of the attendees are friends, and half are foes. Friends must be entertained, and foes must be guarded against. It's quite a dilemma. Shen Li remained silent, envisioning the weight of such pressure. There's one more thing, Lu Qingzi said, retrieving a small porcelain vial from a drawer and pushing it toward Shen Li. This is an antidote, effective against myriad poisons. If you sense anything amiss, take one immediately. Shen Li accepted the vial, uncorking it to inhale its faint, fragrant aroma. Thank you. No need for thanks. Lu Qingzi shook his head. If something happens to you, my entire plan will be in jeopardy. His candor was refreshing, and Shen Li appreciated it. Honesty was preferable to insincerity. By the way, I have obtained the case files regarding your birth mother, Lu Qingzi suddenly announced. Shen Li's gaza snapatupwart. Where are they? They are with me, Lu Qingzi stated, retrieving a wooden box from the bookshelf. He opened it to reveal a stack of yellowed papers. But I cannot show them to you. On the day of the assessment, the Ministry of Justice will provide you with a copy. And you? I merely wish to confirm the contents. Lu Qingzi remarked that the records within the file were exceedingly straightforward. Lin Shi perished abruptly on the 3rd day of the 8th month in the 18th year of Shen Li. The cause of death attributed to sudden cardiac arrest. There were no signs of struggle at the scene, nor any evidence of intruders, leading to the exclusion of homicide as a possibility. The case was closed. Was it truly that simple? Indeed, it was that simple. Lu Qingzi closed the wooden box, yet the simplicity of the matter only deepened the enigma. How could a healthy young woman succumb to sudden cardiac arrest? Moreover, the file lacked a detailed autopsy report. It merely stated that there were no external injuries and that no foreign objects were found in the mouth or nose. Shen Li clenched his fists. They were concealing something. Indeed, there was a cover-up. Lu Qingzi nodded. Thus, what you must investigate are these obscure truths. How to investigate depends on your capabilities. Shen Li inhaled deeply. I understand. Lu Qingzi observed him and suddenly smiled. Shen Li, do you know? I find myself somewhat eager, anticipating your performance in the examination. Shen Li remained silent, yet his gaze was resolute. After lunch, Shen Li returned to his room to rest. He needed to conserve his energy in preparation for the night ahead. However, slumber eluded him. The moment he closed his eyes, he was haunted by the vague visage of his biological mother, the chilling smile of Wang Shi, and the lascivious gaze of Lu Gonggong. He rose, approached the table, and grasped the black sword, drawing the blade from its sheath. The sword shimmered with an ethereal blue light under the sun. He tightened his grip on the hilt and began to practice the fundamental movements. Slowly and gently, he executed each motion, careful not to disturb his wounds. Yet, he strove for perfection in every gesture. After an hour of practice, his back was drenched in sweat. He set the sword down, wiped his brow, and continued anew. He required this repetition and focus to quell the turmoil within his heart. In the evening, Chen Bo delivered the garments for the banquet. It was a flowing long robe in a water blue hue, crafted from soft fabric and embroidered with subtle patterns, adorned with silver trim at the collar and cuffs. Additionally, There was a matching cloak, its neckline embellished with white fur. "This was personally prepared by young Master Lu for you," Chun Bo remarked, urging Shen Li to try it on for fit. Shen Li donned the attire. It fit impeccably, as though tailored for him. The reflection in the mirror revealed a slender, pale figure, yet there was a tranquil depth in his eyes that belied his youth. "You look splendid in this attire, young master," Chun Bo praised. Shen Li remained silent. He cared not for appearances, but rather for the practicality of movement. He tested his limbs. The clothing was loose and did not hinder his actions. "Young master, it is time to proceed to the main hall," Chun Bo reminded him. Shen Li nodded, conducting a final check of the small dagger concealed in his sleeve and the antidote hidden within his bosom before exiting through the door. The courtyard was illuminated with lanterns. Their red glowed diffusing in the twilight, resembling blooming flowers. The corridors were adorned with colorful silks, gently swaying in the evening breeze, creating a festive atmosphere. Yet, Shen Li felt only a chill. In the main hall, the banquet was already set, with a semicircle of tables draped in red cloth, each adorned with wine vessels, cups, and chopsticks. Servants bustled about, arranging fruit platters and snacks. Lu Qingzi stood at the entrance of the hall, welcoming guests with a bright smile, exuding grace and warmth, entirely devoid of the morning's severity. Upon noticing Shen Li, he approached and whispered, "Remember to stay close to me." Shen Li nudda. The guests arrived in succession, predominantly middle-aged officials, clad in official attire and accompanied by their families. They greeted Lu Qingzi with polite pleasantries, their gazes soon shifting to Shen Li, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of disdain. Shen Li lowered his head, feigning shyness, yet his ears were perked up, eagerly catching every word. "Is this the cousin of young Master Lu? I hear he is a lad preparing for the Wenhua Academy. He appears quite handsome, though rather frail." Shen Li clenched the small knife hidden in his sleeve, a faint smile gracing his lips. As darkness enveloped the sky, the moon rose, large and round, resembling a silver platter suspended in the night. Moonlight spilled into the courtyard, casting a silvery sheen over everything. The guests had nearly all arrived. The main hall filled to capacity. The servants began serving dishes, the mingling aromas of wine and cuisine wafting through the air. Lu Qingzi stood, raising his glass for a toast. His speech was eloquent, expressing gratitude for the guests' presence and wishing everyone a joyous mid-autumn festival filled with family reunions. Glasses were raised in unison, and Shen Li joined in, merely wetting his lips without drinking. He understood that in such gatherings, one must be cautious with alcohol. The banquet progressed smoothly, with guests drinking, dining, and conversing in a lively atmosphere. Shen Li sat beside Lu Qingzi, head bowed, taking small bites of food, speaking little. Yet, he was observant, scrutinizing each individual and every detail. He noticed the Minister of Rights across from him, whose gaze occasionally drifted toward the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. He observed the Minister of Revenue diagonally opposite him, who whispered to a nearby official while lightly tapping his fingers on the table, as if signaling. He also noted a particularly nervous servant, hands trembling and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Shen Li committed the servant's face to memory. As the wine flowed freely and the ambience grew more vibrant, poetry was recited, and drinking games commenced. Laughter, chatter, and the clinking of glasses melded into a harmonious cacophony. At that moment, a shrill voice pierced through. "The esteemed eunuch Lu of the Ministry of Internal Affairs has arrived." All sounds abruptly ceased. Shen Li lifted his head. An elderly man clad in a purple eunuch's robe strode in with measured steps. His face was pale and devoid of facial hair, a smile plastered on his face. Yet his eyes were murky, resembling two stagnant pools. Two young eunuchs followed closely behind, their demeanor submissive. Eunuch Lu. Shen Li's grip on the knife tightened within his sleeve. He sensed his heart quickening, blood surging through his veins. However, he remained still, observing quietly. Lu Qingzi rose to greet him. "Esteemed Eunuch Lu, your presence is a great honor, and I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome." "Nonsense," Eunuch Lu replied with a wave of his hand. "How could I not attend when young Master Lu hold the banquet?" His gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Shen Li. In that fleeting moment, Shen Li felt a flicker of greed, lasciviousness, and malice in those eyes. So this is the cousin of young Master Lu? Onuku Upruaka Shen Li, appraising him from head to toe, affirming his handsome appearance. Shen Li stood, slightly bowing. I have the honor of meeting you, eunuch Lu. His voice remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. No need for excessive formality, eunuch Lu said, extending his hand as if to assist Shen Li. Unfazed, Shen Li subtly stepped back, evading the touch. Eunuch Lu's hand halted in midair, his smile faltering for a moment before quickly regaining its composure. Very well, young man, you possess a sense of propriety. He took a seat beside Shen Li, a space deliberately left by Lu Qingzi, merely a step away from him. As Shen Li resumed his seat, his muscles tensed up. He could detect the cloying scent of Lu Gonggong, mingled with an indescribable, nauseating odor. The banquet continued, yet the atmosphere had transformed. Everyone grew cautious, their voices lowered, and laughter diminished. Lu Gonggong, however, seemed oblivious, indulging in food and drink while occasionally engaging Shen Li in conversation. I hear young Master Shen is preparing for the Wenhua Academy? Indeed, the Wenhua Academy is excellent. One can easily attain an official position afterward. Such a handsome young man like you, young Master Shen, would be wasted on officialdom, Lu Gonggong remarked. Lu Qingzi abruptly interjected, do try this crab meat lion's head. It is the craft of a renowned chef from Jiangnan. Lu Gonggong, momentarily interrupted, appeared displeased but sampled a piece, muttering, not bad. Shen Li lowered his head, continuing to eat, yet he could feel Lu Gonggong's gaze, akin to a serpent's, fixated upon him. As time trickled by, the moon ascended to its zenith, casting dappled shadows through the window into the main hall. Shen Li glanced at the sky. It was nearly the hour of the pig. The banquet should have concluded. Yet Lu Gonggong showed no intention of leaving. His face flushed from drink. His words grew more audacious. Young Master Lu, we must discuss a matter. He suddenly proclaimed loudly enough for all to hear. Lu Qingzi set down his cup. Please, Lu Gonggong, proceed. We have taken quite a liking to your cousin. Lu Gonggong smiled. Coincidentally, our household is in need of a steward. Why not let him assist us? Rest assured, we shall not mistreat him. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Everyone comprehended the implication. Lu Gonggong wanted someone. He wanted Shen Li. Shen Li lifted his gaze to Lu Gonggong, whose face bore a smile. Yet his eyes were frigid, as if appraising a mere commodity. He tightened his grip on the small dagger concealed within his sleeve. The smile faded from Lu Qingzi's face. He regarded Lu Gonggong with a calm demeanor, yet laced with chill. You jest, Lu Gonggong. Young Master Shen is my cousin, destined for the Wenhua Academy. He cannot go to your household. What merit is there in attending the Wenhua Academy? Lu Gonggong waved dismissively. Join us, and you shall have wealth and honor. Everything one could desire. Lu Gonggong, Lu Qingzi emphasized, I have stated it is not permissible. The air thickened with tension. The smile vanished from Lu Gonggong's face entirely. He glared at Lu Qingzi with a sinister gaze. Young Master Lu, we are extending you a courtesy by discussing this with you. Do not mistake our kindness for weakness. Lu Qingzi rose, looking down at him. Lu Gonggong, this is Zhuyuan, my domain. What I say stands. A standoff ensued. All present held their breath, refraining from uttering a word. Shen Li also stood, not directing his gaze at Lu Gonggong, but rather at Lu Qingzi. Lu Qingzi's stature was imposing, like a wall shielding him. In that moment, Shen Li felt a flicker of trust in this individual. Very well, very well, very well, Lu Gonggong repeated thrice. Rising as well, young Master Lu, we shall see. He turned to leave, but paused at the door, glancing back at Shen Li with a peculiar smile. Young Master Shen, we shall come to seek you again. With that, he strode out, accompanied by two young eunuchs, leaving the main hall in profound silence. After a prolonged silence, Lu Qingzi resumed his seat and raised his wine cup. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue. The banquet proceeded, yet the atmosphere had turned utterly frigid. Guests hastily consumed a few bites before fabricating excuses to take their leave. Within mere moments, the hall was emptied, leaving only Lu Qingzi, Shen Li, and Mo Zhu behind. Are you well? Lu Qingzi inquired, casting a glance at Shen Li. Shen Li shook his head. I am fine. Lu Gonggong will not relent, Lu Qingxi warned. You must exercise even greater caution these next few days. Shen Li nodded, preparing to speak when an unexpected cry pierced the air. There's a flood. All three turned simultaneously. Outside, in the direction of the kitchen, flames soared skyward. The exclamation shattered the tranquility of the mid-autumn night like a knife, slicing through the residual tension of the banquet. Shen Li swiftly turned his head. The inferno that erupted from the kitchen was not the ordinary orange hue of a common fire. Instead, it was a bizarre azure flame, twisting and rising in the night breeze, crackling with explosive sounds. Thick smoke billowed, resembling a colossal black serpent, ascending into the heavens. Quick, extinguish the fire. Lu Qingxi was the first to react, issuing orders in a commanding tone. The servants, who had previously stood in attendance, snapped to attention and rushed toward the backyard. Some grabbed buckets, while others seized basins, creating a chaotic scene. Guests were thrown into a state of panic. Some surged toward the exit, while others cowered beneath the tables. The cacophony of screams, collisions, and shattering dishes melded into a singular tumult. Shen Li remained immobile, his gaze fixated on the flames. The color was unusual. Ordinary firewood should not emit such a shade of azure. The speed at which the fire spread was also alarming, far too rapid, as if doused in oil. Fire oil, he murmured. Emo Zhu, standing behind him, caught the word and tensed. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Shen Li, his hand resting on the concealed dagger at his waist. Lu Qingxi had already dashed into the courtyard, directing the firefighting efforts. Stay orderly. Group 1. Fetch water from the well. Group 2. Dismantle the adjacent wood shed to contain the flames. Group 3. Check for any other sources of fire. His voice was calm, yet authoritative, swiftly stabilizing the situation. The servants began to act in an organized manner. However, Shen Li's focus was elsewhere. His eyes scanned the chaotic crowd, quickly analyzing the situation. The timing of the fire was too fortuitous, occurring just after Lu Gonggong's departure, when the guests were still present and unrest reigned. The blaze originated from the kitchen, neither too far nor too close to the main hall, capable of inciting chaos without immediately threatening those within. A diversion? Shen Li's heart raced. He pivoted and sprinted toward his room. Young master, Emo Zhu called out, keeping pace. The room. Shen Li utarat succingly. Emo Zhu immediately comprehended. The two of them raced through the corridor toward Shen Li's eastern chamber. Servants were also rushing through the corridor, carrying buckets of water, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Shen Li sidestepped them, his pace unrelenting. His room lay at the corridor's end, the entrance draped with a bamboo curtain, which hung quietly, seemingly normal. Yet Shen Li detected a scent. It was not the acrid odor of smoke, but rather a faint, unfamiliar aroma, a mixture of sweat and a peculiar leather. He had encountered a similar scent during his previous life while pursuing fugitives. It belonged to those who had long concealed themselves in the wilderness. He raised his hand, signaling Emo Zhu to halt. Montaktsu nodded silently, drawing his short dagger with stealth and positioning himself against the wall. Shen Li took a deep breath and gently pushed open the door. The room was shrouded in darkness, unlit. However, with the flickering light from outside, he discerned that the bed was in disarray. The pillow had fallen to the floor, books were scattered about the table, and the wardrobe stood ajar, clothes having been hastily thrown onto the ground. Someone had indeed intruded. Shen Li's gaze swiftly scanned the room, ultimately resting upon a small wooden box in the corner, a box that Chun Bo had given him for storing miscellaneous items, typically left unlocked. Yet now, it had been pried open. He rushed over, kneeling on the ground to rummage through its contents. The box had originally held a few old garments, some loose change, and a fabric pouch. The pouch was missing. Shen Li's hand froze midair, his fingertips icy. Inside that pouch lay the relics of his birth mother, a jade hairpin, a pair of earrings, and a handkerchief embroidered with orchids. It was the only item he had managed to bring with him after traversing into this world, hidden away in a corner of the woodshed. What was lost? Emo Zhu entered quietly, asking in a hushed tone. The jade hairpin, Shen Li replied, his voice calm. Yet, Emo Zhu sensed the underlying chill. Mo Zhu immediately turned, scanning the room. His gaze lingered briefly on the windowsill, where a faint and indistinct footprint was visible. Its sole pattern unique, not of ordinary cloth shoes. It had entered through the window. Mo Zhu approached the window and pushed it open. Besides the footprint, a minute amount of fine powder glimmered in the firelight, reflecting a silvery sheen. What is this? Shen Li Nkita Staping Cluze. Mo Zhu dipped his finger into it, bringing it to his nose to sniff. Phosphorus powder. Used by night travelers, it can mark a path on the ground or confuse tracking dogs. Professional. Shen Li's heart sank. This was no ordinary thief. It was someone highly skilled. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the silence outside, akin to tiles being stepped upon. Mo Zhu's expression sharpened, and he leapt out of the window. Shen Li followed closely, though a moment too late, the injury to his chest hampering his speed. He climbed onto the windowsill, witnessing Mo Zhu already engaged in a struggle with a cloaked figure. The assailant, though not tall, moved with remarkable agility, like a shadow darting between light and darkness. He wielded no weapon, yet his hands were clad in black gloves that glimmered with a metallic sheen, tiger claws. Mo Zhu's dagger flashed like lightning, but the cloaked figure consistently evaded with uncanny angles. The two battled within the confines of the narrow courtyard, the clash of blades and fists resonating with muffled thuds. Shen Li refrained from recklessly joining the fray, instead leaning against the window, observing intently. The cloaked figure's techniques were peculiar, not typical of the martial arts scene in the world of Jianghu, resembling more of a military combat style. Direct and concise, each move aimed for vital points. Moreover, his footwork was distinctive, always maintaining a low center of gravity, ready to roll and evade at any moment. The Northern Frontier Army. 3 words flashed through Shen Li's mind. Lu Qingxi had mentioned that the group on the roof resembled military personnel. And now, this cloaked figure, their techniques, their stance, even the aura of seasoned combat, pointed to a singular conclusion. Montaktsu, Shen Li suddenly shouted, "Spare him alive." Mo Zhu heard the command. Retracting his blade and transitioning from a thrust to a strike, the back of his knife crashing heavily onto the cloaked figure's shoulder. The figure sidestepped to evade, rolling away towards the courtyard wall. He intended to flee, but Mo Zhu was swifter. The short knife slipped from his grasp, not aimed at the figure in black, but rather striking the ground ahead, embedding itself precisely in the shadow at the base of the wall. The black-clad man faltered momentarily. In that brief instant, Mo Zhu had already closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his back. The black-clad man was compelled to turn and defend himself, and the two engaged once more. This time, Mo Zhu held nothing back. His moves became increasingly ferocious, infused with an intensity that Shen Li had never witnessed before. Unbeknownst to him, the short knife had found its way back into his hand, its gleaming edge ensnaring the black-clad man within its lethal embrace. Shen Li observed closely, noting the similarities in Mo Zhu's knife techniques and the black man's combat style. Both were succinct, deadly, and bore the unmistakable mark of military precision. Was Mo Zhu also? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the battle took an unexpected turn. The black-clad man abruptly produced a pouch of powder from his cloak and scattered it toward Mo Zhu. Instinctively, Mo Zhu closed his eyes and retreated, providing the black-clad man an opportunity to leap onto the wall. Yet, Mo Zhu's reflexes surpassed his adversaries. With his eyes shut, he relied on instinct to hurl the short knife. The blade sliced through flesh with a sickening sound. The black-clad man let out a muffled groan as he plummeted from the wall, the knife having pierced his right shoulder, blood gushing forth. Nevertheless, he did not halt. Using his left hand to brace himself, he attempted to rise and flee. Shen Li acta decisively. He leaped down from the windowsill, not pursuing the black-clad man, but rather darting toward a pile of bamboo poles in the corner of the courtyard, typically used for hanging laundry. Seizing the longest pole, he wielded it like a baton. The black-clad man had reached the courtyard entrance. Shen Li advanced a step, sweeping the bamboo pole with precision, striking the back of the black-clad man's knee. Thud! The man crumpled to the ground. He attempted to rise, but Shen Li pressed the pole firmly against his throat. Stay still, Shen Li commanded, his tone icy. The black-clad man lifted his head, the flickering flames illuminating his youthful face, no more than 20 years old, with dark skin and a faint scar running from the corner of his left eye to his chin. His eyes gleamed like those of a wolf, fixed on Shen Li with an expression devoid of fear, only curiosity. Zhu approached, retrieving the fallen knife and pressing its tip against the black-clad man's back. "Who sent you?" he demanded. The black-clad man remained silent. Shen Li crouched down, reaching to search him. The man attempted to resist, but Zhu's knife pressed forward, piercing his skin. He froze. Shen Li's hands were steady, meticulously checking every pocket. Finally, he discovered a hard object within the waistband. Pulling it out, he revealed a badge, half the size of a palm, crafted from bronze, its edges significantly worn, yet still displaying a distinct design of an eagle in flight, clutching an arrow in its talons. The eagle's eye was adorned with a tiny red gem, glimmering eerily in the firelight. "Night does not fall," Zhu remarked softly upon seeing the badge. Shen Li looked up, questioning, "What?" "An elite reconnaissance unit of the Northern Army," Zhu replied gravely. "Directly under the command of Marquis Xiangbei Xiaozhua." "Xiaozhua. So it is him," Shen Li murmured, clenching the badge as he stood. He turned his gaze back to the black-clad man. "Did Xiaozhua send you?" The man remained silent, though his eyes flickered momentarily. "Why steal the jade hairpin?" Shen Li pressed further. This time, the black-clad man's lips moved, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately, no words escaped. In the distance, footsteps echoed. Lu Qingzi, accompanied by several individuals, dashed into the courtyard, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. What transpired? He hastened forward. Shen Li handed him a waist token, stating, "The Northern Army does not collect at night. They stole the jade hairpin belonging to my late mother." Upon receiving the token, Lu Qingxi's expression shifted dramatically after a mere glance. He directed his piercing gaze toward the cloaked figure, his eyes sharp as blades. What does Xiaozhua intend to accomplish? Finally, the figure spoke, his voice hoarse, reminiscent of sandpaper's rasp. "The Marquis merely seeks to uncover the truth." "What truth?" Lu Qingxi inquired. "How did Xiao Wanqing meet her demise?" The cloaked figure glanced at Shen Li, adding, "The Marquis has searched for 16 years. Xiao Wanqing, Shen Li's mother and Xiaozhua's cousin." It became evident. Xiaozhua dispatched individuals to steal the jade hairpin, not with malicious intent, but to investigate the circumstances surrounding his mother's death. Yet, the method employed was excessively crude. Can the truth be revealed through theft? Shen Li quería coldly. The cloaked figure fell silent. Lu Qingzi gestured for his guards to escort the figure away. The cloaked individual offered no resistance, but before departing, cast a lingering, complex glance at Shen Li, filled with guilt, remorse, and an emotion that Shen Li could not decipher. Once the figure was taken away, only Shen Li, Lu Qingzi, and Zhu remained in the courtyard. The fire still blazed, but it had been brought under control. Servants hurriedly doused the flames, and the dense smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the charred beams and walls. The damage was minimal. Lu Qingxi surveyed the scene, noting that only the kitchen and adjacent woodshed had been consumed by flames. However, he turned to Shen Li, stating, "You have lost something." Shen Li nodded. "The jade hairpin. It was the only keepsake left by my mother." Lu Qingxi paused in thought, then said, "I will uncover the truth. I shall inquire about Xiaozhua as well." "There is no need." Shen Li shook his head. "I will question him myself." Lu Qingxi frowned. "Do you wish to meet Xiaozhua? He had someone steal my belongings. Shouldn't he provide an explanation?" Shen Li Counterattacks, Moreover. "I too wish to know the cause of my mother's death. We share a common objective." Lu Qingxi regarded him with a complex expression. "Shen Li, Xiaozhua is not an ordinary individual. He commands the Northern Army and wields significant power. Even the third prince must tread carefully around him. Meeting him is perilous. Not meeting him is even more dangerous," Shen Li asserted. "Today he can orchestrate theft. Tomorrow he may employ others for more sinister purposes. It is preferable to engage proactively rather than passively await his next move." Lu Qingxi intended to interject, but Shen Li interrupted. "Young Master Lu, this is my affair. I must make my own choices." This marked the first occasion Shen Li spoke to Lu Qingxi with such resolute firmness. Lu Qingzi hesitated, then smiled, a mixture of resignation and admiration in his expression. Very well, he conceded. If you have made your decision, I shall assist you. But one condition remains. What condition? You must meet Xiao Zhuo in my presence. Lu Qingzi stipulated, or, at the very least, allow Mo Zhu to accompany you. Shen Li pondered momentarily and nodded, agreed. Lu Qingzi exhaled in relief and turned to Mo Zhu. How is your injury? Only then did Mo Zhu raise his right hand. Shen Li observed a deep gash across the back of his hand, flesh torn and blood oozing profusely, a result of the earlier confrontation with the cloaked figure's weapon. It is nothing, Mo Zhu replied, his voice still calm. You need to be bandaged, Lu Qingzi insisted. Shen Li, you should also rest. We shall address tonight's events tomorrow. Shen Li nodded and turned to return to his chamber, where chaos reigned. He crouched down, beginning to gather the scattered items. One by one, he picked up the books, clothes, and writing instruments, returning them to their rightful places. Finally, he sat on the bed, gazing down at his hands. In his grip was the waist token. Its bronze surface was chillingly cold, the edges sharp enough to nearly pierce his palm. The knight did not relent. The name Xiao resurfaced. The jade hairpin of his biological mother. Everything connected. It seemed more intricate than ever. Outside the window, the fire had been extinguished. Moonlight poured down anew, illuminating the courtyard, reflecting off the charred ruins and the puddles scattered across the ground. On this night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time meant for reunions, he found himself bereft of the only relic belonging to his mother. Shen Li tightened his grip on the waist token, his nails digging into his palm. He sought an explanation. He also required an account. Chapter 21 concluded. Chapter 22. The moonlit pursuit in the latter half of the night. The bamboo courtyard returned to tranquility. The flames had died, yet the ruins still emitted wisps of smoke, the air thick with the scent of charred remnants and moisture. The servants tidied up the aftermath, conversing in hushed tones, their voices tinged with a mix of relief and confusion. How could the mid-autumn banquet, so perfectly arranged, have ignited so suddenly? Shen Li did not sleep. He sat at the table, the waist token from the night before spread before him, alongside other items retrieved from the cloaked assailant. A small pouch of phosphorescent powder, several specially crafted steel needles, a dagger as thin as a cicada's wing, and a half-burned piece of paper. The paper had fallen from the black-clad figure, its corner charred, bearing a few indistinct markings. Shen Li scrutinized it under the oil lamp for a long while, barely deciphering. The city god temple at the hour of the rooster. Is this the rendezvous point? Or a mission directive? He was uncertain. Carefully, he stored the paper away, his gaze returning to the waist token, crafted from bronze. It bore an eagle motif with ruby eyes. The workmanship was crude, unlike that of a craftsman from the capital. It resembled something forged within the military. The edges were severely worn, indicating it had seen prolonged use. Night does not relent. The elite reconnaissance unit of the Northern Frontier Army, directly under Xiao Zhuo. These individuals had long been lurking behind enemy lines, gathering intelligence and executing special assignments. Each was a rare talent, skilled in stealth, assassination, reconnaissance, and evasion. Yet such elite operatives were dispatched to steal a mere jade hairpin. Shen Li found this perplexing. Unless the hairpin held significance beyond his imagination. He closed his eyes, recalling the hairpin's appearance. It was an utterly ordinary piece, a white jade pin, its head carved in the shape of an orchid, petals unfurling, with a grain-sized turquoise nestled in the center. The shaft was smooth, devoid of any embellishments. The previous owner had kept it close, and even after his arrival, Shen Li had only glimpsed it a few times, failing to notice anything extraordinary. However, upon reflection, there were indeed points of suspicion. How could a mere concubine possess such an exquisite jade hairpin? Although Shan Chongshan held the position of assistant minister, his salary was limited, and with the Wang family managing household affairs, it was implausible for him to procure such a costly item for a concubine, unless the hairpin belonged to his mother. Xiao Wanqing, the young lady of the Xiao family from the northern frontier. Even in a time of decline, it would not be out of the question for her to possess one or two precious pieces of jewelry. Yet, why did Xiao Zhuo care so deeply? Shen Li opened his eyes, observing the flickering flames of the oil lamp. The light danced across his face, casting shadows and highlights. Just before dawn, a knock resounded at the door. "Young master." It was the weary voice of Chun Bo. "Young Master Lu, please proceed to the study." Shen Li stood up, stretching his stiff shoulders, and pushed open the door to exit. The courtyard was still in disarray, with several servants hauling away charred beams. The morning light, delicate and faint, illuminated the ruins, creating a scene of utter devastation. Inside the study, Lu Qingxi was already present. He had changed into a simple blue long robe. His hair casually tied back, and shadows of fatigue lingered beneath his eyes, indicating he had also spent a sleepless night. Mo Zhu stood behind him, her right hand wrapped in bandages, her face slightly pale. "Please, have a seat." Lu Qingxi gestured to the chair opposite him. Shen Li sat down and directly inquired, "Where's the man in black?" "He is locked in the west wing," Lu Qingxi replied. "I have someone keeping watch." He would not elaborate, merely reiterating, "He wishes to see you." "See me?" Shen Li asked. "Yes," Lu Qingxi affirmed, meeting his gaze. "There are matters that can only be discussed with you." Shen Li fell into silence for a moment. What did he say? He mentioned that there is something within the jade hairpin. Lu Qingxi lowered his voice. "It is not an ordinary pin, but a token. A token that can prove your mother's identity and also unlock a certain place." "A token? Unlock a certain place?" Shen Li furrowed his brow. "What token? What place?" He would not say. Lu Qingxi shook his head. "He insists on meeting you before revealing more." Shen Li pondered for a moment, then "Let us meet." "Now." "Indeed, now." Lu Qingxi exchanged a glance with Mo Zhu and nodded. "Very well. I will accompany you." The three departed the study, traversing the corridor towards the west wing. At the entrance stood two guards, who bowed respectfully upon seeing Lu Qingxi. "Open the door," Lu Qingxi commanded. The door swung open. The man in black was bound to a chair, his hands restrained behind him. His right shoulder bore a wound that had been bandaged, though the dressing was seeping with blood. He lowered his head, but upon hearing them, he lifted it. His eyes brightened at the sight of Shen Li. "You," he began, his voice hoarse. "Are you Shen Li?" "Yes." Shen Li approached him. "Who are you?" "Knight number 7. Codename Jia San." The man in black stated, "My true name cannot be revealed." "Why did you steal my jade hairpin?" Jia San regarded him, his expression complex. "The Marquis wishes to verify your identity." "Verify my identity?" Shen Li frowned. "What identity?" "The bloodline of the Shao family," Jia San enunciated clearly. "The hairpin is a token of the Shao family heiress, known only to those of direct lineage who understand how to unlock it. The Marquis wishes to ascertain whether you are genuine." Shen Li's heart skipped a beat. "Unlock bloodline? I do not comprehend what you are saying." "Have you ever touched the turquoise at the tip of the hairpin?" Jia San asked. Shen Li recalled the few times he had handled it, but he had merely held it casually, not examining it closely. "No, the stone can be pressed down," Jia San explained. "Press it 3 times, turn it half a circle clockwise, then press again. The pin will separate, revealing something inside. There is a hidden compartment within the pin." Understanding dawned upon Shen Li. No wonder Xiao Zhuo was so concerned about the hairpin. It was not only a token, but also a vessel for concealment. "What lies within?" he inquired. "The Marquis did not disclose." Jia San shook his head, "but I suspect it is a map or a list. After the Shao family was annihilated, certain items had to be hidden away. The Shao family was annihilated." Shen Li recalled Lu Qingxi's words. 16 years ago, the Northern Army suffered defeat, and the Shao family was impeached by political enemies, nearly leading to their complete extermination. If the jade hairpin indeed conceals something of great significance, then it is understandable that the birth mother would flee to the capital, assuming a false identity. "Did you steal the hairpin in search of its contents?" Shen Li inquired. "Not entirely," Jia San replied. "The Marquis is more eager to know how you managed to survive. What happened to the young lady of the Shao family, Shao Wanqing, back in the day? So you searched my room?" "The Marquis suggested you might leave a clue." Jia San lowered his head. "I am sorry, but I must complete my mission." Shen Li regarded him. This young knight unclaimed bore an expression of guilt, yet no remorse. For him, duty surpassed all else. "Where is the hairpin now?" Lu Qingxi interjected suddenly. Jia San cast a glance at him, remaining silent. "Speak." Mo Zhu stepped forward, her voice icy. Jia San clenched his jaw, still refraining from speaking. Shen Li raised a hand to halt Mo Zhu. He crouched down to meet Jia San's gaze. If you do not speak, the hairpin may never be recovered. Do you wish to disappoint the Marquis? Jia San's resolve wavered. I do not know, he finally confessed. The pin was stolen. What? Both Shen Li and Lu Qingxi exclaimed simultaneously. I had the hairpin, but as soon as I leaped from the window, I was ambushed. Two individuals, masked, skilled in combat. They took the hairpin, injured me, and then fled. Shen Li rose, casting a troubled glance at Lu Qingxi. Both their faces were grim. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Someone has set their sights on night unclaimed, or rather, on the jade hairpin. Who are these individuals? Lu Qingxi asked. I do not know, Jia San shook his head. But their techniques were peculiar, not resembling those of the Central Plains. They seemed more akin to those from beyond the borders. Beyond the borders. The Northern D? A name flashed through Shen Li's mind. Tuoba Hong. The third prince of the Northern D. Yet it did not make sense. How could the Northern D know the secret of the hairpin? And how fortuitous that they should appear just after it fell into Night Unclaimed's hands. Which direction did they flee? Shen Li inquired. East, Jia San replied. They scaled the wall to escape. I pursued for a while, but my injuries were too severe and I lost them. Eastward lies the most prosperous area of the capital, filled with shops and bustling crowds. Once they blend in, finding them will be exceedingly difficult. Lu Qingxi turned to Mo Zhu, instructing. Send someone to the Eastern District to investigate. Every pawn shop, jewelry store, and black market. Spare not a single one. Understood. Mo Zhu nodded and departed. Lu Qingxi then faced Jia San. Your mission has failed. How will Xiao Zhuang deal with you? Jia San offered a bitter smile. Military law will dictate my fate. Night Unclaimed has no room for failure. What if I could guarantee your life? Lu Qingxi suddenly proposed. Jia San was taken aback. The condition is that you must work for me. Lu Qingxi regarded him intently. Of course, this does not entail betraying Xiao Zhuang. It is merely a mutual exchange. I require intelligence from the northern borders, and Xiao Zhuang seeks information from the capital. You could serve as the bridge. Jia San remained silent for an extended period. I need to consult the Marquis, he eventually stated. That is acceptable, Lu Qingxi nodded. I will arrange for you to meet Xiao Zhuang. But before that, you must stay here to recuperate. He signaled for the guards to untie Jia San's bindings. Jia San flexed his stiff wrist and turned to Shen Li. Will you meet the Marquis? Shen Li nodded. When? I shall wait for him to come to me. Shen Li remarca. Perhaps I will meet him when I have sufficient reason to do so. Jia San desired to say more, yet ultimately merely nodded. I shall convey your message to Lord Ho. He rose and departed, accompanied by his guards. The room was left with only Shen Li and Lu Qingxi. What is your perspective? Lu Qingxi inquired. Sotik, Shen Li kanditli raplia. Xiao seeks to ascertain my identity and desires the contents of the jade hairpin. However, someone has preemptively seized it. This individual is either an adversary of Xiao Zhua or one responsible for the downfall of the Xiao family years ago. Lu Qingxi nodded. I share your thoughts. Yet, one peculiar aspect remains. If the other party is aware of the hairpin's secret, why have they only now chosen to act? It has been in your possession for 3 years. They had ample opportunity. Shen Li pondered, perhaps they have only just discovered that the hairpin is in your custody. Or perhaps they have been waiting for the right moment. What moment? The moment of Xiao Zhu's clandestine entry into the capital. Shen Li elucidated. Young Master Lu, how many individuals are privy to the fact that Xiao Zhu has entered the city in secret? Lu Qingxi's expression shifted. Are you suggesting that someone intentionally leaked this information to lure Xiao Zhu into the capital, and then set a trap? Quite possibly, Shen Li replied. Or, Xiao Zhu's arrival in the capital may itself be a grand ruse. The jade hairpin serves merely as a component of this scheme. Lu Qingxi paced the room, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface of the table, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. If this is indeed a plot, who orchestrated it? The third prince? The Beatty? Or perhaps another faction within the court? All are plausible, Shen Li acknowledged. Yet, the objective remains singular, to exploit Xiao Zhu or to eliminate him. Lu Qingxi halted, gazing intently at Shen Li. Shen Li, you are in grave danger. If you truly are a scion of the Shao lineage, many will set their sights upon you. Enemies of Shao Zhuo will seek to manipulate you against him. Allies will attempt to win you over. And those who once caused the Shao family's demise will aim to silence you. Shen Li smiled, a cold smile, I am aware. From the moment I awoke in the woodshed, I understood that this path would not be tranquil. You may withdraw, Lu Qingzi offered. It is not too late to retreat now. I can arrange for your departure from the capital, allowing you to live incognito. And then what? Shen Li interjected. Shall I hide away for a lifetime? Allow those who took my mother's life to roam free? Permit those who wish me harm to succeed? He rose and approached the window. The dawn had broken, sunlight streaming in, dispelling the chill of the night. Young Master Lu, do you know what I was in my past life? He suddenly inquired. Lu Qingzi was taken aback. Past life? Indeed, my previous existence, Shen Li affirmed. In that life, I was a police officer dedicated to apprehending wrongdoers. I have witnessed too much darkness and injustice. Yet, I have never faltered, because I know, if even those of us in uniform retreat, then this world is truly beyond salvation. He turned to face Lu Qingzi. The same applies to this world. If those who wish to instigate change do not dare to step forward, then this nation is irreparably doomed. Lu Qingzi gazed at him, a mixture of surprise, shock, and a complex array of emotions reflected in his eyes. After a lengthy silence, he smiled. Shen Li, you are indeed remarkable. Yamaware, Shen Li replied. Thus, I shall not withdraw. I will take the entrance examination for the Wenhua Academy. I will uncover the truth behind my mother's demise, and I will ensure that those responsible pay the price. Additionally, he paused. I wish to ascertain what sort of person Shao Zhuo truly is. Lu Qingzi nodded in agreement. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall accompany you until the end. He approached Shen Li's side, gazing out the window. However, before we meet Shao Zhuo, we must first attend to a matter. What matter? Retrieving the jade hairpin, Lu Qingzi replied. Without the hairpin, we lack leverage. Furthermore, the contents within it may pertain to a far greater secret. Shen Li concurred. How shall we locate it? There are two avenues. Lu Qingzi held up 2 fingers. First, we pursue the individual who stole the hairpin. Mo Zhu has already begun the investigation, though the prospects appear bleak. Given that the thief dared to act under the cover of night, they were undoubtedly well prepared. Secondly, we delve into the hairpin itself. Lu Qingzi continued. We must ascertain what is concealed within. Perhaps there are additional clues. Shen Li pondered. Mr. Zhou. What? Mr. Zhou, Shen Li reiterated. He possesses vast knowledge and experience. Perhaps he is aware of the hairpin's origins or the secrets of the Shao family. Lu Qingzi's eyes brightened. That makes sense. I shall invite Mr. Zhou immediately. No, you shall go, Shen Li interjected. Mr. Zhou is my mentor. It is more fitting for me to inquire. Lu Qingzi nodded. Very well. I shall have Mo Zhu accompany you. Unnecessary. Shen Li shook his head. I will go alone. Mo Zhu is injured and needs to rest. Moreover, there is no danger at Mr. Zhou's residence. Lu Qingzi hesitated briefly before finally nodding. Be cautious. Shen Li departed the west wing, returning to his own quarters to refresh himself and change in a clean attire. He then exited the bamboo courtyard, making his way to Mr. Zhou's abode. Mr. Zhou resided in a quaint alley in the southern part of the city. The courtyard was modest yet tranquil. Upon Shen Li's arrival, Mr. Zhou was practicing Tai Chi in the yard, his movements fluid and his demeanor composed. Noticing Shen Li, he halted his practice and smiled. You have arrived early, young master. My apologies for the disturbance, sir, Shen Li replied, bowing respectfully. Not at all. Mr. Zhou gestured for him to enter. You do not appear well today. Have you had a restless night? Shen Li did not conceal the truth, succinctly recounting the events of the previous night, including the fire, the theft, and the loss of the hairpin. After listening, Mr. Zhou remained silent for a considerable time. The hairpin, he eventually spoke, is it crafted from white jade, with a head carved into the shape of an orchid, and the center embedded with turquoise? Shen Li was taken aback. Have you seen it? More than just seen it. Mr. Zhou rose and approached a bookshelf, withdrawing an ancient tome from the bottom shelf, its pages yellowed with age. In my youth, I traveled to the Northern Territories and encountered members of the Shao family. The eldest daughter, Shao Wanqing's mother, possessed an identical jade hairpin. He opened the tome, revealing a hand-drawn illustration tucked within. The depicted hairpin bore an unmistakable resemblance to the one Shen Li had described. Shen Li took the tome, examining it closely. This is the emblem of the Shao family. Mr. Zhou indicated the orchid at the head of the hairpin. The ancestors of the Shao family thrived on orchid cultivation before taking to the military, yet the orchid remained their crest. Upon reaching adulthood, direct female descendants receive an orchid jade hairpin as a token. He paused. The hairpin itself is not remarkable. What is extraordinary is what it conceals. Do you know what that is, sir? Mr. Zhou shook his head. I do not know the specifics. However, it is said that the Shao family possesses a hidden legacy, chronicling the wealth, connections, and secrets accumulated by generations of the Shao lineage. The key to unlocking the hidden treasures lies in the jade hairpin of the legitimate daughters. The thought quickened Shen Li's heartbeat. No wonder Shao Zhui cared so deeply. No wonder there were those who sought to seize it. Where is the treasure concealed? He inquired. I do not know, Mr. Zhou replied as he closed the ancient tome, but it is certainly in the Northern Territories. Moreover, only those of the Shao lineage can wield the jade hairpin to unlock it. He gazed at Shen Li, young master. If you truly are the son of Shao Wanqing, that hairpin is the key to your ancestral recognition and the inheritance of the hidden treasures. However, it is currently lost. He did not elaborate, yet the implication was clear. Shen Li remained silent. He was indifferent to the notion of treasures or the recognition of his ancestry. What truly mattered to him was the truth. How had his biological mother met her demise? Who was responsible? Yet, the jade hairpin undeniably represented a crucial lead. Sir, who could be the one to have taken the hairpin? He asked. Mr. Zhou pondered for a moment. There are two possibilities. First, the individuals responsible for harming the Shao family back in the day. They are aware of the hairpin's secret and wish to destroy the treasures or claim them for themselves. Second, the Northern D people. The Shao family has guarded the northern borders for many years, and the Northern D harbor deep-seated hatred. If they could acquire the Shao family's treasures, it would serve as a tremendous advantage. Shen Li nodded, aligning with his own thoughts. What do you intend to do, young master? Mr. Zhou inquired. Search for it, Shen Li stated resolutely. The hairpin must be recovered, not only for the treasures, but also for my mother's belongings. It must not be lost. Mr. Zhou regarded him with a mix of admiration and concern. Young master, this path is fraught with danger. Yamaware, Shen Li replied. Rising to perform a bow of gratitude, Mr. Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Go. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. As Shen Li departed from Mr. Zhou's residence and made his way back to Zhuyuan, the sun shone brightly, and the streets bustled with life. Vendors calling out, children laughing. The clatter of horse-drawn carriages creating a lively tapestry of sound. Yet within him, a chill lingered. The jade hairpin was lost, severing a vital lead. The investigation into his mother's case remained unresolved. The examination at Wenhua Academy loomed near, and now there was the added complication of Shaozhua, the hidden treasures, and a host of unknown adversaries. The road ahead appeared uncertain. Yet he did not falter, for he understood that to stop would be tantamount to surrender. And he never surrendered. Chapter 22 and Chapter 23. The emergence of dark threads upon returning from Mr. Zhou's residence. Shen Li halted at the entrance of Zhuyuan. A thin layer of white powder was scattered across the flagstones, glinting subtly in the sunlight. It was not dust, it was lime powder. Someone had deliberately strewn it, covering a vast area from the entrance to the street corner. Shen Li crouched down, dipping his fingers into the powder. It was fine and carried a faint scent of sulfur. This was no ordinary lime. It had been specially treated, intended to mark a route or set up a formation. He rose, refraining from entering immediately, and instead followed the direction of the powder towards the street corner. The powder appeared intermittently, sometimes by a wall corner, other times in the crevices of bricks or beneath the roots of trees, scattered so discreetly that one would hardly notice it without careful observation. However, Shen Li, having received professional training, was particularly sensitive to such traces. Upon reaching the third alley, The powder abruptly ceased. Shen Li stood at the alley's entrance, peering into the depths. It was a dead end, culminating in a high wall overgrown with withered vines. The alley was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Yet, he detected a scent, the metallic tang of blood. The air was faint, mingling with the humidity reminiscent of rust. Shen Li stepped into the alley, moving with light footsteps. Close to the wall, the alley was short, reaching its end in merely 30 steps. Beneath the wall lay a pile of broken wooden boxes and debris, exuding a musty odor. The scent of blood grew stronger. Shen Li crouched down to examine the boxes. The lowest one bore dark red stains, now dried. He pushed the box aside, revealing a small patch of bare ground. On this ground, a symbol was drawn in blood. It was an odd symbol, resembling an eye, yet also akin to a distorted flower. Though Shen Li had never encountered such a symbol before, he sensed an unsettling aura emanating from it. He memorized the shape of the symbol, then rose to survey his surroundings. There were no signs of climbing on the walls, and, aside from the symbol, no other clues adorned the ground. The houses flanking the alley were abandoned, their windows boarded up, and their doors rusted shut. This was not the primary scene. The blood had been transported from elsewhere. Someone had deliberately drawn the symbol here, leaving a message. A message for whom? Shen Li's gaze lingered on the blood symbol, and a name flickered through his mind. Yibuxiu. Jiasen had mentioned that Yibu often used phosphorescent powder to mark routes. Could this symbol be a code from Yibuxiu? Yet, that seemed unlikely. Yibuxiu was an elite within the military. Codes should be more concise and practical. Such a sinister symbol did not align with military standards. Unless, Shen Li recalled another remark from Jiasan. The individual who stole the jade hairpin employed peculiar techniques, unlike the martial arts of Central Plains, reminiscent instead of those from beyond the borders. Beyond the borders. The Northern D. The Northern D people worshipped shamanism, venerating natural deities, and their common totemic symbols often include images of eyes and flowers. A heaviness settled in Shen Li's heart. If it were truly the Northern D, the situation would become complicated. What was their purpose in infiltrating the capital and stealing the Shao family's jade hairpin? Was it mere revenge, or did they seek to exploit hidden treasures? He needed to inform Lu Qingzi without delay. Shen Li turned and exited the alley, hastening back to the bamboo courtyard. The lime at the entrance had been swept clean, and Uncle Chun was watering the ground. Young Master has returned, Uncle Chun observed, visibly relieved. Master Lu has been looking for you. Where is he? In the study. Shen Li made his way directly to the study. Upon pushing open the door, he found Lu Qingzi and Mo Zhu present, their expressions grave, with a map spread out on the table. Shen Li, your timing is impeccable, Lu Qingzi beckoned. We have news. What news? The jade hairpin. Lu Qingzi pointed to a red dot on the map. It has been sighted in the black market of the East City. A masked individual attempted to sell it at the Jinyu Pavilion yesterday evening, but the shopkeeper recognized its significance and refrained from making a deal. Shen Li's eyes brightened. Did you catch a glimpse of their appearance? No, Lu Qingzi shook his head. They were masked, of medium build, wearing gray cloth. However, the shopkeeper noted that the individual spoke with an accent, not native to the capital. An accent from beyond the borders? Additionally, Montaku interjected. Our people followed them for a while. The individual was very cautious, meandering through the city before ultimately entering the residence of the third prince. The third prince. Shen Li and Lu Qingzi exchanged glances, both sensing a chill in the air. Is the third prince involved as well? Shen Li inquired. Not necessarily, Lu Qingzi pondered. It could be an intentional frame-up, meant to muddy the waters. What about that blood symbol? Shen Li asked. Lu Qingzi was taken aback. What blood symbol? Shen Li recounted the incident of discovering the symbol in the alley and sketched its shape on the ground using tea. Lu Qingzi stared at the symbol for a long while before suddenly stating, I have seen this before. Where? In the intelligence reports from Beatty. Lu Qingzi rose and retrieved a scroll of parchment from a hidden compartment in a bookshelf. Unrolling, it revealed various symbols, all commonly used totems in the Beatty shamanistic tradition. One of them bore an almost identical resemblance to Shen Li's drawing. This is the blood eye, a summoning symbol of the Beatty shamans, Lu Qingzi explained, indicating the symbol. It is said that drawing this symbol with blood can invoke the blood-eyed deity, granting power and guidance, but it is typically employed only before significant rituals or actions. Summoning deities? Gaining guidance? Shen Li furrowed his brow. What do the Beatty people intend by drawing this symbol in the capital? I do not know. Lu Qingxi shook his head, but it certainly cannot bode well. He tucked the parchment away and turned to Shen Li. The situation is quite complicated. The Beatty have stolen the jade hairpin and may have gone to the residence of the third prince. Xiaojua's people are also searching for the hairpin, and we are caught in the middle. We need Xiaojua. I think so too. Shen Li nodded, but how do we contact him? Jia San has already failed, and Xiaojua may alter his plans. Shen Li pondered for a moment. Jia San mentioned that Xiaojua wishes to meet me. Then we shall provide him an opportunity to see me. What opportunity? A public appearance, Shen Li replied. The examination at Wenhua Academy is approaching, and registration requires personal presence. At that time, I will make a public appearance, and if Xiaojua is interested, he will naturally seek me out. Lu Qingxi frowned. This is too risky. A public appearance means not only Xiaojua will see you, but also the third prince, Eunuch Lu, and the Shun family will be watching. You will become a target. I have always been a target, Shen Li said calmly. From the moment I awoke in the woodshed, I have known no safety. Since that is the case, it is better to take the initiative and draw out the hidden enemies. Emoju suddenly spoke up. I concur. Both Lu Qingxi and Shen Li turned to him. The young master is right, Emoju said. Hiding will never be a solution. Only through direct confrontation can we discern who our enemies are and what they desire. Lu Qingxi remained silent for a long time. He approached the window, gazing outside, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the window frame. Finally, he turned around. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest, but I have several conditions. Speak, Shen Li replied. First, on the day of registration, Emoju must accompany you throughout. Second, I will arrange for personnel to protect the vicinity. Third, if the situation turns awry, retreat immediately without attempting to be brave. Shen Li nodded. Agreed. Additionally, Lu Qingxi walked to the desk, picked up a pen, wrote a few words on a piece of paper, folded it, and handed it to Shen Li. If you encounter Xiaojua, give this to him. Shen Li accepted it. What is this? My sincerity, Lu Qingxi stated. Xiaojua needs to know that in the capital. He is not alone. Shen Li tucked the note away. I will deliver it. In the following 2 days, Zhu Yuan remained tranquil. The traces of the fire had been largely cleared, the kitchen was rebuilt, and the servants were busy yet orderly. Jia San's injuries had improved somewhat, and Lu Qingxi arranged for him to recuperate in the backyard under close supervision. Shen Li continued his studies, albeit with a reduction in his sword practice, as his chest wound had yet to fully heal. Dr. Zhang had advised against any vigorous exercise. Instead, he devoted more time to examining cases, particularly that of his biological mother. Lu Qingxi procured additional files for him, consisting of unsolved cases from the Ministry of Justice over the years. Shen Li meticulously reviewed each one, absorbing the criminal investigation methodologies of the era while searching for potential flaws. He discerned that the investigative practices of this time heavily relied on witness testimonies, with coercive interrogations being commonplace and material evidence often disregarded. Crime scene investigations were rudimentary, and the preservation of evidence was haphazard, resulting in many cases being hastily concluded. It was no wonder that his mother's case had been deemed a sudden death from illness. As long as no one pursued the matter, who cared about the truth? After closing the final case file, he shut his eyes, aware that on the day of the practical assessment, he would confront not merely a single case, but an entire outdated, rigid system fraught with shortcomings. His objective was not simply to solve a case, but to validate the efficacy of modern investigative methods, to demonstrate that truth could be scientifically reconstructed, and to assert that justice should not be distorted by power and prejudice. This was a formidable challenge, but it was imperative. On the third morning, registration for the Wenhua Academy commenced. Shen Li rose early and donned the attire prepared by Lu Qingxi, a simple yet dignified water-green long gown. He concealed a small knife within his sleeve and secured a short blade given by Xiaojua at his waist, keeping Lu Qingxi's note close to his person. Emoju was already waiting in the courtyard, clad in a plain gray outfit that made him resemble a mere attendant. Yet, his sharp gaze and the knife wrapped in cloth at his waist betrayed his true nature. "Young master, are you ready? Montag zu inquiet. Shen Li nudda. Let us proceed." The two departed the bamboo courtyard. Chun Bo accompanied them to the entrance, his expression tinged with concern. "Young master, be cautious." "Do not worry," Shen Li reassured him. Wenhua Academy was situated in the western part of the city, not far from the bamboo courtyard, accessible by a leisurely 15-minute walk. The streets were bustling with students heading to register, a mix of both genders, although predominantly young men. They donned a variety of garments, some ornate, others modest, but all bore expressions of anticipation and anxiety. Navigating through the crowd, Shen Li kept his head lowered, striving to avoid attention. Nonetheless, he sensed several gazes upon him, some curious, some scrutinizing, and others tinged with malice. Mo Zhu remained closely behind, his posture slightly forward, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce. As they approached Wenhua Academy, the crowd suddenly erupted in commotion. A quarrel erupted ahead. Shen Li raised his gaze to witness a gathering at the entrance, where a young man clad in luxurious attire confronted a boy in coarse garments. The young noble, brimming with arrogance, pointed a finger at the commoner, berating him. "You, a lowly commoner, dare to attempt entrance to Wenhua Academy? Do you not recognize your own station?" The rough-clad boy hung his head, shoulders trembling, yet he bit his tongue in silence. Surrounding them, people whispered and gestured, but none stepped forward. Shen Li hesitated for a moment before approaching. "What is happening here?" he inquired, his voice steady and clear enough to reach all ears. The young noble turned, caught sight of Shen Li, and paused for a moment before sneering. "Ah, another one has arrived. What? Do you wish to defend him as well?" Disregarding the noble's taunt, Shen Li directed his attention to the commoner. "What is your name?" The young man, known as Su Yin, lifted his head to reveal a delicate yet weary visage. I am called Su Yin," he uttered, his voice barely above a whisper, trembling with uncertainty. "Su Yin," Shen Li repeated. "Do you wish to apply to the Wenhua Academy?" Su Yin nodded, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "I aspire to study, to make a name for myself." The elegantly dressed youth erupted into laughter. "Make a name for yourself? You, a mere commoner, dreaming of such things. The Wenhua Academy is reserved for the scions of noble families, not for the likes of you." Shen Li turned to face the young nobleman. "What is your name?" "I am Lu Yinzhou," he declared, holding his head high, "the son of the Minister of Rights." "What do you intend to do about it?" "The Minister of Rights, a confidant of the third prince." Shen Li's Gaza Ardanat. "Young Master Lu, the admissions guidelines of Wenhua Academy clearly state that any citizen of Dashing who has reached the age of 15, regardless of their background, may apply. Su Yin meets the requirements. Why should he be barred? Why should he?" Lu Yinzhou scoffed. "Because I am the son of the Minister of Rights. Because my father is an examiner. If I say he cannot apply, then he cannot." His arrogance was palpable, unrestrained. The surrounding crowd fell silent, their fury stifled. Shen Li smiled, though his expression was frigid. "Young Master Lu, your father is an examiner, so you presume to dictate who may or may not apply? What if I were to assert that my connections are more influential than your father's? Would I then have the authority to determine your eligibility?" Lu Yunzhou's expression shifted, a flicker of fear crossing his face. You dare threaten me?" "It is not a threat. It is a reasoning," Shen Li replied, stepping closer. Locking eyes with him, the Wenhua Academy is one of the premier institutions of Dashing, intended for those of true scholarly merit, not for the spoiled offspring who rely on their family's status to oppress the weak. If you believe your father's influence can shield you from consequence, let us see whose reach is greater. His words, though softly spoken, struck Lu Yunzhou like nails, each syllable piercing deep. The young nobleman's face shifted from pale to flushed, desperate to retort. Yet the sight of Mo Zhu, Shen Li's seemingly ordinary attendant, whose icy gaze felt like a blade upon his spine, rendered him speechless. "You will regret this," he spat, before forcing his way through the crowd and fleeing. A stifled cheer erupted around them. Several young men looked at Shen Li with expressions of gratitude and admiration. Su Yin approached Shen Li, bowing deeply. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Do not mention it, Shen Li replied, helping him to his feet. If you wish to apply, then do so. Do not let anyone obstruct your path. With tears welling in his eyes, Su Yin nodded earnestly. Yes. Shen Li gave his shoulder a reassuring pat before turning towards the registration desk. Suddenly, Su Yin called out, My lord, what is your name? Shen Li glanced back. Shen Li, Su Yin repeated, then declared loudly, I shall remember it. Shen Li smiled lightly and continued on his way. Mo Zhu caught up to him. Speaking softly, my lord, that was quite risky. Liu Yinzhou is the son of the Minister of Rights, and his father is a leader among conservatives. I'm aware, Shen Li affirmed, but some matters cannot be tolerated. Mo Zhu fell silent for a moment before nodding in understanding. A long queue formed at the registration desk, and Shen Li took his place at the end, patiently awaiting his turn. He could feel the curious, scrutinizing glances from those around him, some benevolent, others malevolent. Yet, he remained unfazed. When it was his turn, the registering official glanced up at him and inquired, Name? Shen Li. Age? 16. Background? Shen Li hesitated for a moment. I am the illegitimate son of Shen Chongshan, Vice Minister of Justice. The official paused, scrutinizing him closely. You are indeed that Shen Li? It seemed his reputation had preceded him. Yes, Shen Li replied calmly. The official's expression was complex, yet he continued with the registration. Specialty? Criminal investigation. Upon hearing these two words, everyone around turned to look. The official was momentarily taken aback. Criminal investigation? Indeed, Shen Li asserted. I excel in criminal detection and can solve cases. The official hesitated, then inscribed the words criminal investigation in the specialty section before handing him a wooden plaque. Here you go. This is your examination token. The written test is in 10 days at the main hall of Wenhua Academy. Shen Li accepted the plaque, glancing at it. His name and number were engraved upon it. Ding 73. A rank of Ding, the lowest tier. It appeared the official held little regard for his specialty. Shen Li said nothing, pocketing the plaque and turning to leave. Just as he exited the gates of Wenhua Academy, Mo Zhu suddenly approached him and whispered, Young master, someone is following us. Without turning back, Shen Li asked how many. 3. One at the left alley, one at the tea house across the street, and one within the crowd behind us. Mo Zhu replied, They are all martial artists. Can we shake them off? Yes, Mo Zhu nodded, but it will take some time. Then let's do it, Shen Li instructed. Circle around and see what they intend. The two quickened their pace, veering into a narrow side alley. The passage twisted and turned, resembling a labyrinth. Mo Zhu, familiar with the terrain, guided Shen Li deftly, soon losing 2 of their pursuers. However, the third one remained steadfastly on their trail. Shen Li halted at a corner, pressing his back against the wall and holding his breath. Footsteps drew nearer. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, Shen Li spun around. A small dagger, sliding into his hand, pressed firmly against the intruder's throat. The person paused, but offered no resistance. Shen Li discerned his features, an unfamiliar face. Around 30 years of age, with dark skin and fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, as if weathered by sun and wind. He wore plain cloth attire, yet stood straight, his gaze sharp. Who are you? Shen Li Damanda. The man regarded him and slowly responded, Yi Buxiu, captain of the first squad. Ye Bukyu. Shen Li did not relax his grip. What is it? The Marquis wishes to see you, Yi Buxiu stated, tonight. At the Land God Temple in the west of the city. Why the Land God Temple? For safety, Yi Buxiu replied. It serves as a stronghold for Yi Buxiu in the capital. The Marquis will await you there. Shen Li fixed his gaze into Yi Buxiu's eyes. How can I be certain you are not deceiving me? Yi Buxiu produced an object from his pocket and extended it towards Shen Li. It was a jade pendant, crafted from mutton fat jade, sculpted in the form of a tiger with ruby eyes. The reverse bore a single character, Xiao, the token of Xiaozhua. Shen Li accepted the jade pendant, feeling its smoothness. It was genuine. He sheathed his dagger. What time? Midnight. Yi Buxiu replied, Come alone. The Marquis wishes to meet you privately. Shen Li nudda, understood. Yi Buxiu studied him intently for a moment before turning and vanishing into the depths of the alley. Mo Zhu emerged from the shadows, watching the direction in which Yi Buxiu had departed. Young master, will you truly go? Yes, Shen Li affirmed. Shen Li clutched the jade pendant tightly. Some confrontations are inevitable. He carefully stowed the pendant away and turned towards the bamboo courtyard. As the sun dipped below the horizon, his shadow stretched long behind him. Tonight, he would meet the legendary Duke of Jingbei, Xiaozhua. This encounter would alter the course of many things. Chapter 24. The game at the ruined temple at the Hour of the Rat, in the west of the city, stood an abandoned land temple. This dilapidated structure had been forsaken for years, nestled in the most secluded corner of the capital, surrounded by desolate land and overgrown graves. Half of the temple walls had crumbled, and the roof bore gaping holes, through which moonlight filtered, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The deity statues had long vanished, leaving only an empty altar thickly draped in cobwebs. Shen Li stood at the temple's entrance, hesitating to step inside. He was observing. The ground before the temple bore a chaotic array of footprints, indicating more than one visitor, yet they were shallow, clearly made with caution. The prints converged at the entrance and the windows flanking it, forming an encirclement. Although there was no light within, he could discern the faintest sounds of breathing. At least 5, evenly distributed in the corners, an ambush. Shen Li tightened his grip on the small dagger concealed in his sleeve, while his other hand rested on the short blade at his waist. He had not brought Mu Zhu, but Mu Zhu was waiting at a distance, prepared to signal if the situation turned dire, as previously agreed. He inhaled deeply and pushed open the temple door. The hinges creaked sharply, resonating in the stillness of the night. The interior of the temple was shrouded in darkness, with only the moonlight streaming through the breaches, barely illuminating the outlines within. In the center of the empty space stood a dilapidated offering table, beside which sat a man, his back turned towards the entrance, seated in a wheelchair. He was clad in dark attire, his shoulders broad and his posture upright, exuding a tall stature even while seated. His hair was secured with a simple wooden pin, with a few stray strands cascading down his neck. Without turning, he spoke in a low voice, commanding, "Close the door." His voice was deep and gravelly, akin to the roughness honed by the chilling winds of the northern realms. Shen Li complied, shutting the door but refraining from advancing further. "Shen Li," the man queried. "Yes." "Duke Xiao?" Shen Li replied. At last, the man turned to face him. The moonlight illuminated his visage, a face sharply defined, bronzed by years of exposure to the elements, with high cheekbones, a straight nose, and lips pressed into a resolute line. Most striking were his deep brown eyes, reminiscent of the frozen earth of the north, cold, hard, and piercing, devoid of warmth. A faint scar traced along his left brow, extending to his temple, adding a touch of menace to his already austere features. But what captivated Shen Li the most was the man's gaze. It was not an assessment or scrutiny. It was a direct and incisive look, slicing through all pretense. Shen Li had encountered such eyes in his past life, those belonging to individuals who had survived the brink of death and witnessed myriad darkness. "Seat?" Xiaozhua gestured toward the cushion opposite him. Shen Li complied, taking his place across the offering table, their proximity palpable. He could catch the faint scent of medicinal herbs mingling with a crisp, pine-like aroma emanating from Xiaozhua. He also noted the thin blanket draped over the man's legs, beneath which the outline of a wheelchair was faintly discernible. A disability? A ruse? Shen Li could not ascertain. "I deeply regret the matter concerning Jia-san." Xiaozhua spoke candidly, delving straight into the heart of the issue. He should not have resorted to such means. Yet he did, Shen Li remarked, and furthermore, "The jade hairpin has been lost." "I am aware," Xiaozhua nodded. "I have already traced the individual who seized the hairpin." Shen Li raised an eyebrow. "Who?" "The Blood Eagle Guard of Beatty," Xiaozhua replied. "The elite forces directly under the third prince of Beatty, Tuoba Hong. They infiltrated the capital 3 days ago, with the sole aim of acquiring the jade hairpin." "Indeed. How had they ascertained that the hairpin was in my possession?" Shen Li inquired. "Because someone informed them." Xiaozhua met his gaze. "The identity of your birth mother and the secret of the hairpin are not secrets to certain individuals." "Which individuals?" Xiaozhua did not respond immediately. He extracted an oiled paper package from his bosom, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Shen Li. Shen Li opened it. Inside was a stack of letter paper with a note on top that read, Shen Li, son of Xiao Wanqing, currently residing in Zhuyuan. The jade hairpin is in his possession. The handwriting was hurried, yet Shen Li recognized it as that of Shen Chongshan. He had seen Shen Chongshan review official documents. That distinctive, bureaucratic script was unmistakable. Shen Chongshan? Shen Li lifted his head, his voice growing colder. It was he, Xiao Zhuo affirmed, 3 days ago. He dispatched a letter to Beatty's covert operatives. In exchange, Beatty promised to assist him in placing agents within the Northern Army once the deed was accomplished. Shen Li clenched his fists. His nails dug into his palm, causing pain, yet it paled in comparison to the chill in his heart. His biological father. For the sake of power, he betrayed his own son, bartered away the relic of his concubine. Does Wang Shi know? He asked. She likely does not, Xiao Zhuo replied. Shen Chongshan acted without her knowledge. However, Wang Shi is also searching for the hairpin. She intends to use it to curry favor with the third prince. Deceitful and treacherous, each with their own hidden agendas. Shen Li suddenly found it laughable. Is this what they call family? Where is the jade hairpin now? He suppressed his emotions, inquiring the most crucial question. It remains in the possession of the Beatty people, Xiao Zhuo stated. They have not departed the capital because the contents of the hairpin require a special key to unlock. A key? Your blood. Xiao Zhuo looked at him. The blood of the Xiao family's direct lineage must drip onto the turquoise for the mechanism to activate. This was a safeguard established by the ancestors of the Xiao clan to prevent their treasures from leaking. So that is it. No wonder the Beatty people seized the hairpin yet did not leave. They require Shen Li. Thus, you wish to meet me to seek my assistance in retrieving the hairpin? Shen Li asked. Not entirely. Xiao Zhuo shook his head. While the hairpin must be reclaimed, more importantly, I wish to confirm your identity. How will you confirm it? Xiao Zhuo produced an object from the side of his wheelchair, a dagger. The sheath was black and devoid of any embellishment. He unsheathed the blade, its edge shimmering with a ghostly blue light under the moon. Extend your hand, he commanded. Shen Li remained still. What do you intend to do? To draw blood. Xiao Zhuo replied, not much is needed. A single drop will suffice. If your blood can unlock the hairpin, then you are of the Xiao lineage. If it cannot, he did not finish the statement, but the implication was clear. Shen Li regarded the dagger, then turned his gaze to Xiao Zhuo's eyes. Those eyes held no murderous intent, only a chilling, almost cruel rationality. He was assessing whether Shen Li held any value. Shen Li extended his hand, palm facing upwards. Xiao Zhuo hesitated not for a moment, the tip of his blade lightly grazing Shen Li's fingertip. A droplet of blood welled forth, cascading onto the blade. An extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The blood did not trickle away, but was absorbed by the blade itself. On the ethereal blue surface of the weapon, intricate crimson patterns emerged, sprawling like veins, ultimately converging at the spine to form a distinct emblem, a soaring eagle, identical to the one depicted on the night watchman's insignia. Xiao Zhuo gazed at the emblem for an extended period, and then sheathed his sword, his gaze towards Shen Li transforming. No longer a frigid appraisal. It now bore a complex mix of pain and solace. You are the son of Wanqing, he intoned, his voice somewhat hoarse, the bloodline of the Xiao family. Shen Li withdrew his hand, binding the wound with a strip of cloth. Now you are certain. What follows? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhuo replied. I must impart certain truths about your birth mother, the Xiao family, and the reason for your survival. Shen Li straightened. Please proceed. 16 years ago, the Northern Army suffered a defeat in battle. Xiao Zhuo began, his voice low and steady, as if recounting another's tale. There were accusations against my father of treason, and a decree was issued, an annihilation of the Xiao family. I was merely 14 at the time, honing my skills in the army, and managed to escape the calamity. Your mother, Wanqing, was only 12, rescued by loyal servants, her whereabouts unknown. I searched for her for 16 years. His gaze fixed on Shen Li. From the northern territories to the south, from within the borders to beyond. It was only 3 years ago that I discovered she was in the capital, having taken on the name Lin, serving as a concubine to Shen Chongshan. But before I could see her, she had already passed away. How'd she die? Shen Li inquired. Poison, Xiao Zhuo stated, specifically Hemlock. The instigator was the Wang family, but the mastermind was the third prince. The third prince. Again, it is he. Why? Shen Li asked. Why would he personally order the demise of my mother, who was merely a concubine? Because your mother possessed knowledge of certain matters, Xiao Zhuo elucidated. The Xiao family was ensnared in a conspiracy, and one of the principal orchestrators was the maternal lineage of the third prince. When your mother escaped, she carried with her crucial evidence, a list documenting the officials involved in the conspiracy against the Xiao family and their transgressions. Where's the list? It resides in a jade hairpin, Xiao Zhuo replied, an object your mother vowed to protect with her life. She dared not reveal it, for exposure would mean death not only for her, but for all who were aware. Thus, she concealed her identity and wed into the Shun family, seeking a sanctuary. Yet she did not anticipate that Shun Chongshan was also an agent of the third prince. Shen Li closed his eyes, envisioning the years his mother spent in the Shun household, fraught with trepidation, safeguarding a lethal secret while feigning ignorance in the presence of her enemies. Did the Wang family uncover her identity? He queried. Likely not. Xiao Zhuo shook his head. She merely posed a threat to Wang's status, prompting her to seek her demise. The third prince, having sensed the danger, manipulated the situation, urging Wang to act, thereby allowing the Ministry of Justice to close the case and obscure the truth. Everything fell into place. The death of his mother was no accident, but a casualty of political machinations. And Shen Li, had he not traversed through time, might have become one of those casualties. What do you wish to do now? Shen Li opened his eyes, looking at Xiao Zhuo. Retrieve the jade hairpin and procure the list. Xiao Zhuo remarked, then let those who must pay the price pay it. This included the third prince. It encompassed everyone responsible for the demise of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhuo's voice was frigid, akin to the biting winds of the northern realms, sparing none. Shen Li fell into silence, digesting this information and contemplating its implications. Xiao Zhuo's plan was straightforward yet perilous, standing against the third prince, the powerful aristocrats within the court, and potentially even the imperial authority itself. Such an endeavor demanded immense strength and resolute determination. What do you require of me? Shen Li inquired. Two things, Xiao Zhuo replied, raising two fingers. First, gain admission to the Wenhua Academy. With the identity bestowed by the Academy, you will be able to investigate openly, access the records of the Ministry of Justice, and reopen the case regarding your mother. And the second? Second, assist me in reclaiming the jade hairpin, Xiao Zhuo stated. The Beatty people are still in the capital. They need your blood to unlock the hairpin. Thus, they will seek you out. I require your cooperation to draw them out and retrieve the hairpin. Shen Li pondered for a moment. Agreed, but I have conditions. Speak. First, I demand a copy of the list contained within the hairpin, Shen Li declared. I wish to know who is responsible for the ruin of the Xiao family. Granted. Second, I wish to personally investigate my mother's case. You must not interfere. Xiao Zhuo furrowed his brow. Why? Because she is my mother, Shen Li replied, meeting his gaze firmly. I have the right to know the truth and the right to determine how to seek justice. Xiao Zhuo regarded him for a long while before finally nodding. Very well. Third, Shen Li continued, when I require it, you must protect me, not covertly but openly, standing firmly by my side. Let be known to all that I am of the Xiao family. To harm me is to provoke Xiao Zhuo. This was Shen Li's most audacious demand. By publicly aligning himself with Xiao Zhuo, he would irrevocably position himself against the third prince, with no path of retreat. Yet, Xiao Zhuo smiled, a sight Shen Li had never witnessed before. It was not a gentle smile, but one imbued with a feral, bloodthirsty essence. Very well, he said. From this day forth, you shall be regarded as my nephew. Whoever dares to lay a hand on you shall find themselves opposing the might of my 300,000 troops from the north. His tone was calm, yet each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Shen Li nodded and extended his right hand. Xiao Zhuo hesitated for a moment, then reciprocated. Their hands clasped together. Xiao Zhuo's hand was large, calloused, and as strong as iron, while Shen Li's was smaller yet gripped firmly. The pact was sealed. What shall we do next? Shen Li asked. Xiao Zhuo released his hand and retrieved a map from his robes, unfurling it upon the table. The map detailed various districts of the capital. with several areas circled in red. The Beatty are currently hiding here. He indicated a red circle in the southern district inhabited by Hu people. They masquerade as a merchant convoy and possess legitimate documentation. The Blood Eagle Guard consists of 12 members, led by a confidant of Tuoba Hong, named Ashani Yun. How do we approach them? No need to approach, Xiao Zhuo replied. They will seek you out. I will spread word that you possess a method to unlock the hairpin. By tomorrow at the latest, they will act. And how will they act? Through kidnapping or intimidation, Xiao Zhuo explained. The Blood Eagle Guard excels in assassination and abduction. They will strike when you're most at ease, such as on the day of your examination. The Wenhua Academy examination. Shen Li's heart sank. If an incident occurs on the day of the examination, he may not even be able to enter the examination hall. I need to prepare, he stated. I have already made my preparations. Xiao Zhuo retrieved a cloth pouch from beneath his wheelchair and handed it to Shen Li, containing several items that could prove vital in a critical moment. Shen Li opened the pouch, revealing 3 objects: a small porcelain vial, a palm-sized piece of leather armor, and a firearm. He picked up the firearm, which was rudimentary in design, with an iron barrel and wooden handle, yet remarkably well-maintained, the muzzle glinting with a cold sheen. This is a hand cannon used by the Northern Frontier Army, Xiao Zhuo explained. Its range is limited, but it possesses formidable power at close quarters. It is loaded with a lead bullet, capable of saving your life in a crucial moment. Shen Li gripped the hand cannon, feeling its weight in his hand. He had used firearms in his previous life, but this archaic weapon was a novel experience. How does one operate it? Aim and pull the trigger, Xiao Zhuo succinctly instructed. Be wary of the recoil. Shen Li nodded, securing the hand cannon safely. He then picked up the small porcelain vial. What is this? A tranquilizer, Xiao Zhuo replied. Apply it to a blade, and it will render someone unconscious within 3 breaths of drawing blood. The antidote is in the adjacent vial. Shen Li carefully stowed each item. Lastly, Xiao Zhuo unsheathed a short dagger from his waist and presented it to Shen Li. This blade differed from the previous one. It was shorter and more exquisitely crafted. The sheath was made of black shark skin, the hilt entwined with silver thread, and the pommel adorned with a blue gemstone. This is my father's dagger, Xiao Zhuo revealed. It was bequeathed to me. Now, I entrust it to you. Shen Li accepted the dagger and drew it from its sheath. The blade was thin, shimmering with an ethereal blue light, inscribed with 2 characters, Pajun. The Pajun star signifies slaughter, Xiao Zhuo remarked. This dagger must drink blood. With it, you become a member of the Xiao family. Shen Li resheathed the dagger and secured it close to his person. There is one more thing, Xiao Zhuo said, fixing his gaze upon him. Exercise caution regarding Lu Qingzi. Shen Li looked up, intrigued. Why? The Lu family is a prominent clan, and Lu Qingzi is a politician. Xiao Zhuo cautioned. To a politician, only interests matter. He currently aids you because you hold value, but should a greater advantage arise, he may shift his allegiance. Shen Li fell silent, recognizing the truth in Xiao Zhuo's words. Yet he believed Lu Qingzi was not such a person, at least not for now. I will be vigilant, he assured. Xiao Zhuo nodded, opting not to elaborate further. They discussed additional details, including the habits of the Beidi people, the combat strategies of the Blood Eagle Guard, and strategies for the examination day. Xiao Zhuo was meticulous, demonstrating evident forethought and preparation. As the clock struck the 3rd watch, their conversation concluded. I must take my leave, Shen Li announced, rising from his seat. Xiao Zhuo regarded him earnestly. Remember, you are not alone. Shen Li nodded and turned toward the temple door. Upon reaching the threshold, he paused and glanced back. Lord Xiao, your leg. Xiao Zhuo smiled, a hint of bitterness in his expression. It is a ruse. Yet some wish it to be true, so it has become so. Shen Li understood. The disability was a facade, a means to deceive adversaries and safeguard oneself. He refrained from further inquiries and pushed the door open. The moonlight was bright, illuminating the desolate land in a silvery hue. Shen Li took a few steps, then halted to cast one last look at the dilapidated temple. The door had closed, shrouding the interior in darkness and silence, resembling a true tomb. Yet he understood that from this evening onward, his path would no longer be solitary. Chapter 24 completed. Chapter 25. The Triad Encirclement upon returning from the Land Deity Temple to the Bamboo Courtyard. It was already the end of the third watch. As Shen Li pushed open the courtyard door, the study was still illuminated. He approached and found Lu Qingzi seated at the table, a map spread out before him. With Mo Zhu standing behind, both were still awake. "I'm back," Shen Li announced. Lu Qingzi looked up, relief washing over his face. "How'd it go?" Shen Li entered the study, took a seat across from him, and recounted the events at the temple succinctly. He did not conceal any details, including the confirmation of Xiao Zhuang's identity, the Northern D Blood Eagle Guard, the list hidden within the jade hairpin, and the fact that Xiao Zhuang's leg was a ruse. Lu Qingzi listened intently, his fingers lightly tapping the table, a habit he had while contemplating. Mo Zhu stood silently beside him, expressionless yet with keen eyes. "Xiao Zhuang is indeed no ordinary adversary," Lu Qingzi remarked once Shen Li finished. "Feigning a disability, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Such restraint is beyond the capability of most. He requires allies," Shen Li stated. "In the northern territories, he is a commander. Yet in the capital, he stands isolated. The third prince watches him. The northern D observe him. And those in court who once harmed the Xiao family have their sights on him as well. Thus, he seeks to recruit you." Lu Qingzi regarded him thoughtfully. "Because you are not only of the Xiao bloodline, but you are also intertwined with the death of Xiao Wanqing. Your investigation aids in avenging him. Retrieving the jade hairpin assists him in acquiring evidence. Two birds with one stone." Shen Li nodded. "Indeed. However, I also require his support. Without it, my position in the capital will be precarious." Lu Qingzi fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "Shen Li, you have matured swiftly. A month ago, you were struggling for survival in the woodshed. Now, you can calmly analyze the situation, weigh the pros and cons, and even negotiate with the Duke of Jingbei." Shen Li remained silent. It was not growth, but necessity. In this world, stagnation equated to demise. "Have you agreed to his terms?" Lu Qingzi inquired. "I have," Shen Li replied, "but I too have conditions. I want a copy of the list from the jade hairpin. I wish to personally investigate my mother-esque case. And I need his public endorsement." Lu Qingzi raised an eyebrow. "Public endorsement? That implies you will be opposing the third prince, leaving no room for retreat." "I have long positioned myself against him," Shen Li stated calmly, "since the Wang family sought to offer me to Lu Gonggong. And the moment the third prince turned a blind eye, I was left with no other choice." Lu Qingzi studied him, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. "You are right. Since there is no choice, then let us proceed with greater resolve." He rose and walked to the bookshelf, retrieving a wooden box from a hidden compartment. Placing on the table, "Open it and see," he instructed. Shen Li opened the box to find a stack of documents, with a list atop. "This is the evidence I have gathered over the years concerning the third prince's faction." Lu Qingzi indicated the list. "Corruption, collusion, framing the loyal, and trampling on human life. Each item has supporting evidence." Shen Li perused the documents. The handwriting was neat, the records meticulous, detailing time, place, individuals, and amounts with clarity. Some entries even included witness testimonies or descriptions of physical evidence. "This is highly professional," he noted, clearly the result of long-term collection and careful organization. "You have long been prepared to deal with the third prince?" Shen Li looked up. "Not just the third prince," Lu Qingzi replied. Lu Qingzi remarked that it represented the entire old regime, with the third prince merely serving as their figurehead. "My father, emerging from humble beginnings and having ascended through the imperial examinations, understands better than anyone the flaws inherent in this system. Therefore, I am determined to transform it." His tone was calm, yet Shen Li discerned the resolve within. "The list from Xiaozhua, coupled with my evidence, is sufficient to inflict significant damage upon the third prince's faction." Lu Qingzi continued, "But it is still not enough. We require an opportunity, a moment that can bring this evidence to light, compelling the emperor to take action." "What opportunity?" "The examination of the Wenhua Institute." Lu Qingzi explained that if you could uncover the truth behind the Xiao Wanqing case during the practical assessment and publicly expose the third prince's faction for concealing incriminating evidence and trampling upon lives, that would be the ideal opportunity. Shen Li understood. He was not merely a pawn, he was also a player. Both Lu Qingxi and Xiao Zhua were maneuvering the pieces of this game in their own ways. It was perilous. Lu Qingxi gazed at him, stating that if you truly reveal the truth during the assessment, the Third Prince's faction would not spare you. They might strike outside the examination venue, or even orchestrate an incident within. I am aware, Shen Li replied, as Xiao Zhua provided me with some means of self-defense. Furthermore, he mentioned that the Blood Eagle Guard would act on the day of the examination. Lu Qingxi's expression darkened. Do the Beatty people also wish to intervene? They covet what lies within the jade hairpin. Shen Li responded, which could be a concealed map or something else. Regardless of what it is, they will not relinquish it easily. And Mo Zhu suddenly interjected, Young master, I shall accompany you throughout the examination day. Shen Li shook his head. That is not permissible. The Wenhua Institute examination prohibits attendance. You cannot enter. Then I shall wait for you outside, and Mo Zhu insisted. I will remain vigilant around the examination venue, ready to assist immediately should any changes arise. Lu Qingxi nodded, and Mo Zhu is correct. On the day of the examination, everyone from Zhuyuan will be mobilized to secure the vicinity. Xiao Zhu will likely dispatch people as well. We must ensure that you enter alone and emerge unscathed. Shen Li felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that both Lu Qingxi and Mo Zhu genuinely cared for his well-being. Thank you, he expressed. Lu Qingxi waved his hand dismissively and resumed his seat. The examination is merely 5 days away. Use these days to prepare diligently and conserve your energy. Leave the other matters to Xiao Zhua and me. Shen Li nodded. He indeed required time to process this information and adjust his state of mind. The following 2 days passed quietly at Zhuyuan. Shen Li continued his studies, albeit reducing the time spent on sword practice, dedicating more hours to research and contemplation. He repeatedly simulated possible scenarios for the examination, formulating response strategies. He also familiarized himself with the self-defense items provided by Xiao Zhua, ensuring he could utilize them effectively in critical moments. On the third day at noon, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure clad in the attire of a servant from the Shun household knocked on the door of Zhuyuan. Shenbo opened the door and, upon seeing the visitor, hesitated. Who are you? I am from the Shun household, sent by the master to deliver a letter to the third young master. The servant presented an envelope. Shenbo accepted the letter, glancing at the envelope, which bore the inscription to be opened by Shen Li and was signed by Shen Chongshan. Wait a moment, Shenbo instructed, as he took the letter to find Shen Li. Shen Li was engrossed in a book when he saw the letter and frowned. Someone for the Shen household? Yes, Shenbo confirmed, handing him the letter and stating it was sent by Master Shun. Shen Li took the letter but did not immediately open it. He scrutinized the envelope. The paper was exquisite rice paper, sealed with ordinary glue, devoid of wax. The handwriting was indeed that of Shen Chongshan, yet it appeared excessively neat, unlike the casual strokes typically employed in his official correspondence. Who delivered the letter? He inquired. Still at the door, came the reply. Shen Li rose and approached the entrance. The servant remained there, head bowed, exuding an air of anxiety. Did the master instruct you to deliver this? Shen Li asked. Yes, the servant stammered, unable to meet his gaze. The master said it was imperative for the third young master to read it. Was there anything else apart from the letter? The master mentioned that Madam is gravely ill and wishes to see the third young master one last time. Madam is gravely ill? Shen Li thought to himself, a cold smile playing on his lips. This ruse was far too cliched. I understand, he replied. You may return. The servant, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly departed. Shen Li returned to his study and opened the letter. The contents were quite straightforward. My son Shen Li. Madam Wang is in critical condition and may not have much time left, despite her past transgressions. She is your biological mother and wishes to see you before her demise. I hope you return swiftly to fulfill your filial duty. Father Chongshan. The handwriting was indeed that of Shen Chongshan, yet the tone was excessively courteous. Shen Chongshan had always addressed the original owner with a commanding tone. When had he ever referred to him as my son? A trap, Shen Li was almost certain. The claim of Madame Wang's illness was a fabrication, a ploy to lure him back to the estate. Once he crossed the threshold of the Shun residence, he might never escape again. Yet, he did not immediately tear the letter to shreds. He needed to ponder how to turn this situation to his advantage. In the evening, Lu Qingzi returned, and Shen Li showed him the letter. After reading it, Lu Qingzi sneered. Madame Wang is gravely ill. She has been in excellent health, having attended a banquet at Lord Lu's residence just days ago. How could she suddenly be on her deathbed? I know it is a trap, Shen Li affirmed, but I'm contemplating how to use their scheme against them. Use their scheme against them? Precisely, Shen Li nudda. They wish to deceive me into returning, which undoubtedly means they have made extensive preparations. But what if I do not follow their script, instead leveraging this opportunity to my advantage? Lu Qingxi's eyes sparkled with interest. What do you intend to do? The day before the examination, Shen Li declared, I will visit the estate to inquire about her health. However, I shall not go alone. I will bring along a witness. What witness? An official from the Ministry of Justice, Shen Li replied. I will say I heard of my mother's critical condition and, concerned, wish to request the physician's assistance, but am unable to do so myself, hence seeking the help of Minister Li. Lu Qingzi understood. You plan to enter the Shen residence under the auspices of Minister Li, ensuring that they dare not act recklessly? Exactly, Shen Li confirmed. Minister Li is not only the chief examiner for the practical assessments, but also the Minister of Justice, his status rivaling that of Shen Chongshan. No matter how audacious Shen Chongshan may be, he would not dare to act against me in the presence of Minister Li. Moreover, if Madame Wang truly is ill, it would be beneficial for her to receive treatment from the physician. If she is not actually ill, it would constitute an offense against the emperor. Lu Qingzi interjected. While it may not warrant a death penalty, it would certainly bring disgrace to Shen Chongshan and deter Madame Wang from employing such tricks in the future. Shen Li nudda. More importantly, this provides me with a legitimate reason to enter the Shen residence, allowing me to inspect the place where my mother once lived and search for clues. Lu Qingzi regarded him with admiration in his eyes. Shen Li, you are even more astute than I had imagined. It is not cunning. It is simply a necessity. Shen Li remarked that in desperate situations, individuals often devise solutions that would typically elude them. Lu Qingzi smiled faintly before responding earnestly. However, regarding Minister Li, I will speak to him. He owes me a favor, and he has harbored doubts about your mother's case. He should be inclined to assist. Thank you. Nevertheless, Lu Qingzi cautioned, even with Minister Li's support, you must exercise caution. The Shen residence is fraught with peril. Both the Wang family and the third prince may have laid traps there. Yamaware, Shen Li replied. Therefore, I require Mo Zhu to provide cover from the shadows. Mo Zhu nodded. I shall remain vigilant outside the Shen residence. Should anything transpire, I will enter immediately. Thus the plan was set. In the ensuing 2 days, Shen Li continued his preparations for the examination. He revisited the key points of the classics and historical texts, also simulating potential essay topics. In terms of practical assessments, he focused intently on the case files concerning his birth mother. Although he only had access to the copies provided by Lu Qingzi, they sufficed for him to clarify his thoughts. No news arrived from Shaozhua, but Shen Li was aware that Yibuxiu was undoubtedly operating in the shadows, surveilling the movements of the Beatty people, as well as monitoring the Shen residence and the third prince. On the morning before the examination, Shen Li rose early, donning a plain long robe that gave him the appearance of someone visiting a sick room. He checked his equipment, a small dagger concealed in his sleeve, a short blade at his waist, the hand cannon provided by Shaozhua, tranquilizers, leather armor, and the antidote gifted by Lu Qingzi. Everything was in order. At the hour of Chun, Lu Qingzi arrived with Minister Li. The minister, in his 50s, possessed a square face and sharp eyes, adorned in a dark blue official robe that exuded authority. Upon spotting Shen Li, he scrutinized him from head to toe and nodded. You are Shen Li? Indeed. Shen Li replied, bowing respectfully. I have the honor of meeting Minister Li. No need for excessive formalities. Minister Li waved his hand. Young Master Lu has already informed me. Your stepmother is gravely ill, and you wish to summon a physician. Yet the threshold of the Shen residence is daunting, hence your appeal to me? Yes, Shen Li acknowledged. I realize this request may seem abrupt, but as a son, I must fulfill my filial duties in light of my stepmother's dire condition. I implore you, Minister Li, to grant me this favor. Minister Li regarded him with a profound gaze. You are indeed a dutiful son. However, I have heard that your relationship with the Shen family is rather strained. There have been some misunderstandings, Shen Li admitted candidly. But one matter does not negate another. My stepmother's illness necessitates my filial piety. Minister Li nodded, choosing not to press further. Let us proceed. I have already summoned physician Liu from the Imperial Medical Institution. He is en route. The three departed together. Outside, 2 carriages awaited them, one belonging to Liu Qingzi and the other to Minister Li. Physician Liu was already inside Minister Li's carriage, an elderly man in his 60s with a full head of white hair, yet his spirit remained vigorous. The group set off toward the Shen residence. On the way, Minister Li closed his eyes in contemplation, remaining silent. Liu Qingzi and Shen Li occupied the other carriage, engaged in hushed conversation. Why is Minister Li inclined to assist? Shen Li inquired. 2 reasons, Liu Qingzi replied. First, he owes a favor to my father. Second, he has long harbored suspicions regarding your mother's case and wishes to use this opportunity to uncover what the Shen family is concealing. Does he also suspect that my birth mother was murdered? Indeed, Liu Qingzi confirmed. 3 years ago, when your mother's case was reported to the Ministry of Justice, Minister Li was not yet a minister, but participated in the proceedings. He raised doubts, but was silenced by the then Minister of Justice, Wang Jin. Wang Jin, a man loyal to the third prince, later ascended to the position of deputy minister and remains in the Ministry of Justice. Shen Li noted the name, Wang Jin. The carriage halted before the Shen residence. The doorman, upon seeing Minister Li's carriage, was taken aback and hurried inside to announce the arrival. Shortly thereafter, Shen Chongshan emerged in haste. Upon spotting Minister Li, his expression shifted, yet he managed to force a smile. It is an honor to welcome you, esteemed Minister Li. Minister Li alighted from the carriage and replied coolly, Deputy Minister Shen, there is no need for such formalities. I have come to accompany your son. I have heard that your esteemed wife is gravely ill, and I have invited physician Liu from the Imperial Medical Bureau to attend to her. Shen Chongshan glanced at Shen Li, his eyes darkened, but before Minister Li, he dared not express his anger. How could I trouble Minister Li? It is no trouble at all, Minister Li interrupted. The urgency of saving a life is paramount. Deputy Minister Shen, please lead the way. Shen Chongshan gritted his teeth and stepped aside, saying please. The group entered the Shen residence. This marked Shen Li's first unreserved entrance into the Shen household since his arrival in this world. The estate was grand, adorned with pavilions, towers, artificial hills, and pools. Far more impressive than the bamboo courtyard. Yet, Shen Li felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Each blade of grass and every tree seemed to be soaked in the blood and tears of the original owner. The Wang family's courtyard was situated on the west side, the most desirable location within the estate. 2 maidservants stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Shen Chongshan and Minister Li, they quickly knelt. Where is Madam? Shen Chongshan inquired. In the room, the maidservant stammered. Lead the way. The group proceeded into the courtyard, arriving at the main residence. The door was tightly shut, and faint, weak groans from Madame Wang could be heard within. She truly plays her part well, Shen Li thought to himself, suppressing a smirk, while feigning a look of concern. Mother. Minister Li gestured to Physician Liu, saying, Physician Liu, please. Physician Liu nodded and entered the room. Shen Li followed closely behind. Shen Chongshan attempted to block him. But with Minister Li also entering, he had no choice but to follow. Inside the room, Madame Wang lay in bed, swathed in thick blankets, her complexion pale, lips cracked, and eyes half open, appearing indeed to be gravely ill. However, Shen Li noticed the details. Madame Wang's hand trembled slightly beneath the covers, not from pain, but from anxiety. Though her breathing was faint, it remained steady, unlike that of someone in actual critical condition. A charade of illness. Physician Liu approached the bedside, seated himself, and began to take her pulse. The room fell silent. All eyes were upon him. After a long pause, Physician Liu withdrew his hand, a slight frown creasing his brow. What is the diagnosis? Shen Chongshan asked, his voice tinged with tension. Physician Liu glanced at him, then at Minister Li, and slowly began, Madame Shen's pulse is stable. Although there is some deficiency in her vital energy, there is no serious concern. The notion that she is critically ill is likely an exaggeration. Silence enveloped the room. Shen Chongshan's face instantly turned ashen. Madame Wang could no longer maintain the facade. She opened her eyes, her expression fraught with alarm. Minister Li fixed his gaze on Shen Chongshan, his tone icy. Deputy Minister Shen, what is the meaning of this? I. Shen Chongshan's forehead beaded with sweat. It may have been a misdiagnosis by the previous physician. A misdiagnosis? Minister Li scoffed. Deputy Minister Shen, as a court official, you should be well aware of the consequences of deceiving the emperor. While this may not be treason, misrepresenting a health condition and deceiving court officials is no trivial matter. Shen Chongshan's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. Shen Li spoke at an opportune moment. Father, since my biological mother is well, I can rest assured. However, since I am here, I wish to pay my respects to my late mother. All these years, I have been unable to properly offer her incense. He gazed at Shen Chongshan, his expression serene, yet imbued with an air that brooked no refusal. Shen Chongshan contemplated denying him. Yet the presence of Minister Li stilled his tongue. You may go, he gritted out. Shen Li buadeipli. Thank you, father. He turned and exited the room, making his way out of the courtyard. Mo Zhu had already been waiting in the shadows, and upon seeing him, she nodded slightly. Shen Li relied on the memories of the original owner as he walked toward the small courtyard where his mother had once resided. It was a secluded place near the back gate, long abandoned. The lock on the gate had rusted shut, and the walls were overrun with withered vines. Shen Li pushed open the gate, which hung loosely on its hinges. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, desolate and dilapidated. The main house's windows were shattered, and the door hung askew, revealing a dark void within. Shen Li stepped inside, a cloud of dust enveloping him, causing him to cough. The interior was sparse, containing only a rickety bed, a table, and a wardrobe. On the walls, a few faded paintings of orchids remained. His mother had adored these flowers. Approaching the bed, Shen Li reached out to touch the wooden slats, which felt ancient, the edges worn. He crouched down to examine beneath the bed, where he found an assortment of discarded items, tattered clothing, worn shoes, and a small wooden box. His heart raced. He retrieved the box, blowing off the dust that covered it. The box had no lock and opened easily with a gentle lift. Inside lay a single item, a letter. The envelope was old and yellowed, yet remarkably well preserved. It bore 2 words, my son. The handwriting was unmistakably that of his mother. Shen Li's hands trembled as he opened the envelope and pulled out the letter. The script was elegant yet somewhat hurried, as if penned in haste. My dear Li, if you're reading this letter, it means that your mother has passed away. Do not grieve, for this is my fate. However, there is something I must tell you. Your father is not Shen Chongshan. Your true father is Xiao Yu, the cousin of Xiao Zhuang. He was the deputy general of the Northern Army and fell in battle 16 years ago. Your mother fled to the capital with you, and, out of necessity, married into the Shen family. Shen Chongshan is unaware of your lineage. He believes you to be merely an ordinary illegitimate son. But remember, you are the Xiao bloodline, carrying the essence of the Xiao family. Within the jade hairpin lies a map of the Xiao family's hidden treasures and a list of those who wronged them. You must reclaim the hairpin, avenge the Xiao family, and seek retribution for your father. I am sorry I cannot be with you as you grow, but you must remember, no matter what happens, you must survive. Only by living can you hold on to hope. Forever loving you, your mother, Xiao Wanqing. The letter slipped from Shen Li's grasp, fluttering to the ground. He stood there, motionless, resembling a statue. So it was true. He was not the son of Shen Chongshan. He was of the Xiao lineage, the offspring of Xiao Yu and Xiao Wanqing. No wonder Xiao Zhuang sought to ascertain his identity. No wonder his blood could unlock the jade hairpin. Everything suddenly made sense. Footsteps echoed in the courtyard. As Mo Zhu entered, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Shen Li. Young master? Shen Li bent down to retrieve the letter, folding it neatly before placing it close to his person. He then turned to face Mo Zhu, his gaze calm, yet harboring a flame within. Mo Zhu, he said, I need a favor. Please, young master, speak. Investigate a person. Shen Li articulated each word with precision. Xiao Yu. 16 years ago, he was the deputy general of the Northern Frontier Army. I wish to uncover everything about him. How he died, by whose hand, and if he left anything behind. Montag zu nodet, understood. Shen Li cast one last glance at the dilapidated courtyard before turning to leave. As he stepped out into the blinding sunlight, he lifted his gaze to the sky. From this day forth, he was neither Shen Li nor Lin Wan. He was the son of the Shao family. His mission was not solely to uncover the truth behind his mother's death, but also to ascertain the circumstances surrounding his father's demise, and to seek justice for the Shao clan. The road ahead was long, yet he was prepared. Chapter 25 End. Chapter 26. The Examination Storm on September 20th. The grand examination at Wenhua Academy commenced. Before dawn, the bamboo courtyard was already ablaze with light. Shen Li stood before the mirror, observing the figure clad in a deep green robe, hair secured with a matching ribbon, devoid of any adornments. His complexion was somewhat pale, yet his eyes shone brightly, akin to a blade forged in fire. The burn on his right palm had formed a scab, treated with a special ointment by Dr. Zhang, wrapped in a thin layer of gauze, allowing him to grip his pen without hindrance. Concealed at his waist was a short knife, a small blade hidden within his sleeve, and a hand cannon along with anesthetics tucked away securely, none of which betrayed any unusual signs from the outside. "Young master, it is time to depart," Mo Zhu announced, entering the room dressed in plain gray attire, resembling a modest attendant accompanying an examinee. Shen Li nodded, conducting a final check of his examination supplies. Ink, paper, inkstone, water pouch, provisions, and a small vial of invigorating medicine that Lu Qingzi had slipped in. The two emerged from a room to find Lu Qingzi already waiting in the courtyard, dressed in a moon-white long gown with a dark cloak draped over his shoulders. He appeared more solemn than usual. "I have arranged for people around the examination grounds," Lu Qingzi informed him. "Mo Zhu will remain outside as your guard. Inside, it will be up to you." "I understand," Shen Li replied. Lu Qingzi looked at him and suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. "Shen Li, remember, no matter what happens, return alive." A simple yet profound statement, and Shen Li perceived the weight behind it. "I will," he affirmed with a nod. The trio exited the bamboo courtyard together. As the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, the streets remained quiet, save for the early vendors preparing for the day ahead. Upon reaching the street corner, a carriage awaited them. "Get in," Lu Qingzi said. "I will take you there." Shen Li did not hesitate. The carriage was spacious, allowing all three to sit comfortably. The wheels rolled over the cobblestones, producing a rhythmic sound. Inside, silence enveloped them. Shen Li closed his eyes, mentally rehearsing the day's agenda one last time. Written examination, interview, physical assessment, potential challenges and their corresponding strategies, and the practical evaluation concerning his mother's case. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Calm, professional, like every mission he undertook in his past life. The carriage halted before the gates of Wenhua Academy. The dawn has broken, and a long queue has formed before the courtyard gate, comprised of students preparing to take their examinations, both male and female, yet predominantly young men. They converse with a mix of nervousness and excitement, filling the air with a palpable sense of anticipation. Shen Li alights from the carriage, with Mo Zhu trailing behind him. Lu Qingzi remains inside the vehicle, merely lifting the curtain to nod at him. "I shall return to fetch you at the hour of you." "Very well," Shen Li responds. Turning towards the line, Mo Zhu pauses at the entrance, seeking a discreet corner to stand in, resembling the other attendants accompanying candidates. Yet her keen eyes scan the surroundings with vigilance. As the students queue to verify their identities and inspect their examination baskets, when it is Shen Li's turn, the inspecting official glances at his examination badge, then scrutinizes him with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. "Shen Li, the one from the Ministry of Justice?" "Indeed." Shen Li replies calmly. The official surveys him from head to toe, his tone laced with mockery. "I hear you have a knack for solving cases?" A young man, not learning the feminine arts at home, but studying such matters instead. A few individuals nearby stifle laughter. Shen Li remains unperturbed, simply addressing the official. "Sir, have you completed the inspection? There are others waiting behind." The official, momentarily taken aback, wears an unflattering expression but eventually gestures for him to proceed. "You may enter." Shen Li steps through the grand entrance of the Wenhua Academy, revealing a spacious courtyard adorned with cypress trees, with a flagstone path leading to the main hall. A plaque hangs above the entrance, bearing the gilded characters Wenhua Hall. Candidates line up according to their examination numbers, with Shen Li designated as Bing 73, positioned towards the rear. He observes the individuals around him. Most are young, aged between 15 and 20, clad in varied attire, ranging from the opulent garments of noble families to the humble clothing of less affluent scholars. The young men generally bow their heads, hesitant to speak loudly, while only a few exhibit a composed demeanor. Among the crowd, Shen Li spots Lu Yinzhu, the son of the Minister of Rights, who stands at the front of the line, resplendent in a splendid azure brocade robe, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist. He engages in boisterous conversation with other similarly dressed young men, drawing glances from those nearby. Upon noticing Shen Li, Lu Yinzhu's expression turns icy, his lips curling into a smirk. Shen Li diverts his gaze, choosing to disregard the encounter. As the clock strikes the hour of Chun, the bell tolls, signaling the candidates to enter Wenhua Hall in succession. The interior is expansive, furnished with over 100 desks, each spaced 3 feet apart, equipped with ink, brushes, paper, and examination questions. Shen Li finds his designated spot in a corner by the window, a favorable position, well lit and relatively quiet. He takes a seat and inspects the writing materials. The inkstone contains fresh ink, the brush is a common wolf hair type, and the paper is of fine Xian paper. The examination paper is secured beneath a weight, still unopened. The chief examiner enters, a stern-looking man in his 50s, clad in a deep blue official robe with sharp eyes. Shen Li recognizes him as Zhou, the Right Assistant Minister of Rights, a stalwart of the conservative faction and an ally of the Third Prince. Silence. Zhou commands, his voice resonant. Today's examination at Wenhua Academy will consist of 3 segments: written, oral, and physical assessments. The written portion will last for 2 hours, covering classics and essays. No whispering or glancing about is permitted. Violators will be expelled from the examination hall and barred from future employment. His gaze briefly lingers on Shen Li before shifting away. Commence. The attendants stepped forward to break the seals. The candidates picked up their examination papers and unfolded them. Shen Li also grasped a sheet. The first page contained questions on classical texts, specifically the memorization and interpretation of the Analects and Mencius. The questions were rather conventional, yet the volume was substantial, necessitating a solid foundation of knowledge. He commenced his responses. Though his right hand still throbbed slightly, he held his pen steadily, his handwriting neat and precise. Under the guidance of Mr. Zhou in recent days, he had thoroughly memorized the necessary texts, and his writing flowed with ease. An hour later, he completed the classical section. He flexed his wrist and turned to the second page, an essay question. The prompt was succinct, on the reform of prisons. Shen Li's heart skipped a beat. This topic was serendipitously fitting, as if it had been tailored specifically for him. He glanced up at the examination table, where Deputy Minister Zhou was also observing him. His gaze profound. Was it a trap or an opportunity? Shen Li had no time to ponder further. He spread out his draft paper and began to brainstorm. Prison reform, a vast topic with an abundance of possible content. Yet, he needed to find a focal point that would showcase his insights without veering too far from convention. He recalled his past life, the injustices of wrongful convictions, the horrors of torture, and the tragedies of hasty conclusions due to insufficient evidence. He also considered the current state of affairs. How many innocent souls languished in the Ministry of Justice as dungeons? He took up his pen and inscribed the title, On the 5 Malpractices of Prisons and 3 Reform Strategies. The main body was divided into 2 sections. The first enumerated 5 significant flaws within the current prison system. First, an over-reliance on confessions at the expense of physical evidence, where torture had become commonplace and coerced admissions were frequent. Second, procedural chaos, with rushed crime scene investigations, careless evidence preservation, and incomplete case records. Third, the variable quality of officials. Many Ministry of Justice personnel entered through the imperial examination system, lacking investigative experience and overly dependent on clerks. Fourth, the absence of effective oversight. As the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the censorate were often at odds without proper supervision. Fifth, the difficulty of rectifying wrongful convictions once a case was closed. Even if doubts arose, bureaucratic inertia made reopening nearly impossible. Each point was articulated with succinct language, supported by classical references, though without naming specific cases. The second part proposed 3 reform suggestions. First, establishing the principle of prioritizing evidence. Confessions should not serve as the sole basis for conviction, but must be corroborated by physical evidence, witness testimonies, and investigative records. A system of forensic technology should be developed, incorporating fingerprint analysis, trace evidence, and toxicology testing. Second, standardizing prison procedures, drafting detailed regulations for handling cases to clarify protocols for crime scene investigations, evidence collection, and case documentation. A review department for criminal cases should be created to periodically audit closed cases. Third, enhancing the professional competence of officials, offering criminal investigation courses at the academy to cultivate specialized talent, with Ministry of Justice officials required to pass competency assessments before assuming their roles. In conclusion, he wrote, "Prisons are a vital instrument of the state. When used justly, the populace finds peace. When misused, discontent arises. In this era of Great Shung's century-long tranquility, it is imperative to refine laws and restore integrity. The reform of prisons is not an endeavor to innovate for its own sake, but rather to restore justice to the people and dignity to the law." After inscribing the final character, Shen Li set down his pen. His right palm was now numb with pain, the bandage stained with blood, yet he paid it no heed. He reviewed his essay. The logic was clear, the viewpoints distinct, and the language concise and forceful. Though some ideas might seem radical in this era, when cloaked in classical references, they appeared more as reforms than revolutions. It should suffice. He transcribed his answers onto the official examination paper, his handwriting remaining meticulously neat. As noon approached, the chimes rang out, signaling the end of the writing period. Vice Minister Zhou stood up, collecting the papers, while the attendants began to gather the exam sheets. Shen Li handed in his paper, watching it being taken away with a sense of tranquility in his heart. He had done his utmost. The rest he entrusted to fate. After a half-hour break, the candidates were permitted to eat, yet they were not allowed to leave the Wenhua Hall. Shen Li took out his provisions and water, savoring them slowly. Lu Yunzu approached, accompanied by several followers. "Shen Li, how did you fare?" he inquired from a position of superiority, standing before Shen Li's desk. "I heard you excel in criminal investigations. The topic on penal reform must suit you well. Does it not bring you joy?" Shen Li glanced up at him, responding nonchalantly, "It was adequate." "Adequate?" Lu Yunzu scoffed. "A low-born scion, writing about penal reform? Do you even know what a prison of the Ministry of Justice looks like? Have you ever seen a corpse? Truly ridiculous." Around them, fellow candidates turned to observe, some relishing the drama, others offering sympathy, while many remained indifferent. Shen Li set down his water pouch and rose to his feet. Although he was half a head shorter than Lu Yunzu, his gaze was frigid. "Young Master Lu, whether I have performed well will be revealed on the day the results are announced. Is it not premature to discuss such matters now?" Lu Yunzu felt discomfort under Shen Li's piercing stare, but retorted mercilessly, "Premature? I believe you are merely anxious. A base-born lad, relying on Lu Qingxi's connections, truly thinks he can gain admission to Wenhua Academy? What a dream! Whether it is a dream or not, young Master Lu cannot decide," Shen Li replied coolly. "As for you, the son of the Minister of Rights, if you fail to gain admission, that would indeed be a true jest." Lu Yunzu's expression darkened. "You." Silence. Vice Minister Zhou's stern voice rang out from the examination platform. "Any further disturbance will result in expulsion from the examination hall." Lu Yunzu clenched his teeth, shooting a fierce glare at Shen Li before turning to leave. Shen Li resumed his seat, continuing to eat. He dismissed the earlier confrontation from his mind. A dandy like Lu Yunzu was not worth his energy. As the hour of the interview arrived, candidates were divided into 10 groups, each consisting of 10 individuals. taking turns to enter the side hall for their interviews. 3 examiners awaited them. Vice Minister Zhou, along with 2 others from the Hamlin Academy and the National University. Shen Li found himself in the 3rd group. Upon entering the side hall, all 3 examiners turned their gaze upon him, their expressions varying. "What is your name?" Vice Minister Zhou inquired. "Shen Li, Lineja, the illegitimate son of Shun Chongshan, Vice Minister of Justice." Vice Minister Zhou nodded, flipping through his booklet. "It is said you excel in criminal investigations?" "Sumawat, Shen Li Rapalia. What qualities do you believe a competent penal officer should possess?" After a moment's contemplation, Shen Li articulated. "First, impartiality, unyielding and unafraid of the powerful. Second, meticulousness, perceptive to every detail. Third, professionalism, knowledgeable in criminal investigation, law, and human nature. Fourth, benevolence. The purpose of the penal system is not punishment, but the maintenance of justice." His response was succinct yet incisive. One of the Hamlin academicians interjected. "If faced with a case where evidence implicates a powerful individual, yet that individual exerts pressure for you to close the case, what would you do?" "I would proceed according to the law," Shen Li stated firmly. "If the evidence is conclusive, I would handle it impartially. If the evidence is insufficient, I would continue the investigation. The duty of a penal officer is to uncover the truth, not to appease the powerful. And if you were to lose your position, or even your life, as a result, then it would indicate a flaw within the system." Shen Li fixed his gaze upon him, asserting that a system which necessitates officials to sacrifice their lives for the sake of justice is inherently unjust. A brief silence enveloped the side chamber. Deputy Minister Zhou's countenance darkened. "Are you questioning the court?" "I dare not," Shen Li replied. "I am merely responding to the inquiry." Deputy Minister Zhou scrutinized him for an extended moment before finally waving his hand. "Next question." The interview persisted for a quarter of an hour, encompassing inquiries about classical texts, current affairs, and interpersonal conduct. Shen Li responded with propriety, neither radical nor conservative. Ultimately, Deputy Minister Zhou inquired, "What is your perspective on the law concerning gentlemen?" This question bore significant sensitivity. Shen Li was aware that this was the final test. The law should safeguard everyone, regardless of gender, he cautiously replied. Yet specific provisions ought to be adjusted according to practical circumstances. For instance, the restrictions on gentlemen holding office might be relaxed to allow talented individuals to serve the nation. His response was gentle, yet Deputy Minister Zhou appeared dissatisfied. "Gentlemen in office? Do you understand why the court imposes restrictions on gentlemen serving in positions of authority?" He remarked coldly, "It is because gentlemen possess a delicate disposition, easily swayed by emotions, rendering them unsuitable for state affairs. This is a rule established by our ancestors and cannot be altered lightly." Shen Li paused momentarily before responding. "Sir, rules are established by man and can also be amended by man. If the rules have become outdated, they ought to be revised." "Impudent!" Deputy Minister Zhou slammed the table. "You, a gentleman, dare to presume to question the ancestral statutes." The atmosphere turned abruptly tense. The other 2 interviewers hastily intervened. "Deputy Minister Zhou, please calm down." "Shen Li, you may take your leave." Shen Li bowed respectfully and exited the side chamber. He was aware that he had offended Deputy Minister Zhou during this interview. Yet some truths must be articulated. At the hour of Shun, a physical examination was conducted. The assessment took place in the training grounds behind the Wenhua Academy, testing horsemanship and endurance. Shen Li's right hand was injured, making it difficult to draw the bow. His archery performance was mediocre, hitting only 3 targets, barely passing. The endurance test required candidates to carry a 30-pound sandbag and run 10 laps around the field. Shen Li's chest injury had not fully healed. After 5 laps, he began to wheeze, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered step by step. Upon reaching the 8th lap, someone deliberately tripped him. Shen Li stumbled, nearly falling. He turned to see Lu Yunzhou sprinting past him, a smug smile upon his face. It was intentional. Shen Li did not pause and continued running. His right hand's wound reopened, blood seeping through the bandage, staining it crimson. His chest felt as though it might burst, but he did not falter. The 9th lap. The 10th lap. As he crossed the finish line, darkness clouded his vision, and he nearly fainted. However, he steadied himself, clutching the railing, gasping for breath. The examiner recorded his results. Average. That sufficed, Shen Li thought. As long as he passed, it was enough. With the physical examination concluded, twilight approached. The candidates gradually departed from the Wenhua Academy, some jubilant, others crestfallen. Shen Li exited the gate, where Mo Zhu immediately rushed to him, her eyes sharpening upon seeing his pale countenance and bloodied hand. "Young master." "I'm fine," Shen Li replied. "We can discuss it later." Lu Qingxi's carriage remained nearby. As Shen Li boarded the vehicle, Lu Qingxi noticed the blood on his hand, his brow furrowing. What happened? A minor injury. Shen Li leaned against the carriage wall, closing his eyes. The written examination and interview had concluded. Tomorrow would bring the practical assessment. Lu Qingxi observed his weary demeanor and refrained from further inquiries, simply instructing the carriage driver to return to the residence. The carriage gradually departed from Wenhua Courtyard. Shen Li, with his eyes closed, replayed every moment of the day in his mind. The examination questions on classical texts, the strategy discussions, the interview queries, Lu Yunzhao's provocations, and the difficulties posed by Deputy Minister Zhou, not to mention the looming case concerning his biological mother. He opened his eyes and gazed out of the carriage window. The twilight deepened, and the city lights began to illuminate the capital, which was once again immersed in the vibrancy of the night. Yet, he understood that the true test was only just beginning. Chapter 27. The re-examination of the blood case on September 21st, the day of practical assessments. Before dawn, Shen Li awoke, not from a gentle slumber, but from the pain in his right palm, where the wound had begun to ooze blood again after a night of restless sleep. The bandage had adhered to the flesh, and any movement caused a sharp sting. His chest felt heavy, as if a stone pressed upon it. He sat up and, in the darkness, reached for a cup of water, taking a sip that brought a fleeting clarity. Today, he was to confront the case concerning his mother, an unresolved mystery from 3 years prior, the obscured truth and the memories that might resurface upon opening the case files. Taking a deep breath, Shen Li suppressed the tumult of emotions within him. He needed to remain composed, absolutely composed. Today he was not the son of Xiao Wanqing, nor the illegitimate child of the Shen family. He was an investigator, tasked with approaching this case with a professional demeanor. He lit an oil lamp and began to tend to his wound. Carefully peeling away the bandage, he discovered that the injury had indeed reopened, exposing raw, crimson flesh. He applied the medicinal powder provided by Dr. Zhang and wrapped it in a clean strip of cloth. Each gentle motion elicited beads of sweat on his forehead from the pain. Having tended to his wound, he donned his attire, the same deep blue robes as the previous day, but today he added a thin inner armor, modified from the leather armor given by Xiao Zhua, which allowed for ease of movement. His weapons were also concealed appropriately. As he entered the room, Mo Zhu came in with breakfast. Upon seeing Shen Li bandaging his wound, her brow furrowed in concern. "Young master, your hand." "It's nothing," Shen Li replied. "It won't hinder my writing." Mo Zhu placed the meal on the table, a bowl of savory congee and 2 steamed buns. Young Master Lu instructed that the assessment today would be lengthy, so you should eat well. Seated, Shen Li consumed the food slowly. The congee was fragrant, yet his appetite was minimal. He mechanically brought it to his mouth. "How's it outside?" he inquired. "Master Lu has made arrangements," Mo Zhu replied in a hushed tone. "There are 30 skilled individuals surrounding the examination venue. Lord Xiao has also dispatched people to monitor the Badians." However, she hesitated. This morning, many unfamiliar faces have appeared around Wenhua Courtyard. Some resemble people from the Shen family, while others seem linked to the palace. The palace? Are they from the 3rd Prince-S faction? Shen Li nodded. "Understood. Inform Master Lu to proceed as planned." "Yes." After finishing his meal, dawn had just begun to break. Shen Li gathered his examination basket, which today contained not only writing materials, but also a few additional items. A pair of small tweezers, several sheets of clean oil paper, a small bottle of alcohol for disinfection, and a packet of sugar to prevent hypoglycemia. These provisions were prepared the night prior, ideally to be used, though their absence would not be detrimental. Stepping out of his room, he found Lu Qingxi already waiting in the courtyard, dressed in a dark-hued long robe. his expression somewhat grave. Shen Li he approached, presenting a small cloth bag. Shen Li took it, opened it, and discovered several black pills within. "What is this?" "It's a life-saving remedy," Lu Qingzi whispered. "If you sense something amiss, take one. It can temporarily enhance your stamina and also counteract poison." Shen Li tucked it away. "Thank you." Furthermore, Lu Qingzi continued, his gaze steady. "During today's assessment, you may encounter unforeseen circumstances. Remember, survival is paramount. Everything else can be investigated later." Shen Li detected the underlying meaning in his words. "What do you know?" Lu Qingzi shook his head. "I can only speculate. The faction of the Third Prince will not allow you to uncover the truth so easily. They are bound to take action." Shen Li nodded in understanding. The carriage awaited them outside. The trio climbed aboard, heading towards the Wenhua Academy. The atmosphere at the academy today was starkly different from that of yesterday. 2 rows of guards stood at the entrance, clad in military attire, wielding long sabers, their expressions grave. As candidates queued to enter, the guards meticulously examined their examination baskets and even conducted body searches. When it was Shen Li's turn, the guard, upon seeing his examination badge, narrowed his eyes. "Being 73. Shen Li. Yes. Follow me." The guard did not require him to queue, but instead led him in through a side entrance, traversing a corridor to a secluded courtyard deep within the academy. Several individuals were already present in the courtyard. Chief Examiner Minister Zhou, 2 deputy examiners, and Wang Jin, the Deputy Minister of Justice. Shen Li's heart sank. Wang Jin was affiliated with the Third Prince and had presided over the case involving his late mother. His presence today boded ill. Shen Li acknowledged the officials with a bow. Minister Zhou nodded, gesturing to the only room in the courtyard. "That is your examination chamber. The practical assessment will last 4 hours, from the hour of Chun to the hour of Shun. You may review the case files, but you're not permitted to leave the chamber. Food and water will be provided." "Understood." Minister Zhou paused before continuing. "The examination topic pertains to an unresolved case from 3 years ago within the Ministry of Justice, the sudden death of Lin, the concubine of Deputy Minister Shen Chongshan, on the 3rd day of the 8th month in the 18th year of Shen Li." As expected, Shen Li clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palm, forcing himself to remain calm. "You may enter," Wang Jin said, his tone bland but his gaze icy. "I hope you can uncover something." Shen Li cast a glance at him without responding, then turned and stepped into the examination room. The space was modest, around 10 square meters, furnished with a table, a chair, and a bookshelf. On the table lay a stack of case files, held down by a paperweight. The windows were high, barred with wooden strips, allowing light to filter through but not to open. The door was a heavy wooden one, locked from the outside. Shen Li did not immediately examine the files. Instead, he conducted a thorough inspection of the room. The walls were thick, making no hollow sound when struck. The floor was made of bluestone slabs, devoid of hidden compartments. The bookshelf contained only legal texts, nothing remarkable. The table was ordinary, and the drawer was empty. Finally, he approached the window to inspect the wooden strips, which were firmly nailed, indicating they were not hastily affixed. Once assured of his safety, he returned to the table and sat down. Taking a deep breath, he opened the case files. The first page bore the cover of the case: the sudden death of Lin, concubine of Deputy Minister Shen Chongshan, on the 3rd day of the 8th month in the 18th year of Shen Li. Presiding officer, Wang Jin, Deputy Minister of Justice. Conclusion: sudden illness leading to death, homicide excluded. The handwriting is meticulous and the seals are intact. Shen Li continues to turn the pages. On the second page, there lies the report of the incident. The steward of the Shun residence has reported that Lin had suddenly collapsed early in the morning, frothing at the mouth, and was unresponsive. A physician was summoned, but alas, she had already succumbed. The third page contains the scene investigation record, which is rather brief. It states, the incident occurred in the western side courtyard of the Shun residence. The deceased was found lying supine on the bed, her attire neat and orderly. There were no signs of struggle or any indication of an outsider's presence. On the table lay a bowl of unfinished ginseng soup, which upon examination was found to be non-toxic. The fourth page holds the testimonies of witnesses. There are 3 witnesses, Shen Chongshan, Wang, and a maidservant. Shin Chongshan's testimony states that Lin had always suffered from poor health, often experiencing palpitations. That morning, she complained of chest discomfort, and he advised her to rest, unaware of what was to come. Wang's testimony asserts that Lin was frail, and she had consistently urged her to take care of herself. On that morning, when she went to check on her, it was too late. The maidservant's testimony echoes the others. The mistress had risen in good spirits, consumed a bowl of ginseng soup, and expressed a desire to rest a while longer. When she stepped out, upon her return, the mistress was already gone. The testimonies are remarkably consistent, all pointing towards a sudden illness leading to death. However, Shen Li discerns discrepancias. First, the scene investigation is overly simplistic. It lacks details regarding the corpse's posture, the room's temperature, any odors present, or specific characteristics of the deceased. Second, the witness testimonies are too flawless, their accounts weaving together seamlessly as if rehearsed in advance. Third, and most critically, there are missing pages. The documents clearly show signs of torn pages. Based on the pagination, the 5th page should contain the coroner's report, while the 6th page should list the material evidence. Yet, both the 5th and 6th pages are conspicuously absent, having been torn away. Shen Li's Farbeat. He re-examines the documents, scrutinizing the binding. The edges of the paper bear fresh tear marks, not remnants from 3 years prior, but recent alterations. Just in the past few days, however. The maid mentioned that she was perfectly well in the morning. Mrs. Wang stated that she visited her that very morning. If it were early dawn, with few people in the residence, it would have been an opportune moment to commit the act. Shen Li unfurled a sheet of paper and began sketching a reconstruction of the scene, the layout of the room, the positioning of the bed, the table, the doors and windows, and the location of the corpse. Halfway through, he paused. Wait a moment. The records indicated no signs of struggle within the room, nor any evidence of outsiders entering. Yet, what if the perpetrator was an acquaintance? If the deceased was familiar with the individual, they could easily have entered the room, administered poison, and exited without leaving traces of struggle. An insider's crime. Who among the Shen household? Shen Chongshan? Mrs. Wang? Or perhaps that maid? Shen Li continued his deductions. Poison. What kind of toxin could induce foaming at the mouth, loss of consciousness, and mimic a sudden illness? Was it herbacoptitis, arsenic, or something else? He required the coroner's autopsy report, which should contain descriptions of the corpse's symptoms and possibly even results of toxicology tests. Yet, the records have been torn. Shen Li set down his pen and massaged his temples. The clues were scant, akin to groping in the dark. Just then, a faint sound emanated from outside the door. It was not footsteps, but rather the sound of metal scraping. Shen Li sansas sharpanat. He stood up and approached the door, straining to listen. The noise ceased. Almost immediately, he detected an odor. Smoke. It was faint, seeping through the crack of the door, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning wood. Shen Li's heart raced. He dashed to the window, peering out into the yard, which was empty of life. Yet, from the direction of the corridor in the distance, wisps of black smoke began to rise. A fire? He turned, intending to open the door, but found it locked from the outside. Someone was out there. He knocked on the door, calling out, "Is anyone there? The house is on fire." No response. The smoke thickened, infiltrating through the door and window seams, forcing him to cough. He removed his outer garment and soaked it in a kettle of water, covering his mouth and nose. Remain calm. Remain composed. This is deliberate. Someone intends to burn him alive or destroy the records. Shen Li scanned the room quickly. The only exits were the door and the window. The door was locked tight, the window nailed shut, yet the wooden slats on the window. He rushed to the window, pushing against the slats with all his might. They were securely fastened. Impossible to break with bare hands. Tools were necessary. Shen Li glanced at the table. On it lay a paperweight, crafted from heavy copper. He seized the paperweight and brought it down forcefully onto the wooden slats. Bang! The slats vibrated, but did not yield. The smoke grew denser, enveloping the room in a shroud of blackness, blurring his vision. Tears streamed from his eyes as the smoke stung, yet he persisted, striking again and again at the wooden slats. Bang! 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 Outside, voices cried out, "The water's gone. Hurry, put out the fire." But the voices sounded distant. as if from beyond the courtyard. Shen Li's heart sank. The fire had been set from outside, and the arsonist had likely secured the area to prevent anyone from approaching. This was murder. He summoned all his strength for one last strike. Crack! A slat finally broke. Shen Li discarded the paperweight, grasping the fractured slat with both hands and pulling with all his might. Splinters pierced his palms, but he felt no pain. One slat, two slats, three slats. The opening was finally wide enough to escape. He did not rush out immediately. He turned abruptly, rushing back to the table to seize the dossier and the restoration drawing he had just created, stuffing them into his bosom along with a pen, paper, and all other useful items. Then, he clambered out of the window. The smoke in the courtyard was thicker than that inside. The flames were advancing from the opposite side of the yard, already reaching the corridor. A wave of heat assaulted him, scorching his skin painfully. Shen Li covered his mouth and nose, sprinting towards the courtyard gate. However, it was locked as well. He pounded on the door with all his might, shouting, "Open the door! There are people inside." A panicked voice called from within. "The door is locked. The key is with Lord Zhou. Deputy Minister Zhou." Shen Li realized the grim truth. This was a meticulously orchestrated murder. Locking the door, setting the fire, diverting the guards. Every detail had been calculated. They intended for him to perish here, to die in an accidental fire. Subsequently, the case of his birth mother would remain an unsolved mystery, perhaps even twisted into a narrative of his guilt-driven suicide. But he would not succumb. Shen Li glanced at the courtyard wall, which was not particularly high, around 2 meters. He took a few steps back, gathered momentum, and leaped. His right hand grasped the edge of the wall, but the wound tore open, the excruciating pain causing his arm to weaken, nearly leading him to plummet. Gritting his teeth, he managed to pull himself up with his left hand, exerting every ounce of strength to scale the top of the wall. As he jumped down, he landed hard on the ground, his right hand's injury reopening, blood staining his entire arm. Yet he paid no heed to the pain, rising swiftly and running towards Wenhua Hall. The flames had spread. The entire backyard was ablaze. Servants were frantically attempting to extinguish the fire, chaos reigning. The candidates had been evacuated to the front yard, panic etched on their faces. Shen Li entered Wenhua Hall, where a few examiners and those unable to evacuate remained. Upon seeing him, covered in soot with blood streaming from his right hand, everyone froze in shock. Deputy Minister Zhou was also present. Upon spotting Shen Li, his face turned ashen. "How did you escape?" Shen Li offered no reply. He approached the chief examiner's platform, addressing all the examiners present with deliberate clarity. "Someone seeks to silence me." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the room. Shen Li produced the dossier from his bosom, raising it high. "This dossier has been tampered with. The crucial autopsy records and evidence list have been torn away. Lin did not die of sudden illness. It was murder. And the murderer is within the Shen residence, perhaps even." He cast a cold glance towards Deputy Minister Zhou within this examination hall. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, broken only by the crackling of distant flames and Shen Li's heavy breaths, strained by pain and agitation. He stood there, battered yet resolute, his spine straight. The truth was finally poised to emerge. Chapter 28. The truth amidst the flames. Wenhua Hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed on Shen Li, the young man cloaked in soot, bloodied yet standing tall. He held the incomplete dossier aloft like a battle standard. Deputy Minister Zhou's complexion morphed from ashen to a shade of deep green, eventually turning the color of liver. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Preposterous! How dare you, a mere candidate, defame the examiners and the Ministry of Justice's records? Seize him." 2 guards advanced, but before they could reach Shen Li, a voice boomed from the entrance. "Who dares?" Everyone turned to see Minister Li striding in, flanked by Lu Qingxi and several officials from the Ministry of Justice. Minister Li's expression was grim as his gaze swept over Vice Minister Zhou, ultimately landing on Shen Li. The voice of Vice Minister Zhou trembled slightly. Ignoring him, Minister Li strode directly to Shen Li. "You claim the documents have been tampered with?" "Indeed," Shen Li replied, handing over the dossier. Pages 5 and 6, containing the coroner's examination records and the evidence list, have been torn out. The tearing is fresh, occurring within the last few days. Minister Li took the dossier and scrutinized it carefully. His frown deepened as he finally raised his head to look at Vice Minister Zhou. This dossier was under your charge. Zhou, what happened? Cold sweat beaded on Zhou's forehead. I am unaware. The dossier was intact when it was transferred from the Ministry of Justice. Intact? Minister Li scoffed. After 30 years in the Ministry of Justice, I have perused more documents than you have read books. These tears are recent. The ink is not yet dry, certainly less than 3 days ago. Are you asserting that it was like this upon its transfer? Vice Minister Zhou fell silent. And then there is the fire, Minister Li said, gazing out the window where the flames continued to spread but had been brought under control. The examination room caught fire unexpectedly. The doors were locked, and the guards are nowhere to be found. Do you not find this too coincidental, Zhou? This could be an accident. Vice Minister Zhou's voice dwindled. An accident? Minister Li approached him, locking eyes with Zhou. Let me be clear today. If anything happens to Shen Li, or if there are any discrepancies in the examination, I will pursue this matter to the end. At that point, no accident will suffice as an explanation. Vice Minister Zhou's legs weakened, nearly bringing him to his knees. Minister Li turned away from him and addressed Shen Li. Proceed with the examination, but in a different location, my private office. I shall supervise personally. The room fell into stunned silence. The Minister of Justice personally overseeing an examinee? This had never happened before. Shen Li bowed. Thank you, Minister Li. Your hand. Minister Li noted, observing the blood still seeping from Shen Li's right hand. It does not hinder my ability to write, Shen Li replied. Minister Li nodded and turned to Lu Qingxi. Young Master Lu, please escort Shen Li to my office. The rest of you, continue evacuating the examinees and controlling the fire. Understood. Lu Qingxi assisted Shen Li out of the Wenhua Hall. As they exited, Mo Zhu rushed forward. Upon seeing Shen Li's condition, her expression sharpened. Young master, are you all right? I am fine, Shen Li assured her. Let us proceed to the office. Minister Li's office was located on the eastern side of Wenhua Courtyard, a tranquil and secluded space. The room was simply furnished, featuring a large table, several chairs, and a row of bookshelves. Lu Qingxi and Mo Zhu helped Shen Li into a chair, and Minister Li entered shortly after, bringing a medical kit. First, we must tend to your wounds, Minister Li stated. The examination time can be extended. Shen Li shook his head. No need. There is sufficient time. He unwrapped the cloth from his right hand, revealing a gaping wound, raw and bloody. Lu Qingxi gasped in shock, and Mo Zhu's expression turned icy. Yet Shen Li appeared unfazed by the pain, pouring alcohol directly onto the wound. The alcohol stung, causing him to shudder, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. He then skillfully rebandaged the wound, as if he had performed this countless times before. Minister Li observed his actions with a mix of surprise and admiration. Let us begin, Shen Li said. Having finished the bandaging, he spread out the paper, resuming the time from when it had been interrupted. Very well. Li Shanshu took a seat opposite and inquired, What do you require? Shen Li pondered for a moment and responded, I need to ascertain the identity of the coroner involved in the autopsy years ago and their current whereabouts. Furthermore, I seek information about the ginseng soup consumed by the Lin family before her demise, specifically the bowl and any remnants of the soup. Li Shanshu nodded and instructed an attendant outside, Go to the Ministry of Justice and retrieve the coroner's record from the Lin case 3 years ago. Additionally, visit the Shen residence and collect any evidence related to that bowl of ginseng soup, if it still exists. The guard accepted the command and departed. Shen Li began drafting a report titled, Analysis and Reconstruction of the Lin Family Sudden Death Case. In the second section, he meticulously outlined the points of suspicion. 1. Missing pages in the case file. The autopsy records and evidence inventory are absent, a severe violation of criminal case archiving regulations. 2. The on-site investigation was excessively cursory. There were no detailed descriptions of the corpse's position, no records of the room's environment, nor any documentation of the corpse's surface characteristics. 3. Witness testimonies were remarkably consistent. The statements of the 3 individuals were impeccably aligned, which defies logic. 4. The time of death remains ambiguous. It was merely noted as occurring in the early morning. without specifying an exact hour. 5. Toxicology tests were not conducted. The case file fails to mention whether a toxicology examination was performed. Each point was articulated with calm, professional language, devoid of personal emotion. In the third section, he proceeded to reconstruct the scene, utilizing only the scant information from the case file and his own deductions. He sketched a detailed diagram of the scene, marking each critical point. While he was in the midst of this task, the guard returned. "Sir, we have found the information." The guard presented a document, revealing that the coroner from that year was named Sun Lao Chi, who departed the capital shortly after the incident 3 years ago, allegedly returning to his hometown. However, he hesitated and continued. "The people from his hometown claim he never returned. Sun Lao Chi has vanished. Banisha. Shen Li spin pausa momentarily." Another witness had disappeared. "What the ginseng soup? Li Shangshu inkidat." Shen Li reported that the guards hesitated, stating that the bowl had long been discarded, and the soup poured away. There is no physical evidence left. The destruction of evidence has been executed thoroughly. Shen Li set down his pen and looked up at Li Shangshu. "Sir, I request access to the confidential archives of the Ministry of Justice." Li Shangshu appeared taken aback. "What confidential archives?" "The ministry should retain copies of all autopsy records from the coroners," Shen Li explained, "to prevent the loss or alteration of original records. Important case autopsy records are archived in the ministry. Although the Lin case was deemed a sudden illness, since it underwent the ministry's procedures, there should be an archived copy." Li Shangshu's eyes brightened. Indeed, such a system exists. He then turned to the guard. "Go check the ministry's confidential archive for all autopsy record copies from 3 years ago." "Yes," the guard promptly left again. Shen Li resumed, writing his report. In the fourth section, he theorized the cause of death. He enumerated several possibilities. 1. Poisoning. Symptoms align with certain toxicological reactions, foaming at the mouth, rapid death. However, confirmation through toxicology testing is necessary. 2. Asphyxiation. Yet, there were no signs of strangulation, nor abnormalities on the corpse's surface. 3. Cardiac arrest. Nevertheless, Lin was young and had no documented medical history. The most plausible cause remained poisoning. But from where did the poison originate? The ginseng soup? Food? Or something else entirely? Shen Li recalled the words from his late mother's final letter. "Your father is not Shen Chongshan." If Shen Chongshan were aware of this matter, and if Wang Shi also knew, then a motive for murder would indeed emerge. To safeguard the reputation of the Shen family, to prevent the lineage of the illegitimate son from being exposed, and to silence any potential witnesses, Shen Li refrained from including these details in the report. Such assertions remained speculative, devoid of evidence. Instead, he focused on an objective analysis rather than personal conjecture. The guard returned, this time bearing a yellow document. "My lord, we have found it." The guard presented the paper, which was a copy of the autopsy report of the late Lady Lin, hidden deep within the archives. Nearly lost to time, Minister Li took the document, swiftly perusing it, his expression growing increasingly grave. Upon concluding his review, he handed the paper to Shen Li. Shen Li accepted it and examined it meticulously. The records were comprehensive. The deceased, Lin, female, age 22. External examination revealed a bluish complexion, white froth around the mouth and nose, dilated pupils, and cyanosis of the nails. There were signs of burns on the oral mucosa. The abdomen appeared normal, and the limbs exhibited no external injuries. Internal examination. The stomach contents emitted a noxious odor with congested mucosa. The heart's blood was dark red with a peculiar sweetness. Conclusion. The cause of death was determined to be poisoning, with the suspected toxin being the deadly He-Ditting. He-Ditting is a potent poison, even in minute quantities. It can be fatal. The onset is rapid, with symptoms including frothing at the mouth and a bluish complexion. Furthermore, He-Ditting possesses a distinctive sweetness, thus explaining the sweet taste of the heart's blood. Shen Li tightened his grip on the paper, his knuckles whitening. Indeed, his mother had been poisoned. Additionally, the guard presented another sheet, also discovered in the archives, containing annotations from the then Minister of Justice. Shen Li took it. The note bore a single hasty line. "This case involves powerful figures. It is inadvisable to pursue it further. Close the case as an urgent illness. Wang Jin." Wang Jin, The presiding judge of that time, now the Deputy Minister of Justice, a man aligned with the third prince. Shen Li raised his gaze to Minister Li. My lord, the evidence is irrefutable. Minister Li's face turned ashen as he took the two documents, scrutinizing them before slamming them down on the table. What a bold move by Wang Jin. One audacious suggestion to avoid further inquiry. He rose and began pacing the room. 3 years ago, I sensed something amiss with this case. Yet at that time, the Ministry of Justice was under their control, leaving me powerless to intervene. I never imagined they would act so brazenly. Shen Li calmly inquired. My lord, what course of action should we take now? Minister Li halted. Regarding him, have you completed your report? I still need to finalize the conclusion. Write it, Minister Li commanded. Incorporate all evidence, all doubts, all reasoning. Articulate it clearly and unambiguously. Then he took a deep breath. Afterward, I intend to present this report, along with the evidence, to the emperor. The thought of presenting the case to the emperor quickened Shen Li's heartbeat. He nodded and resumed, writing the conclusion. In summary, the case surrounding the sudden demise of Lady Lin presents significant doubts. 1. The original case files have been tampered with, and key evidence is missing. 2. The autopsy records indicate that the deceased died from poisoning, contradicting the conclusion of sudden illness. 3. The proceedings of the case exhibited evident irregularities, with presiding Judge Wang Jin suspected of misconduct. 4. Relevant witnesses are either missing or their testimonies are questionable. Recommendation: immediate reinstatement of the investigation, apprehension of the responsible parties, and thorough examination of any potential collusion involving power and financial transactions behind this case. Upon inscribing the final word, Shen Li set down his pen. His right hand was numb from pain, yet he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The truth had finally been inscribed on paper. Minister Li picked up the report, scrutinizing it meticulously before nodding in approval. Well written. The logic is clear, the evidence is irrefutable, and the stance is impartial. He turned to Shen Li. Are you aware of the repercussions this report may incur? I am, Shen Li replied. It will offend many. The third prince, Wang Jin, Deputy Minister Zhou, and even the Shen household. Aren't you afraid? Yes, Shen Li admitted candidly, but I fear the truth being forever buried more. Minister Li regarded him thoughtfully, then smiled. Good. You possess integrity. He organized the report and evidence into a brocade pouch. I shall present this to the emperor at once. Young Master Lu, please escort Shen Li back to the bamboo courtyard to rest and bolster the guards. Today's affair will not be easily dismissed. Understood, Lu Qingxi nodded. Shen Li rose, but due to significant blood loss and prolonged tension, his vision momentarily darkened, causing him to sway. Mo Zhu quickly supported him. Young master, I am fine. Shen Li steadied himself, though fatigue beset him. Minister Li sighed at his condition. You should return and recuperate. I will handle the subsequent matters. However, he paused. Shen Li, from this day forth, you will find yourself in the eye of the storm. Have you considered this? Shen Li raised his gaze, his eyes resolute. I have. That is well. Minister Li nodded, striding away with a brocade pouch in hand. Lu Qingxi and Mo Zhu assisted Shen Li out of the office. Outside, dusk had settled. The fire was entirely extinguished, yet the scent of char lingered in the air. The Wenhua Academy was desolate. Candidates and examiners had dispersed, leaving only a few servants to clear the remnants. As they approached the entrance, a figure emerged from the shadows. Lu Yunjiao. He regarded Shen Li with a complex gaze, one mingled with jealousy, resentment, and a hint of fear. Shen Li, he spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. You have one. Shen Li met his gaze in silence. But do not become complacent, Lu Yunjiao warned through clenched teeth. You have offended the third prince and many others. Your fate will not be a favorable one. Then there is no need for you to concern yourself, young Master Lu, Shen Li replied calmly. Lu Yunjiao wished to utter more, but upon noticing the cold gaze of Mo Zhu, the vigilant bodyguard behind Shen Li, he ultimately swallowed his words and turned away. The carriage awaited at the entrance. Shen Li boarded, followed by Lu Qingxi and Mo Zhu. As the door closed, the outside world faded away. The carriage rolled slowly away from Wenhua Academy, enveloped in silence. Shen Li leaned against the carriage wall, closing his eyes. His right hand throbbed with pain, and his chest felt heavy, yet a profound tranquility enveloped his heart. At last, he had taken the first step. Shen Li, Lu King si suddenly spuka. Shen Li opened his eyes. You were quite brave today, Lu Qingzi said, his gaze reflecting both admiration and concern, but it is also perilous. Deputy Minister Zhou and Wang Jin will not relent, nor will the third prince. I am aware, Shen Li replied, but some things must be done. Lu Qingzi fell silent for a moment, then smiled. Indeed, they must. He produced a small porcelain vial from his robe and handed it to Shen Li. This is a new medicine prepared by Dr. Zhang. It is remarkably effective for wound healing. Rest well, for the true battle lies ahead. Shen Li accepted the vial. Thank you. The carriage halted before the bamboo courtyard. Shen Bo had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Shen Li's appearance, his eyes reddened. Young master, I am fine, Shen Li said, just a minor injury. Shen Bo assisted him inside. In the courtyard, Jia San, who had nearly recovered, was now responsible for the guards at the bamboo courtyard. Upon seeing Shen Li, he bowed respectfully. Young master, a message has arrived from Lord Xiao. Jia San informed him, the Blood Eagle Guard did not act today, but Tuo Bahong has already arrived in the capital and is residing at the Honglu Temple. Tuo Bahong, the third prince of the Northern D. Shen Li nudda, understood. He returned to his chamber, where Shen Bo brought hot water and clean clothes. Shen Li washed himself briefly, changing out of his soot and blood-stained garments, and re-bandaged his wounds. By the time he completed these tasks, night had fully descended. He sat at the table, gazing out at the moon. So much had transpired today. The fire, the documents, the autopsy records, the red lead, Wang Jin's annotations, and the audience with Minister Li. Everything felt like a dream. Yet the pain in his right palm reminded him of the stark reality. His birth mother had been poisoned. The perpetrator could be the Wang family. It could be Shen Chongshan, or perhaps another. But the one orchestrating it all was undoubtedly the third prince. And now, he stood firmly opposed to the third prince. The road ahead is fraught with danger, but he harbors no regrets. He recalled the words of his former captain. Some things must be done by someone. If we do not act, this world will truly be beyond salvation. The same holds true for this world. If we dare not unveil the truth, if we dare not demand justice, then this world is truly beyond redemption. Shen Li rose and approached the window, pushing it open. The night breeze flowed in, carrying the coolness of early autumn. He gazed northward towards the northern border, the roots of the Xiao family, the place where his father perished in battle, and where Xiao Zhua held vigil. From this day forth, he was not merely Shen Li, but also the son of the Xiao family. The path he must tread is still long, but the first step has already been taken. Chapter 28 End. Chapter 29. The covert struggle the day after Minister Li's audience. The imperial edict was issued, not one, but three. The first was directed to the Deputy Minister of Justice, Wang Jin. He was to be dismissed from his post and detained for trial at the Dali Temple. The second was for the Right Deputy Minister of Rights, Zhou Mingda, ordering him to suspend his duties and reflect in seclusion. The third was addressed to the Minister of Justice, Li Siyuan, commanding him to resume the investigation into the Lin case, with the three offices of the Ministry of Justice, Dali Temple, and the Censorate to conduct a joint hearing. All involved parties, regardless of their official rank, were subject to summons. These three decrees detonated like bombs within the court. Wang Jin was imprisoned, Zhou was suspended, and the joint hearing signified the emperor's profound wrath, not a mere displeasure. Members of the third Prince S faction were left in panic. Conservatives fell silent, while reformists secretly rejoiced. The catalyst for all this turmoil was a 16-year-old boy and his brutally candid examination report. When news reached the bamboo courtyard, Shen Li was in the midst of changing his dressings. Shen Bo carefully unwrapped the bandage from his right hand. The wound had formed a thin scab, with slight redness around the edges, but it was much improved from yesterday. Young master, someone from the palace has arrived. Mo Zhu entered, her expression grave. It was a eunuch delivering the edict. Shen Li lowered his sleeves. They summoned me? Yes, you are to receive the edict. Shen Li rose from his seat, adjusted his attire, and proceeded to the main hall. There stood a middle-aged eunuch, clad in a deep purple official robe, with a fair complexion and gentle eyes. Unlike the cold demeanor of eunuch Lu, Shen Li accepted the imperial edict. The eunuch unfurled the decree. Shen Li knelt down, with Lu Qingzi and Mo Zhu also kneeling beside him. The eunuch proclaimed, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Shen Li, a candidate from the Wenhua Academy, has displayed remarkable discernment during the practical examination, revealing long-standing injustices, and his loyalty and bravery are commendable. Therefore, he is bestowed with a plaque inscribed with loyalty and integrity and a reward of 1,000 taels of silver as recognition. Thus it is decreed." Reward? Shen Li was momentarily taken aback, yet he still bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your bounteous grace." The eunuch handed over the edict to Shen Li and summoned someone to bring forth a plaque with a red background and golden characters inscribed with the words loyalty and integrity, along with a chest of silver. "Young Master Shen," the eunuch said with a beaming smile, "His Majesty holds you in high regard. He commends your courage and responsibility despite your youth. Continue to work diligently, and your future will be boundless." "Thank you, eunuch." Shen Li instructed Chen Bo to accept the plaque and the silver, inquiring what further commands the emperor might have. The eunuch lowered his voice. "His Majesty has instructed you to focus on your recovery. Your testimony will be required during the upcoming trial by the 3 departments. Moreover," he paused, "His Majesty wishes to convey a cautionary message. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Young Master Shen, exercise utmost caution in the days to come." This served as both a reminder and a warning. Shen Li nodded in acknowledgement. "I am grateful for the emperor's concern, and I appreciate your guidance, eunuch." The eunuch, satisfied, nodded and departed with his entourage. Lu Qingzi gazed at the plaque of loyalty and integrity, sighing, "This places you in a precarious position." Shen Li understood. The emperor's commendation, while seemingly an honor, essentially thrust him into the eye of the storm. The faction of the third prince dared not confront him openly now, yet covertly, their actions would surely become more frantic. With Wang Jin imprisoned and Deputy Minister Zhou dismissed, the third prince's faction had suffered considerable losses. Lu Qingzi remarked, "But they will not concede defeat. They will devise ways to disrupt the trial or, before it takes place, ensure your disappearance." "I am aware," Shen Li replied. "Thus I shall remain indoors for the time being." Staying indoors does not guarantee safety. Lu Qingzi shook his head. "The guards at Zhu Yuan must be reinforced." Mo Zhu, from this day forth, you are to remain by Shen Li's side at all times. Understood, Montaxe responded. Shen Li did not object. He recognized that this was not the time for bravado. In the following days, Zhu Yuan heightened its vigilance. Mo Zhu and Jia San took turns on guard duty, while Lu Qingzi summoned several skilled individuals, fortifying Zhu Yuan as if it were a fortress. Shen Li recuperated in his chamber, reading and keeping a keen ear to the happenings outside. After Wang Jin's imprisonment, the Ministry of Justice was shaken. Minister Li, known for his decisiveness, began purging Wang Jin's affiliates. Within a mere 3 days, 7 officials from the ministry, all aligned with the third prince, were apprehended. In the court, the conservatives launched a counteroffensive, impeaching Minister Li for abusing his power to eliminate rivals. Yet the emperor remained silent, clearly supporting Minister Li. The third princess faction was unusually quiet, almost ominously so. However, Lu Qingzi received word that the third prince's residence had seen 3 times the usual traffic in recent days, comprising civil officials, military generals, and even envoys from the northern D. Tua Bahong had visited the third prince. Lu Qingzi informed Shen Li. What they are clandestinely discussing remains unknown, but it is undoubtedly not favorable. Shen Li recalled the jade hairpin. The jade hairpin remains in the possession of the northern D people. This time, Tuoba Hong's journey to the capital is undoubtedly related to the hairpin. "Is there any news from Xiaozhua?" he inquired. "Yes," Lu Qingzi replied. Yi Buxiu has been closely monitoring the Blood Eagle Guard. They are still in the capital, yet they remain unusually quiet. Xiaozhua remarked. "Tuoba Hong is waiting for an opportunity." "What opportunity?" "I do not know," Lu Qingzi shook his head, "but it is surely connected to the hairpin and to you as well." Shen Li fell silent, feeling as though he had become a bait, attracting various factions. The third prince seeks to eliminate him. The northern D wish to exploit him, while Xiao Zhua and Lu Qingxi aim to protect him, each for their own ends. It is exhausting, yet there is no alternative. On the fourth day, the trial by the three divisions commenced. In the first session, the Wang clan was summoned. When the news arrived, Shen Li was practicing calligraphy. His right hand had yet to regain its full dexterity, resulting in somewhat crooked characters. Nevertheless, he persisted in his daily practice to maintain his skill. The Wang clan was taken away, and Mo Zhu entered, stating that Shun Chongshan accompanied them, his expression notably grim. Shen Li put down his brush. Is Minister Li presiding over the trial? Indeed, came the reply, along with the Minister of Justice and the left chief censor. Shen Li nodded. With Minister Li present, the Wang clan could not escape unscathed. However, matters were not so straightforward. In the afternoon, news returned. The Wang clan had retracted her testimony in court. She claimed that Lin clan had committed suicide. Lu Qingxi entered, his countenance dark, stating that Lin had suffered from long-term depression due to her background and had taken poison that morning to end her life. She feared it would tarnish the reputation of the Shen family and had thus concealed the truth, attributing it to a sudden illness. Suicide? Shen Li Skufa. She certainly has a flair for storytelling. Yet she possesses evidence. Lu Qingxi continued. She claims Lin left a letter before her death, entrusted to her maid. The maid later fell ill and died, and the letter was kept by her. Where's the letter? Shen Li Inkidat. She claims it is stored in the ancestral hall of the Shen residence and is willing to present it in court. Shen Li's heart sank. If the letter indeed exists and is in the handwriting of his biological mother, it would spell trouble. What does the letter contain? He asked. That remains unknown. Lu Qingxi replied. Minister Li has already dispatched someone to the Shen residence to retrieve it. It will be examined in court tomorrow. Shen Li rose and began pacing the room. Wang's maneuver was particularly insidious. If the letter were authentic, the death of his mother would be deemed a suicide, thus rendering Wang Jin's negligence somewhat justifiable, fundamentally altering the nature of the entire case. Yet, the letter could be a forgery. Wang might have fabricated his mother's handwriting. I need to see that letter, Shen Li declared. Minister Li has stated you may attend tomorrow's proceedings. Lu Qingxi informed him, but you may only observe, not speak. Shen Li nodded. Being able to see it was sufficient. The following day, the second session of the trial by the three divisions took place. Shen Li donned a simple robe and a bamboo hat, stealthily making his way to the Ministry of Justice accompanied by Mo Zhu. Lu Qingxi had made arrangements. They entered through a side door and took their seats in a corner of the public gallery, shielded by a screen from the view of others. The atmosphere in the courtroom was solemn. Minister Li presided over the session, flanked by the Minister of Justice and the left chief censor. The Wang clan knelt below, while Shun Chongshan stood nearby, his complexion ashen. Wang clan, you assert that Lin clan committed suicide and that there is a letter to prove it, Minister Li began. Where's the letter? Wang presented an envelope with both hands. Here it is. The bailiff accepted it and presented it to Minister Li. Li Shangshu opened the envelope and extracted the letter within, his brow furrowing upon a brief glance. The daughter of the coroner, Sun Lao Chi, he remarked. Shortly thereafter, a woman in her 20s was brought forth, kneeling on the ground. Clad in coarse garments, her countenance was haggard, and her eyes were swollen and red. I am the commoner, Sun Xiaohua, here to pay my respects to the esteemed officials, she announced. Sun Xiaohua, are you aware of the circumstances surrounding your father? Sun Lao Chi's disappearance 3 years ago? Li Shangshu Inkidat. Sun Xiaohua bowed her head, replying, I am aware my father was compelled to leave. By whom? By Lord Wang Jin. Sun Xiaohua wept, recounting 3 years prior, after examining the body of Lin Shi, my father declared a death by poisoning. However, Lord Wang approached him, offering a sum of money to alter his testimony, claiming it was due to sudden illness. My father refused, and Lord Wang threatened to kill our entire family. With no alternative, my father acquiesced and fled the capital with us under cover of night. Yet, en route, we were beset by bandits, and my father was killed while trying to protect me. A wave of astonishment swept through the courtroom, turning the faces of the Wang family pale, while Shun Chongshan trembled. Are you speaking the truth? Li Shangshu asked gravely. Every word is true, Sun Xiaohua insisted. bowing her head once more. Before my father died, he transcribed the true autopsy report and concealed it within my clothing. If you do not believe me, you may investigate. She produced a piece of cloth densely inscribed with text. The constable took it and presented it to Li Shangshu, who examined it before passing it to the two accompanying judges. The handwriting was indeed that of Sun Laoqi. The Minister of Justice, after scrutinizing the document, confirmed the content matches the copy in the confidential files. Lin Shi died of poisoning. The evidence is irrefutable. Wang Shi collapsed to the floor. Li Shangshu turned his gaze upon her. Wang Shi, do you have anything to say? Her lips trembled, unable to articulate a response. Suddenly, Shun Chongshan knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, I am guilty. What crime have you committed?" I, Shun Chongshan, confessed that I knew Lin Shi died of poisoning, yet I believed Wang Shi's assertion of an accident. I was foolish. I beg your pardon. He attempted to deflect blame, casting all responsibility upon Wang Shi. Shen Li observed from behind the screen, his heart chilled. This was his father, willing to abandon his first wife without hesitation for the sake of self-preservation. Li Shangshu, clearly recognizing this, scoffed coldly, "Minister Shun, you have shifted the blame with remarkable ease." He turned his attention back to Wang Shi. "Wang Shi, is the will genuine or not?" Wang Shi attempted to argue. "It is genuine." "Very well," Li Shangshu replied. "I have summoned experts from the Hamlin Academy to authenticate this will. If it is genuine, I shall be lenient. If it is false," his silence spoke volumes. Soon, an elderly scholar with white hair was brought forth, renowned for his expertise in handwriting analysis. He took the will and examined it meticulously for an extended period, subsequently requesting samples of Lin Shi's handwriting, which had been retrieved from the Shen residence, written during her lessons with the original owner. After comparison, the scholar shook his head, declaring, "This will, while closely mimicked, contains several discrepancies in the strokes. Notably, the final stroke of the character absolute is typically elevated in Lin Shi's writing, whereas this document concludes flatly. It is a forgery." The revelation of the false will shattered Wang Shi completely. She lay prostrate on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "I was coerced into this. It was Wang Jin who compelled me, insisting that if I claimed Lin was a suicide, I would be spared." She revealed Wang Jin's involvement. Minister Li struck the bench with authority. "Wang, recount the events in their entirety. Should you utter a single falsehood, your punishment shall be doubled." Wang, unable to conceal the truth any longer, confessed fully. 3 years prior, Lin discovered that Shun Li was not the son of Shun Chongshan, but of the Xiao family. Fearing exposure, she intended to flee with Shun Li from the Shen residence, but Wang caught wind of her plan. Wang informed the third prince, who instructed Wang Jin to handle the situation. Wang Jin then approached Wang, urging her to poison Lin and stage it as a sudden illness. Once accomplished, Wang Jin promised to secure her position within the Shun household and assured her son would inherit the family fortune. Wang complied, administering a deadly poison into Lin's ginseng soup, watching as Lin succumbed to the poison. Subsequently, Wang Jin arrived with officials from the Ministry of Justice to hastily conclude the case. Sun Laoqi was coerced into changing his testimony and subsequently vanished. Everything was executed flawlessly. Had Shun Li not traversed time, had he not entered the literary academy, and had he not been resolute in investigating this case, the truth would have remained buried forever. The courtroom fell silent, save for Wang's sobs and Shun Chongshan's labored breaths. Minister Li completed the record of testimony and instructed Wang to affix her signature. He then turned to Shun Chongshan. "Minister Shun, do you have anything to say?" Shun Chongshan collapsed on the ground, his face ashen, protested, "I was unaware of any wrongdoing." Minister Li scoffed. "Unaware? Wang is your wife. She poisoned someone in your household. And you claim ignorance?" Shun Chongshan, do you truly believe I am a child of 3? Shun Chongshan fell silent. "Take him away," Minister Li commanded, gesturing for Wang Jin's case to be included in the proceedings. The constables moved forward, escorting both Wang and Shun Chongshan away. The court session concluded. Shun Li remained behind the screen, motionless for an extended period. The truth had been revealed. His mother had been poisoned by Wang, orchestrated by Wang Jin. who was in the service of the third prince. Why would the third prince wish to eliminate a concubine? Because his mother knew Shen Li's true lineage, and Shen Li was of the Shao bloodline. The third prince feared repercussions from the Shao family, anxious that past injustices against them might resurface. Each piece of the puzzle interlocked seamlessly. Mo Zhu softly inquired, "Young master, shall we return?" Shen Li nodded, rising to exit through the side door. Upon leaving the Dali temple, the sunlight was blinding. He lifted his gaze to the sky and exhaled deeply. 3 years had passed. The injustice endured by his mother had finally been rectified. Yet, he understood that the ordeal was far from over. Wang Jin remained imprisoned, but he had the third prince's backing. The third prince would not concede easily. Moreover, Tuoba Hong from Beatty was still in the capital, and the jade hairpin had yet to be retrieved. The road ahead was long. Upon returning to Zhu Yuan, Lu Qingzi awaited him. "Did you hear everything?" he asked. Shen Li nodded. "Wang and Shen Chongshan are imprisoned. The Shen family is finished," Lu Qingzi remarked, "but the third prince will not let this go lightly. Wang Jin in prison will surely devise a means of self-preservation." He paused. "Tuoba Hong met with the third prince again today. They must be plotting something. I have yet to ascertain the details, but it undoubtedly pertains to the jade hairpin." Shen Li remained silent for a moment before asking, "What plans does Xiaozhua have?" "He was waiting," Lu Qingzi replied. "He is waiting for Tuoba Hong to make the first move. The jade hairpin lies in the hands of Tuoba Hong, yet he requires your blood to unlock it. Thus, they will undoubtedly seek you out. Xiaozhua intends to ensnare them all at once when they make their move, adopting a strategy of waiting for the hair by the tree. It is a prudent approach, yet undeniably passive." Shen Li pondered for a moment. "I have an idea." "What is it?" "A proactive strike," Shen Li proposed. "Rather than waiting for them to come to me, I shall take the initiative to seek them out." Lu Qingzi frowned. "It is too perilous." "Yet remaining passive leads to perpetual vulnerability," Shen Li countered. "Tuoba Hong desires the contents of the jade hairpin, while I covet the hairpin itself. We share a common objective. Thus, negotiation is feasible." "Negotiate? With the Beatty people?" "Indeed." Shen Li nodded. "Tuoba Hong is the third prince of Beatty, yet he is not a fool. He comprehends that the jade hairpin is of value only in my possession, while in his is mere worthless jade. He seeks the hidden map, which I can provide, on the condition that he returns the hairpin to me and assists me with a task." "What task?" "To deal with the third prince." Shen Li articulated. "Tuoba Hong collaborates with the third prince, yet the foundation of their partnership is mutual benefit. If I can offer him greater advantages, why would he not turn against his ally?" Lu Qingzi regarded him with a complex gaze. "Shen Li, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Collaborating with the Beatty people is tantamount to treason." "It is not collaboration. It is exploitation," Shen Li corrected. "Moreover, Tuoba Hong's alliance with the third prince is also an act of treason. Since they can engage in such actions, why can I not repay them in kind?" Lu Qingzi fell silent, deep in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. "How can I assist you?" "Facilitate a secret and secure meeting with Tuoba Hong," Shen Li replied. "When?" "The sooner, the better." Shen Li insisted. "Before Wang Jin is convicted. I must catch the third prince off guard." Lu Qingzi observed him, a sudden smile breaking forth. "Shen Li, at times I feel you are far from the typical 16-year-old. Shen Li chuckled in return. "I have never been one." The two continued to deliberate on various details. Lu Qingzi departed to arrange the meeting with Tuoba Hong, while Shen Li returned to his chamber to rest. However, sleep eluded him. He contemplated the forthcoming plan: meeting Tuoba Hong, negotiating, reclaiming the jade hairpin, confronting the third prince. Each step fraught with peril, yet each is essential to take. He arose, retrieving the short blade bestowed by Xiaozhua, inscribed with the character for breaking. The blade felt cold to the touch, yet its presence instilled a sense of assurance. From this day forth, he would take the initiative, no longer passively awaiting his fate, nor allowing himself to be at the mercy of others. He resolved to seize control of his own destiny and reshape the fate of this world. The moonlight outside shone brightly, illuminating the blade and casting an ethereal blue glow. The night stretched long ahead, yet dawn would inevitably arrive. Chapter 29 concluded. Chapter 30. The initial stir of turmoil in the third session of the Sanxi Tribunal, Wang Jin was summoned for interrogation. The former Deputy Minister of Justice now donned prison garb, disheveled and pale, yet his eyes held a glimmer of defiance. Kneeling in the courtroom, he looked up at the presiding official, Minister Li, and scoffed. Why go through such elaborate measures, Lord Li? If you wish to kill or torture me, do it swiftly. Minister Li's expression remained impassive. Wang Jin, you are charged with 3 crimes. First, dereliction of duty by tampering with the Lin family case files. Second, accepting bribes from the Wang family. Third, colluding with Beatty and leaking state secrets. Do you plead guilty? Colluding with Beatty? Wang Jin laughed heartily. My dear Lord Li, one cannot recklessly assign such accusations. Do you possess evidence? Indeed, replied Minister Li, lifting a pile of letters from the case. These were retrieved from your estate. They contain correspondence between you and Prince Tuobahong of the Northern D. In these letters, you agreed to assist him in the capital, and in return, he would facilitate your rise to power and wealth. He then presented a confession. This is the testimony from Wang Shi. She claims you instructed her to poison Lin Shi. With both witness and material evidence at hand, what further defense do you have? The smile on Wang Jin's face faltered. He had not anticipated that Wang Shi would betray him, nor did he expect those clandestine letters to be discovered. I'm being wronged, he struggled to assert. Those letters are forgeries. Wang Shi is slandering me. Whether they are forgeries or slander, I shall ascertain the truth, Minister Li declared, striking the gavel. But until then, you shall remain in the Dali Temple. Court dismissed. Wang Jin was escorted away, still proclaiming his innocence, yet no one paid him any heed. After the hearings concluded, the case was largely clarified. Wang Shi had poisoned Lin Shi, Wang Jin had been derelict in his duty to protect, and Shun Chongshan had been complicit in withholding information. All 3 were imprisoned, awaiting their final judgment. Meanwhile, Shen Li, as the aggrieved party, received commendation from the emperor and became a prominent figure in the capital. The day of the Wenhua Academy's results arrived. That morning, the entrance of the academy was thronged with people. Candidates, their families, curious onlookers, and servants from various households, creating an impassable crowd along the street. Shen Li did not attend. He was still recuperating in the bamboo courtyard. Although his right hand had scabbed over, it remained difficult for him to move. Lu Qingxi offered to check the results in his stead, and he acquiesced. At a quarter past the hour of Chun, the results were announced. The crimson list was affixed to the wall at the academy's entrance, densely inscribed with names from first to last. The crowd stirred, with some cheering, others weeping, and many remaining silent. Lu Qingxi stood among the throng, gazing at the list. The top spot was claimed by a scion from a prestigious family, named Chun Wenshuan. The second was Lu Yunzhu, who, despite a lackluster interview, excelled in the written examination and, bolstered by his family background, secured a place among the top 3. The third name caught Lu Qingxi's eye, illuminating his expression. Bing Qi San, Shen Li. He had achieved full marks in practical assessment, perfect scores in strategy essays, and average marks in history and physical fitness, culminating in an overall 3rd place. He had succeeded, and with unprecedented full marks in practical assessment, a first in the history of the Wenhua Academy. As those around him recognized Shen Li's name, discussions erupted. Shen Li? Isn't he the one who exposed the Lin case? Full marks in practical assessment? How could that be? I heard he nearly perished in the examination room, yet he completed his report while injured. Impressive. But for a mere son of a family to place 3rd, is that not excessive? Whispers filled the air, a mix of admiration, envy, confusion, and disdain. Lu Qingxi paid them no mind and turned to leave. Upon returning to the bamboo courtyard, Shen Li was practicing swordplay in the yard. Unable to grip the sword with his right hand, he utilized his left, focusing on fundamental footwork and body movements. His motions were slow yet steady. Noticing Lu Qingxi's entrance, he sheathed his sword. How'd it go? 3rd place, Lu Qingxi replied. You have been accepted. Shen Li nodded, his expression unreadable, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Full marks in practical assessment. Lu Qingxi added, Minister Li mentioned that your report has been designated as a model text, to be included in the Wenhua Academy's collection. This is a tremendous honor. In the century since the Academy's establishment, fewer than 10 texts have been enshrined in its collection. Shen Li remained indifferent. Lu Qingxi observed him and inquired, "Are you not pleased?" "Of course I am," Shen Li replied, "but there are matters of greater significance." He referred to his forthcoming meeting with Tuoba Hong, scheduled for tomorrow evening at the remote Hanzhan Temple outside the city. Lu Qingxi explained, "It is secluded and tranquil, with arrangements made for people who do not accept visitors at night. Mo Zhu will accompany you, and I will remain in the shadows." "What about Xiaozhua?" "Shen Li Kariya. He will also be present," Lu Qingxi affirmed, "but he will not reveal himself, only providing support from a distance. After all, as the Marquis of Jingbei, meeting privately with the Prince of Beatty could lead to unfavorable rumors." Shen Li concurred, acknowledging the wisdom in exercising caution. "What requirements does Tuoba Hong have?" he asked. "He will only bring 2 companions, and you may bring no more than 2 as well," Lu Qingxi responded. "Additionally, he insists on verifying your identity using your blood, conducting an on-site test of a jade hairpin." The implication of this was clear. The jade hairpin indeed resided with Tuoba Hong, who wished to ascertain whether Shen Li's blood could activate it. Should it prove effective, discussions of further steps would commence. "Very well," Shen Li agreed. "However, there are risks," Lu Qingxi cautioned. "Should the hairpin be genuine and your blood indeed unlock it, Tuoba Hong may turn hostile on the spot." "I will be prepared," Shen Li assured him. As Lu Qingxi studied his calm demeanor, a sudden realization struck him. This 16-year-old youth was far more composed and courageous than he had anticipated. "Shen Li," he began, "once this matter is resolved, what are your plans?" Shen Li pondered briefly before responding, "To enroll in Wenhua Academy, continue my investigations, and uncover the truth behind my father's death." Xiao Yu, the father he had never met, a vice commander of the Northern Frontier Army, who perished in battle. Lu Qingxi nodded. "I will assist you." The two then discussed further details before Lu Qingxi took his leave. Shen Li resumed his sword practice, though his mind wandered, contemplating the impending meeting, the jade hairpin, the hidden legacy, and Tuoba Hong's true intentions. In the evening, Chun Bo delivered dinner along with a letter. "Young master, someone sent this, insisting it be delivered directly to you." Shen Li accepted the letter, noting the unremarkable envelope devoid of a signature. Upon opening it, he found a single line: "Tomorrow at the high hour, at the pavilion on the back mountain of Hanzhan Temple, one person will come. Tuoba." This was neither the agreed-upon time nor location. Tuoba Hong had altered the arrangements. Shen Li incinerated the letter and instructed Chen Bo, "Please summon young Master Lu and Mo Zhu." The two arrived shortly. Shen Li shared the contents of the letter with them. "What does he intend?" Lu Qingxi frowned. "Changing the time and place, and demanding you go alone? It must be a trap. Yet if I do not go, I will remain in the dark regarding his intentions." Shen Li Counterattacks. "Moreover, the jade hairpin is in his possession. I must attend." "That is far too dangerous," Mo Zhu interjected. "Young master, allow me to take your place." "That would be futile," Shen Li shook his head. "He requires my blood for the on-site test of the jade hairpin. Your presence would be of no use." After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "I will comply with his demands, but you both will follow discreetly. If anything goes awry, intervene. That is the only course we can take." Lu Qingxi sighed, expressing her intention to send Yi Busso to set up a watch on the back mountain ahead of time. "However, Shen Li, you must promise me that if anything goes awry, you shall retreat immediately and not act recklessly." "I promise," he replied. The plan was revised. The following day, Shen Li spent the entire day in the bamboo garden, conserving his strength. He meticulously inspected all his equipment: a dagger, a hand cannon, anesthetics, antidotes, and the life-saving pills provided by Lu Qingxi. As evening approached, he began his preparations, donning a fitted black outfit that allowed for ease of movement. His weapons were concealed on his person, imperceptible to the naked eye. He also carried a small cloth pouch containing hemostatic medicine and bandages, knowing that blood would surely be shed that night. At the hour of the pig, he departed alone from the bamboo garden, making his way toward Hanzhan Temple. Situated 5 miles outside the city, Hanzhan Temple was an abandoned ancient shrine, surrounded by desolate mountains and overgrown graves, seldom visited by anyone. By the time Shen Li reached the foot of the mountain, Darkness had enveloped the land. The moon was obscured by clouds, leaving only a handful of stars to flicker faintly. He ascended the mountain path with light footsteps, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The night was tranquil, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional distant howl of wolves. Upon reaching the mid-slope, he spotted a pavilion, an old octagonal structure precariously perched on the cliff's edge, half collapsed, supported by only a few pillars. 3 figures stood within the pavilion. By the faint starlight, Shen Li discerned the man in the center. He was tall, towering half a head over Xiao Zhua, clad in northern D-style furs, his hair braided, a scar running across his face, and his gaze sharp as an eagle's. It was Tuoba Hong. Flanking him were 2 guards, dressed in black, with curved blades at their waists and fierce expressions. Shen Li approached the pavilion and came to a halt. Shen Li. Tuoba Hong's voice was deep, tinged with a northern D accent. Alone? Yes, Shen Li confirmed. Tuoba Hong smiled, a look of approval on his face. You possess courage, worthy of the Shao lineage. He gestured, and one of the guards stepped forward, cradling a wooden box. Tuoba Hong opened the box to reveal a jade hairpin. White jade, orchids, and turquoise. Exactly as Shen Li remembered. This is your mother's relic, Tuoba Hong stated. I acquired it from Wang Jin. He thought to use this to curry favor with me. But he was mistaken. The hairpin holds value only in the hands of the Shao bloodline. As Shen Li gazed at the hairpin, a tumult of emotions surged within him. It was the sole memento left by his birth mother, now in the possession of an enemy. What do you seek? He asked directly. The hidden map, Tuoba Hong replied. The Shao family has operated in the northern borders for a century, amassing countless treasures and secrets. Those treasures are of great significance to us, the Northern D. The map is within the hairpin. Indeed, Tuoba Hong nodded, but it requires your blood to unlock it. Therefore, I need you to assist me in opening the hairpin. I will take the map, and the hairpin shall be returned to you. A fair transaction. Fair? Shen Li skufa inwardly. Once Tuoba Hong obtains the map, he could uncover the Shao family's hidden treasures, significantly bolstering his power and posing a tremendous threat to the Great Shang. This deal was anything but equitable, yet he concealed his true feelings. Very well, he said, but I wish to inspect the hairpin first. Tuoba Hong handed over the wooden box. Shen Li accepted it, scrutinizing the contents with great care. Indeed, it is the hairpin of my biological mother, the turquoise still intact upon its head, the body of the pin smooth and unmarred. How do we test it? He inquired. Tuoba Hong handed over a small knife. Let your blood fall upon the turquoise. Shen Li accepted the knife and drew a line across his left index finger. A bead of blood welled forth and dripped onto the turquoise. An uncanny occurrence transpired. The blood did not slide away, but was absorbed by the stone. It began to glow, transforming from a dark green to a vivid red, resembling a beating heart. Subsequently, the body of the hairpin emitted a faint cracking sound, splitting open a seam down the middle. Shen Li cautiously pried apart the jade pin. Within it was hollow, concealing a delicate sheet of parchment. He extracted the parchment and unfurled it, revealing a map adorned with mountains, rivers, cities, and some peculiar symbols. At the center of the map, a red dot marked a location, next to which were inscribed 2 characters, hidden treasure. It is genuine. Tuoba Hong's eyes sparkled as he reached for the map, but Shen Li withheld it. Wait, he said, I have another condition. Tuoba Hong frowned. What condition? Eliminate the 3rd prince for me. Shen Li met his gaze unwaveringly. I am aware of your previous alliance with the 3rd prince, but that was in the past. Now that Wang Jin is imprisoned and the 3rd prince has fallen from grace, you no longer need to assist him. Conversely, if you aid me, I can offer you more. More of what? The complete border defense map of Desheng, Shen Li replied. What the 3rd prince provided you is merely a fraction. I can furnish you with the entirety, encompassing troop deployments, fortress vulnerabilities, and a rotation schedule of the Northern Frontier Army. This was the leverage given to him by Xiao Zhua, using the border defense map to entice Tuoba Hong to switch allegiances. Tuoba Hong fell silent, deep in thought. The border defense map held immense significance for him. With the complete map in hand, the Northern D could effortlessly breach the Shang's defenses and march straight into the Central Plains. The temptation was overwhelming. How can I be certain of your claims? He queried. You may verify them, Shen Li responded. The Northern Frontier Army will undergo a rotation next month. I can provide you with some initial details regarding the time and place. If you confirm their authenticity, we can discuss the next steps. Tuoba Hong scrutinized him for a prolonged moment, then suddenly laughed. Shen Li, you are more astute than your mother and craftier than Xiaozhua. Very well, I accept your terms, but I must first see a portion of the border defense map. Shen Li retrieved a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it over. This outlines the rotation route and schedule for the 2nd Battalion of the Northern Frontier Army on the 3rd day of next month. You may send someone to verify it. Tuoba Hong accepted the paper, glanced at it, and nodded. If this proves true, we shall cooperate. I will sever ties with the 3rd Prince. It is settled. It is settled. Tuoba Hong tucked away the note and extended his hand. May I have the map now? Shen Li passed him the map, but as Tuoba Hong grasped it, he suddenly twisted his wrist, seizing Shen Li's arm. Unfortunately, he sneered, I do not relish collaborating with enemies. A heaviness settled in Shen Li's heart. Indeed, Tuoba Hong intended to turn against him. Yet he was prepared. With a flick of his right hand, a small knife slipped from his sleeve into his grasp, aimed at Tuoba Hong's wrist. Tuoba Hong released his grip and stepped back. 2 guards immediately drew their blades, closing in. Do you truly believe I would trust you? Tuoba Hong declared. I want the border defense map, the map itself, and I shall claim you as well. The bloodline of the Xiao family is an excellent bargaining chip. Shen Li gripped the dagger tightly, leaning against the pavilion's column. Then you should try, he said. Before his words could fully escape his lips, several arrows suddenly shot out from the shadows, striking with precision at the 2 guards. They attempted to deflect the onslaught with their blades, but the arrows were too swift. One guard was hit in the shoulder, while the other suffered a wound to his thigh. Mo Zhu burst forth from the thicket, the gleam of his blade as bright as snow, aiming directly for Tuoba Hong. Simultaneously, the sound of footsteps echoed around them. The knight, unyielding, had appeared, a group of over a dozen encircling the pavilion. Tuoba Hong's expression shifted dramatically. You set a trap? And did you not do the same? Shen Li raturta. Those 20 Blood Eagle guards at the foot of the mountain have already been dealt with by the knight, unyielding. Tuoba Hong gritted his teeth. He had, indeed, laid an ambush, but it was now evident that it had been discovered. Very well, he sneered. Today you may claim victory. However, Shen Li, we shall meet again. He produced an object from his bosom and hurled it to the ground. Bang! A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, obscuring their vision. When the smoke dissipated, Tuoba Hong had vanished, and the 2 guards had fled, leaving only a trail of blood behind. Mo Zhu contemplated pursuing, but Shen Li restrained him. Do not chase. There may be a trick at play. He bent down to retrieve the jade hairpin that Tuoba Hong had discarded. Although the map had been taken, the hairpin remained. The note containing the border defense map had also been taken by Tuoba Hong. Shen Li gazed at the hairpin in his hand, his emotions swirling. He had reclaimed a relic of his mother, yet the map, which was concealed, was lost. He had inadvertently provided Tuoba Kuan with part of the false border information, though it was fabricated intelligence given by Xiaozhua. However, Tuoba Hong would remain unaware of its deception until he sent someone to verify, only to discover he had been duped. By that time, retribution would surely follow. Yet, Shen Li was unconcerned. When soldiers come, I shall block when water flows. I shall bury, he mused. He tucked the hairpin away and said to Mo Zhu, let us return. The 2 descended the mountain, the knight unyielding trailing behind for protection. Upon their return to the bamboo garden, it was already the witching hour. Lu Qingxi and Xiao Zhua awaited their arrival, and upon seeing Shen Li return safely, they both exhaled in relief. What transpired? Lu Qingxi inquired. I retrieved the hairpin, but Tuoba Hong took the map. Shen Li recounted the events. Xiao Zhua nodded in response. You acted wisely. The false border map should buy us some time to prepare. He then looked at Shen Li earnestly. I have uncovered some leads regarding your father's death. It is linked to the people who framed the Xiao family and to the Northern D. When the time is ripe, I shall share the details with you. Shen Li nodded in appreciation. Thank you, Lord. No need for thanks, Xiao Zhua replied. You are of the Xiao family. This is my duty. He then turned his gaze to Lu Qingxi. Young Master Lu, I shall require your assistance with the matters to come. Lu Qingxi nodded affirmatively. Rest assured. After Xiao Zhui departed, Lu Qingzi informed Shen Li, the verdict from the 3rd Division has been delivered. The Wang family has been sentenced to immediate execution, with the execution to take place after autumn. Wang Jin has been exiled 3,000 miles, never to return to the capital. Shen Chongshan has been dismissed from his position, never to be employed again. The vengeance for his mother had been fulfilled. Shen Li closed his eyes, releasing a long breath. After 3 years, he had finally awaited this day. Furthermore, Lu Qingzi continued, Wenhua Academy will commence in 10 days. You need to prepare your enrollment materials. Additionally, he chuckled. Minister Li wishes to take you on as a disciple and inquired if you would be willing. Minister Li? To take him as a disciple? Shen Li was taken aback. He said you possess extraordinary talent and are a natural for penal law. He wishes to instruct you personally. Lu Qingzi remarked, this is an excellent opportunity. With Minister Li as your backing, your journey in the court will be much smoother. Shen Li contemplated for a moment and nodded. I am willing. Very well. I shall assist you with your response. Lu Qingzi said, patting his shoulder. Rest early. A new life begins tomorrow. He departed. Shen Li returned to his chamber. Seated at the table, gazing at the jade hairpin. The hairpin had closed, and the turquoise had reverted to its original hue, concealing its mysteries. Yet Shen Li understood that the object his mother had safeguarded with her life had finally returned to his possession. He carefully stored the hairpin away and then produced the admission notice from Wenhua Academy. A thin sheet of paper, yet it symbolized a new beginning. From this day forth, he would be a student of Wenhua Academy, a disciple of Minister Li, a scion of the Xiao family, and above all, Shen Li. He bore multiple identities and responsibilities. The path ahead remained fraught with peril, yet he felt no fear. For he was no longer the young man awaiting death in the woodshed. He was Shen Li. The journey he was destined to embark upon was just beginning. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting its cool luminescence into the room. Shen Li extinguished the oil lamp, lay upon his bed, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow heralded a new day. Chapter 30 completed. Chapter 31. The new students of the Academy on the first day of September, Wenhua Academy commenced its academic year. As dawn broke, the bamboo courtyard was already bustling with activity. Old Chun loaded the prepared luggage onto the carriage. Several changes of clothing, writing utensils, and various medicinal salves and pills prescribed by Dr. Zhang. Mo Zhu stood by the carriage, inspecting the harness and the surrounding area. Since the poisoning incident at the poetry meeting, he had become increasingly vigilant regarding Shen Li's safety. Shen Li stood at the doorway, gazing at the plaque of the bamboo courtyard. Having resided here for nearly 2 months, he had transformed from a wounded, precarious state to a student of Wenhua Academy, a disciple of Minister Li, an experience that felt as though it belonged to another lifetime. Young master, it is time to depart, Mo Zhu quietly reminded him. Shen Li nudda. Casting a final glance at the sanctuary that had sheltered him for 2 months before turning to board the carriage. The carriage made its way toward the western part of the city. Wenhua Academy was not far from the bamboo courtyard, reaching it in just a quarter of an hour. The entrance was already filled with a variety of carriages, and students dressed in an array of attire entered in succession, accompanied by their servants. There were noble scions clad in splendid garments, as well as impoverished scholars in simple clothes. Many young gentlemen lowered their heads, their expressions marked by timidity. Shen Li disambarca, with Mo Zhu trailing closely behind, carrying the luggage. According to academy regulations, a student was permitted to bring one attendant, but the attendant could only reside in the servant quarters and not in the student dormitory. Mo Zhu's role as Shen Li's attendant had been arranged by Lu Qingzi for the sake of his protection. Young Master Shen, a familiar voice called out. Shen Li turned to see Su Yin approaching, the very scholar he had assisted during the enrollment process. Today, Su Yin wore a faded blue long robe. It was neatly arranged, and his face radiated with excitement. Su Yin, Shen Li acknowledged with a nod. This is truly wonderful. We have both been accepted. Su Yan exclaimed joyfully. I just checked the class assignment list, and we are both in Class C, sharing a dormitory. Sharing a dormitory? Shen Li pausa momentarily, as he had not known who his roommate would be in advance. Let us hurry inside. We must first report to the guidance office. Su Yin naturally took over a piece of luggage from Shen Li, saying, I will help you carry this. Shen Li did not refuse. The three of them walked together through the gates of Wenhua Academy. The disciplinary office was bustling with a long queue. The instructor in charge of registration was a tall, thin elder in his 50s, wearing reading glasses, with a stern expression that conveyed a lack of humor. When it was Shen Li's turn, the instructor glanced at his name on the roster and then looked up at him. Shen Li, the one who scored full marks in the practical assessment? He asked coldly. Yes, Shen Li replied. Dormitory number 7 in Class C. The instructor marked a check beside his name. Your instructor is Master Zhou, not the original Minister Zhou, but another Master Zhou who teaches classics and history. He is quite strict, so do take care. The last 4 words were pronounced heavily, laced with a warning. Shen Li nodded and received the dormitory key and class schedule. The dormitory, located on the west side of Wenhua Academy, was an independent courtyard with 8 rooms, each accommodating 2 students. Dormitory number 7 was at the far end, adjacent to the wall, ensuring tranquility. Upon opening the door, the room, though modest in size, was clean and orderly. It contained 2 beds, 2 desks, 2 wardrobes, and a bookshelf. The south-facing window allowed ample light to pour in. Suyin placed his luggage on the bed by the window and turned to ask Shen Li, which bed will you sleep on? I will take the one by the wall, Shen Li replied, choosing the bed that provided a sense of security with the wall at his back. Mo Zhu organized his luggage and began inspecting the room. He tapped the walls, checked the windows, and crouched down to look under the bed. Su Yin found this curious, but refrained from asking further questions. Young master, I am in room number 7 of the servants' quarters, Mo Zhu said quietly after his inspection. Call me anytime if you need anything. All right. After Mo Zhu left, Su Yin could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Young Master Shen, your attendant seems a bit different. Shen Li simply explained, he is trained in martial arts and is responsible for my protection. Su Yin responded with an O, appearing to understand, yet wisely choosing not to probe further. The two began to unpack their belongings. Shen Li's possessions were few, and he quickly finished. Su Yin had even less, merely a few garments and a stack of books. He carefully placed the books on the shelf. They were foundational texts in classics and history, their pages worn and frayed, indicating frequent use. These books are borrowed, Su Yin admitted somewhat sheepishly. When I have money later, I will buy my own. Shen Li remained silent, retrieving several volumes from his own book box and handing them to Su Yin. You may look at these for now. These were advanced texts prepared for him by Lu Qingxi, significantly deeper than Su Yan's foundational books. Su Yin accepted them, flipping through a few pages, his eyes sparkling. This is far too precious. Take them, Shen Li insisted. I have no need for them. Indeed, he had no use for them. As Lord Li had promised to personally instruct him, these books served merely as review material for him, while they were invaluable learning resources for Su Yin. Gratefully, Su Yin accepted them. Once they finished unpacking, the two of them headed to the classroom. The Wenhua Academy classroom was divided into 3 levels. Class A for the exceptional students, Class B for the average, and Class C for newcomers or those with mediocre performance. Due to his average scores in classics and physical education, Shen Li was assigned to Class C, despite achieving full marks in the practical assessment, which elicited a complex attitude from the instructors. The classroom for Class C, located on the east side of Wenhua Academy, was a spacious hall furnished with 30 desks and chairs. By the time they arrived, a considerable number of students had already taken their seats. Upon the entrance of Shen Li, the previously raucous classroom fell into a momentary hush, with all gazes converging upon him. Curiosity, scrutiny, envy, and animosity mingled in the atmosphere. Unfazed, Shen Li took a seat towards the back beside Su Yin. At the 3:15 hour, the instructor arrived, not Confucius Zhou, but a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a deep blue robe, his demeanor stern and his gaze piercing. He ascended the podium, surveying the room before finally resting his eyes on Shen Li. I am Chen Wenyuan, your rotating instructor for this month, tasked with imparting knowledge on criminal law, he announced, his voice resonant. Today's first lesson will not delve into textbooks, but will focus on practical application. He inscribed 4 characters on the blackboard. Evidence first. What is the essence of criminal law? Instructor Chen inquired. It is neither punishment nor deterrence, but justice. The foundation of justice is evidence. Absent evidence, Even the most reasonable suspicion remains merely suspicion and cannot warrant a conviction. He paused, allowing his words to resonate. Some may perceive this as elementary. However, in the prisons of the criminal department, at least 6 out of 10 inmates confess under duress. Why? Because gathering evidence is arduous, while coercive interrogation is facile. The classroom remained silent, each student listening intently. Thus, the first lesson I impart to you is to respect evidence and revere the truth, Instructor Chun continued. Even if the truth diverges from your expectations, even if the evidence points towards an unwelcome conclusion, it must be embraced. For the dignity of criminal law lies therein. Shen Li felt a jolt within. The principles espoused by Instructor Chun resonated profoundly with his previous life's understanding of criminal investigation. Shen Li, Instructor Chun suddenly called out. Shen Li rose. Present, sir. I have reviewed your practical assessment report, Instructor Chun stated. Your method of reconstructing the scene to identify ambiguities in the Lin case is both innovative and effective. However, I wish to pose a question. What if your reasoning is flawed? What if Lin indeed succumbed to a sudden illness? What would you do? The question was incisive. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Li replied, I would reevaluate the evidence. Should all evidence indicate a sudden illness, I would accept that conclusion and extend my apologies to the pertinent parties. Nevertheless, prior to that, I would persist in my investigation until I unearth irrefutable evidence to substantiate my reasoning or refute it, even at the risk of offending the powerful. Instructor Chun pressed. Even at the risk of offending the powerful, Shen Li affirmed. Instructor Chun regarded him for a protracted moment before nodding. You may sit down. He then addressed the entire class. Did you all hear that? This is the attitude befitting a criminal law official. No blind adherence, no fear, only a commitment to evidence. The first lesson left a profound impression on Instructor Chun. After class, he beckoned Shen Li aside. Minister Li has instructed that you visit him once every 10 days for personal tutelage. However, do not neglect your regular coursework, particularly in the classics and history, as they form the foundation of the Wenhua Academy. Failing to pass will hinder your advancement. The student understood. Furthermore, Instructor Chun lowered his voice. Be cautious around Confucius Zhou. He is a conservative who detests young men seeking the limelight. With your perfect score on the practical assessment in Minister Li's favor, he will likely contrive to create trouble for you. Thank you for the warning, Instructor, Shen Li replied gratefully. Instructor Chun waved dismissively and departed. At noon, Shen Li and Su Yin proceeded to the dining hall for their meal. The dining hall of the Wenhua Academy is quite spacious. Divided into 2 levels, the upper level accommodates the instructors and students of Class A, while the lower level is designated for Classes B and C. The meal is rather simple, consisting of 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup, yet it is ample enough to satisfy. Shen Li collected his meal and settled into a corner. Su Yin, sitting across from him, whispered, Young Master Chun, the instructor was particularly kind to you just now. Instructor Chun is an astute individual, Shen Li replied. However, Su Yin hesitated for a moment. I have heard that Master Zhou is quite strict. He teaches the classics and history, and we have his class this afternoon. When the soldiers come, I shall deploy my defenses, Shen Li replied calmly. As they dined, a figure approached with a tray and uninvitedly took a seat beside Shen Li. It was Lu Yunjua. Today, he was not adorned in extravagant brocade robes, but rather wore the Academy's standard azure academic attire. Yet his demeanor remained assertive. He regarded Shen Li with a complex gaze. Shen Li, congratulations on securing 3rd place, Lu Yunjua remarked, his tone ambiguous, neither entirely sincere nor mocking. Congratulations to you as well, Shen Li replied nonchalantly. Lu Yunjua appeared momentarily taken aback, but did not leave. Instead, he leaned in closer. I've heard that Master Zhou will be testing us on the first 10 chapters of the Analects this afternoon. How prepared are you? Shen Li glanced at him and responded, reasonably well. Reasonably well? Lu Yunjua chuckled. Shen Li, I know your practical skills are formidable, but the study of classics and history requires solid foundations. It cannot be surmounted by mere cleverness. Master Zhou despises those who lack depth. Do not give him any grounds to criticize you. Was this a warning or a test? Shen Li set down his chopsticks. Lu Gongzi, If you have something to say, please speak plainly. Lu Yunjua's smile faded as he lowered his voice. Master Zhou is affiliated with my father. He will undoubtedly pose challenges for you today. Should you require assistance, I am willing to help. Help? Shen Li raised an eyebrow. Why would you do that? Lu Yunjua paused for a moment before replying. Because I owe no one favors. On the day of registration, you helped that impoverished lad, which also, in a sense, assisted me. Though I, Lu Yunjua, may be headstrong, I'm clear about my debts and grievances. This reasoning seemed plausible, yet Shen Li remained unconvinced. A person like Lu Yunjua would not easily alter his stance over a trivial matter. I appreciate your kindness, Shen Li replied, but I can manage on my own. Lu Yunjua scrutinized him for a few seconds before finally nodding. Very well, as you wish. He lifted his tray and departed. Once Lu Yunjua had distanced himself, Su Yin quietly remarked, Young Master Shen, you need not concern yourself with him. Let's eat, Shen Li instructed. After lunch, they rested for half an hour. Shen Li returned to his dormitory and reviewed the first 10 chapters of the Analects once more. The original owner had not read much, and although he had crammed extensively over the past 2 months and memorized the content, he still found the act of writing it out challenging. The complexity of traditional characters slowed his hand. At the hour of the afternoon class on classics and history, Master Zhou entered the classroom punctually. In his 60s, with graying hair and a stern visage, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. As he entered, the classroom fell into an immediate hush. Even the sound of breathing seemed subdued. Put away your books, Master Zhou commanded in a harsh tone. Today, we will have a written test on the first 10 chapters of the Analects. For every mistake, you will copy it 10 times. If you make more than 3 mistakes, you will stand and listen for the remainder of the class. Everyone hurriedly stowed their books into their desks. Shen Li prepared his paper and ink. Begin. Master Zhou commenced reciting. Learning, Chapter 1. The master said, to learn and to frequently practice what you have learned, is it not a joy? Shen Li took up his brush. The scab on his right palm had fallen away, but the newly formed skin was still tender, and prolonged gripping of the brush caused him discomfort. He writes slowly, yet his handwriting is meticulous. As he completed the 5th piece, Master Zhou approached and paused beside him. Shen Li could sense that penetrating gaze. He did not lift his head and continued writing. Stop, Master Zhou suddenly commanded. Shen Li halted his pen. Master Zhou picked up the paper he had written on and scrutinized it closely for a long while, then scoffed. The characters are commendable, but the content contains 2 errors. He placed the paper back on Shen Li's desk, pointing out the mistakes. Here, a gentleman is not an instrument was written as a gentleman is not angry. And here, reviewing the old to understand the new was written as reviewing the ancient to understand the new. Correct these 2 errors by copying them 20 times and submit them to me after class. Shen Li glanced at the paper. Indeed, he had written it incorrectly. The traditional characters for instrument and anger, as well as old and ancient, are quite similar, and he had been careless. Understood, he replied calmly. Master Zhou seemed somewhat taken aback by his composure, but said nothing further as he continued his rounds. At the end of class, Shen Li presented the 20 copies to Master Zhou. Master Zhou glanced at them, then looked at Shen Li and suddenly said, Shen Li, did you score full marks on the practical assessment? Yes, Shen Li replied, but I only achieved an average score in the classics and history. Master Zhou remarked, what does this indicate? It suggests that you only know how to take shortcuts and do not understand solid scholarship. The Wenhua Academy aims to cultivate well-rounded talents, not mere detectives who can solve cases. The words were harsh, drawing the attention of everyone in the classroom. Shen Li raised his head and met Master Zhou's gaze directly. I appreciate your teachings, Master. However, I believe that the ultimate purpose of scholarship is to apply knowledge to the world. If one can only memorize without being able to address practical issues, what value does knowledge hold? It was a sharp retort. Master Zhou's expression darkened. Impudent. Do you dare to question the classics of the sages? I do not dare. Shen Li replied, I merely believe that knowledge should be applied in a living manner. Just as with criminal law, if one only memorizes the articles without understanding the practicalities, errors will occur during judgment. Such mistakes could lead to the wrongful conviction of the innocent and the release of the guilty. His words were calm, yet each one struck like a nail. Master Zhou trembled with anger. You. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. Minister Li entered. Master Zhou quickly bowed. Lord Li. Minister Li nodded and approached Shen Li, picking up the 20 copies he had written. After examining them, he smiled. Your handwriting is commendable, better than I was at your age. He turned to Master Zhou. Master Zhou, Shen Li is my disciple. His practical skills are strong, but his foundation in classics and history is lacking, which I am aware of. Therefore, I have arranged for him to receive supplementary lessons every 10 days. As for his regular coursework, I ask you to be lenient. The words were polite, yet the meaning was clear. Shen Li is under my protection. Handle it accordingly. Master Zhou's expression shifted from pale to flushed, and he finally gritted his teeth. Yes, I understand, sir. Minister Li then addressed Shen Li. After school today, come to my office. I have matters to discuss. Understood. Shen Li raplia. Minister Li departed, and Master Zhou shot Shen Li a fierce glare before sweeping out of the room. The classroom erupted in chatter. Minister Li personally came to support Shen Li. He truly has a powerful backing. Master Zhou has been put in his place this time. Shen Li paid no heed to the murmurs, gathering his belongings to leave. Su Yan followed closely, whispering, Young Master Shen, you are truly impressive. It is not my merit, Shen Li replied, but rather Minister Li's prowess. He comprehended that Minister Li's visit today was not solely to offer him support, but also to declare to all that Shen Li was under his protection. This arrangement served as both a safeguard and a constraint. Henceforth, his honor and disgrace would be intertwined with that of the Minister of Justice. After school, Shen Li proceeded to Minister Li's office. Inside, Minister Li was engrossed in reviewing case files. Upon noticing Shen Li's entrance, he set aside the documents and gestured towards the chair opposite him. Please, have a seat. Shen Li cumplía. What is your perspective on today's events? Minister Li inquired. It is only natural for Master Zhou, a conservative, to find me displeasing, Shen Li replied, but I cannot fathom why he is so fixated on targeting me. Because you are a young gentleman, Minister Li responded. A young scholar who excels in practical assessments, earns my admiration, and has revealed the case of Wang Jin. That is a provocation and a threat to conservatives. They fear you may become a role model, inspiring others to emulate you, thereby disrupting the existing order. Thus, they will resort to any means necessary to suppress you. Shen Li fell silent. Yet, you need not fear, Minister Li assured him. As long as I am here, they will not dare to confront you openly. Just remain cautious in the shadows. That attendant, Mo Zhu, was arranged by Lu Qingxi, wasn't he? He possesses commendable skills. Let him safeguard you closely. Indeed, Shen Li confirmed. Minister Li retrieved a stack of case files from the bookshelf and handed them to Shen Li. These are copies of unresolved cases from the Ministry of Justice over the years. Take them home to study, and we shall convene every 10 days to discuss. I intend to teach you the true art of criminal investigation, far beyond what is merely found in textbooks. Shen Li accepted the files, which were quite substantial, comprising at least 20 volumes. Furthermore, Minister Li continued, in 3 months, there will be a monthly examination at the Wenhua Academy, and your grades will determine your advancement. You have no issues with practical skills, but you must also excel in the classics. Starting tomorrow, dedicate an hour daily to practicing calligraphy and another hour to memorizing texts. I shall conduct surprise checks. This was indeed a special opportunity for him. Shen Li stood and bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed teacher. You may go. Minister Li waved his hand. Remember, at Wenhua Academy, you are not only a student, but also my disciple. Do not bring shame upon me. Shen Li acknowledged this. Cradling the stack of files, Shen Li departed from the office. The sky had darkened, and lanterns had been lit throughout Wenhua Academy. As he walked back to his dormitory, he encountered several students who watched him from a distance, whispering among themselves. He paid them no heed and continued on his way. Upon entering his room, he found Su Yan already there. Seeing Shen Li return with a stack of files, Su Yan's eyes widened. Young Master Shen, is this? It is the assignment given by Minister Li, Shen Li replied, placing the files on his desk. If you're interested, you may take a look. Su Yan hesitated, but ultimately shook his head. I believe it is best for me to solidify my foundation first. Shen Li did not press the matter further. He began to organize the files, perusing them one by one. They comprised old cases. Some had been resolved, while others remained unsolved. Each case was meticulously documented, complete with scene diagrams, testimonies, and lists of physical evidence. Excellent materials for learning. He read late into the night, until Mo Zhu knocked on his door. "Young master, it is time to rest." Mo Zhu brought in warm water, reminding him that an early rise awaited them on the morrow. Shen Li set aside the files, washed up, and climbed into bed. Lying on the unfamiliar mattress, he listened to the sound of the wind rustling the leaves outside, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of unreality. Just 2 months ago, he had awaited death in the woodshed. Now, 2 months later, he had become a student of Wenhua Academy, a disciple of the Minister of Justice. Fate is indeed wondrous. Yet he understood that this was merely the beginning. The challenges posed by Master Zhou, the animosity of the conservatives, the threats from the faction of the Third Prince, and the looming vengeance of Tuoba Hong all lay in wait, shrouded in darkness. He could not afford to relax. He closed his eyes and began to reflect on the lessons of the day, the typographical errors in the Analects, the evidence provided by Master Chun, and the admonitions of Minister Li. As he pondered these thoughts, slumber overtook him. Outside the window, the moon ascended high, its cold luminescence spilling into the room, casting light upon the scrolls. A new life had commenced. Chapter 31 End. Chapter 32. The secret manuscript, the library of Wenhua Academy, is nestled in the innermost recesses of the institution. A 3-story wooden edifice adorned with flying eaves and intricate brackets, exuding an aura of antiquity and solemnity. It houses hundreds of thousands of volumes accumulated since the Academy's inception, making it one of the largest repositories of literature within the realm of Desheng. According to the Academy's regulations, students of Class B are permitted to borrow 3 volumes a month, but they are forbidden from ascending to the 3rd floor, where rare texts, secret manuscripts, and prohibited books reside, accessible only to instructors and students of Class A. Shen Li first visited the library on the 3rd day after his enrollment. That afternoon, with no classes scheduled, Su Yin intended to borrow several texts on classics and historical commentaries, and Shen Li accompanied him. He sought books regarding the geography of the Northern Territories and the customs of the Northern D to prepare for his father's case. The 1st floor of the library was spacious, with towering bookshelves arranged like a forest, the air infused with the aroma of paper and ink. Several students meandered between the shelves, searching for books and conversing in hushed tones. Shen Li and Su Yin parted ways, each in pursuit of their required texts. Following the classification index, Shen Li located the geography section. While numerous volumes were available, most pertained to the Central Plains, with few addressing the northern regions. As he sifted through the tomes, his eye caught an inconspicuous wooden box nestled in the corner of the lowest shelf. The box appeared ancient, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, clearly untouched for some time. However, it bore no lock, merely secured with a faded strip of cloth. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Li crouched down and untied the fabric. Inside lay several manuscripts, the paper yellowed with age and the edges somewhat frayed. The cover of the top manuscript bore the elegant script, Suggestions for the Reform of the Girl Law, Year 23 of Jinghe. The year 23 of Jinghe marked 2 decades prior. Shen Li's heart quickened. He carefully unfolded the manuscript and began to read. It was a detailed proposal for the reform of the Girl Law, articulating suggestions for change across various aspects such as the imperial examination, official careers, marriage, and property rights. The author contended that the Ger, as a 3rd gender, possessing both male intellect and female delicacy, should enjoy equal rights with men, or at the very least, have restrictions alleviated. At the conclusion of the proposal, a list of signatures was appended. Shen Li immediately recognized a familiar name, Lu Wenyuan, the father of Lu Qingxi, the current prime minister. There were several other names he had heard of, all prominent officials, though most had since retired or passed away. Even more shocking to Shen Li was a line inscribed in red ink at the manuscript's end, seditious words that mislead the populace, recklessly disputing ancestral laws. The author shall be held accountable for all. The manuscript is sealed and shall never see the light of day. The handwriting was sharp and laced with menace. At the bottom of the manuscript, a stamp was affixed, albeit indistinct, revealing the characters for the Ministry of Rights. 2 decades prior, an attempt was made to reform the regulations governing the youth, resulting in a catastrophic failure. This was not merely a failure, but a condemnation. The documents were sealed away, rendered forbidden. It is little wonder that this manuscript lay hidden in a corner, gathering dust. Shen Li continued to peruse the subsequent pages. The second volume contained a roster of the officials from that era, listing those who supported the reform, complete with their names, ranks, and places of origin. Shen Li counted 37 names. The third volume chronicled the records of their condemnation. In the spring of the 24th year of Jinghe, the Vice Minister of Justice, Chen Mingyuan, was imprisoned for sedition and executed in the autumn. In the summer of the same year, Lin Wanqing, an editor from the Hamlin Academy, was exiled to Lingnan for discussing state affairs and perished en route. One name after another, one charge after another, culminating in a series of tragic fates. Shen Li's hands trembled. He recalled the name of his biological mother, Xiao Wanqing. Though their surnames differed, could this Lin Wanqing be connected? He continued to turn the pages, and suddenly, a thin piece of rice paper slipped from the manuscript, fluttering to the ground. Shen Li picked it up. It was a delicate sheet depicting a simple illustration of a jade pendant. The pendant was circular, inscribed with the character Lu in the center. But it was broken in two, leaving only one half. Adjacent to it was a small inscription, the token of the Lu family. To see this jade pendant is to see an old friend. The fractured pendant of the Lu family reminded Shen Li of Lu Qingci. Lu Qingci's father, Lu Wenyuan, had been one of the advocates of reform. Did Lu Qingci have knowledge of this manuscript? What role did the Lu family play in this affair? He carefully stored the manuscript back into the wooden box, but discreetly concealed the drawing of the pendant in his breast pocket. After readying the cloth ribbon, he returned the box to its original place. Once he completed these actions, he stood up, only to realize his palms were drenched in sweat. Master Shen, have you found the book you were looking for? Su Yan's voice called from behind. Shen Li turned to see Su Yan approaching with several books in his arms. I have found it. He casually withdrew a volume titled Chronicles of the Northern Frontier from the shelf. Let's go. The two completed the borrowing procedures and exited the library. As they stepped through the door, Shen Li glanced back at the 3-story wooden structure. In the sunlight, it appeared ancient and dignified, yet how much buried history lay hidden in its shadows. Upon returning to his dormitory, Shen Li felt restless. He extracted the paper once more and scrutinized it closely. What did the broken jade pendant and the token of the Lu family truly signify? He wished to inquire with Lu Qingci for clarity, but the current circumstances at Wenhua Academy made such inquiries inconvenient. Moreover, this matter might involve the secrets of the Lu family. A hasty question might yield no answers. He needed to ascertain who this Lin Wanqing truly was first. The following day, Shen Li visited the instruction office. Wenhua Academy maintained records of all students' origins, but the archives of instructors and officials were not guaranteed to be complete. He fabricated an excuse, claiming he wished to investigate whether a distant relative had ever taught at Wenhua Academy. The elderly instructor in charge of the archives was amiable, rummaging through thick volumes to assist him. However, after a prolonged search, he found no mention of Lin Wanqing. Perhaps she was not affiliated with Wenhua Academy. The old instructor suggested, or she might have used an alias. Shen Li expressed his gratitude to the instructor and departed the instruction office. As he walked on the path back to his dormitory, he continued to ponder. If not the individuals from the Wenhua Academy, then who could they possibly be? The Hamlin Academy? Or perhaps another institution? He required the insights of someone more knowledgeable about the circumstances of that era. Li Shangshu. In the afternoon, it was Li Shangshu's designated teaching time. Shen Li, clutching a stack of unresolved case files, made his way to Li Shangshu's office. Today, Li Shangshu appeared to be in good spirits, and upon seeing him, gestured for him to take a seat, inquiring about the files. I have reviewed 3 volumes. Shen Li replied, but I have some questions. He spread the documents before him and pointed out several ambiguities. Li Shangshu addressed each one meticulously, elaborating on everything from the scene investigation to evidence analysis and interrogation techniques, leaving no detail unexamined. An hour later, the lecture concluded. Li Shanshu took a sip of tea and regarded Shen Li. You seem troubled. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Li spoke up. Teacher, I wish to seek your counsel on a matter. Speak. 20 years ago, was there a proposal for the reform of the gu, or legal system? Li Shanshu's hand, which held the teacup, paused abruptly. He set down the cup and scrutinized Shen Li, his gaze deepening. Where did you hear this? I stumbled upon some manuscripts in the library. Li Shanshu fell silent for an extended period. The room was enveloped in stillness, the only sound being the rustle of bamboo, leaves outside in the wind. That is a forbidden topic. Ultimately, Li Shanshu spoke, his voice low and grave. Indeed, there was a group, including some progressive officials and gu-er, who advocated for the reform of the gu, or legal system. However, they were suppressed by the conservatives. Those who led the charge were either executed or exiled, and the reform ultimately failed. Why? Shen Li queried. Those suggestions do not seem excessive in hindsight, because, at that time, they were considered excessive, Li Shanshu explained. The rights and laws are the foundation of the state, and the gu or legal system is an integral part of those rights. To reform the gu or legal system is tantamount to undermining the rights, thus shaking the very foundation of the nation. This was absolutely intolerable to the conservatives. He fixed his gaze upon Shen Li. Do you know who led that movement? Shen Li's heart raced. Was it Lord Lu Wenyuan? Li Shanshu nodded. Indeed. Lord Lu was then the Deputy Minister of Rights. He united a group of officials, along with 37 gu-er officials, to submit their proposals. However, the then Minister of Rights suppressed their memorial and subsequently accused them of forming factions and spreading heretical views. The previous emperor was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. Due to his influential family background, Lord Lu was merely demoted, while the others were far less fortunate. And those gu-er officials? Most perished. Li Shanshu's tone grew heavy. 37 were imprisoned, exiled, or executed, with fewer than 5 surviving. One of them was your instructor, Chen Wenyuan. Instructor Chen? Shen Li was taken aback. The very instructor who had taught them the primacy of evidence was, in fact, a survivor of that tumultuous past. Instructor Chen was then an editor at the Hamlin Academy and also a gu-er, Li Shanshu continued. He was exiled to Lingnan for 10 years, only returning to the capital after the ascension of the current emperor who granted amnesty. However, his career was irrevocably shattered, and he could only teach at the Wenhua Academy. As Shen Li recalled Instructor Chen's solemn yet fair demeanor, a surge of complex emotions washed over him. Teacher, I wish to inquire about another individual. He summoned his courage. Lin Wanqing, do you know of her? Li Shanshu's expression darkened. He fixed his gaze on Shen Li, his eyes sharp as blades. What exactly have you seen? Shen Li retrieved the piece of paper from his pocket and placed it upon the table. The students beheld it. Minister Li picked up the paper, and upon seeing the depicted jade pendant, his fingers quivered slightly. After a long silence, he sighed deeply. What is destined to come will eventually arrive. He returned the paper to Shen Li and spoke slowly. Lin Wanqing was the most talented among the officials of that era. She served as an editor in the Hamlin Academy, well-versed in classical texts and history, her prose exquisite and her character upright. She was the principal author of the reform proposals. What became of her afterwards? She was exiled to Lingnan, replied Minister Li, but she vanished during her journey into exile. Some say she succumbed to illness. Others claim she escaped, while some assert she was silenced. The truth remains unknown. She is missing, not deceased, but missing. Shen Li clenched his fists. Could this Lin Wanqing be his birth mother, Xiao Wanqing? To evade persecution. She might have changed her name and hidden herself within the Shen household? It is highly plausible. And what this jade pendant? He inquired. This is the token of the Lu family, Minister Li explained. Years ago, Lord Lu crafted a batch of jade pendants to connect with his supporters. Each recipient received one as a credential. The shattering of a pendant signifies that its bearer has either perished or severed ties with the Lu family. He paused. Shen Li, let this matter rest here. Do not investigate further. The events of 20 years past involve too many entanglements. The more one knows, the greater the peril. Yet the student believes this relates to his lineage, Shen Li asserted. Minister Li was taken aback. Your lineage? Shen Li hesitated, but eventually divulged part of the truth. My birth mother, Xiao Wanqing, may indeed be the same person as Lin Wanqing. She concealed her identity, married into the Shun household, and ultimately fell victim to poison. The student wishes to uncover who she truly was and why she was pursued. Minister Li regarded him with a complex gaze. After a prolonged moment, he rose and moved to the window, turning his back to Shen Li. If this is indeed the case, what you seek to uncover transcends mere familial vengeance. He turned to face Shen Li. The failure of the reform 20 years ago was orchestrated by a greater, more sinister force. The conservatives, in their zeal to uphold traditional laws, would stop at nothing to suppress the reformists. Yet mere suppression would not suffice to eradicate them completely, unless the reformists had uncovered secrets that were meant to remain hidden. Secrets? Shen Li's heart raced. What secrets? I do not know. Minister Li shook his head. But they must be of great significance. Significant enough for someone to resort to murder to silence them. Significant enough that the late emperor secretly investigated the matter. Yet the investigating officials met with mysterious deaths, and the records were sealed away. Another instance of the late emperor's secret investigations. Shen Li recalled the death of his father, Xiao Yu. Minister Li had mentioned that the late emperor had also looked into Xiao Yu's demise. Yet the investigating officials had perished, and the records were sealed. Might these two matters be interconnected? Teacher, may I examine the sealed records? Shen Li asked. Minister Li shook his head. No, those records are locked away in the palace's secret archives. Without a royal edict, no one is permitted to view them. Moreover, he stepped closer to Shen Li, resting a hand on his shoulder. Shen Li, heed my counsel. There are matters better left unknown than known. You are currently a scholar of the Wenhua Academy, a disciple of mine, with a bright future ahead. Do not entangle yourself in these ancient affairs. They are far too perilous. Shen Li gazed at the concerned expression of Li Shangshu, understanding that his intentions were genuinely for his well-being. However, some matters cannot be evaded simply by wishing to avoid them. Teacher, I comprehend, he murmured. Li Shangshu sighed in relief. That is good to hear. Return now and focus on your studies in preparation for the upcoming monthly examination. As for other matters, we shall address them in due course. Shen Li rose, bowed, and departed from the duty room. Yet, resolute determination had already taken root within him. He would investigate. He must uncover the truth, not solely for his biological mother, but also for those unjustly silent souls from 2 decades past. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Su Yin engrossed in a book. Noticing Shen Li's return, he looked up. Young Master Shen, you appear unwell. I am fine, Shen Li replied, merely a bit fatigued. He settled at his desk and retrieved the paper, scrutinizing it once more. The broken jade pendant, a token of the Liu family. Did Liu Qingxi know of this matter? If he were aware, what would his reaction be? Shen Li resolved that when next he encountered Liu Qingxi, he would seek clarity on the subject. Little did he anticipate that the opportunity would present itself so swiftly. That very night, as Shen Li prepared to rest, Mo Zhu unexpectedly knocked on his door. Young Master Liu has arrived and awaits you outside. Shen Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly donned his outer garment and followed Mo Zhu out. The Wenhua Academy enforced strict entry regulations, forbidding students from entering or exiting at will. Yet, Liu Qingxi had evidently employed some method to persuade the gatekeeper to allow him entrance, waiting in a small pavilion outside the student quarters. Upon Shen Li's arrival, he found Liu Qingxi standing in the pavilion, his back turned, gazing at the moonlit sky. Young Master Liu, Shen Li approached. Liu Qingxi turned to face him, his expression grave. Shen Li, there's something I must inform you. What is it? Xiaozhua has sent word that Tuoba Hong has discovered the border defense map is a forgery, Liu Qingxi whispered, barely containing his anger. He is currently rallying forces in preparation for retribution. You may be his target, or perhaps Xiaozhua. Shen Li's heart sank. The impending confrontation had finally arrived. When will this occur? It remains uncertain, yet it is likely to be soon, Liu Qingxi replied. The Night Watch has intensified surveillance on the Honglu Temple. But Tuoba Hong is cunning and may employ alternative methods. He looked directly at Shen Li. In the coming days, do not leave Wenhua Academy. Mo Zhu will provide you with close protection. I will find a way to communicate with Xiao Zhua. Shen Li nudda, understood. Lu Qingxi regarded him, hesitating to speak further. Is there something else, young Master Lu? Shen Li inquired. After a moment of silence, Lu Qingxi suddenly produced an object from his robes and handed it to Shen Li. It was a jade pendant, round, crafted from white jade, engraved with the character for Lu in its center. Yet, this pendant was whole, unmarred by any fracture. Shen Li was momentarily stunned. This was left to me by my father, Lu Qingxi explained. He instructed that if one day someone came bearing the other half of the jade pendant, I must assist him. Shen Li's heart skipped a beat as he retrieved the paper from his own garment and unfurled it. The depiction of the jade pendant on the parchment mirrored the one in Lu Qingxi's possession, save for the fact that the drawing was of a broken piece. Whereas Lu Qingxi held the complete version. Lu Qingxi, upon seeing the paper, his expression shifted. Where did you acquire this? From the library, Shen Li replied. In a manuscript from 20 years ago. Lu Qingxi took the paper, studying it intently, his fingers trembling slightly. He lifted his head and gazed at Shen Li. A myriad of emotions reflected in his eyes. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It pertains to an event from 20 years past, in which the Lu family was involved. Shen Li inquired, young Master Lu, could you unveil the truth to me? Lu Qingxi closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he reopened them, his gaze had solidified with resolve. Very well, I shall tell you. However, this is not a suitable place for such discussions. Tomorrow at noon, I will await you at the Qingfeng Tea House in the southern part of the city. Come alone. He pressed the intact jade pendant into Shen Li's hand. Take this. If I fail to arrive tomorrow, or if anything untoward occurs, present this jade pendant to my father. With that, he turned and vanished into the night. Shen Li stood in the pavilion, clutching the still warm pendant, his heart tumultuous. Secrets from 20 years ago, the death of his father, the identity of his birth mother, the Lu family's involvement, and Tuoba Hong's vengeance. All the threads were gradually converging. Tomorrow, he might uncover a truth that could overturn everything. He tightened his grip on the pendant and looked up at the night sky. The moon was full, yet dark clouds were gathering around it. A storm was imminent. Chapter 32 end. Chapter 33. The poetry gathering the following day marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, and as per tradition, the Wenhua Academy was to host a poetry gathering. This event is a time-honored custom at the Academy, celebrated each year during the Mid-Autumn, Double Ninth, and New Year's Eve festivals, bringing together students to recite poetry and showcase their talents. For students from humble backgrounds, it was a rare opportunity to shine. For those from noble families, it served as a means to solidify their status and forge connections. However, for Shen Li, it was merely an inconvenience. He needed to meet Lu Qingxi today to uncover the truth from 20 years ago. The gathering commenced at the hour of the snake and continued until the hour of the rooster, while his appointment with Lu Qingxi was set for noon. He had to sneak away from the gathering without attracting attention. Complicating matters, Lu Yunzhu had sought him out specifically, relaying that Master Zhou had summoned him to attend the gathering and insisted that he compose at least one poem. Master Zhou remarked that as a disciple of Minister Li, you must not only excel at solving cases, but also possess literary flair. Lu Yunzhu said, a glint of mischief in his expression. You must prepare well, young Master Shen, lest you bring shame upon Minister Li. Shen Li recognized this as a deliberate challenge from Master Zhou. Despite having spent the past 2 months intensifying his studies in history and literature, he understood that mastery of poetry and prose could not be achieved in a short span. The original owner of his identity had scant educational background, and he himself had been a criminal investigator devoid of any poetic training. He contemplated declining the invitation, but Su Yin discreetly advised him, young Master Shen, you cannot refuse. To do so would be to slight Master Zhou, and he would only target you further. With no other recourse, he resolved to face the challenge head-on. As the hour of the snake struck, the poetry gathering commenced in the Zhongxin Hall of Wenhua Academy. The hall was elegantly adorned, with calligraphy and paintings from renowned masters gracing the walls, and dozens of low tables arranged in the center where students sat on the floor. The instructors were seated in the front row, with Master Zhou positioned in the center, flanked by instructor Chun and several other teachers. Shen Li chose a corner seat in an effort to minimize his presence, but Master Zhou's keen eye quickly found him. Shen Li, Master Zhou called out, "Come to the front. As a disciple of Minister Li, how can you sulk in the corner?" All eyes turned toward him, with no choice but to comply. Shen Li stood and made his way to the front row, taking a seat directly opposite Lu Yunzhu as designated by Master Zhou. Lu Yunzhu smiled at him, her expression brimming with the anticipation of a spectacle. The poetry gathering commenced. Initially, several instructors presented their compositions, predominantly themed around the moon and autumn, adorned with ornate language, yet lacking in originality. Subsequently, students from Class A took the stage, some of whom displayed genuine talent, eliciting nods of approval from the instructors. However, when it was Class B and Class C's turn, the quality varied significantly. Some struggled to form coherent lines, while others resorted to reciting the verses of predecessors. Shen Li remained silent, hoping that Master Zhou might overlook him. However, that was an unlikely prospect. "Shen Li," Master Zhou finally called out, "It is your turn." The room fell into a hush, all eyes fixated on Shen Li, their gazes a mix of schadenfreude, sympathy, and curiosity. Rising to his feet, Shen Li's mind raced. He was not adept at composing poetry, but could recite from memory, having memorized numerous classical poems in his past life. He contemplated selecting one that would suit the occasion and could pass as his own work. Yet, which one to choose? It could not be overly famous, lest this world recognize it, nor could it be too mediocre for fear of ridicule. He recalled Li Bai's invitation to wine. Though grand in its momentum, it was excessively lengthy and too well-known. Du Fu's Moonlit Night? Too melancholic. Wang Wei's Autumn Night in the Mountains? Too reclusive. As he hesitated, Master Zhou urged him, "What is this? Are you unable to compose?" Taking a deep breath, Shen Li resolved to take a risk. He chose a relatively obscure yet fitting poem for the Mid-Autumn Festival, Zhang Jiuling's Looking at the Moon with Longing. The students braced themselves for an embarrassing display. He spoke with a calm voice, announcing the title, Looking at the Moon. He then began to recite, "On the sea rises the bright moon. At this moment shared across the vast horizon. Lovers lament the long night, their yearning igniting throughout the evening. Extinguishing the candle, they pity the full light. Donning garments to feel the morning dew. Unable to gift it in hand, they return to dream of a cherished reunion." A 5-character regulated verse, 8 lines totaling 40 characters. Each were a gem, especially the opening couplet, "On the sea rises the bright moon, at this moment shared across the vast horizon," evokes a vastness of spirit and profound emotion. Upon finishing, the hall was enveloped in silence. Everyone was taken aback, including Master Zhou, who stared at Shen Li, his expression shifting from disdain to astonishment, then to skepticism. "Did you compose this poem?" Master Zhou inquired, his voice trembling slightly. With a stiff resolve, Shen Li replied, "It was something the student dreamt of. Upon waking, I noted it down, unaware of its merit." The notion of deriving inspiration from dreams was rather esoteric. Yet in this era, it was not uncommon for literati to claim poetic inspiration from dreams. Master Zhou repeated the phrase dreamt of with a sudden cold laughter. "What a delightful notion. Shen Li, do you take me for a mere child? The grandeur, the meaning, the diction of this poem far exceeds what a 16-year-old lad could possibly compose. Now, where did you copy it from?" Indeed, suspicion had arisen. Shen Li, having anticipated this, responded calmly, "The student would not dare deceive. It is truly from a dream. If the instructor does not believe me, he may test the student with other poems. For I assure you, my abilities are limited." He admitted his lack of poetic skill, yet maintained that this poem was derived from a dream, effectively returning the ball to Master Zhou. "If you do not believe me, you may challenge me with other topics, but do not blame me for my shortcomings." Master Zhou's complexion darkened. He genuinely wished to further challenge Shen Li. Yet today was a poetry gathering, not an exam, and being overly critical would reflect poorly on his own character. Moreover, the poem recently recited by Shen Li was indeed breathtaking. If it was indeed of his own creation, then one would be stifling talent. Conversely, if it were not his work, yet one failed to produce evidence, It would be a source of personal humiliation. Caught in this dilemma, Chen Jiaoshi interjected, "Master Zhou, poetry gatherings are meant to be refined affairs. Why must we be so pedantic?" Whether or not this poem is penned by Shen Li, the very fact that it is remembered and recited in this context speaks to his earnestness. I propose we continue the gathering, lest we spoil the mood. He offered a gracious way out for Master Zhou, taking a deep breath to quell his ire. Master Zhou conceded, "Chen Jiaoshi is right. Shen Li, please take your seat." Shen Li sat down, feeling a sigh of relief. He had navigated this perilous moment. The poetry gathering resumed, yet the atmosphere had shifted. Many attendees cast furtive glances at Shen Li, their expressions a mixture of complexity. Lu Yinzhou regarded Shen Li with surprise, frustration, and a hint of admiration. Shen Li paid no heed to these observations. He awaited the opportune moment to slip away as midday approached. As the gathering progressed into its latter half, a servant brought in refreshments. The scholars were given a brief respite to enjoy tea, snacks, and discussions of their poetic works. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Li rose, feigning a need to visit the restroom, and discreetly exited through a side door of Jingxin Hall. Emoju awaited him outside. Upon seeing Shen Li emerge, he approached with urgency. Young Master Lu is waiting for you at Qingfeng Tea House. I have arranged a carriage through the back door. We can depart now and arrive before noon." Without delay, the two hastened toward the rear exit. The back gate of Wenhua Courtyard was typically locked, but Mo Zhu had preemptively greased the palms of the gatekeeper, offering silver in exchange for allowing Shen Li to step out under the pretense of purchasing some items. Promising a swift return, having successfully exited through the back door, a modest carriage awaited them. They climbed aboard, and the carriage set off immediately. Qingfeng Tea House, located to the south of the city, was a short 15-minute journey from Wenhua Courtyard. The establishment was unremarkable, 2 stories high with few patrons. Mo Zhu disembarked first to ensure safety before signaling for Shen Li to follow. Young Master Lu awaited in a private room on the 2nd floor. "Montag zu Visperet. I will keep watch downstairs." Shen Li nodded and ascended the stairs. On the 2nd floor, there were only 3 private rooms, with the innermost door slightly ajar. He pushed the door open to find Lu Qingxi already inside. The room was small yet tranquil, adorned with a teapot, 2 cups, and several plates of snacks on the table. Lu Qingxi sat by the window, gazing outside. Upon hearing the sound, he turned his head. "You have arrived." He gestured for Shen Li to take a seat. Shen Li settled down and directly inquired, "Young Master Lu, may we speak now?" Lu Qingxi did not respond immediately. He poured a cup of tea for Shen Li and then produced a stack of yellowed papers from his bosom, placing them on the table. "This is a copy of the reform proposal documents from 20 years ago. My father risked much to secretly transcribe a copy and has preserved it until now." Shen Li picked up the topmost sheet and began to read. The documents were meticulously detailed. In the spring of the 23rd year of Jinghe, 36 officials, led by Lu Wenyuan, including 12 young gentlemen, jointly submitted a petition titled 10 Proposals for the Reform of Young Gentlemen's Laws. The content included relaxing the examination restrictions for young gentlemen, permitting them to hold positions below the 5th rank, abolishing the monthly physical examination system, and allowing young gentlemen to choose their spouses freely, among other proposals. After the petition was submitted, the late emperor withheld a response. 3 months later, the Minister of Rights, Zhao Go, a conservative leader, submitted a memorial to impeach Lu Wenyuan and others for forming cliques for personal gain, spreading malicious rumors, and undermining the foundation of the nation. The late emperor, enraged, ordered a thorough investigation. As a result, among the 36 officials, 7 were imprisoned and executed, 15 were exiled, 6 were dismissed from their posts, and 8 were demoted. The officials associated with the reform movement faced near total annihilation. Due to our family's background, my father was merely demoted and reinstated 3 years later. Lu Qingxi remarked that this incident became a lifelong burden for him. He felt he had betrayed those who supported the reforms, especially Lin Wanqing. Who exactly is Lin Wanqing? Shen Li inquired. Lu Qingxi gazed at him and slowly began. Lin Wanqing, originally named Xiao Wanqing, is the young lady of the Xiao family in the northern borders. She is also your mother's biological sister, your aunt. Shen Li's hand trembled, nearly dropping the teacup. Aunt? During the time of the reform proposal, Lin Wanqing was one of the principal authors. Lu Qingxi continued. She was exceptionally talented and fierce in character, holding great prestige among the officials. After the incident, she was supposed to be exiled to Lingnan, but she disappeared en route. My father sought her in secret and ultimately discovered that she had changed her name and was hiding in the Shen residence as a concubine to Shen Chongshan. Why did she hide in the Shen residence? To protect you, Lu Qingxi replied. When Lin Wanqing vanished, she was already with child. The father of the child is Xiao Yu, your father, her cousin. Shen Li's mind buzzed. Xiao Wanqing is Lin Wanqing. She is my aunt, and she was pregnant with Xiao Yu's child. He struggled to organize his thoughts. Are you implying that my biological mother is not Xiao Wanqing, but Lin Wanqing? And Lin Wanqing is my aunt, and she and my father. Lu Qingxi nodded. The Xiao family was wrong back then. Xiao Yu perished in battle, and Xiao Wanqing, your mother, fled to the capital with you. However, there was one survivor from the Xiao family, Lin Wanqing, who was then employed at the Hanlin Academy under the alias Lin. Xiao Wanqing found her and entrusted her with the infant Yu, then took her own life. She took her own life? Shen Li clenched his fists. Why would Xiao Wanqing do that? Because she knew the enemies of the Xiao family would not spare her. Her death was the only way to ensure your safety. Lu Qingxi's voice was somber. Lin Wanqing adopted you, claiming you as her own child. To give you a legitimate identity, she married Shen Chongshan as a concubine. Yet, she was unaware that Shen Chongshan was aligned with the third prince. The third prince discovered her identity and orchestrated her poisoning through the Wang family. So, this is the truth, Shen Li reflected. His biological mother, Xiao Wanqing, sacrificed herself to protect him, while his aunt, Lin Wanqing, married into the Shen family to raise him, ultimately meeting a tragic end. All of this stemmed from the reform proposal 20 years ago, from the Xiao family's downfall, and the ambition of the third prince. What about the jade pendant? Shen Li asked, referring to the broken piece of jade. Lu Qingxi produced the other half of the jade pendant, precisely the piece Shen Li had seen on paper. When the two halves were joined, they fit together seamlessly, forming a complete circle. This was a token from my father to Lin Wanqing, Lu Qingxi explained. When the reforms failed and Lin Wanqing decided to go into hiding, she broke the pendant in two, keeping one half for my father and taking the other with her. She stated that if one day she were to die, or if her descendants came seeking the Lu family, they could recognize each other with this half of the pendant. He handed both halves of the jade pendant to Shen Li. Now, it returns to its rightful owner. Shen Li accepted the pendant, his fingers tracing the fracture marks. This small jade piece bore the sacrifices and promises of 2 generations. Young Master Lu, he lifted his gaze. Why do you share this with me? Lu Qingxi looked at him with unwavering determination. Because my father entrusted me on his deathbed to find Lin Wanqing's descendants and protect them. Furthermore, I wish to fulfill my father's unfinished mission to reform the laws governing men and restore justice to those wronged souls. He paused. Shen Li, you're not alone. You have Xiao Zhuo, Mo, Zhu, me, and those who sacrificed themselves 20 years ago, all watching over you. Shen Li fell silent. He had not anticipated the weight of the truth, nor the multitude of expectations he bore upon his shoulders. As for Tuoba Hong, I have already made arrangements. Lu Qingxi stated. Xiao Zhuo's night watch has firmly set its sights on the Blood Eagle Guard. Tuoba Hong plans to strike after the poetry meeting concludes, ambushing you on your way back to Wenhua Academy. But we shall turn the tables and lay a trap. The poetry meeting? An ambush? Shen Li's expression shifted alarmingly. When does the meeting end? At the hour of you. Lu Qingxi glanced skyward, noting the time was currently the hour of Wei, leaving them with 2 hours remaining. 2 hours. That is sufficient. I must return to Wenhua Academy. Shen Li rose. Leaving the poetry meeting early could arouse suspicion. I shall escort you. Lu Qingxi also stood, but do exercise caution. Master Zhou has suffered a setback today and will undoubtedly seek revenge. After the poetry meeting, I will arrange for someone to meet you near Wenhua Academy. Agreed. The two descended the stairs, where Mo Zhu awaited by the carriage. Upon seeing Shen Li, he exhaled in relief. Young master, It is time to return. The three of them boarded the carriage, which set off towards Wenhua Academy. Throughout the journey back, Shen Li remained silent, digesting all that he had just learned. His birth mother, his aunt, his father, the Liu family. Every clue from the reform case 2 decades prior connected like a tapestry. Yet, one inquiry lingered. Young Master Liu, he began, who was responsible for framing the Xiao family back then. Liu Qingxi contemplated for a moment before revealing 3 words, the third prince. As expected, yet the third prince had only been 8 years old at the time. Shen Li remarked, he must have had someone behind him. Indeed, Liu Qingxi nodded. It was his maternal clan, as well as Minister Zhao Go. Although Zhao Go has since retired, his son Zhao Mingde currently serves as the Minister of Rights and is also Master Zhou supporter. The Minister of Rights, Master Zhou, and the third prince, a clear line of connection emerged. Shen Li clenched his fists. These individuals had orchestrated the annihilation of the Xiao family, the demise of his parents and aunt, and the downfall of the reformers from 20 years ago. He would make them pay the price. The carriage halted at the back gate of Wenhua Academy. Shen Li and Mo Zhu disembarked, while Liu Qingxi nodded to them from the carriage before it departed. As Shen Li stealthily re-entered Wenhua Academy through the back door, he was met with a cacophony of voices near the Zhengxin Hall. The poetry meeting had not yet concluded, but it appeared that chaos had erupted. He strode inside swiftly, only to find the hall in disarray. Several students were gathered, encircling a figure sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. It was Liu Yunzhu. Master Zhou's face turned ashen as he directed others. Quickly, fetch a doctor. Hurry. A chill ran down Shen Li's spine. This is not a mere ailment. It is poisoning. He hurried forward, crouching down to examine Liu Yunzhao. The dilated pupils, the frothing at the mouth, and the convulsions of the limbs were indeed symptoms of poisoning. What had he consumed? Shen Li inquired of the scholar beside him. He just drank some tea and had a pastry. Shen Li glanced at the teacup in front of Liu Yunzhao. There was still half a cup of tea remaining. He picked it up and sniffed it, detecting a faint bitter almond scent. Cyanide? Or something else? He promptly pried open Liu Yunzhao's mouth and inserted his fingers to induce vomiting. Liu Yunzhao retched violently, expelling a mass of foul matter, yet his symptoms did not alleviate. Bring milk, Shen Li shouted to Mo Zhu, urgently. Mo Zhu dashed out immediately. The dining hall of Wenhua Academy had milk, and soon a bowl was brought forth. Shen Li accepted it and poured it into Liu Yunzhao's mouth. Milk can dilute the poison, buying precious time. Where's the doctor? Master Zhou asked anxiously. He has been summoned, but it will take at least a quarter of an hour, a teacher replied. A quarter of an hour? Liu Yunzhao might not last that long. Shen Li gritted his teeth and withdrew a small porcelain vial from his robe, a life-saving antidote given to him by Liu Qingxi. He poured out a pill and placed it into Liu Yunzhao's mouth. What have you given him? Master Zhou demanded. An antidote, Shen Li replied. We cannot wait for the doctor any longer. Master Zhou seemed poised to protest further, but upon noticing that Liu Yunzhao's symptoms appeared to ease somewhat, he fell silent. A quarter of an hour later, the doctor arrived. After diagnosing, he confirmed it was indeed poisoning, but fortunately, the timely intervention had prevented the full manifestation of the toxin. Thanks to that bowl of milk and the antidote, the doctor remarked, otherwise, even a deity could not have saved him. Liu Yunzhao was carried away to rest. Master Zhou turned to Shen Li, his gaze complex. How did you know it was poisoning? And how do you possess an antidote? I have a modest understanding of medicine. Shen Li replied. The antidote was provided by Minister Li as a precaution. He invoked Minister Li as a shield. Master Zhou, seemingly satisfied, refrained from further inquiries, though his expression remained grim. The poetry gathering had been marred by this poisoning incident, leaving him, the host, unable to absolve himself of responsibility. Investigate, he commanded sharply. Inspect all the tea and pastries. Discover who administered the poison. The teachers began their examinations. Soon, the results were in. Only Liu Yunzhao's tea was poisoned. The others were unharmed. The target was clear. It was directed at Liu Yunzhao. Yet Shen Li understood that this poison may not have been intended for Liu Yunzhao, but rather for him. Sitting opposite Liu Yunzhao, they had used identical tea sets, which could have been swapped. The perpetrator was likely aligned with the third prince's faction or Tuoba Hong's people. The poetry gathering concluded hastily. Master Zhou was preoccupied with addressing the poisoning incident, leaving no time to further harass Shen Li. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Li slipped back to his dormitory. Closing the door, he leaned against it and exhaled deeply. So much had transpired today. The challenges at the poetry gathering, the meeting with Lu Qingzi, the revelation of the truth, and Lu Yunzhao's poisoning. However, he knew that the true crisis had yet to unfold. Tuoba Hong's retribution awaited him that very night. He needed to prepare himself. Chapter 33 and Chapter 34. A night foray into forbidden grounds. The incident of Lu Yunzhao's poisoning had caused an uproar within Wenhua Academy. The son of the Minister of Rites had been poisoned at a poetry gathering, a blatant affront to Wenhua Academy, the Ministry of Rites, and even the court itself. In the dead of night, Master Zhou reported the incident, prompting both the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice to dispatch officials for an investigation. The Wenhua Academy was placed under strict lockdown, prohibiting all students from leaving, while guards patrolled the dormitory area. Shen Li was summoned for questioning. He recounted the events of discovering the poisoning, inducing vomiting, administering milk, and the antidote. After recording his statements, the investigating officials did not press him further, merely advising him to remain within the academy for the time being. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already the hour of the dog. Su Yan, still awake, hurriedly inquired, "Young Master Shun, are you unscathed?" "I am well," Shen Li replied with a shake of his head. "How is Lu Yunzhao?" The physician stated that the poison had been neutralized, but he required several days of rest. In a hushed tone, Su Yan added, "I've heard that the perpetrator has yet to be found. Master Zhou is furious and demands a thorough investigation." Shen Li remained silent, moving to the window to gaze outside. The night was thick, yet the Wenhua Academy was ablaze with light, guards brandishing torches patrolling the grounds, the atmosphere taut with tension. However, his concerns lay elsewhere. He was troubled by Tuoba Hong. According to Lu Qingzi's information, Tuoba Hong was poised to act tonight, but with the academy under lockdown. Could he still gain entry? If he could not, would it alter his plans? Lost in thought, a faint tapping noise reached his ears from outside, a sequence of 3 long and 2 short knocks, the signal from Mo Zhu. Shen Li turned to Su Yan and said, "You should rest. I must step out for a moment. It's late, and the instructor's 1 tea permitted." Su Yan expressed his concern. "I'll return shortly." Shen Li donned a dark outer garment from the wardrobe and retrieved a small cloth pouch containing a dagger, a pistol, and a sedative from beneath his bed. He quietly opened the door and slipped outside. Guards patrolled the courtyard, but Shen Li, familiar with the route, navigated through a back path leading to the wall. Mo Zhu awaited him there. "Young master," she whispered, "Lu Gongzi has sent word. There's been a change in plans." "What alteration?" Shen Li inquired. Tuoba Hong did not ambush outside the Wenhua Academy as originally intended, and Mo Zhu explained. "The target of the Blood Eagle Guard tonight is not the academy, but the Honglu Temple." "The Honglu Temple?" Shen Li was taken aback. "But Tuoba Hong resides there. Why would he target it?" Lu Gongzi suspects that Tuoba Hong is employing a tactic of diversion, and Mo Zhu continued. "He has deliberately leaked information about intending to abduct you, aiming to draw away the Night Watch, while he pursues other objectives at the Honglu Temple." Understanding dawned upon Shen Li. Tuoba Hong was aware of the Night Watch's protection around him and knew that a direct confrontation would be futile. Thus, he altered his strategy. "Lu Gongzi has instructed us to remain on standby," and Mo Zhu added. "She has already informed Lord Xiao, and the Night Watch is redirecting to the Honglu Temple." "But what if Tuoba Hong's target remains me?" Shen Li pundarat. "What if he has an insider within the academy?" And Mo Zhu fell silent. This possibility indeed loomed large. "I must go to the Honglu Temple," Shen Li declared suddenly. "Young master," and Mo Zhu gasped, "that is far too perilous." "Yet I must go," Shen Li insisted. "I must ascertain Tuoba Hong's intentions." He paused before adding, "Moreover, Xiao Yu's token still lies in his possession. I must retrieve it. It is the sole relic left by my father." Recognizing that she could not dissuade him, and Mo Zhu acquiesced, "Then I shall accompany you." "No, you must remain at the Wenhua Academy," Shen Li countered. "Should anyone seek me, assist in managing the situation. I shall return before dawn." "But this is an order." Shen Li isatu nabaruka, no argument. Mo Zhu gritted her teeth and finally nodded yes. Be cautious, my lord. Shen Li scaled the wall and exited the Wenhua courtyard. Outside, a horse awaited him, prepared in advance by Mo Zhu. He mounted swiftly and galloped towards the Honglu Temple, located in the eastern part of the city, designated for the reception of foreign envoys. After the Northern D delegation arrived in the capital, they took residence in the northern courtyard of the Honglu Temple. The area was heavily guarded. However, tonight, due to Tuoba Hong's announcement of an attempted abduction of Shen Li, a portion of the guards have been reassigned. Shen Li dismounted 2 streets away from the Honglu Temple, tethering his horse in a concealed spot before approaching on foot. The vicinity of the temple was quiet, yet Shen Li sensed the presence of hidden sentinels. He made no effort to disturb them as he scaled the side wall, a location previously indicated by Mo Zhu, where the guard presence was relatively weak. The courtyard lay in darkness, illuminated only by a few lanterns swaying in the wind. Shen Li crept along the wall towards the northern courtyard. This area was an independent small courtyard containing 3 rooms. The central room was Tuoba Hong's quarters, while the flanking rooms were occupied by the Blood Eagle guards. At that moment, light emanated from the central room, casting the silhouettes of 2 figures on the paper window. Shen Li stealthily approached, concealing himself in the shadow beneath the window. Inside, Tuoba Hong was conversing with a man clad in black, speaking not in the Han language, but in the tongue of the Northern D. Shen Li could not comprehend the words, yet he sensed the intensity of their exchange. Suddenly, Tuoba Hong exclaimed in Han, "That item must be secured tonight. Otherwise, our journey will have been in vain." "What item?" Shen Li held his breath, straining to listen. The man in black replied, "Your Highness, the storeroom of the Honglu Temple is heavily guarded. Our men cannot penetrate it. Moreover, Yi Bushio has returned. We are being watched." "Incompetent fools. What use are you to me?" "Your Highness, please calm your anger." Another voice interjected, speaking in Han, but with a peculiar accent. "There's an alternative method." "What method?" "To draw the tiger away from its mountain," the voice explained. "We shall set a fire, igniting the southern courtyard. The guards will rush to extinguish the flames, and amidst the chaos, we can breach the storeroom." "A fire?" Shen Li felt a chill run down his spine. The Honglu Temple housed a vast array of documents and tributes. A conflagration would yield catastrophic consequences. After a moment of silence, Tuoba Hong acquiesced. "Very well. Make the arrangements. Strike in 1 hour." "Understood." The man in black exited the room, prompting Shen Li to hastily conceal himself behind a pillar. Watching as the figure hurried towards the southern courtyard, he had to thwart their plans. But how could he? Alone, he could not contend with so many Blood Eagle guards. Seeking Ibushio? There was no time. Shen Li's mind raced. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He quietly departed the northern courtyard, making his way towards the main building of the Honglu Temple, which served as the office for the officials and was likely deserted at night. He climbed through a window, located writing materials, and swiftly penned a note. The Northern D delegation intends to set fire to the southern courtyard. Immediate prevention required. He rolled the note, secured it with a fine thread, and hurled it towards the guard post opposite the main building. The note landed before the sentry, who picked it up and, upon reading it, changed countenance and immediately sounded the alarm. The clang of the bell shattered the tranquility of the night. The Honglu Temple erupted into chaos. What has happened? Where is the trouble? It is not a flood. Someone intends to commit arson. Quick, heighten the vigilance. The guards sprang into action, doubling the number of sentinels at the southern courtyard. Shen Li, concealed in the shadows, observed as the cloaked figures, accompanied by several Blood Eagle guards, stealthily approached the southern courtyard. However, upon noticing the sudden increase in guards, they retreated. The plan had faltered. He exhaled in relief, preparing to depart. Just then, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder. Shen Li's body stiffened, his small dagger sliding into his grasp. "Don't move," a deep voice resonated in his ear. "Follow me." The language was Mandarin, yet tinged with a Northern D accent. Shen Li slowly turned to find a tall figure, the cloaked man who had suggested arson earlier, standing beside Tuoba Hong. The man's face was obscured, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered like a wolf's in the darkness. Shen Li, is it? The cloaked figure murmured. My lord wishes to meet you, and if I choose not to, then do not blame me for being impolite. The cloaked man flipped his wrist, a curved blade pressing against Shen Li's waist. You disrupted our plans, and my lord is quite displeased. However, if you cooperate, he might grant you mercy. Shen Li refrained from resisting. He understood the futility of defiance, surrounded as he was by blood eagle guards. Lead the way. The cloaked figure escorted Shen Li around to the back door of the northern courtyard, where a carriage awaited. The man pushed Shen Li inside before taking a seat himself. The carriage jolted to life, departing from the Honglu temple. It was dim within, and Shen Li could detect the mingling scents of leather and blood emanating from the cloaked figure. His hands were bound behind him, but the restraints were not overly tight, likely to facilitate movement. Where are you taking me? Shen Li inquired. You will know when we arrive, the cloaked man replied. The carriage wound through the city before finally halting in a secluded alleyway. The cloaked man compelled Shen Li to disembark and led him into a dilapidated mansion. The premises were in ruin, the courtyard overrun with weeds. A solitary oil lamp flickered in the main hall, where Tuoba Hong sat beneath its glow, idly toying with an object. As Shen Li drew nearer, he recognized it as a waist tag from the Northern Frontier Army, inscribed with the name Xiao Yu. His father's possession. Shen Li, we meet again, Tuoba Hong said, lifting his gaze to meet Shen Li's. You are more formidable than I anticipated. Shen Li remained silent, fixated on the waist tag. Noticing his gaze, Tuoba Hong chuckled. Do you desire this? Very well, you may exchange it for something. What do you want? The other half of the treasure map. Tuoba Hong declared. The fragment you provided can only lead to the periphery of the treasure. The true route to enter lies upon the other half. So that was the reason. It made sense why Tuoba Hong lingered in the capital after acquiring the map. He needed the other half. I do not know where the other half is, Shen Li stated. You do know, Tuoba Hong asserted, rising to stand before Shen Li. The other half of the map is among the belongings your mother left you. My birth mother as possessions? Shen Li recalled the jade hairpin, which indeed concealed a map. But merely half of it. Was there more? My mother left me only the jade hairpin, he replied. The hairpin contains only half the map. No, there is something else. Tuoba Hong fixed his gaze upon Shen Li's eyes. Before Xiao Wanxing passed, she sewed the most important item into your swaddling cloth. Where's that swaddling cloth now? Swaddling cloth? Shen Li was taken aback. In the memories of the original owner, there indeed existed an old swaddling blanket, left behind by his biological mother. The Wang family deemed it inauspicious and discarded it in a corner of the woodshed. The original owner secretly retrieved it and concealed it beneath the bed. After traversing through time, Shen Li encountered that tattered swaddling blanket while sorting through items, but he paid it no heed. Could it be that you have recalled it? Tuo Bohan chuckled, saying, If you hand me the swaddling blanket, I shall return your waist token. A fair exchange. Shen Li fell silent, weighing the pros and cons. There might indeed be something within the swaddling blanket. However, if he surrendered it to Taoboan, he would effectively be entrusting the secrets of a Xiao family to an adversary. But how can I ascertain the truth of your claim regarding my father's waist token? Shen Li inquired. What if the swaddling blanket contains nothing at all? I can allow you to examine the waist token first. Tuobohan generously extended the token. It belonged to Xiao Yu, standard issue for the Northern Frontier Army, with his birth date engraved on the reverse. You should recognize your father's handwriting. Shen Li accepted the waist token. It was made of bronze, the edges worn, the front inscribed with Vice General Xiao Yu of the Northern Frontier Army, and indeed, a small inscription on the back read, Born on the 7th day of the 3rd month in the 1st year of Shen Li. It was his father's birth date. His fingers traced the engravings, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. This father, whom he had never met, had left him the sole relic, now in the possession of an enemy. So what will it be? Tuo Bohan asked. Will you trade? Shen Li lifted his gaze. The swaddling blanket is at Wenhua courtyard, but I cannot return at this moment. This is easily resolved, Tuo Bohan replied. I shall send someone to retrieve it. Write a letter, instructing your servant to bring the swaddling blanket. He will not believe it. Then you must go in person, Tuo Bohan insisted. I will allow you to return. By noon tomorrow, bring the swaddling blanket to the land temple west of the city. We will exchange. He paused, adding, "Do not attempt any tricks. If you dare to bring nothing, I will destroy this waste token." Shen Li gazed at the waste token in his hand, ultimately nodding, "Very well. Splendid." Tua Bohin clapped his hands, and the cloaked figure stepped forward to untie Shen Li. "You may leave now. Remember, tomorrow at noon at the Land Temple." Shen Li turned to depart. As he reached the doorway, Tua Bohin suddenly remarked, "Shen Li, we need not be enemies. Your father was once a friend of mine." Shen Li halted, but did not turn back. "My father said Xiao Yu was a man of integrity, unfortunate to have been born in the wrong era." Tua Bohan's voice drifted. Had he been in the Northern D, he would surely have become the greatest general. Yet he perished in the Dajing. He died at your hands. Shen Li Radurta. "Not mine," Tua Bohan countered. "Those responsible for your father's death were the people of Dajing, those who would stop at nothing for power." Shen Li remained silent as he exited through the door. The night breeze was frigid. He walked along the desolate street, his mind a tumult of thoughts. His father's waste token, the secrets within the swaddling blanket, Tua Bohan's words. He needed to calm himself and clarify his thoughts. Upon returning to Wenhua Courtyard, it was already past midnight. Mo Zhu awaited by the wall, visibly relieved upon seeing Shen Li's return. "Young master, are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Shen Li replied. "Let us return." The two scaled the wall and slipped back into their dormitory. Su Yin was already asleep, and Shen Li and Mo Zhu conversed in hushed tones outside the door. Shen Li recounted the events of the night, including the waste token and the swaddling blanket. Mo Zhu's expression turned grave. "Young master, do you truly intend to negotiate with Tua Bohin? The waste token must be retrieved." Shen Li remarked that the item in the swaddling could not be given to him. What should be done then? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Li instructed, "You shall leave the city at dawn tomorrow and seek out Lord Xiao. Inform him of the situation here and request that he lay in ambush near the Earth God Temple. When the time is right, we shall act accordingly." "Understood." Mo Zhu nodded, yet expressed concern, "But, my lord, it is too perilous for you to go alone." "I shall exercise caution," Shen Li reassured her. "Moreover, Tua Bohan will not attempt to harm me for the time being. He requires my presence." He imparted some additional details before sending Mo Zhu off to rest. Once back in his chamber, Shen Li dragged out an old chest from beneath the bed. Inside lay various belongings of the original owner, including the tattered swaddling. He extracted the swaddling and examined it closely under the oil lamp. The fabric was a deep blue coarse cloth, faded from washing with frayed edges. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet as Shen Li meticulously felt his way along its surface, he indeed discovered a hard object nestled in one corner. Cautiously, he unstitched it, revealing a small cloth pouch. Within the pouch was a piece of thin parchment, identical in texture to the one in Yu Zhan's possession. The parchment depicted the other half of the map that, when united with Tua Bohan's fragment, would form a complete picture. However, beyond the map, there were also inscribed words. "The hidden treasure is not wealth, but the century-long efforts of the Xiao family. To possess, it is to prosper a nation. To lose, it is to bring about its ruin. Tread carefully." Not a treasure? Shen Li was taken aback. He had always believed that the Xiao family's hidden treasures consisted of gold, silver, jewels, and weapons. Yet, it seemed otherwise. What could it be? Military treatises? Strategies? Or something entirely different? He meticulously stored the map away and restitched the swaddling before beginning to contemplate the plan for the following day. Tua Bohan sought the complete map, yet he remained oblivious to the true nature of the hidden treasure. If he were to discover that the treasure posed a potential threat to the Northern D, what would he do? Would he abandon the transaction, or would he desire it even more? Shen Li was uncertain. He needed to confer with Xiao Zhua, but time was of the essence. Mo Zhu would be departing the city at dawn and could return no sooner than noon. The trade was set for noon. He had to make a decision independently. Gazing at the flickering flame of the oil lamp, Shen Li resolved. The map must not be relinquished to Tua Bohan. Yet his father's waste token must be retrieved. He was prepared to take a risk, betting that Tua Bohan was unaware of the true contents of the hidden treasure, hoping that he would concede for the sake of the map. Should the gamble fail, Shen Li tightened his grip on the dagger, realizing that he would have no choice but to resort to force. Outside, the crowing of roosters heralded the approaching dawn. Chapter 34 concludes. Chapter 35. Conversations between master and apprentice. The following morning, before dawn, Missouri Zhu set out. Shen Li accompanied him to the back gate of Wenhua Academy, watching as he mounted his horse and vanished into the morning mist. Upon returning to his quarters, Su Yan was already awake, busily arranging his desk. Noticing Shen Li's early return, he paused momentarily. "Young Master Shen, you rise so early?" "Yes, just needed some fresh air," Shen Li replied casually. Su Yan appeared as though he wished to say something further, yet ultimately nodded and resumed his tidying. Shen Li settled on the edge of his bed, preparing the items he would require for the day ahead. The dagger concealed in his sleeve, the handgun secured at his waist, and the narcotic and antidote neatly separated. He had meticulously crafted a counterfeit map, altering several key routes to ensure it appeared genuine, yet would lead to nowhere. The authentic map was discreetly sewn into the lining of his inner garment. Just as he completed this task, there was a knock at the door. "Is Shen Li present?" inquired a servant from the teaching office. "Yes," Shen Li replied, opening the door. The servant handed him a note. "Minister Li requests your presence in his office after class. He has matters to discuss with you." "Understood." Once the servant departed, Shen Li examined the note, his brow furrowing slightly. It was uncommon for Minister Li to seek him out, especially on such a significant day. Was it mere coincidence, or had he uncovered something? Suppressing his unease, he began to prepare for class. Today's lecture was on criminal law by Master Chen. Although Master Chen delivered his lecture with his usual brilliance, Shen Li found himself somewhat distracted, glancing occasionally out the window as he calculated the passage of time. Mo Zhu should have already exited the city, and he might now be meeting Xiao Zhuang. What would Xiao Zhuang do? Would he consent to the plan, or would he directly surround the land temple with troops? There were still 2 hours remaining until the midday transaction. After class, Shen Li gathered his belongings and prepared to head to Minister Li's office. Su Yan approached him. "Young Master Shen, may I accompany you?" "No need," Shen Li replied. "Minister Li likely has important matters to discuss with me. You should return to the dormitory and wait for me." However, Su Yan hesitated. "I heard about Lu Yunzhou's poisoning yesterday. Master Zhou is still investigating and may cause you trouble." "It's fine," Shen Li reassured him, patting his shoulder. "I can handle it." He then proceeded alone to Minister Li's office. On the way, he encountered several fellow students, who regarded him with curious glances and whispered among themselves. Shen Li paid them no mind and continued directly to the office. Upon entering, he found Minister Li engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Shen Li's arrival, he set the book aside and gestured for him to take a seat. "Teacher," Shen Li greeted him respectfully. "Sit," Minister Li replied, observing him closely. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Shen Li was momentarily taken aback. Minister Li's keen eyes had discerned his fatigue at once. "A bit," he admitted. "Is it because of Lu Yunzhou's poisoning?" "Yes," Shen Li followed up. "I am somewhat concerned." Minister Li nodded, taking a sip from his teacup before suddenly asking, "Did you go out last night?" Shen Li's heart raced. He lifted his gaze to meet Minister Li's, who maintained a calm demeanor, yet his eyes held a profound depth, as if capable of penetrating any facade. "The guard at the back gate of Wenhua Academy is one of my people," Minister Li stated. "He informed me that you left through the back gate at midnight and returned only at dawn. Where did you go?" Shen Li fell silent, contemplating how to respond. Should he speak the truth or fabricate an excuse? "I went to the Honglu Temple." Ultimately, he resolved to be partially forthcoming. "Ministe li exhibita, no surpresa, mare li inquiring." "Did you meet Tuoba Hong?" "Yes." "Why?" Shen Li retrieved a corner of the note depicting the counterfeit map, along with Tuoba Hong's demands, and handed it to Minister Li. Minister Li accepted the note, glanced at it, and his expression darkened. "He seeks Xiao Yu's insignia?" Minister Li asked. "Is the insignia in your possession?" "Yes," Shen Li confirmed. "He said he would exchange the insignia for what I possess." "At the land temple today at noon," Minister Li mused, placing the note down and beginning to pace the room. After a lengthy pause, he turned to Shen Li. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" "I do." "This constitutes treason." The voice of Minister Li was grave. A private transaction with the Prince of Beatty was a capital offense. The student was aware of this. However, Shen Li stated, "The Wei's token belonging to my father must be reclaimed." Minister Li gazed at him, his expression intricate. After a long sigh, he remarked, Shen Li, you are just as obstinate as your father. Shen Li lifted his head. Do you know my father? I do, Minister Li replied, resuming his seat. 20 years ago, Xiao Yu was the youngest deputy general of the Northern Army, while I was a minor official in the Ministry of Punishments. We met several times. He did not resemble a martial general, but rather a scholar, fond of literature and chess. Yet, he was formidable in battle, causing the Beatty people to tremble at the mere mention of his name. His voice drifted, as if recalling distant memories. It is a pity he perished too soon. Do you know how my father died? Shen Li inquired. Minister Li remained silent for a considerable time before slowly responding. Xiao Yu did not die in battle. He was betrayed. As previously mentioned, there was a campaign in which the Northern Army, led by Xiao Yu, executed a successful ambush on the Beatty rear. However, on their way back to camp, they fell into an ambush and were annihilated. He continued. An investigation revealed that someone had leaked the marching route. The culprit was none other than Zhao Wu, the brother of Zhao Go, the commander of the Northern Army at that time. Zhao Go, the Minister of Rights and leader of the Conservatives, he added. Upon learning of this, the late emperor was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. Ultimately, all evidence pointed to Zhao Wu alone. The late emperor intended to execute Zhao Wu, but Zhao Go, along with a faction of elder officials, interceded, claiming Zhao Wu acted out of momentary folly and that his crimes did not warrant death. In the end, Zhao Wu was merely dismissed from his post, while Zhao Go resigned, and the matter faded into obscurity. Minister Li's voice turned icy. Xiao Yu and those 1,000 soldiers died in vain. Shen Li clenched his fists. Once again, it was the Zhao family. Later, the late emperor remained troubled by these events. He secretly dispatched individuals to investigate further, hoping to uncover more evidence. Yet all the officials involved met untimely ends. Minister Li regarded Shen Li. Do you know who was responsible for these deaths? Zhao Go. Not only him, Minister Li replied. There were individuals within the palace, those in the court, and potentially even people from Beatty. The death of Xiao Yu entangled far too many vested interests. Some wished for his demise, others sought to pin the blame on him, and still others aimed to undermine the Xiao family. He paused thus. When the Xiao family was framed, when Xiao Yu perished in battle, and when Xiao Wanxing fled with you, it was all part of the same conspiracy. Shen Li closed his eyes. The truth was indeed shrouded in darkness. Teacher, why do you reveal this to me? He asked. Because I believe you must know, Minister Li stated, and moreover, what you are undertaking now is perilous. Tuoba Hong is no fool. His dealings with you surely harbor ulterior motives. The student acknowledged this. Thus, I have prepared a false map, Shen Li said. A false map may deceive temporarily, but not indefinitely, Minister Li countered, shaking his head. Should Tuoba Hong discover the map's deception, he will undoubtedly retaliate. What will you do then? The student has already sent Mo Zhu to locate Lord Xiao, Shen Li replied. Lord Xiao will lie in ambush near the Land Temple. If Tuoba Hong turns against us, we shall act. And if Tuoba Hong arrives with a multitude? Minister Li queried. What if the Blood Eagle Guard mobilizes entirely? Are you confident? Shen Li fell silent. He was not confident. Minister Li retrieved a wooden box from the shelf and opened it, revealing a black command token within. This is the command token of the Dark Inspector of the Ministry of Justice. He handed the token to Shen Li, who could, with it, access all documents within the ministry, including royal secrets. It allowed for clandestine investigations into any case and even mobilized local officials for assistance. Shen Li was taken aback. A Dark Inspector? What position is this? It is not an official title. Rather, it is a covert role within the Ministry of Justice. Minister Li explained that it had been established by the late emperor specifically to investigate cases that could not be made public. Each Dark Inspector is accountable solely to the Minister of Justice, their identity shrouded in secrecy, wielding significant power but facing considerable risks. He gazed at Shen Li. If you wish to uncover the truth behind your father's demise, to unravel the mysteries of 20 years past, you cannot rely solely on your own efforts. You require authority and resources. This token can provide that for you. Shen Li accepted the token, feeling its weight. Crafted from fine iron, with the words Dark Inspector engraved on one side and the number being 73 on the other, identical to his student ID. Teacher. His voice faltered slightly. Why help me? Because you are Xiao Yu's son, replied Minister Li. Because you possess courage, wisdom, and a sense of justice. And also, he paused. I'm growing old. There are things I wish to accomplish, yet I am unable to. You can. Shen Li grasped the token tightly and bowed deeply. I will not fail the trust you have placed in me, teacher. Very well, Minister Li nodded, but remember, the identity of a dark inspector must remain concealed. The token is to be used only in critical moments, not carelessly. Moreover, your safety is paramount. If you find yourself in danger, retreat immediately. Do not be reckless. The student understood. Minister Li provided further details on how to wield the token. Establish contact with the ministry's covert operatives and relay information. At last, glancing at the sky, he remarked, it is nearly noon. You must head to the land temple. Shen Li tucked away the token and prepared to depart. As he reached the door, Minister Li called out, Shen Li. He turned back. Return alive, Minister Li urged. The unfinished business of your father awaits your resolution. Shen Li nodded solemnly and pushed the door open. There was still half an hour until noon. He returned to his dormitory to retrieve a bundle concealing a false map, then stealthily exited the Wenhua Academy through the back door. He chose to walk rather than ride, making his way toward the land temple. Along the route, he observed his surroundings. The streets were less crowded than usual, with several stalls vacant, as if cleared away. In the distance, a shadow flitted across a rooftop. Was it the night watch or the Blood Eagle Guard? Shen Li could not be certain. He tightened his grip on the dagger concealed within his sleeve. The land temple lay on the western outskirts of the city, quite secluded. Arriving at the temple, just as noon struck, he found the door ajar, revealing Tuoba Hong and 4 Blood Eagle Guards within. Tuoba Hong, holding the waste token, smiled upon seeing Shen Li. Right on time, he remarked, Have you brought the items? Shen Li raised the bundle in his hand. I have. Hand it over. First, give me the waste token. Tuoba Hong raised an eyebrow. How do I know what S in the bundle is genuine? How do I know the waste token is authentic? Shen Li Counterattacks. Tuoba Hong chuckled and tossed the waste token over. Shen Li caught it. Inspecting it closely, it was indeed the same one from yesterday, untouched. Only then did he throw the bundle to Tuoba Hong. He caught it and immediately unstitched the seam, extracting the map within. He unfolded it, aligning it with his own half, and his eyes gleamed with delight. It was complete. He murmured to himself, finally complete. Shen Li put away the waste token and turned to leave. Wait, Tuoba Hong called out to him. Shen Li halted, not turning back. Is there something else? This map. Tuoba Hong's voice held a strange tone. Is it genuine? A sense of tension gripped Shen Li's heart, yet his tone remained composed. Of course it is. Do you doubt it? I believe it, Tuoba Hong replied, but I wish to know what lies within the hidden treasure. Once you possess the map, you can see for yourself. No. Tuoba Hong stepped before Shen Li, locking eyes with him. You must tell me, is the treasure riches or something else? Shen Li gazed into his eyes, suddenly realizing that Tuoba Hong might have already deduced something. I do not know, he replied. My mother only mentioned its significance, without revealing what it was. Could it be blueprints for weapons? Tuoba Hong interjected. The Xiao family has guarded the northern borders for generations and excels in weapon crafting. The hidden treasure must surely contain designs for some formidable weapon or something that could alter the tides of battle. Shen Li remained silent. Tuoba Hong had guessed part of the truth. If it were indeed weapon schematics, it would pose a threat to the Northern D. I must obtain it, Tuoba Hong insisted. Or destroy it. His gaze turned ominous. Shen Li tightened his grip on the dagger. Do you wish to backtrack? No, Tuoba Hong shook his head. The deal is sealed. You may depart. However, I must caution you. I will verify this map at the earliest opportunity. If it proves false, he left the sentence unfinished. But the implication was clear. And if it is true, Shen Li Inkidat. If it is true, we may yet cross paths again. Tuoba Hong smiled. After all, the Northern D and Desheng cannot remain adversaries forever. Perhaps one day we could collaborate. Collaborate? Shen Li Skufain Darnadi. Collaborate with the one who murdered his father? He held his tongue and turned to leave the temple. As he exited, he heard Tuoba Hong call from behind. Shen Li, please extend my regards to your uncle Xiao Zhua. Tell him my father has always missed him. Shen Li paused for a moment, but did not look back, continuing onward. He He walked 2 streets away, ensuring he was not being followed, before he sighed in relief. The deal was concluded. The waste token was reclaimed, and the false map handed over to Tuoba Hong. For the time being, he was safe. Yet, he understood that this safety was only temporary. Once Tuoba Hong discovered the map was counterfeit, retaliation would follow. He needed to act swiftly. Returning to Wenhua Academy, Shen Li sought out Minister Li directly. He recounted his experience at the temple, including Tuoba Hong's speculations and threats. After listening, Minister Li pondered for a moment. Tuoba Hong is not mistaken. The hidden treasure does not consist of riches. It is a compilation of weapon designs and military strategies accumulated by the Shao family across generations. Among them is a design for a divine crossbow, with a range 3 times that of ordinary arrows, possessing immense power. If the Northern D were to acquire it, it would pose a grave threat to Desheng. Indeed, but where's the true map? Shen Li asked. It resides within the jade hairpin your mother left you. Minister Li answered, but it is not a complete map. The hairpin contains but a key. The actual treasure map is in Xiao Zhuo's possession. Shen Li was taken aback. So, Xiao Zhuo had always possessed the complete map? Why had he not informed me? Because the time was not yet right, Minister Li explained. The hidden treasure is of utmost importance. The fewer who know, the better. Moreover, the unlocking of the hidden treasury necessitates 2 keys. One is the jade hairpin, and the other is the blood of the direct lineage of the Shao family. Thus, even if Tuoba Hong possesses half of the map, it is of no avail, for he cannot gain entry. Shen Li understood this. It was precisely why Xiao Zhuo was not in haste to reclaim the map. As Tuoba Hong could not access the treasury. What shall we do now? He inquired. We wait, replied Minister Li. We wait for Tuoba Hong to leave the capital, and for Xiao Zhuo to prepare. In the meantime, you must focus on your studies and prepare for the monthly examination. Furthermore, under the guise of the Dark Inspector, commence the investigation into your father's case. He retrieved a dossier from his drawer. This is a copy of the case file regarding Xiao Yu from years past, which I have discreetly transcribed. Take it home and peruse it. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Shen Li accepted the file, thick and weighty. Thank you, esteemed teacher. Go on. Minister Li waved his hand. Remember, safety first. Shen Li departed from the office and returned to his dormitory. Su Yan was absent, likely at the academy. He closed the door, sat at his desk, and opened the dossier. The first page contained an overview of the case. On the 7th day of the 9th month in the 18th year of Qingli, General Xiao Yu of the northern frontier launched a surprise attack on the rear encampment of the Northern D, achieving a resounding victory. However, on the 9th of September, while returning to camp, his forces fell into an ambush, resulting in total annihilation. The investigation revealed that the marching route had been compromised. Suspect, Zhao Wu, commander of the Northern Frontier Forces. The second page included witness testimonies. One of Zhao Wu's personal guards claimed to have seen him receive a confidential letter prior to the battle. A captive from a Northern D asserted knowledge of informants within the Great Sheng, and unexpectedly, there was testimony from Wang Jin. At the time, Wang Jin served in the Ministry of Justice and was involved in the initial review of the case. His testimony stated, though Zhao Wu is a suspect, the evidence is insufficient and he vehemently denies any wrongdoing. I suggest leniency. Wang Jin again. Shen Li continued to read. Following this were lists of physical evidence, including fragments of the confidential letter, of which only a few characters were legible, one of which was Xiao. Was it pointing to Xiao Yu, or to the Xiao family? Shen Li furrowed his brow. This case was more intricate than anticipated. He read for the entire afternoon until Su Yan returned. Young Master Shen, have you been studying all this time? Su Yan asked curiously, noticing the dossier before him. Yes, it is an assignment from Minister Li, Shen Li replied, putting the dossier away. Where did you go this afternoon? I visited Lu Yunzhu, Su Yan said. He is much improved and can now get out of bed. He wishes to express his gratitude to you. No need, Shen Li replied. Have they discovered who poisoned him? Not yet. Su Yan shook his head. But it seems that Master Zhou has uncovered some clues. He has been at the disciplinary office all day, looking rather grim. Shen Li nodded, refraining from further inquiries. That evening, he continued to study the dossier, reading late into the night until he had finished all the contents. The truth gradually became clear. Xiao Yu's death was no accident. It was murder. The perpetrator was Zhao Wu, but the mastermind behind it could be Zhao Go or other factions within the court. They sought to eliminate Xiao Yu, undermine the Xiao family, and simultaneously seize control of the Northern Frontier forces. Furthermore, Wang Jin, being affiliated with the Third Prince, participated in concealing the truth. All clues pointed towards that vast, intricately woven conservative faction. Shen Li closed the dossier and shut his eyes. The path ahead was perilous, yet he must persist. For the sake of his father, his mother, his aunt, and for the unacknowledged truths, he grasped the dark inspector's insignia, weighing it in his hand. From this moment forth, he would assume a new identity, accompanied by newfound responsibilities. Outside, the moon ascended high in the sky. A new day was on the verge of dawning. Chapter 35 and Chapter 36. The call from the north on the 5th day of October. The results of the monthly examination at Wenhua Academy were announced. Shen Li stood before the reflection wall, gazing at the crimson list. Surrounding him were numerous students, some jubilant, others despondent, and some so anxious their fingers turned pale. His name graced the top of Class C. Total score, 62 in classics and history, barely passing. 98 in strategy, the highest in the academy. Full marks in practical skills, and an overall ranking of first in Class C. This outcome was both expected and unexpected. The high scores in practical skills and strategy were anticipated, while the fact that he had passed classics and history, which he thought he would score at most 50, was surprising. Young Master Shun, congratulations. Su Yin squeezed beside him, a genuine smile illuminating his face. First in Class C, you'll be promoted to Class B next month. Shen Li nodded, yet his gaze drifted to the bottom of the list where Lu Yunzhou's name appeared, ranked 27th in Class C, just scraping by. It seemed the poisoning incident had indeed impacted his performance. What of Lu Yunzhou? He inquired. I heard he is still recuperating, Su Yin whispered. Master Zhou conducted an investigation for several days and said the person responsible for the poisoning was a servant from the dining hall, who has already been apprehended. However, I can't shake the feeling that it's not so simple. Shen Li shared the same sentiment. He had encountered that servant, who seemed honest and straightforward, not the type to resort to poisoning. Moreover, arsenic was the poison used. Where would a mere servant acquire such a substance? Yet, this matter was not for him to address. He was eager to return to his dormitory and continue reviewing the case files of Xiao Yu. Just as he was about to depart, a servant hurriedly approached. Young Master Shun, Minister Li requests your presence in the duty room. He mentioned it is urgent. Urgent? Shen Li's heart tightened. Could it be that something had occurred with Tuo Bahong? He hastened toward Minister Li's duty room. Upon entering, he found not only Minister Li, but also Master Zhou, along with two unfamiliar elderly gentlemen dressed in official robes, exuding an air of authority. Shen Li, come here. Minister Li beckoned. These gentlemen are from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of War. The Ministry of Personnel? The Ministry of War? Shen Li's mind raced with confusion. Yet he bowed respectfully. Student Shen Li pays his respects to the esteemed gentleman. One elder clad in deep purple robes scrutinized him, his gaze sharp. You are Shen Li? The one who attained full marks in the practical skills assessment? Yes, he replied. The elder nodded and retrieved a scroll from his sleeve, unfurling it. By order of the Ministry of War, the Northern Frontier Army requests that Wenhua Academy dispatch students for military internships to broaden their horizons and hone their skills. After deliberation, it has been decided to select Class C student Shen Li to commence his journey on the 10th of October for a 3-month internship at the Northern Frontier Army's reconnaissance camp. The Northern Frontier Army? An internship? Shen Li was taken aback. He looked to Minister Li, who gave a slight nod, indicating that he should accept the order. Student accepts the command, Shen Li stated, taking the scroll. The document bore the seal of the Ministry of War, as well as the stamp of the Northern Frontier Army's commander, Xiao Zhua. Additionally, there is the seal of a eunuch, the military supervising eunuch, Lu Gonggong. Lu Gonggong, the very same eunuch who wished to present him to Lu Gonggong of the Internal Affairs Court? Shen Li's heart sank. Shen Li, this is a rare opportunity. Another official spoke, a member of the Ministry of Personnel. The Northern Army has never requested personnel from the Wenhua Academy, but this time, they have made an exception by specifically naming you, indicating their esteem for your abilities. You must perform admirably and not disappoint the expectations of the court. Yes. Shen Li bowed his head in response. Very well. You may return to prepare. Minister Li stated, as he retained Shen Li, I have something to discuss with you. After Master Zhou and the two officials departed, only Minister Li and Shen Li remained in the room. Teacher, Shen Li wished to clarify. Minister Li gestured for him to sit down, his expression grave. It is the intention of Xiao Zhua. Indeed. But why does it bear the seal of Eunuch Liu? Because Eunuch Liu is the military supervisor of the Northern Army, Minister Li explained. By protocol, all personnel adjustments within the Northern Army require the consent of the supervising eunuch. Xiao Zhua, in order to facilitate your transfer, had to adhere to this procedure. Shen Li understood. Xiao Zhua desired him to go to the north. Yet it was imperative to pass Eunuch Liu's approval. It was indeed peculiar that Eunuch Liu had consented. Why would he agree? Shen Li inquired. Because someone presented him with an offer he could not refuse, Minister Li revealed. Liu Qingzi leveraged the Liu family's connections to bestow a significant gift upon Eunuch Liu, a manor in Jiangnan along with several beautiful maidservants. Liu Qingzi. A surge of complex emotions welled up within Shen Li. Liu Qingzi had sacrificed so much to aid him. But how could Master Zhou and the others acquiesce? He questioned further. Were they not always opposed to me? They objected, yet their opposition proved ineffective. Minister Li scoffed. The Ministry of War directly ordered that the Wenhua Academy must comply. Even Master Zhou, despite his dissatisfaction, would not dare defy the Ministry of War. He paused. However, Master Zhou has not been entirely inactive. He recommended another individual to accompany you, Su Yan. Su Yan? Shen Li was taken aback. Su Yan was merely an ordinary scholar from a humble background. Why would Master Zhou advocate for him? Su Yan is a distant relative of Master Zhou,